This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. This is a dilapidated dungeon with a wall about 500 meters long and wide. There is only a simple lord's mansion and a simple hall. My territory is finally opening. Chi-Ji sighed while standing in the hall. He was a newly graduated social animal who inexplicably traveled to the game world of Dungeon Lord. After years of struggle, he finally became a lord and got his own dungeon. This world is very special. There are two professions, adventurer and lord. Adventurers are a group of undead people living on the surface. They are always eager to find various dungeons. They are always curious, pursue excitement, like to die, and challenge the secrets of the dungeon in pursuit of treasures, reputation, and even pure happiness. Lords are the creators of dungeons. They can use their mental power to create various secrets to attract adventurers. The latter can produce soul crystals when they die in the secrets, which is the core resource for building dungeons. The relationship between the two is close and full of games. The main gameplay of Dungeon Lord is to play the role of lord and adventurer to fight wits and courage. There are elements such as strategy, management, sandbox, and pigeons that are very exciting. Chi-Ji has long accepted the reality of time travel. He is determined to become the greatest Dungeon Lord. He dared to make such a great wish, not only because he had enough understanding of this world, but also because he found that the sea of inspiration he awakened was a fusion of various popular games, animations, and movies in his previous life. You can draw unique and rich materials from it. This is undoubtedly the strongest talent of the Lord. Adventurers are very similar to the player group in the previous life. There may be utilitarian factors in challenging secret realms, but they will also be attracted by interesting secret realms. Even if there are not enough material rewards, as long as it is fun, they can continue to go and never get tired of it. If you compare the creation of secret realms to a creative game, the level of this world is undoubtedly rotten to the extreme. 99% of secret realms are essentially mazes, with only differences in themes, elements, and structures. Why is this so? It is not easy to create a secret realm. First, you must awaken the sea of inspiration to condense inspiration crystals. And inspiration crystals are the material packages for creating secret realms, which include monsters, scenes, props, and other materials. The number of materials that lords can obtain is generally scarce and stereotyped. Only a very small number of gifted lords have the ability to awaken unique special materials, but it is difficult to create rich game content due to the limited number. Chi-Ji is different. His sea of inspiration is different. The materials are 10,000 times richer than those of ordinary lords. Not only can the most classic and fun games of the previous life be fully reproduced, but also the elements of different games can be integrated and innovated to create more creative, crazy, and localized content. He is confident that he can bring the most interesting and fun secrets to this world. This will be a dimensionality reduction blow to adventurers and other lords. Chi-Ji activated the core of the dungeon, and a control panel appeared in front of him, with two options, information management and territory management, and he checked his personal information first. Name, Chi-Ji. Level, first level. Spiritual power, 5/1000. Soul crystal 0. Inspiration crystal, the way of life. Current secret realm, none. Territory capacity, 0 out of 100. Chi-Ji spent nearly 20 years of accumulated spiritual power to awaken the first inspiration crystal from the sea of inspiration. It was the doomsday zombie game The Way of Life that was popular all over the country in the previous life. It was the favorite of countless college students who stayed up all night in dormitories and sat in internet cafes. When the crystal is activated, the materials appear. Monster materials, ordinary zombies, explosive zombies, hunter zombies, charge zombies, tank zombies, witch zombies, venue materials, urban block material packs, forest valley material packs, parks, stations, subways, airports, ports, prop materials, cold weapon material packs, hot weapon material packs. This inspiration crystal includes all the contents of the first and second generations of the Way of Life series. The entire game can be reproduced 1:1 without any change. The zombie-themed shooting game that was popular in the past life, its unique worldview and monster elements are unprecedented here, which will definitely have a huge appeal to adventurers and stimulate their desire to explore. Every adventurer who has experienced it will definitely think that this is a genius inspiration in production. However, Chi-Ji will not 100% reproduce the original. When the Dungeon Lord creates a secret realm, whether it is to put monster materials or set up scene venues, it takes mental power to make special props. The current monster material consumption is Ordinary Zombies, Consumption 0. Hunter, Consumption 3. Exploder, Consumption 3. Charger, Consumption 5. Tank, Consumption 20. Witch, Consumption 20. Secret Realm Materials. It can only be used to create secret realms. Chi-Ji only has 5 points of mental power left, so he can't create too many special zombies for the time being, but it's not a big problem after all. Secret realms can be continuously improved and adjusted to its content. First, create a basic framework. The scene of this secret realm uses urban blocks, with a total area of about 100 square kilometers, equivalent to a small or medium-sized city, which consumes just 5 points of mental power. The release of ordinary zombies. No mental power is required, and there is no limit on the number. Hundreds of thousands of them are directly filled with scenes and various corners. Some of the zombies wander in a fixed area, while others are randomly refreshed according to time. Chi-Ji adds the threat of infection to the setting. Even if you are only bitten by a zombie or scratch your skin a little, it will cause continuous damage to increase the difficulty and authenticity of the game. In order to save resources. In the early stage, a single-player survival mode is adopted. Anyone who has played this game must know it. This game often requires the rescue of teammates, and the difficulty of single-player is very high, especially in realistic mode. Adventurers enter the game with the physique of ordinary people, and the difficulty of survival can be imagined, and there is no worry about not being able to get leaks. In addition, as a designer, you must have your own creativity. The material library provided by the Road to Survival has great development potential. In the future, you can create a plot mode, team mode, battle mode, chicken mode, etc. around shooting and biochemical gameplay. Why do dungeon lords work hard to create secret realms for adventurers to play? Is it because of love for adventurers? Of course not. The only purpose of any dungeon lord to create a secret realm is to harvest players, and how to sustainably exhaust the pond is a big question. The game cannot be too simple. These adventurers will stop playing when they are tired of playing, unless you set an attractive clearance reward, but the generation of rewards will cause consumption to the lord, and many dungeons are bankrupt because of this. It is even worse if the game is too difficult or boring. Adventurers are not fools. A secret game that is malicious and has no hope of passing the game, and is clearly designed to harvest for the sake of harvesting, can only deceive a wave of adventurers at most, and then it will damage the reputation of the dungeon. This secret is very dark in design and extremely difficult. But with a unique world view, unique monsters, and fresh gameplay, why worry about not being able to attract adventurers to become a batch of leeks and come to be harvested willingly after 3 days of hard work? It is finally completed, although the secret is based on Left 4 Dead. But it can be regarded as a remade original game. Considering that new gameplays such as team, plot, CS, survival, and chicken eating will be developed in the future, it is naturally not appropriate to use the original name, so the secret realm is named Doomsday Frenzy. The first secret realm game was successfully created. Everything is ready. Chi-Ji is eager to try. Let me first bring a little shock of zombie frenzy to the simple adventurers. Chapter 2. Wang Chui. Adventurer in Blackstone Town. He had heard from the old man since he was a child. A strange catastrophe had happened in this world. Since then, the stars stopped moving, the water source was polluted, the crops were difficult to grow, the glorious ancient civilization was destroyed, and the survivors could only develop dungeons to obtain most of the materials needed for life. So adventurer became the most popular profession. This day, he discovered a new city called Miracle City. And this city developed a secret realm called Doomsday Frenzy. Although Blackstone Town is just a small town, the number of dungeons is maintained at about 500 all year round, and most of them will not operate for more than 3 months. Either the secret realm is too bad and closed down, or it is destroyed in the dark creatures or territory war conflicts. There are too many dungeons. It is difficult for new dungeons to attract the attention of adventurers. It is also difficult for unfamous dungeons to create valuable secret realms. Wang Chui did not become an adventurer for fame and fortune. Adventure itself can bring endless joy, so he is keen to explore various dungeons and evaluate various newly appeared secret realms. Doomsday Frenzy? What a special name. Wang Chui decided to give it a try. He immediately arrived at the dungeon through the teleportation crystal. Miracle City is a typical new dungeon, with almost zero supporting facilities. At first glance, it is a simple camp. In the center is the secret hall, which has only one secret crystal. Hey, there are actually people of the same kind. You are here to experience the new secret realm too. Wang Chui found that there were 2 other adventurers present. I am the Blackstone Hammer King. What are your names? Adventurers don't use real names, only code names. Blackstone Hammer King is the adventurer code name of King Hammer. A cute girl with almond eyes and peach cheeks and ponytail said, "My name is Mao Ming Ming." Another burly middle-aged uncle with a messy beard smiled and said, "I am Lonely Swordsman, just call me Lao Dao." The three of them are adventurers in Blackstone Town. They have never heard of each other, and this is not surprising. After all, there are nearly 100,000 adventurers in Blackstone Town. Welcome to Miracle City. Boss G came out to greet the guests warmly. A new lord who has no people can't be arrogant. Most adventurers are free, so they are relatively equal to the lords, of course, except for the powerful top lords. The young adventurer Mao Ming Ming immediately asked, "Lord, what are the characteristics of this secret realm? As the first group to come to support you, please give us some information and tips." Doomsday Frenzy is a unique secret realm. You need to rely on wisdom and courage to survive and find a safe house. The more monsters you kill in the process, the higher the evaluation and reward you will get at the settlement. That's it. That's all I can say. Please experience it yourself. I will never let you down. The three people secretly complained. This doesn't sound new. I'm afraid it's another skin-changing maze. The design level of this lord is not good. I guess this dungeon won't be open for too long. The Lonely Swordsman asked, "Who will try first?" Mao Ming Ming volunteered, "Let me go first. I have other dungeons scheduled. I can't waste too much time here." She activated the secret realm crystal and immediately disappeared from the spot and entered the secret realm. The secret crystal is the node to enter the secret realm. Each secret crystal can only be used by one adventurer at a time. When the territory earns enough soul crystals, more secret crystals can be made to increase the capacity of the secret realm copy. When the adventurer enters the secret realm, every move will be displayed on the crystal. Other adventurers can learn about the progress and content by observing the crystal. This process can also communicate with the adventurer who is adventuring in the crystal, similar to a person playing a game in an internet cafe, and others can watch the operation on the side. Mao Ming Ming didn't expect it. "I just want to experience it as soon as possible and leave." But when I opened my eyes, I was shocked by what I saw. This is a city with an unprecedented style, like a jungle made of reinforced concrete. She is on a closed rooftop, surrounded by steel bars and iron nets, with only one door to leave. On the tool table in front of her, there is an axe, a pistol, and a medical kit. Hey, this secret realm seems to have some useful information. This scene alone is unique and makes people want to explore. At this moment, it was not only Cat Ming Ming in the secret realm who was shocked. Blackstone Hammer King and Lonely Swordsman saw the scene through the secret realm crystal. They also felt that the secret realm was different from any elements they had seen in the past, and it was very novel and unique. Mao Ming Ming immediately picked up a pistol, an axe, and a medical kit. She had never seen a weapon like a pistol, but the moment she touched the other party, she immediately received relevant information and understood its basic usage. This is a shooting weapon called P226 pistol, with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. Of course, there is no infinite ammunition, and there is only one magazine at the beginning. This weapon is interesting. Mao Ming Ming carried an axe on her back, held a P226 pistol, pushed open the door in front of her, and walked down the stairs to the corridor. She saw the ground was in a mess, and there were many hideous bloodstains on the wall. A human figure with his back to her appeared in front of her. Someone? Guide character? Some secret realms will create some neutral or friendly characters to provide guidance for adventurers. Mao Ming Ming held the pistol tightly, and walked forward carefully. She noticed that this person was squatting on the ground and eating with relish. Some ominous premonition came to her mind, so she stopped vigilantly, and did not approach. Hello, may I ask?" The man turned around suddenly when he heard the voice. His extremely pale face was full of corrupt veins, his eyeballs were turbid and bulging, most of his face was completely ulcerated and blurred, and his bloody mouth was still chewing flesh and blood. He let out a crazy beast-like low roar, and rushed up hysterically. This was the door-opening kill that Chi-Ji deliberately placed here. A tribute to the smile in Resident Evil. Such a dim corridor, strange and unfamiliar city, and a completely immersive experience. Without any mental preparation, Mao Ming Ming's reaction can be imagined. Oh my god! Not to mention the immersive adventurer. The Blackstone Hammer King and the Lonely Swordsman outside were both shocked. What's going on? This small underground city is so full of materials. This zombie is quite agile, not inferior to normal humans, and it killed in front of him in the blink of an eye. Mao Ming Ming hurriedly fired 3 bullets, all of which hit his chest, and one shot even hit his heart, but he was completely unable to stop this crazy monster. The next moment, he was pounced on. Adventurer Cat Ming Ming has died, Soul Crystal +1. Not bad. Opened so quickly. Chi Ji was very happy. What's going on? Why can't this monster be killed? Cat Ming Ming automatically exited the secret realm, with a face full of horror and lingering fear. Lonely Swordsman. From the appearance of this monster, it is a bit like a zombie of the undead, but it is more crazy and brutal. Try attacking the head next time. My turn. It was the turn of the Blackstone Hammer King to enter the game. Lonely Swordsman continued to watch nervously in front of the crystal. Cat Ming Ming, who had planned to experience it early and leave early, also stayed. She really wanted to know. What is going on in this secret realm? Can that crazy monster be killed? After choosing the character, the Blackstone Hammer King also descended on the rooftop that had just appeared, and immediately took up all the pistols, axes, and medical kits. The scene in the secret realm is so detailed. This unique scene alone is worth playing. The Blackstone Hammer King first sighed at the scene, then took a pistol and entered the corridor. He met the smiling back zombie again. He aimed at the back of the head and shot directly. Bang! It hit accurately. The zombie was shot in the head and died. Haha, this zombie looks scary, but it's not strong at all. The Blackstone Hammer King looked at the weapon in his hand and was amazed. This pistol is similar to a crossbow, but it is 10 or 100 times more precise and much more convenient than a crossbow. After that, met 2 more zombies. The Blackstone Hammer King raised his gun and shot. A total of 6 bullets were fired, 4 of which were empty or missed the vital points, and only 2 shots completed the headshot kill. It's great. Kill 2 more. With such a powerful weapon in hand, my grandmother with a cane is here. I'm afraid she can blow up these zombies. The Blackstone Hammer King shouted refreshingly. But before he could feel proud for a few seconds, 5 zombies suddenly rushed out from the corner. He panicked and shot at them, but he only killed 3 of them after running out of bullets. Oops. The Blackstone Hammer King panicked. The Lonely Swordsman quickly reminded him, use an axe. Yes, there is also an axe. The Blackstone Hammer King quickly picked up the fire axe and chopped a zombie's head. In an instant, he was splashed with black and smelly blood. He didn't have time to pull the axe out of his skull, and was knocked to the ground by another zombie. The adventurer Blackstone Hammer King has died, and his mental power has increased by 1, and his soul crystal has increased by 1. Another one died. Not only did he get a soul crystal, he also gained 1 point of mental power, which is more valuable than a soul crystal. Chapter 3. Spiritual Power. Soul Crystal. It is the core resource of the territory. Soul Crystal can be used to build underground city facilities, increase the function and capacity of the territory, and make the territory more prosperous. Adventurers will drop it every time they die in the secret realm. And spiritual power is the resource for the dungeon lord to build secret realms and improve his own level. It is possible for adventurers to produce strong enough positive emotions in the process of the secret realm. A boring secret realm. It is possible to produce soul crystals repeatedly, but it cannot produce spiritual power infinitely. Only by creating a secret realm that can really make adventurers feel happy, exciting, and refreshing can we absorb spiritual power. The Blackstone Hammer King looked annoyed. Damn, the zombies are not strong, but there are still many of them. I think the ammunition is very valuable in the early stage, and according to my observation, these zombies are particularly sensitive to sound, and the pistol may attract them, so it should be used with caution. The Lonely Swordsman said, let me try. This is a more experienced senior adventurer. After entering the secret realm, the Lonely Swordsman did not use the pistol at the beginning, but killed a looking back and smiling zombie with an axe, and then explored the rooms along the corridor. He killed 2 more zombies wandering in the room with a sneak attack. Sure enough, he did not attract more enemies. Not only that, when he was exploring the room, he quickly found 2 magazines of ammunition, and even found a second pistol, which doubled his firepower. Wow! You are worthy of being an uncle. Bullets can be replenished. This is the correct way of thinking and playing. Blackstone Hammer King, Cat Ming Ming cheered when they saw this. At this time, a zombie hiding in the dark suddenly launched a sneak attack. Uncle, be careful. The Lonely Swordsman was also startled, and quickly swung his axe to fight. After a few rounds, he successfully killed him, but he was also injured in several places. Oh no, the noise was too loud, and the zombies nearby heard it. The zombies wandering in the nearby corridor were attracted here. In this case, it was obviously useless to rely on an axe. The Lonely Swordsman overturned a table for cover shooting, emptied 2 magazines, and shot all 8 zombies. Cat Ming Ming, Uncle Dao is really powerful, he killed so many. Blackstone Hammer King, don't be careless, there are still zombies outside, and you can't stay here for long. The Lonely Swordsman still has 1 magazine, but there are at least 5 or 6 zombies in the corridor. It is very difficult to survive under this situation, and he feels that his body seems to be getting weaker and weaker. He lifted his clothes and took a look. The wound has turned black and festered. Mao Mingming widened her eyes. Not good. The zombies are probably poisonous. Uncle Dao, how do you feel? Lonely Swordsman said in a deep voice. I don't feel good, I can only hold on for a quarter of an hour at most. Blackstone Hammer King reminded. The medical kit should be able to treat injuries. The medical kit is one of the 3 initial items. It contains bandages and medicines for healing injuries. Lonely Swordsman, this place is no longer safe. Zombies may come in at any time. I'd better find a way to evacuate here first. Get to a safe area and then treat it. Mao Mingming, Uncle Dao, look at the window behind. It seems that you can escape. There is a broken window in this room. Although it is currently on the 3rd floor and very high above the ground, it is completely possible to climb down through the pipe, and below is a narrow alley where no zombies are active. 1 minute later, the Lonely Swordsman slid down to the narrow alley. When he walked out and prepared to find a safe shelter, he was stunned by what he saw. He saw that the streets outside were densely packed with terrifying zombies. There were at least hundreds or thousands of them at a glance. There were men and women, old and young, some wearing sportswear, some wearing suits, and some wearing police uniforms, chemical protection suits, and fire suits, wandering around aimlessly. All were bloody. All were hideous and terrifying. Some discovered the adventurer and howled. In an instant, the entire group of zombies was alarmed. It's over. The Lonely Swordsman had no time to escape. Hundreds of zombies rushed into the alley. The scene was simply shocking, or it could be said to be numbing. There was a dead end behind. There was no way to retreat. An unprecedented sense of despair surged in my heart. Until this moment, the adventurers finally understood why the secret realm was called Doomsday Tide. The Lonely Swordsman fought desperately, used up the last magazine, picked up an axe and chopped down 2 more, and then was helplessly overwhelmed and torn into pieces by the crazy zombie tide. The adventurer Lonely Swordsman has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1, when the Lonely Swordsman returned to the dungeon. The 3 adventurers looked at each other at this moment. It's too exaggerated. There are so many zombies. What happened to the city? Why did all the people in the city become like this? Interesting. There must be a story. I'm getting more and more interested in it. By the way, the materials in the small dungeon now are too fierce. Don't all these monsters have any cost? The 3 adventurers were obviously shocked by the scene they just saw. They were also amazed by the production level of this secret realm. I have never seen a secret realm with such rich elements, so many monsters, and such a unique style. It is completely different from any secret realm I have challenged in the past. Mao Mingming asked with her hands on her hips. Hey, Lord Qi, I have to admit that your secret realm is very well made, but with so many monsters stuffed in it, how can we possibly pass it? Don't you want adventurers to pass it at all? Qi smiled and said, the secret realm I created must have a way to pass it, but you still need to explore more, collect stronger weapons, and find a better escape route. Really? Mao Mingming was skeptical. Then can you tell us what happened in this world, and why the local residents have become like this? The Blackstone Hammer King immediately said, Mao Ming, don't embarrass the Lord. The production level of this secret realm is extremely high. The Lord must have a lot of ideas. It's interesting for us to explore it by ourselves. Mao Mingming, that's true. The Lonely Swordsman said in surprise, I've shipped. This immediately aroused the interest of the other 2 adventurers. The so-called shipping is what adventurers call the harvest of secret realms. The main reason why adventurers like to challenge secret realms, in addition to pursuing the fun of adventure and challenge, is that they can obtain living materials from secret realms, and the output of materials in different secret realms is different. Generally speaking, the probability of material output is not too high. Of course, the specific output is also related to the completion of the secret realm. The higher the completion of a secret realm, the more thorough the development, the higher the probability of outputting resources. This is also the reason why adventurers are surprised, because from the current situation, they have only developed the Doomsday Frenzy a little bit, and it is a bit unexpected that resources can be produced under this situation. Qi is not surprised by this. His secret realm elements are too rich, and the content is too much, so the probability of resources naturally increases. Miracle City can explode various resource items from various game worlds, and these exclusive outputs will be the core competitiveness of the dungeon. Of course, due to the extremely low development of the secret realm, even if rewards are generated, they are extremely limited. The reward attained by the Lonely Swordsman is just a box of iced Fat House, Happy Water. The output of this basic material will not even cause mental consumption. Fat House water is a good thing. The production capacity of the surface world is extremely low, and various materials are very scarce. I believe that even such a reward is enough to satisfy the adventurers. Chapter 4. The Lonely Swordsman shared the Fat House, Happy Water with others. Refreshing. Everyone took a sip of the iced Fat House water, and the unique stimulation and coolness of carbonated drinks rushed from the tailbone to the top of the head. Chi-Ji felt that the Fat House water produced in this copy was more delicious than in the previous life. And which adventurer had ever enjoyed this? All were surprised and happy. Cat Ming-Ning, Lord, what is this? I have never tasted such a delicious drink. Is this the specialty of this secret realm? Chi-Ji replied, this is called Coke, which is a common drink in the secret world, and this is not the only specialty. The content and materials of this secret realm are richer than you think. Great. I didn't expect you, the Lord, to be so kind. The adventurer's eyes lit up. Although many adventurers like adventure itself, it is not good to have a pleasant adventure experience without gaining anything in the long run. The surface world is seriously polluted. There is no way to get enough food and clean water to feed people. Adventurers are the main producers in this world. If there is no sufficient output for a long time, how can they maintain their lives? People need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. Adventurers are no exception. They still need to face birth, aging, illness, and death on the surface, and they also need various living materials to maintain their lives. A secret realm that can operate stably for a long time must have reasonable output, even if it is just ordinary water and food. And this box of Fat House, Happy Water is a top-notch drink. If it is taken to the trading market in Blackstone Town, it is estimated that it can be exchanged for at least 1 month's drinking water. The Frenzy Secret Realm is not only interesting, it also has a good rate of return. The three adventurers decided to continue the challenge. Adventurers need to consume energy to challenge the secret realm, and the energy value is related to the adventurer's level. That's right. Just like players, adventurers can also upgrade. It's just that the process is complicated, and the upgrade conditions are harsh. Nearly 100,000 adventurers in Blackstone Town are basically first level. Blackstone Hammer King, Cat Ming-Ming, and Lonely Swordsman are no exception. However, even though they are at the same first level, there are also differences in strength. Blackstone Hammer King and Cat Ming-Ming are both newbies, with only 5 energy points a day, and can challenge the secret realm at most 5 times. Lonely Swordsman is already very close to the second level. He is a first-class adventurer in Blackstone Town. With 8 points of energy, he can challenge 8 secret realms. At this moment, the three of them have made a decision to use all their energy today to challenge the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm. So, Adventurer Lonely Swordsman has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Lonely Swordsman has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Cat Ming-Ming has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. The three adventurers took turns to challenge the secret realm, and the progress was slow. They completed the initial building search with difficulty, and found the storage location of most supplies. Not only that, they also found the underground garage. From the relatively safe underground garage, they left the block where zombies were too dense, and explored the surrounding area to a certain extent. The game is too difficult. Zombies are always everywhere, and zombies will appear randomly. A slight mistake in this process will lead to a tragic death. The three adventurers had a lot of fun. The excitement of exploring a strange world, the freshness of discovering new materials, and new scenes made them unable to stop, and the challenge itself also had good rewards. They successively obtained beer, Fat House water, candy, chocolate, and other materials. These basic resources, they are very valuable in this world. The adventurers gradually got into the game, and in the last round, they found a MAC-10 silent submachine gun, and experienced the pleasure of mowing the grass with a sweep and slaughter. Large areas of zombies were overturned by the rain of bullets, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. It's so cool. Who can resist it? I can't stop at all. With this weapon, we will definitely get out of here tomorrow. Ah, I want to play more, but I don't have enough energy. Lord, your secret realm is very well made, but there are too few secret crystals in the dungeon. Can you add some secret crystals? I'm going to call all my good friends to support you, but only one secret crystal is not enough. Chiji smiled slightly. It seems that tomorrow's business is also settled, so he said, don't worry, although my dungeon has just started, the number of secret crystals and various facilities will be improved soon, so that every adventurer who comes to explore can have fun. Okay. With your words. We are relieved. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. The adventurers left. They all had a great time. Miracle City ushered in the first closure of the city. The dungeon secret realm is generally only open for 12 hours a day. Why is it like this? This is related to the rules of the world. A day in this world is also 24 hours. 12 hours of it will be covered by the chaos tide. In other words, in the first 12 hours, the underground world will be filled with chaotic energy, and all dark races cannot leave the shelter. The secret realm can also operate by absorbing energy from the chaos tide. In the last 12 hours, the chaos tide covering the underground world will fade away, and the secret realm crystal will lose energy supply and cannot operate. At the same time, the dark creatures and dark races in the underground world will become active. These existences are the biggest threat to the dungeon. However, each dungeon will automatically generate a protective energy field when it is born. It is the protection period for novices. It can last for 30 days. There is no need to worry about being attacked during this period. Simply put, opening the city is the business time to receive adventurers. Closing the city is the time for the Lord to manage, build, and develop the territory. Chiji counted the harvest of the first day. Today, he harvested adventurers a total of 18 times, and obtained a total of 16 mental power and 18 soul crystals. Activate the Lord Core. The territory management option was opened. This option has 3 sub-options. They are population, construction, and management. The population option can manage the army and residents, and Miracle City has not skipped it directly for the time being. Chiji chose the construction option. There are 2 sub-options in this option, which are basic construction and special construction. Basic construction is a set of facilities that come with the core. It can be built by consuming designated soul crystals. Special construction is to build additional facilities beyond the infrastructure. These facilities are huge in number, strange in variety, and have a variety of functions. It's just that the construction cost is higher. Not only do you need more materials, but you also need to collect relevant construction drawings. The main way to collect drawings is to fight against the dark race. Of course, you can also go to the Lord's Market to get them from transactions. Click on the basic construction. The relevant list appears in front of you. Secret Crystal, 5 Soul Crystals. Arrow Tower, 50 Soul Crystals. Warehouse, 50 Soul Crystals. Mercenary House, 100 Soul Crystals. Monster Camp, 300 Soul Crystals. Spirit Altar, 500 Soul Crystals. Warrior Barracks, 1,000 Soul Crystals. Underground Teleport Station, 10,000 Soul Crystals. There are more than 10 types in total. Each building has a practical function. Some serve adventurers, some increase troops, some can assist in operations, and some are fortifications. They are all essential infrastructure in the process of operating a dungeon. Chiji can only build secret crystals. Secret crystals are the entrance to the secret realm. A secret hall can hold up to 100 secret crystals. If the secret hall is likened to an internet cafe, then the secret crystals are the number of computers. Adventurers, players, need secret crystals to play games, and the maintenance of secret crystals will cause the territory to consume the same amount of money as the rent or water and electricity of the internet cafe. Fortunately, the consumption is not large, as long as it is not forced to start during the low tide period. Each crystal consumes only 5 soul crystals per month. Although the consumption of a single crystal is not much, if there are too many secret crystals, it will cause a considerable burden on the operation over time, especially if the secret realm created is unpopular and the popularity decreases. It may be unable to make ends meet and lead to bankruptcy. The same is true in reverse. If too few secret crystals are built, it cannot meet the needs of adventurers, and it will also affect the territory's income and even reputation. Although a secret hall can only hold up to 100 secret crystals, the Lord can increase the capacity by upgrading the hall or building more secret halls. You are building secret crystals. This construction will consume 15 soul crystals. Do you want to continue? Chiji chose to build without hesitation. With the original one, his dungeon will have 4 crystals, which can accommodate 4 adventurers to challenge at the same time. After this construction, tomorrow's income will definitely increase several times. Chapter 5. Miracle City is in a state of disrepair, with incomplete functions and no external development capabilities. Therefore, after the construction is completed, there is nothing to do, and it is very boring. Chi-Ji then activated the core to check the message management bar. The 4 sub-options are personal information, territory information, lore communication area, and adventurer communication area. The first 2 need no explanation. The lore communication area is a lore chat group, as the name suggests. There are 1,000 lords in the group chat, and new lords will join when a lord quits. All members will not become lords for more than 5 years. If the time exceeds or the territory goes bankrupt, the lord will automatically quit when he dies. It is roughly equivalent to a chat group for newcomers. In the communication channel, the messages scrolled quickly. It was more lively than expected. All lords are displayed by number. Lord 0422, who knows family members? I've been a lord for 3 months, and no adventurer came today. What should I do? I'm so anxious. Please teach me how to trick adventurers to come. Lord 0321, help me, I made the secret realm too simple, and adventurers pass through it every day. These damn locusts are too cruel. I'm almost squeezed dry by them. I beg the seniors to give me some advice, and I will definitely reward you. Lord 0501, I'm about to fight the Dark Lord of this area. If I don't succeed in this battle, I will die. Wish me good luck. Lord 0131, everyone should work hard. I'm about to start the 3rd development. It is expected that I will automatically quit the group in 10 days. Lord 0052, wow worship, multi-city boss. Lord 0123, you are about to win the 3rd city in the rookie period? Too strong. Is there any pendant on your leg? Lord 0957, I'm so jealous. I've been here for 2 years, but I haven't even cleared the first map. I rack my brains every day to deal with these difficult and cunning adventurers. I'm also deeply harassed by the dark race. I'm exhausted and worried. I can't live like this. Lord 0421, I've been collecting blueprints, spirits, secret crystals, and various materials for a long time. If you have any, please chat with me privately. The Lord Exchange area is not only a place for interactive communication. It's also a place to get intelligence, ask for help, and trade information. Miracle City has no trading function yet, because the trading hall needs to be built to open territory trade. Although you can't participate in territory trade, you can kill time by spying on the chats of the lords, and you can also understand the recent prize situation and collect some useful information. Lords and adventurers are 2 groups. Adventurers live in the surface world, while lords come from the underground world. Between the surface and the underground is a dark and disordered chaotic world, with multiple layers of chaotic continents filled with billions of dark races and dark forces, which is where billions of dungeons are located. Lords usually cannot enter the surface. Adventurers usually cannot enter the underground. The surface world and the underground world are completely different worlds, and Chi-Ji lived in the underground city for 20 years before becoming a lord, so he naturally had a group of classmates, relatives, and friends to form a social circle. But after becoming a lord, if you want to go back, you must go through the teleportation station. Although this teleportation station is a first-level infrastructure, it is the most expensive of all infrastructures, and it takes 10,000 soul crystals to build. Most of the new lords have not waited until the teleportation station is built before their territories are destroyed by the impact of dark species and monsters. It can be seen that being a dungeon lord is a very high-risk job. I browsed the lord chat group for a while. I opened the adventurer exchange area again. Each dungeon will be bound to at least one surface city-state. The Miracle Dungeon is currently bound to Blackstone Town, so Chi-Ji can also enter the Blackstone Town Adventurer Exchange Forum. Adventurers all have their own adventurer system. Therefore, they have the ability to communicate on the local area network. The style of this adventurer forum is very similar to the online forum in the previous life. It is also divided into many sections. Every day, a large number of adventurers share information and exchange experiences in it. Chi-Ji can collect feedback. Learn about the ideas and status of adventurers. This information can help the production of secret realms. The Blackstone Town Adventurer Forum is very lively. After all, there are 100,000 adventurers in Blackstone Town, which also leads to too much content in the forum. There is even a post related to himself. Evaluation report on the secret realm Doomsday Frenzy of the Miracle City. The post was published half an hour ago. Hello everyone. I am the new adventurer Blackstone Hammer King. Today I will bring you a brand new secret realm test experience. This Doomsday Frenzy is a new secret realm launched by Miracle City, And it is also the treasure secret realm that surprised me the most recently. Let me put it this way, even if I am dead and nailed in a coffin, I will use my rotten vocal cords to shout out the Frenzy Secret Realm bunker. The site materials of this secret realm are the richest and most detailed among all the secret realms I have ever seen. The Lord has created a doomsday world with a unique style for us with top inspiration materials and design level. This world is full of details and self-consistency. Whether it is architecture, facilities, clothing, or transportation, they are all unique, making people feel that this is a real world, and they can't help but want to explore its history, as well as the reasons and stories of the doomsday. The output of resources in the secret realm will not disappoint people. So far, cola, beer, ham, chocolate, instant noodles, etc. are known to have been harvested. All of them are delicious food or drinks unique to the secret realm world, and the output probability is quite high. This alone exceeds most secret realms on the market, and the cost effectiveness is extremely high. According to the Lord's disclosure and the current development progress, it is not difficult to judge that these rewards are only the most basic rewards. In any case, the frenzy is definitely worth a try. I have a hunch that this may become another big hit secret realm in Blackrock Town. Chiji read it patiently. The review post is full of 20,000 to 30,000 words. Because the writing was hasty, it is a bit sloppy and messy. But it is a detailed introduction from the aspects of cities, clothing, architecture, monsters, weapons, gameplay, resource output, etc., and it is highly praised. It can completely become a drainage advertisement for Miracle Dungeon or Frenzy Secret Realm. Of course, the Blackstone Hammer King is not a famous adventurer, and the post has just been published, so it has not caused much response yet. The exaggeration is too exaggerated and looks like a water army advertisement. After all, it is common for black-hearted lords and unscrupulous adventurers to collude with each other to plan hype and attract traffic to the garbage dungeon secret realm, and to trick people into coming in like pigs and slaughter them. So the post has a certain number of views at this moment. But most of the replies are questioning and mocking. It doesn't matter. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chi-Chi looked at the time. The chaos tide is about to come again. The dungeon is about to open for business. It's time to prepare to welcome the adventurers who come to the door on a new day. Today's harvest will surely not disappoint. Chapter 6. That day. Early in the morning. Entrance to the Miracle Dungeon. 27 adventurers gathered here. A fat adventurer codenamed Pig King was full of doubt. What a simple dungeon. I feel that the decoration of my toilet is more luxurious than this. Are you sure that this secret realm created by a poor lord is really fun? Blackstone Hammer King said unhappily. We have been good brothers for many years. How can I lie to you? Several people around him supported him. I believe in Hammer Brothers' vision. It's been a long time since I played an interesting secret realm. I hope this time it will bring me some freshness. Yes, the current dungeon scene is shoddy, the monsters are monotonous, and there is no sincerity. One is more boring than the other. Not far away is a female adventurer codenamed Bright Moon shining on the snow. She is a beautiful woman over 1.7 meters tall. She is first class in both figure, appearance and temperament. At this moment, she is standing with Mao Ming Ming with several sisters. Mingwei Xiaoxua asked, Ming Ming, is this where you get chocolate? Cat Ming Ming, yes. She only got a box of chocolate yesterday, and when she shared it with the girls, she instantly won their hearts. They felt like they had discovered a new world, and couldn't believe there were such delicious snacks. They had never experienced the dreamlike sweetness and happiness. In addition to chocolate, there are many delicious things, and the secret realm is also very fun. You will never be disappointed. Really? It's really exciting. My requirements are not high, as long as I get a box of chocolate today. The girls are all eager to try. They are obviously more interested in the output. On the other side, Lonely Swordsman followed a handsome young man, with luxurious clothes, and codenamed Feng Zhongyan. Feng Zhongyan, if the secret realm is really like what you said, we must seize it well. Lonely Swordsman, haha, believe me, I won't let Feng Xiao down. The new adventurers, who appear today are all old and new, which shows that the quality of the Frenzy Secret Realm is well recognized by old customers. Blackstone Hammer King, why don't you open the door? Cat Ming Ming made a trumpet shape with both hands and shouted, Open the door! Open the door! Open the door! Finally, Miracle City opened. Boss Chi didn't expect that the adventurers came so early, and so many of them came at once. Lonely Swordsman, I'm here to challenge the secret realm again. Blackstone Hammer King complained, Lord Chi, you exceeded the time limit by 10 seconds today. Please open the door on time next time. My hands are itching and there are ants crawling. One more second is torture, you know? Cat Ming Ming. Hee hee, we also brought friends to support you. That's good enough. Chi Ji, welcome, welcome. There are currently 4 secret realm crystals in this dungeon. Please queue up in an orderly manner. Only 4 secret realm crystals? This dungeon is too shabby. Although they complained in their hearts, everyone knew the rules, and the adventurers lined up honestly. Feng Zhongmian was lucky enough to draw the first batch, but he didn't rush to enter the secret realm. Instead, he gave it to his partner Lonely Swordsman. He watched in front of the secret realm crystal to gain experience. Lonely Swordsman entered the secret realm without hesitation. He found that there were many new options in the character selection interface. These options are Novice Mode, Single Player Mode, Multiplayer Mode, Story Mode, Faction Confrontation Mode, Battle Royale Mode. Among them, only Novice Mode is selectable. Feng Zhongmian was puzzled. What do these modes mean? Lonely Swordsman was also confused. I don't know either. It seems to be newly added. Why not ask the Lord? Chi Ji patiently explained. This secret realm is still under development. What you have seen so far are different ways to play the secret realm. As long as you successfully pass the novice mode, they will be open one after another. Mao Mingming, what's the difference? Chi Ji, there will be great changes in both the types of zombie monsters and the gameplay. What? And other monsters. That's really exciting. Great, I didn't expect you to have something else. Interesting, it seems that this lord does have something. Although Chi Ji's Frenzy Secret Realm is based on the way of survival, he can actually use these materials to develop many ways to play, including CS, Chicken Dinner, and Biochemical Confrontation modes. These gameplay innovations are all proven classic gameplay. Where have the adventurers seen it? Once they get addicted to it. It's easy to harvest. After choosing the mode and character, the Lonely Swordsman appeared in the secret world again. He immediately searched for supplies skillfully, and killed zombies with axes and guns. The process was exciting and dangerous. In the end, he accidentally died from a zombie attack. After he quit, he said, "Alas, I died again." Although most zombies have fixed locations, there are always some random zombies that cannot be predicted, so every game is full of variables. This secret world is really interesting. There are at least 80 dungeons that Feng Zhongmian has been to. Other secret worlds are all monotonous mazes. Not only are the scenes crudely made, but they are also full of malicious traps and monotonous monsters that are the same. I have never seen such a vivid, exciting secret world in front of me. Finally, it was my turn to experience it myself. Feng Zhongmian entered the secret crystal. It was completely different from the feeling of watching from the sidelines. This sense of immersion and involvement is completely incomparable to the latter. Although the style of this world is weird, the details are so rich and vivid. It is completely a real alien world with a full atmosphere. Interesting. Novel. This was Feng Zhongmian's first feeling. I have never seen a secret realm with such a strong sense of involvement, whether it is various means of transportation, advertising signs, or construction roads, they all give people a strong breath of life. It is not difficult to see that this world was full of excitement and prosperity not long ago. Feng Zhongmian couldn't help but have a strong desire to explore. As for the secret realm gameplay itself, nothing to say. Excellent. The design of several firearms is ingenious, and there are a large number of crazy zombies, and the pleasure of killing with blood and flesh flying everywhere. It is definitely an unprecedented adventure experience. Because the secret realm crystals are limited, adventurers line up honestly. When one person challenges the secret realm, others gather around the crystals to watch. They can not only participate in the interaction, but also learn experience. This process is also quite fun. Be careful, the zombies are very fierce. Don't hit other parts. Only the head can kill them. Beautiful. Sister Mingwei has good shooting skills. Oh, you waste too many bullets when playing like this. Use the axe if you can in the early stage, otherwise there will not be enough bullets later. Fatty, turn left in front. There are pistols and ammunition supplies in the drawer of this room. Ah, I died again, what a pity. There are too many zombies. It's simply impossible to defend against them. Ha ha ha, it's you, the rookie, who is too useless. It's finally my turn. Look at my power. Great, great, great. Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to kill 50 this time. Then let's see who can kill more zombies. Whenever someone performs a great move, the adventurers cheer wildly, providing a lot of emotional value, just like playing games in an internet cafe with friends during school days. It's not hard to see that the adventurers are having a lot of fun. This scene. It also makes Chi Ji miss it. How many years have I not seen this kind of scene? Those who have experienced this simplest happiness will understand. And naturally, a lot of mental power and soul crystals are produced in this process. Adventurer Cat Meng Meng has generated 1 mental power. Adventurer Cat Meng Meng has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Pig King has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Ming Yu Xiao Shui has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King has generated 1 mental power. Although I guessed that today's income would not be low, when the harvest continued to appear and swipe the screen, Boss Chi was still excited, better than expected, following this trend. The supporting facilities of the territory will be built soon. It will take less than 2 days to upgrade and get the opportunity to draw new games. Boss Chi feels that he is 1 step closer to becoming the greatest dungeon lord. Chapter 7. Requirement for clearing the Frenzy Secret Realm. Find and enter the safe house. However, Boss Chi placed the safe house 2 kilometers away from the starting point, and the adventurers were unable to leave the radius of 500 meters from the starting point. There is little hope for a successful clearance today. Despite this, the adventurers still enjoy it, because exploring a new world is full of novelty and fun, and they can always find new supplies, weapons, and props. The constant progress, harvest, and surprises make people excited. And because some zombies are randomly spawned, there are uncontrollable factors in each game, so it is full of exciting changes, so people will not get tired. The adventurers all have a lot of fun. My energy is exhausted. Lord Chi, your secret realm is so well made. It's very realistic and immersive. I haven't had such a good time playing for a long time. To be honest, I have never experienced such a thrilling and fun secret realm. I feel like I have really traveled to another world and become a survivor in the Doomsday. Lord, you are simply a genius. If the Doomsday Frenzy can't be popular, I, the Pig King, will run naked in Blackstone Town for 10 laps. Lord Chi, how did you do it? Why is your secret realm so fun? The adventurer was so excited. Chi was also very proud as a lord. However, this is just the beginning. You country bumpkins have never eaten fine bran, he said. The novice mode is at best a teaching level, and it shows far less than 1/10 of the content of the secret realm. If you want to experience the true charm of this world, adventurers need to work harder. Is it true? You're bragging. I feel that the Frenzy Secret Realm is already a very good secret realm. You told me that the current content is just a teaching level, and the real content has not been shown yet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chi aroused the adventurer's desire to explore. I simply dare not think that the Frenzy Secret Realm can be more fun. Today, not only was the fun very enjoyable, but the Frenzy Secret Realm also produced a lot of resources, mainly food and beverages such as cola, Sprite, beer, candy, chocolate, and instant noodles, as well as basic supplies. These things are of low value, but they are enough to satisfy the adventurers. They must be in short supply in Shenzhen. Feng Zhongyan. Everyone, I collect secret realm resources. Each item is at least 5 soul sands. Ming Yu Xiaoxue. I collect cola and chocolate. Each bottle is 10 soul sands. If you want to sell them, hurry up. Soul sand is the fragments decomposed from soul crystals. Each soul crystal can decompose 100 soul sands, which is the most basic currency among adventurers. An ordinary family of 3 in Blackstone Town has a monthly living cost of about 800 to 1,000 sands. The adventurer Ming Yu Xiao Shui buys Coke at the price of 10 sands, and the Coke reward in the Frenzy Secret Realm is a box of 6 bottles each time, so wouldn't it be as high as 60 sands? This reward. It's exciting. Another reason to challenge. Not only is it fun, but the resources are also good, enough to attract some adventurers from poor families. Most of these exhausted adventurers are reluctant to leave Miracle City. I always feel that I haven't had enough fun. I feel so uncomfortable. I really want to continue to chop zombies. Even watching others play is fine, but we can't play. What can we do? Call someone. Good idea. Soon after, another adventurer arrived at the Miracle Dungeon. They were all the beloved relatives, friends, and brothers of the previous batch of adventurers. Hammer, old pig, why are you calling me so urgently? Don't you know that your father is queuing for the secret realm? A young man codenamed Lone Wolf appeared in Miracle City. The Pig King said, Guzzi, from now on, please forget those wasteful secret realms. The newest and most interesting secret realm in Blackstone Town is in this Miracle City. Lone Wolf, really? Blackstone Hammer King. I dare not say that it is the most fun secret realm in the whole town, but it is definitely different, and will not disappoint you. You will know if you try it. The old pig and I will guide you. The Pig King can't wait. Go to the secret realm quickly. I want to watch zombies. I want to see rivers of blood. Although I can't play it myself, watching people fight zombies live is also fun. Adventurers such as Mao Mingming, Mingwei Xiaoxue, Lonely Swordsman, Feng Zhongnian, etc. are also calling for people at this time, and about 30 adventurers have come one after another. Chi-Ji didn't expect it. There is a second wave of growth today. The new adventurers are immediately attracted by the novel, interesting and exciting zombie world as soon as they experience it. The previous batch of adventurers gathered around the secret crystal with them, watching the adventurers inside with nervous faces, and constantly commenting and directing during the process. Whenever someone makes a great move or makes a new discovery, the onlookers cheer and encourage. The secret hall is very lively, full of joy. The atmosphere is great. Adventurer White Deer has generated 1 point of mental power. Adventurer White Deer has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Red Braised Pig's Trotter has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Lone Wolf has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Although I guessed that the income was not low. But I didn't expect it to be so high. Even if the dungeon with a good start has been operating steadily for 2 months, it may not have such a grand income. And Miracle City has only been open for 2 days. Adventurers are making steady progress. Some have explored 1,000 meters and found more weapons in the process, which makes them even more excited. Wow! Awesome! The assault rifle has a really strong firepower. With this gun, even a group of zombies can be knocked down. It's amazing. The sniper rifle has a high accuracy and a long range. The Lord's inspiration is too strong. How did he create this kind of weapon material? How many weapons are there in this secret realm that we haven't seen? It's so cool to use. Chi-Ji suddenly received a special prompt. Adventurer Lone Wolf obtains zombie spirit from the secret realm of the frenzy, and your mental power is reduced by 1. Hey, spirits are out. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Whether for the Lord or for the adventurer, souls are extremely precious and important resources. Lords can use spirits to create mercenaries, train troops, and summon combat units. Adventurers can increase their foundation by absorbing spirits. This thing is also their only resource to complete advanced upgrades. Each monster can theoretically produce spirits, and adventurers can only absorb each monster spirit once. Whenever an adventurer generates a spirit, the Lord will lose mental power. The higher the quality and rarer the spirit, the greater the consumption. Therefore, the spirit is generated, especially a large number of spirits. It is not good for the dungeon and the Lord. After all, it will cause a lot of consumption for the Lord. But it is not the case for Chi-Ji. His dungeon mental power income is very sufficient, and this loss is nothing at all. The more spirits are generated, and the more they are recycled, the more materials he has to build an army and expand the territory. The adventurers burst into exclamations full of surprise. Wow! Spirit! Someone generated a spirit! What? Look, what kind of spirit? The lucky one is the adventurer Lone Wolf. He quickly displayed the spirit information in public. Zombie spirits, ordinary spirits, can be directly absorbed, refined and improved, or applied for fusion and recycling in the dungeon. Indy! Awesome! The explosion rate of this secret realm feels several times higher than other secret realms. Although it is a spirit of ordinary quality, it is a spirit that has never been seen before. This alone can attract the attention and interest of many forces. Each spirit can only be absorbed by adventurers once. The first time Lone Wolf played Zombie Spirit, he would definitely not choose to recycle it. However, it doesn't matter. As long as the Frenzy Secret Realm can continue to attract adventurers, and let adventurers challenge in it, the spirits produced in the future can only be recycled by the dungeon. After Chi-Ji recycles the spirits, he can use them to build troops or sell them through territory trade in exchange for soul crystals, blueprints, or other important resources. Time is up. The secret realm is closed. The adventurers are still reluctant to leave. One by one, they left Miracle City reluctantly. Chi-Ji officially counted the harvest. Today, 59 adventurers came to the dungeon to challenge, and a total of 449 points of mental power, and 276 soul crystals were harvested. Generally, a secret realm with a soul crystal to mental power ratio of more than 3:1 is considered a good secret realm, and one with a ratio of more than 2:1 is a very high-quality secret realm. And the Doomsday Frenzy exceeds 1:1. There is absolutely no other secret realm like this in Blackstone Town. If nothing unexpected happens, a player will pass the novice level tomorrow. At this moment, the mental power is sufficient, and the initial accumulation is enough. It is time to create a formal level, and create more special zombies, to let them know what real danger and excitement are. Chapter 8. The Frenzy Secret Realm has a unique urban doomsday background and zombie-infected elements, which makes it very fresh. But the freshness will pass sooner or later, and these elements alone are not enough to keep the appetite of these adventurers for a long time. Chi-Ji began to update and improve the Secret Realm. Added single-player level mode and multiplayer level mode. The level mode is very close to the original content and gameplay of Left 4 Dead. There are not only a large number of ordinary zombies, but also special infected people with different abilities. The challenge and fun will be greatly improved, for example, hunters, smokers, chargers, blasters, tanks, witches, etc. Various new zombie monsters greatly increase the value and fun of the Secret Realm. This is a new attraction for adventurers. I believe it will be a king bomb. The release of special infected people requires more mental power, among which witches and tanks consume the most, each of which consumes 20 mental power. Currently 448 mental power. Up to 22 tanks or witches can be built. But the number of monsters in the Secret Realm is not permanent. If the adventurer successfully obtains the spirit of a tank zombie, not only will the lord consume a certain amount of mental power in the process of extracting the spirit, but the number of tanks deployed in the Secret Realm will also be permanently reduced by 1. Then Chi-Ji will have to consume 20 mental power to replenish it. Therefore, the mental power cannot be completely exhausted. Chi-Ji consumed 330 mental power to create the first large level. A total of 3 tanks, 5 witches, and about 30 other types of special infected people were invested, consuming a total of 300 mental power, and the other 30 mental power was used for the production of scenes and props. Another 80 soul crystals were spent to add 16 Secret Realm crystals. The number of crystals in the hall increased from 4 to 20. Why not buy more? The reception capacity of the dungeon is limited. A new dungeon that has not been upgraded and built can only accommodate 100 adventurers per day. Even if Chi-Ji builds more Secret Realm entrances, it is meaningless due to the dungeon's reception capacity. 20 Secret Realm crystals are enough for now. The top priority is to improve the infrastructure and maximize the size of the dungeon. Chi-Ji then opened the infrastructure option, scanned the more than 10 infrastructures currently available, and finally chose to build a building facility called Mercenary House after comprehensive consideration. The functions of this facility are as follows. Mercenary House, first level infrastructure, construction cost 100 soul crystals. Function 1. The dungeon daily reception limit is increased by 25. Function 2. 30 adventurers can be converted into mercenaries. This building can increase the reception limit of the dungeon, increasing the reception capacity from 100 to 125. In the long run, it is still a drop in the bucket, but it is enough to deal with the next 1 or 2 days. In addition, the facility can recruit up to 30 adventurers as territory mercenaries. Mercenaries are not official territory troops, but they can also be used for reconnaissance or development of nearby areas. Each new dungeon has a 30-day protection period, during which it will not be threatened by external monsters or dark races, and the earlier it is developed, the more advantages it will have for the territory. After this construction, remaining soul crystals, 96. The next day, Miracle City opened. The first batch of adventurers entering the city was as high as 85 people. Cat Ming Ming, this dungeon has only been open for 3 days? How come so many people have come? At this rate, we will have to rely on our hand speed to enter the city in the future. Black Eye Hammer King, what a mistake. If I had known that Miracle City was so powerful, I shouldn't have rushed to post a review. Lonely Swordsman, it's normal for such a powerful and high-level dungeon to become popular. You see, the city lord has built new facilities, and the current reception capacity should be no problem. Mingwei Xiaoxue, the number of secret crystals has also increased a lot. Lord Qi is indeed a very potential lord. Feng Zhongmian, we must clear the novice mode today. Go! Kill zombies! I want to drink coke and brush my spirits. The adventurer was already thirsty. He rushed into the secret hall and started the challenge immediately. The adventurers made rapid progress. They absorbed the experience of the previous 2 days, and collected various props and weapons along the way. Although they fell in batches, the exploration distance was getting longer. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters. Finally, the first adventurer who found the safe door appeared. It was the Lonely Swordsman. He was holding an M16 rifle and carrying 2 MAC-10 submachine guns. After he killed a group of zombies, a striking red safe door suddenly appeared at the end of the street in front. Wow! Everyone, come and see. Uncle Dao found the safe door. The adventurers were all shocked. They ran 100 meters to watch. It was true that they found the safe door at this moment. But there were zombies everywhere, and the situation was very dangerous. Hurry, the zombies are coming, enter this door quickly. Uncle Dao, be careful. We must succeed. The adventurers' hearts were in their throats. This was the closest to success so far. The lonely swordsman ran and shot, and when he used up all the bullets in his rifle, he took out his submachine gun and fired, and finally shot with his pistol, dodging and crawling all the way. At the last moment, when the ammunition was exhausted, he slid under the crotch of the zombie and slipped into the safety door. When the zombie pounced on him, the safety door was closed. It was very dangerous. Congratulations. You have cleared the novice mode of Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm. You have obtained Zombie Spirit +1 and Eye Spear +1. The adventurers cheered excitedly. Haha. Great success. Uncle Dao is worthy of it. You cleared the secret realm in 3 days. The lonely swordsman also felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, he was the first adventurer to clear the Miracle City secret realm. This honor was more important than the reward itself. And he got 2 trophies at the same time, including a monster spirit. Congratulations. Boss Chi came to celebrate in person. Lonely swordsman asked, Lord Chi, can I challenge other modes now? Of course. The single-player level mode and multiplayer level mode have been unlocked for you. Welcome to challenge the more difficult and richer secret levels. Great. Other adventurers were very excited. Lonely Swordsman was no exception. In fact, Lonely Swordsman was more interested in the multiplayer mode. It is said that this mode can be cooperated by multiple people. With doubled firepower, it will not only be more interesting, but also easier. However, others have not passed the novice level yet. Encouraged by the adventurers, Lonely Swordsman decided to try out the single-player mode first. Old Swordsman is going to challenge the new level. Humph, the Lord was boasting yesterday. I want to see what the new mode is different from. The secret crystal was surrounded by adventurers, and Lonely Swordsman had already entered the secret, selected the single-player level mode and mission, and appeared on the familiar rooftop again. Why does it feel like there is not much change? Although the current secret level is somewhat different from the novice mode, most of the scenes are almost the same. The adventurers couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that the Lord has run out of stock? Quickly take the initial equipment. Collect and explore with ease. Collect 2 pistols, a silent submachine gun, and a large amount of ammunition along the way. Lonely Swordsman commented, although the number of zombies has increased, there is no essential difference from the novice mode. Other adventurers were also slightly disappointed. The level mode feels like old wine in a new bottle. Alas, the Lord is too young after all, so we should not have unrealistic and high expectations. Everyone just thought so. The Lonely Swordsman turned a corner and met a huge monster face to face. It was like a fat man weighing 300 or 400 pounds, blocking in front of him like a meat mountain, revealing a huge belly, bloated body, fat and round, full of pus, so hideous and terrifying, it really scared everyone. Fuck. What is this? The Lonely Swordsman fired several shots subconsciously, and the monster's body was blown up like a balloon, not only forming a violent shock wave, but also releasing a lot of foul-smelling bile. When he felt the strong, pungent, disgusting smell, the Lonely Swordsman felt dizzy. All the zombies nearby were stimulated, and all entered a violent state and rushed here frantically. Not good. Uncle Dao, run. The body fluids of this monster can attract zombies. The Lonely Swordsman hurriedly retreated into the nearest small room, using the narrow terrain to defend with a submachine gun. After a fierce, bloody and thrilling bloody battle, when the ammunition was exhausted, and he was wounded in many places, he was about to kill all the zombies. Suddenly, whoosh, with lightning speed, a long tongue wrapped around the adventurer's neck. The Lonely Swordsman felt a strong sense of suffocation and pulling, and struggled instinctively, but was unable to turn over. He was dragged out of the room directly, and a slightly taller zombie with a body covered with green spores, half of his face covered with tumors, and a huge mouth appeared in front of him. And this tongue that was more than 10 or 20 meters long. It came from its big mouth. Completely unable to save himself. Surrounded by zombies. No suspense. Tragic death on the spot. The other adventurers watching were all dumbfounded, and could not calm down for a long time. At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of shock, and then this shock turned into ecstasy. Chapter 9. The first show of the new zombie. Let the adventurers be shocked and amazed. Cat Ming Ming screamed, "Oh my god, a new monster, a real new monster." Pig King, nonsense, the difference is so big, if I didn't eat the crystal directly, it would definitely be a real new monster. Whoa warrior, what's the matter with this zombie that sticks out its tongue? Why does it look so weird? Mingwei Xiaoxue, Lord Qi is really a genius lord. Just based on the unique monster inspiration, this secret realm has the potential to be very popular. I am very optimistic about the future of Miracle City. Please reveal the information about the new zombie. Where is the Lord? Come out and give an explanation. It's no wonder that the adventurers are so excited. The sea of inspiration of the Lord is similar. The common Lord factions can be counted on one hand, and the monster materials awakened by each other are too repetitive. When the same monsters appear in different dungeons, and materials are often reused in different secret realms of a dungeon, won't this make people aesthetically fatigued? Only a few Lord Spirit Seas can breed special materials. And Lord Qi not only has exclusive zombies, but also has more than one kind of zombie monsters, which greatly increases the playability, fun, and challenge of the secret realm, enough to make adventurers feel very surprised and bright. The more types of monsters, the more types of spirits. Adventurers need to rely on spirits to upgrade. Of course, the more types of monsters, the better. Because adventurers can only absorb each monster spirit once. This kind of secret realm with extremely high specificity, and even multiple exclusive monsters is naturally more popular, and such a dungeon is simply a treasure dungeon that is hard to come by. The adventurer had too many questions and curiosities. Ahem, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I will make an exception and reveal some information. Qi said in a mysterious tone. It is expected that there will be more than 10 kinds of monsters in the Frenzy Secret Realm. In addition to the most common zombies, there are also a large number of rare special zombies. What? 10 kinds? So many! How many different types of spirits will be produced? What kind of zombies are there? Please tell me more information. The two zombies that the adventurer encountered just now are called Exploder and Smoker. Qi stopped suddenly after fully arousing the adventurer's interest. This is all I can reveal. If you want to know more about special zombies, please explore the secret realm by yourself. Smoker? Exploder? The adventurer's eyes lit up. Their hearts were scratched. Cat Ming. The Exploder must be the fat zombie that was blown up by Uncle Dao. Mingwei Xiaoxue nodded. Not only will it explode when it dies, it will also spray poisonous bile. Judging from the performance at the scene at that time, this liquid has a strong smell that will cause other zombies nearby to go berserk, which is very dangerous. Blackstone Hammer King. Great. Great inspiration and design. Pig King. So the Smoker is a zombie that sticks out its tongue to catch people from a distance? But why is it called a smoker? Feng Zhongmian. I think the zombie mutation may be related to their physical constitution and living habits before they were infected. This is also a direction worth studying. The Lord is so stingy. Don't even want to say more. Humph, no problem, let me explore it myself. The adventurers talked about it. The zombie world is undoubtedly more mysterious and interesting. Adventurers need to care about more than just the types of zombies. Qi guided them at the right time. The level mode has many different scenes, and more exciting plot modes will be developed in the future. Adventurers can better understand the stories happening in this world while exploring the scenes and plots. What? That's really interesting. It seems that the Lord not only has genius monster inspiration, but also has a wealth of materials for various scenes and other creations, and has top-level design and production capabilities. Go! I must unlock the secrets of this world. This secret realm is so fun, I want to call all my family members here. Very good, very energetic. After a few words, the adventurers were full of fighting spirit. However, the smokers and the bombers can cause such a sensation. I don't know how they will react when they meet the witch and the tank. White deer, Uncle Dao, are you still going to fight? We are willing to let you cut in line. I want to see you fight special zombies. Yes. Lonely swordsman, I haven't figured out how to deal with the Exploder and the Smoker. Feng Zhongmian suggested, then you might as well wait a little longer. The single-player level mode is too difficult. We will be able to beat the novice soon. It may be much easier if we team up together. That's right. It's hard to break free by relying on one's own strength when the smoker's long tongue is holding your throat and dragging you. If you had a companion with you at the time, the situation would definitely be completely different. Although smokers are hard to guard against, they are only one tongue no matter how difficult they are. As long as we team up, we can definitely pass the level. Then the firepower of several guns will double, and we can help and cooperate with each other. It will be easy to deal with these special zombies. We can pass the level mode in minutes. It makes sense. Energy is precious. Rather than wasting it, it is better to use it with confidence. Lord, I want to apply for soul recovery. When the lonely swordsman passed the novice mode, he obtained an ordinary zombie soul. He did not absorb it himself, but chose to hand it over to the dungeon. Others were very surprised. Blackstone Hammer King, Uncle Dao, this is a spirit I have never seen before. Why don't you keep it for yourself to absorb? You should be not far from breaking through to the second level. Yes. Even if you don't like it, you can get a lot of soul sand if you sell it. Lonely Swordsman thought without hesitation. I feel that ordinary zombie spirits are easy to brush, but the popularity of this dungeon is getting higher and higher. I am not sure if I can compete with my hand speed. It is better to save some contribution points in advance. Other adventurers suddenly realized. The dungeon's daily reception capacity is limited. It is related to the scale, volume, facilities, and level of the dungeon. No matter how much potential Miracle City has in the future, it is only a new dungeon after all. The current reception capacity is very limited. Adventurers can only compete with hand speed and luck when the city is opened. In addition, there is another way. That is to obtain dungeon contribution points. Each dungeon has a contribution point system. These contribution points can be used to exchange for various services in the dungeon, so the gold content varies and is related to the comprehensive strength of the dungeon. Some dungeons have extremely high contribution points. Some dungeons have 0 contribution points. How to get contribution points? There are 2 main ways. The first is to hand in spirits or important materials for recycling. The second is to participate in various activities and tasks released by the dungeon. Although Miracle City currently has few facilities and basically no services, you can bid to jump the queue after you have contribution points, ensuring that you can grab a place to enter the city when the dungeon is full. As long as you can ensure entry into Miracle City. Just ordinary zombie spirits. Why worry about not being able to brush them? Ginger is still spicy. Chi-Ji certainly would not refuse. Spirit materials are used to recruit combat power, and the core materials for arming the territory, and contribution points are actually just a number. The Lord can issue or control them at will. Most dungeons. In order to recycle spirits, all lords need to compete with adventurers in wits and courage. Why? Because adventurers hunting for spirits will consume the Lord's mental power. If it only consumes mental power, it would be a good thing if the spirit materials can be recovered. The problem is that adventurers are born rebellious and cunning. How to make them take out their spirits is the most troublesome thing for lords. If you look into it carefully, it can be said to be a bitter tear. How many lords have been emptied out and lost everything? Now it's good. Chi-Ji didn't even say anything to play tricks. The adventurer actually took the initiative to hand over the spirit. Recycling is successful. You get 10 more contribution points for Miracle City. Zombie spirits are the lowest level ordinary spirits, so they are only worth 10 contribution points. After handing in the zombie spirits, the Lonely Swordsman became the first adventurer to get contribution points for Miracle City. And in order to have contribution points, you have to bid in line, so that you can enter the city 100% tomorrow. Other adventurers followed suit. You got zombie soul +1. You got zombie soul +1. You got zombie soul +1. It's only been a few hours. 5 zombie souls are in hand. Chi-Ji is very satisfied. The souls are of low quality, but they are very valuable for a new dungeon. He doesn't have to rack his brains to cheat like other lords, or bear the pain of cutting his flesh and tears to buy back at a high price. It seems that the limited reception capacity of the dungeon is not entirely a bad thing. If this scene is seen by other lords, I'm afraid they will be jealous at this speed. It won't take long. The territory can build troops with combat power. Chapter 10. In less than 3 hours. 4 adventurers cleared the novice mode one after another. They are Feng Zhongyan, Lonely Swordsman, Blackstone Hammer King, Mingwei Xiaoxue. Finally, we have all the members. Feng Zhongyan's face was full of anticipation. Level mode. Let's get started. Blackstone Hammer King laughed proudly and arrogantly. Ha ha, Lord Chi-Ji, the difficulty of your secret realm is totally not good. Let's see how we can beat your level mode. It seems that there is a chance to explode a higher level of spirit. Mingwei Xiaoxue's eyes flashed. We won't accidentally bankrupt the Lord, right? Lonely Swordsman. That's not good. There are not many unique secret realms these days, and there is basically no substitute for the Doomsday Frenzy. Blackstone Hammer King, take care of the Treasure Lord and sustainably exhaust the pond to catch fish. I suggest that you try to hand in as many spirits as possible for recycling so that the Lord can also recover blood and don't go bankrupt in a few seconds. A group of adventurers gave thumbs up. Okay. Brother Chui is righteous. There is still a fishing moratorium. Miracle City is just a tender newbie now. This little body can't stand the ravages of so many of us in turn. Everyone has the responsibility to protect the seedlings. The high-quality lord should be fattened up and then severely whipped so that we can create more interesting secret realms. Listen. This is what he said. Is it still human language? Chi-Ji rolled his eyes almost to his sphincter. The relationship between adventurers and lords is actually very subtle. Neither of them can do without the other, but it is definitely not a loving relationship. Most of the time, it is full of game calculations and intrigues. This group of guys is good. Worried about whether Chi Boss will go bankrupt? Think you can play well after beating the novice mode? What a group of ignorant people who are ignorant of the world. Little do they know, the real torture and suffering have just begun. Today I want to see how these adventurers will beat this carefully designed Doomsday Shura field. For a while. Other adventurers in line. All gathered at the crystal where the four were. After Blackstone Hammer King chose the multiplayer mode, an interface appeared in front of him, with two modes, random matching and room booking. The four quickly completed the team by booking a room. The game started. The four adventurers came to the rooftop. The surrounding environment and layout are slightly different from the single-player mode. For example, there are 4 pistols, 4 axes, and 4 medical kits on the tool table, just enough for one person, which is very conscientious. Blackstone Hammer King, although we have many people, we can't be careless. Feng Zhongyan, Lao Dao has more experience. Let Lao Dao be the captain this time. Mingyu Zhao Shui, I'm fine. Lonely Swordsman, clear the corridor first and search for supplies, otherwise you can't kill them with just a few pistols, and be especially careful of special zombies. Push open the door. Under the deep corridor. I saw the smiling zombie again. TSK, old routine, let me do it. Blackstone Hammer King picked up the axe, and killed the zombie with a jump chop, blood splattered everywhere. Ha ha ha, how about it? Is my operation good or not? Well done. Everyone felt full of security, and the more people there were, the higher the tolerance rate was. This kind of side-by-side combat greatly increased the immersion and fun, plus the potential special zombies were full of unknowns and excitement. Everyone felt that the secret realm was becoming more and more fun. But at this time, the Blackstone Hammer King heard a slight friction sound. Listen carefully. There is a strange sound. The adventurer looked out and found himself staring at 20 or 30 pairs of eyes in the corridor. What the hell? The bloody zombies heard the noise and rushed up like wild beasts smelling blood. Not good. Retreat. There are too many. Fire, fire, fire. Mingwei Zhaoxue took out a pistol and prepared to shoot the zombies, but because of excessive nervousness, his hand trembled and a bullet hit the Blackstone Hammer King's knee directly. Fuck. Why are you hitting me? The Blackstone Hammer King fell to the ground. He was drowned by the zombies in a few seconds. Others fired in a hurry, but they only managed to knock down a small half of them until they ran out of ammunition. Fight them. The 3 of them took out their melee weapons and continued to fight. Although they successfully killed several zombies, they were soon knocked down by other zombies. They could not pass through a corridor, and were completely wiped out without encountering any special sense. The other adventurers watching were all laughing. Lone Wolf, haha, I am dying of laughter. I met Love at the corner. Pig King, Brother Hammer, don't you think the difficulty of the secret realm is too low? Cat Ming Ming, more people does not necessarily mean more strength. It may also accidentally hurt friendly forces. Grumpy Chicken, I let you just brag there. Now you know how powerful you are? Several adventurers exited the secret realm. Although they did not expect to clear it in one go, it was also very embarrassing to be defeated so quickly. Blackstone Hammer King, Lord, what's going on? Explain why there are so many zombies in the corridor? Chi-Ji spread his hands. The number of challengers has quadrupled, so I increased the number of zombies several times as well. Isn't that reasonable? Everyone stared at each other. It sounds reasonable. Maybe you can't do some earthly work? Is it reasonable to cram so many zombies into such a narrow terrain? Don't panic, everyone. We were careless. Yes, because we alerted the zombies in advance and were caught off guard, the tragedy happened. If we had been prepared and made tactical arrangements, with the firepower of 4 guns, plus 4 people cooperating, and using the terrain of the corridor, it would not be a problem to kill more than 20 zombies. This one doesn't count. Come again. The 4 discussed tactics in advance, lured them in batches, alternating firepower, and coordinating long-range and short-range combat. This time, they successfully cleared the corridor zombies, but they also used up all their bullets. The tense adventure has just begun. Adventurers found that the multiplayer mode can cooperate with each other, and the supplies along the way are more abundant, but the refresh frequency of random zombies and the number of fixed zombies have increased, and the new special zombies with unknown abilities are more difficult. Except for the exploder and the smoker. 2 new zombies have appeared one after another, namely the hunter and the jockey. The jockey looks like a skinny monkey. It will suddenly climb on the head, making people lose their vision and sense of direction and be controlled. The hunter looks like a hooded parkour man, with extremely agile skills, like a ninja, flying over the eaves and walls. If you are not good at shooting, you can't hit it at all. The killing ability is extremely strong. Adventurer Lonely Swordsman has died, Soul Crystal +1, Mental Power +1. Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King has died, Soul Crystal +1, Mental Power +1. Ah! Dead again! Hunter zombies are too agile. The most disgusting are smokers and jockeys. Why did the Lord create such a hellish monster? Isn't there any work in the world of the living? Hey, if you are a rookie, just practice more. I think the Lord is a genius. Such interesting monster ideas are not seen in other dungeons. Seek a group. I have also passed the novice mode. Please take me to the level. Although the adventurers were abused in the level mode, and although they kept complaining, the mental power they continued to generate proved the fact that the body was not as good as the mouth, multiplayer level mode. It is much more fun than the novice mode. Time passed by like this. It has been 10 hours since the opening today. 13 adventurers have passed the novice mode. They are all stuck in the official level. All adventurers have exhausted their energy, and the dungeon has reached the upper limit. It seems that there is no way to advance the progress today. Chi-Ji counted the gains. Today is a harvest day. 125 adventurers were received. A total of 636 soul crystals and 1222 points of mental power were produced. In addition, Chi-Ji also recovered 18 zombie spirits, which is not necessarily the case in half a month for ordinary new dungeons. Currently, soul crystals, 732. Mental power, 1370/1000. Mental power is the core resource for creating secret realms, and it is also the experience value used by lords to upgrade. Every time a dungeon lord upgrades his rank, he can increase the level limit of the territory and his own lifespan. In addition, he can also get a chance to open the Sea of Inspiration and awaken the Inspiration Crystal. In other words, every time he upgrades, new materials can be extracted. The current upgrade requires 1000 points of mental power. The current mental power reserve is completely sufficient, and he can upgrade and extract a new Inspiration Crystal. He has been a dungeon lord for only a week, and he has been officially open for business for only 3 days. Chapter 11. Chi-Ji decisively upgraded. Ding, upgrade successful. Soul Sea awakening times increased by 1. Name, Chi-Ji. Level, 2nd level. Spiritual power, 340/5000. Soul Crystal, 732. Spiritual Sea Crystal, Road to Survival. Current Secret Realm, Doomsday Frenzy, 335/1000. Territory Capacity, 125/125. Many new lords worked hard and fought with adventurers for 2 or 3 years, and their heads were bald before they could barely reach the 2nd level, but Chi-Ji only took 3 days to achieve it. Next level. Requires 5000 spiritual power. It doesn't seem that difficult. The lifespan of a 2nd level lord will be increased by 50%. Gain the ability to create 2nd level combat units, or build 2nd level secret cores and 2nd level buildings. This is why Chi-Ji must upgrade as soon as possible. The higher the level of the secret realm, the richer the content, and the higher the level of the building, the more powerful the function. The current territory has only one first-level secret realm core, which can run content with a maximum of 1000 mental power. Chi-Ji has already invested 335 mental power materials in Doomsday Frenzy. If he invests another 665 mental power, the secret realm will enter a full-load operation state. Doomsday Frenzy has only created a large level so far, and plans to launch at least 2 or 3 more. The number of monsters in subsequent levels will gradually increase, and the input of materials will definitely exceed 1000 mental power. With the performance of the first level core, like a calf pulling a train. It can't carry it at all. In the future, we will also create story modes, various battle modes, or biochemical survival, chicken-eating escape and other classic gameplay. Only by upgrading the core can these contents be fully presented, and if you want to upgrade the core, you must first upgrade it. The 2nd level Secret Realm core has stronger performance, and can carry up to 5,000 mental power materials, which is enough to create more ideal content and make the gameplay richer. In addition, after becoming a second-level lord, gained a chance to open the Sea of Inspiration. Although upgrading is not the only way to obtain inspiration crystals, some special props or special adventures can also activate new inspiration crystals. But such opportunities are usually extremely rare and hard to come by. Most lords can only obtain more materials by upgrading. No hesitation. Open the Sea of Inspiration. In an instant, it was as if the soul had left the body. Chi-Ji only felt that his consciousness fell into a colorful and boundless sea. Do you want to awaken the inspiration crystal? Awaken! A mysterious energy stirred the colorful and magnificent sea of spirits, making it present a huge vortex, and a huge crystal gradually emerged in the vortex. Then, the second one. The third one. You awaken the inspiration crystal Sekiro, Resident Evil, Legend of Mir 2. Please choose one of them to activate. What's going on? There are actually 3? I didn't expect this scene to appear. Each time you upgrade, you can only get 1 spiritual sea crystal. This is an iron rule. There are no exceptions, but perhaps his Sea of Inspiration is too huge. Chi-Ji can condense several crystals every time he upgrades and awakens. And he can choose one of the multiple spiritual sea crystals to activate. What about the remaining 2 crystals? Through communication with the Sea of Inspiration, I learned that the unactivated inspiration crystals will not disappear. They will float permanently above the Sea of Inspiration, and all become permanent alternative material libraries. As long as the time is right, Chi-Ji can choose to activate them at any time. Every time you have the opportunity to activate the spiritual sea crystal, you can choose to activate these alternative crystals. In this way, there are more choices. Some games are good games, but they are not suitable for the current stage. So how to choose between the 3 games Sekiro, Resident Evil and Legend of Mir 2? In fact, it is not difficult to choose. Just consider 2 realistic factors. First, the performance of the current Secret Realm core. Under the full load of the first level core, it can only run 1,000 points of mental power at most. Even if it is upgraded to the second level in the future, it will only increase to 5,000 points. Second, the territory does not have the ability to create a second secret realm. Because one core cannot run 2 secret realms with completely different rules at the same time, and Miracle City has only 1 core. If you want to create a second game, Chi-Ji must seize a new core. Therefore, this time to obtain materials. It is still necessary to enrich the current secret realm. Sekiro is definitely a game worth creating. Chi-Ji believes that it will become a super sickle to harvest adventurers. The problem is that the worldview and material attributes of Sekiro are not consistent with the Doomsday Frenzy, and it is impossible to be stuffed into the same secret realm, but it is more suitable to create a secret realm independently. As for Legend of Mir 2, it is even more inappropriate. In addition to the above reasons, this is an online game, and only large-scale networking can reflect the charm of the gameplay. Therefore, unless the territory size and population reach a considerable scale, such online games will not enter Chi-Ji's consideration range in a short time. Exclude 2. There is only one choice. Choose to activate the Resident Evil crystal. I'm lucky. Chi-Ji couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I drew a Resident Evil. Otherwise, if you get Fairy Sword, Blood Origin, Old Man Ring, Titanfall, Diablo, League of Legends, etc., although they are all top games and top materials, you can only stare blankly due to the current territory situation. The materials of the biochemical series may not be better, but they are highly compatible with Doomsday Frenzy, and there will be no repulsion, and they can run at the same time, so they can be created without occupying more cores. It can not only show the charm of biochemical, it can also enrich the content and worldview of Doomsday Frenzy. Chi-Ji originally had the idea of creating a story mode, and now getting Resident Evil is completely a tiger with wings. After all, although the gameplay of Road to Survival is excellent, the portrayal of the plot, characters, and worldview is not as good as the former. With the biochemical series materials, the quality of Doomsday Frenzy will be improved. It will definitely bring a more immersive experience to adventurers after the biochemical activation is successful. Chi-Ji immediately checked the content of the inspiration crystallization. Various dense materials appeared in front of him. Monster materials, T-virus zombies, zombie dogs, split-head dogs, lickers, Tyrant T001, Tyrant T002, Tyrant T003, Goddess of Vengeance. Giant Makini, Executioner Makini, Mature G-virus. Character materials, Jill, Chris Leon, Kara, Simmons, Weskier, Site materials, mansion, underground research institute, Raccoon City. Weapon materials. Cool. So rich. The amount of materials awakened this time. Most lords will never be able to match it in their lifetime. This crystal of inspiration basically covers all the contents of the Resident Evil series. There are as many as 12 types of tyrant zombies, not to mention various scenes, weapons, vehicles, and even character materials. So many materials. There are many monsters that are ridiculously strong. If all series are to be created, let alone 5,000 mental power, 10,000 mental power is not enough, so it is undoubtedly a correct idea to launch them in stages, and fill them into the Doomsday Frenzy plot mode. The road ahead is long and difficult. Chi-Ji sighed. Then he set 2 goals for himself. First, collect materials as quickly as possible, and upgrade the core of Miracle City, to create more Doomsday Frenzy content. Second, expand the dungeon as soon as possible, which can not only increase the size of the territory, but also seize new cores to create a high-quality game like Sekiro. With a goal. Execute it immediately. There are already a batch of spirits in hand. It's time to expand Miracle City. Chapter 12. The Chaos Tide. It is about to recede. Countdown to the closure of Miracle City. The adventurers were reluctant to leave. The Blackstone Hammer King. Damn it, the level mode is so difficult. We underestimated the Lord's evil. The Pig King. Yes, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is full of bad water. We must unite as one to teach him a lesson. We can't let this Lord underestimate us adventurers. That's right. But I don't have the energy today. I will come again tomorrow. No matter how much time it takes, I will never give up until I pass the level. Yes, we will fight again tomorrow. We must get back at the game. By the way, the Frenzy Secret Realm is so fun, and today's harvest is also very good. This dungeon is good in everything except that it is too small. I see that many people are discussing it in the forum now. I am worried that if it is crowded tomorrow, we may not be able to get in. We should ask the Lord to expand the scale of the dungeon as soon as possible. While the adventurers were discussing, suddenly I received a prompt. Ding, the mission is triggered. Mission name, territory development, mission content. Miracle City will conduct its first external exploration and plans to recruit 18 mercenaries. Adventurers are welcome to sign up. Mission reward, 5 contribution points. Huh? Miracle City has released a territory mission. What? A mere 5 contribution points, so stingy. Do you think we adventurers are like cattle and horses? Everyone ignore him, don't encourage evil trends. That's right. Why are you running so fast? Nonsense, how can you grab 18 places if you don't run fast? As long as you have contribution points, you can enter the city tomorrow. Fuck, you despicable villain, take my whirlwind sweep. Chi-Ji released a dungeon mission for the first time, and the rewards were quite stingy. As a result, dozens of adventurers signed up in less than 3 minutes. Why? With contribution points. You can bid to enter the city tomorrow. Although 5 contribution points are few, they are enough to squeeze out adventurers without contribution points. The enthusiasm of adventurers. Beyond Chi-Ji's expectations. In the end, 18 adventurers were selected by lottery. This group of adventurers will be transformed into mercenaries in the mercenary camp of the territory, thus becoming a temporary force of Miracle City. After the Chaos Tide recedes, they can become the combat power of Miracle City to explore the outside world. And this will be the first exploration of the outside world by the territory. This Dungeon Lord was Chi-Ji's favorite game in his previous life. Although the game content only has the chaotic world and shows very little about the surface and underground, 10 years of game experience and understanding are enough for him to grasp a lot of information in advance. The local name is Dark Valley. He undoubtedly weighed the pros and cons before building the main city here. The location of the Dark Valley and the surrounding areas are not only particularly suitable for growth and development, but also hide many opportunities. If they can be seized in time, they can bring huge benefits. Therefore, explore externally. The sooner the better. Chi-Ji has 18 zombie spirits. A maximum of 18 adventurer temporary workers can be recruited. Whether it is temporary mercenaries or training normal soldiers, spirits are an indispensable core material. However, training regular troops is expensive. There are generally 2 types of regular troops in the dungeon. The first is to directly summon the corresponding territory monsters by consuming spirits, which requires the basic building monster camp. The advantage is that it can be summoned at any time, like waving an arm, and it can hit wherever you point. The disadvantage is that it is very expensive to maintain, and the territory monsters themselves are not intelligent, have no growth potential, and cannot perform complex tasks. The second type is the contract adventurer, who engraves the territory spirit for the adventurer, so that he can permanently obtain the ability of the corresponding monster. The basic building spirit altar and warrior camp are required. The advantage is that the maintenance cost is very low, it has growth potential and wisdom, and can perform more complex tasks. The disadvantage is that the personality is too strong, the obedience is unstable, and the adventurer can only bind and use the power of a dungeon. It is not easy to gain their complete loyalty, no matter which one. It is relatively troublesome at present. Chi-Ji does not plan to recruit regular troops for the time being. He has built the mercenary house. He only needs to invest the corresponding spirit, plus spiritual power and soul crystal as energy to create corresponding temporary soldiers for the territory. Although it is a temporary worker. But it is very convenient for daily use. You are converting mercenaries. This conversion requires Zombie Spirit X18, Spirit X90, and Soul Crystal X90. Do you want to continue? Each conversion of a zombie requires 5 points of spirit and 5 soul crystals. This conversion can only last for 1 day. If there is no death, the spirit can be recycled and reused. Although it is not cheap, it is convenient. Before there are regular soldiers, this kind of temporary worker is the best choice for opening up territory and exploring the outside world. Zombie Spirit. It can convert more than a dozen ordinary zombies. Chi-Ji chose the explosion-proof zombie without hesitation. The performance of different ordinary zombies varies greatly, so the conversion costs are also different, ranging from 2 points of spirit to 5 points of spirit. Explosion-proof zombies are a special type of ordinary zombies. Although they are not mutated special infected people, they were explosion-proof personnel before being infected. They have a full set of explosion-proof equipment, including explosion-proof helmets, explosion-proof armor, and anti-riot sticks. The performance is very strong, so it will naturally be more expensive. 5 minutes later, 18 fully armed zombies, with ferocious faces walked out of the mercenary hut. Although they are tall among short people, the 18 explosion-proof zombies are enough to form a good combat force, at least at this stage. They are a strong force. Pig King. Fuck, what have you done to me? Am I still a zombie? Feng Zhongyan. It seems that even ordinary zombies have very good strength. Grumpy Chicken. Ha ha, with this equipment and the physical strength of zombies, I feel that it should not be a problem to knock down 5 or 8 burly men. Fun! This is an extra benefit. When the chaos tide completely faded, the scene outside Miracle City gradually became clear. The zombies controlled by the adventurer walked out of the dungeon. Wow, is this the underground world near Miracle City? Mao Mengmeng is a new adventurer who has never participated in similar territory activities. Energy torrents of various colors formed a vortex in the sky, like a crazy and twisted super magical oil painting. The terrain of the 4 fields is mainly rugged and treacherous, gloomy and silent forests, with a winding river running through it, and the fog in the distance is like a dark red curtain surrounding this land. At the same time, Chi-Ji is in the Lord's mansion. He opened a clear bird's eye view through the panel. This interface is similar to the perspective of a real-time strategy game, like a high-definition drone low-altitude shooting, and can also be switched to the first-person perspective of any unit. Can observe actions in real time. You can also give orders at any time. According to Chi-Ji's understanding of the Dark Valley, there are no very advanced monsters nearby, but not far from Miracle City, there is a small village occupied by the Dark Race. And this is the goal this time. The first battle of the territory is about to begin. A mature dungeon not only needs to harvest adventurers, but also needs to continuously expand the territory to create more secret realms or open up more adventurer city-states. Although the scale of this battle is not large, as the first step taken by Miracle City, it has a very important significance. Chapter 13. After the mercenaries of Miracle City left the dungeon, they immediately received the orders and instructions from the Lord and started searching along the river, traveling through the dense forest for about 2 hours. The potential of a dungeon depends on the quality of the secret realm. But in addition to this, the location and environment are also very important. If the dungeon has an excellent and safe geographical location and rich resources around it, even if the secret realm is generally made, it is possible to attract some adventurers to stay there permanently, and the environment of Miracle City looks good. Whoa warrior, the resources here are very rich. Do you want to hunt some prey and bring it back? Lone wolf, a wild boar can be exchanged for a lot of soul sand in the town. This is the most troublesome part for almost all lords when using adventurers. These guys always have their own ideas and are easy to go astray, and sometimes they don't obey orders 100%. however, for this proposal, although some people are tempted, but most people do not agree. Black Stonehammer King, do your best to complete the task, otherwise the Lord will find out that we are slacking off, and he will not choose us next time. Feng Zhongmian, the living environment of the dungeon is dangerous, and must be threatened by the forces of the Dark Race. Every year, too many excellent dungeons are destroyed by the Dark Lords. Other garbage dungeons are gone, but this kind of thing cannot happen in Miracle City. Pig King, yes, damn the Dark Race, 9 out of 10 cities are destroyed by them. Mingyu Xiao Shui, we must collect clues about the Dark Race as soon as possible. Black Stonehammer King, this kind of rare treasure dungeon must be sustainable, and exhaust the pond to catch all the fish. Only in this way can we squeeze more good things out of the Lord. Cat Ming Ming, I agree. We are not working for the Lord. This is all for our own interests. That's right. Lone Wolf, the problem is that the area is so large. Let alone one night, even if we search for 3 or 5 days, we may not be able to find any clues. However, before he finished speaking, a sharp scream broke out. The adventurers were completely unprepared, and several of them were hit by sharp arrows. Fortunately, the helmets and armor of the explosion-proof zombies were strong, so no one died despite being hit by arrows. Who is it? How dare you shoot me? The adventurer quickly locked onto the attacker. This was a group of humanoid aliens, who had nothing to do with humans. They were no more than 1.4 meters tall, with wrinkled gray skin, dark red eyes, and pointed ears. They looked hideous. Gray goblins. It's the Dark Race. Fuck, what do you say? You're so lucky, aren't you? Ha ha ha, what do you think is true? Kill them! Gray goblins are widely distributed in the Chaos continent. They are cruel, cunning and greedy by nature. Their individual combat power is generally not strong, but once they gather in large numbers, they often have catastrophic destructive power. There were only 4 gray goblins this time. They were holding short crossbows and equipped with short knives. They should be a hunting team. They were shocked when they found that the mercenaries were shot by arrows and acted as if nothing happened. The adventurers immediately rushed forward, relying on their numerical advantage to block the way, and swung their sticks to hit the goblins on the forehead. All the disgusting dark races, kill me. Stay away from Miracle City. The adventurers' desire to fight was off the charts, and they were very brutal. They knocked down 3 of them one after another, but one of them escaped quickly. The anti-explosion zombies were not very mobile, and the forest terrain was too complicated, and they were quickly lost. Damn it! One escaped. Cut the grass and root it out. Chase it, otherwise if it goes to tip off, Miracle City will be exposed. The adventurer didn't need Chi-Chi's orders. They followed the trail, and found a small camp soon. This is not a dark underground city. Judging from the scale, it is just a small settlement under the jurisdiction of the Dark Territory. There are more than a dozen thatched houses, and more than 30 adult gray goblins. There are 2 plantations near the camp, one with berry bushes and one with herbs. The gray goblins are not good at planting. The race working in the fields looks more like humans. They are also only 1.2 to 1.4 meters tall, but they look like miniature humans in the same proportion. Huh? Dwarfs? Dwarfs are also called dwarfs, halflings, etc. This is also a common race in the underground world, but it has not been eroded by the dark aura. It is a kind, gentle, and highly obedient neutral race. And because of its own weak strength, it is difficult to survive in the cruel underground world. Therefore, they are generally vassals of more powerful races, or slaves enslaved by the dark race. I didn't expect to have such a special harvest. Catch them all. The adventurers felt doubly happy. This operation was more valuable than expected. Not only did they discover a dark race base, but they also found a large number of neutral races that could be conquered. If these dwarves were absorbed by Miracle City, they should be able to create value for Miracle City and improve services. Aren't they the adventurers who benefit in the end? The adventurers were very excited. I was so lucky today. I made such a big discovery on my first temporary job. Kill. Capture the camp. Catch all the dwarves. Kill all the damn goblins. This group of temporary workers in Miracle City screamed and rushed to the camp. When the zombies came aggressively, the dwarves in the goblin plantation were trembling with fear, but one of the dwarf girls with freckles on her face showed surprise. This dwarf girl looked ordinary, but she had a pair of clear eyes like gemstones. Her eyes were smart and completely different from the numbness and cowardice of other dwarves. She had seen that the hideous zombies were all played by adventurers on the surface. The first pioneering battle in Miracle City began, The goblins were alert and prepared in advance, but the adventurers were not afraid at all. 18 explosion-proof zombies relied on their helmets and armor, screamed and rushed in with bows and crossbows and poisonous arrows. Come on! I can still fight! The adventurer Pig King was the first to break into the goblin village. He was pierced with 14 or 15 arrows and attacked by daggers and sickles 7 or 8 times, but he rushed forward like nothing happened. Zombies have strong vitality. They are not easy to be killed because of the equipment protection. Of course, even if they are killed, it will not be a loss to the adventurer, so he is naturally fearless and has nothing to fear. The existence of these gray goblins threatens the dungeon. Anything that affects the secret realm cannot be tolerated. We must do it to the end. Eliminate the roots. The third one. The Pig King swung his stick to smash the heads of 3 goblins. Just as he was about to look for the 4th target, a group of hot breath attacked from the side, and the burning feeling enveloped half of his body, making him scream, and he lost control and fell to the ground on the spot. What the hell? 8 goblins in front of him were protecting a different goblin and killing him. He looked older and thinner, but he was wearing a relatively gorgeous animal skin robe. He was holding a wooden staff inlaid with bone ornaments. He was probably the village chief. He uttered a strange spell, and a fireball ignited on the wooden staff again. Bang! Another adventurer was hit. Fire can cause effective damage. Even if he didn't die, he would lose his mobility. The adventurer screamed and struggled for a few times before he stopped moving. Chapter 14. Damn it! There's a goblin warlock. Everyone, come together and kill it! The adventurers were not affected by the fall of their companions. They rushed forward to attack the village chief, but were blocked by the defense line formed by the young and strong goblins. 2 adventurers were set on fire, and killed one after another. Go to hell! The grumpy chicken threw a stick, and hit the old goblin. It didn't cause fatal injuries, but interrupted the fireball spell. Good job, little chicken. When the adventurers held the young and strong goblins, Mr. Feng, Uncle Dao, hurry up! Feng Zhongmian and Lonely Swordsman took the opportunity to kill the goblin village chief. The latter had no ability to fight in close combat at all, and was eventually killed by the 2 of them. The other goblins were not a concern. However, there were too many goblins. Although the anti-explosion zombies had high defense, they were not really invulnerable, so 3 more adventurers fell during the battle. In the end, Miracle City won a big victory. More than 30 goblins were wiped out. Miracle City lost a total of 7 zombies. Not bad. Chi Ji was watching the battlefield behind the scenes. It was normal to have some losses during the battle. The successful elimination of more than 30 dark aliens in this battle was enough to bring considerable benefits to the territory. Ha ha ha. What a hearty battle. We won. The dark race is just like this. This kind of battle is also very exciting. Ordinary zombies are still too weak. If we can control the hunter zombies and smoker zombies, we can definitely overthrow this dark race camp without any damage. The adventurer was excited, and did not forget to search the goblin camp. He found some berries, herbs, and dried meat from more than 10 thatched houses. In addition, an inconspicuous altar was found in the middle of the village. This altar is only about 1 meter long and looks like an ancient niche. There is a glowing stone floating in it, and this stone is not simple. It's the sheltering divine stone. Chi Ji was refreshed when he saw this. Ding, you found the Red Claw Village divine stone. Do you want to transform it immediately? The chaos world is shrouded in chaos energy for half of the day. During this period, all living beings cannot move freely, otherwise once they are caught in the chaos tide, their spirits and souls will be eroded by the chaos tide, and there may be more unpredictable and catastrophic results. Therefore, all underground races need a shelter to live and work. From underground cities to villages and tribes, they all need sheltering divine stones to form a sheltered area. Generally, the larger the scale, and the more people in the stronghold, the more frequent the sacrifices to the sheltering divine stone, the larger the shelter radius, and the more rewards the Lord will receive when he occupies it. Chi Ji can transform the protection stone into different sizes of territory stones by consuming mental power, and each conversion of a protection stone can get a corresponding reward. In addition, territory stones can be connected to the territory core. Thus, a channel for transporting personnel and materials is established. You are activating the Red Claw Village Stone. This activation requires 150 mental power. Do you want to continue? Yes. Refining the stone requires a certain amount of mental power. Although it seems a lot, this effort is completely worth it. The stone is activated successfully. you have successfully occupied the Red Claw Village and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, Gray, X1. You can view the construction details, income, and population information of Red Claw Village through the Lord panel. Success. Red Claw Village has become the territory of Miracle City. Chi-Ji knows the importance of seizing territory to the territory. Not to mention the significance in the economic and military fields. Just being able to establish a teleportation point can bring a lot of convenience to the territory. If the territory wants to continue exploring in this direction, it does not need to start from Miracle City. It consumes a small amount of soul crystals and can be directly teleported to Red Claw Village, saving about 3 hours of travel. Transformation of Divine Stones. Also obtained a Divine Treasure Chest. You open the Chaos Treasure Chest, Gray, you get Soul Crystal plus 200, Blueprint, Trading Hall plus 1. The blueprint is out. Chi-Ji was overjoyed again and checked the information immediately. Blueprint, Trading Hall, First Level Construction Blueprint, requires 100 Soul Crystals, 50 Mental Power, and 30 First Level Material Essences. Although the Trading Hall is more common among the First Level Special Buildings, it is of great value to the development of the territory. The construction cost of special buildings is high. Not only does it require Blueprint Soul Crystals, but it also consumes Mental Power and Material Essence. Before this operation started, Chi-Ji had 340 Mental Power and 732 remaining Soul Crystals. Because 90 Soul Crystals and Mental Power were used to build mercenaries, and 150 Mental Power was consumed to refine the Magic Stone of Red Claw Village, there were 100 Mental Power and 572 Soul Crystals left. In addition, 200 Soul Crystals were opened in the treasure chest. The correct total number of Soul Crystals is 772. Other resources are fine. At present, the only thing missing is the Material Essence. Chi-Ji started the teleportation and descended from Miracle City to Red Claw Village. The adventurer has cleaned up the battlefield. More than 30 gray goblin corpses were piled together, and there were also 15 captured dwarfs. Lord Chi, how did you do? I didn't disappoint you. The adventurers were very proud. After all, they took down a dark race stronghold in their first reconnaissance operation. Of course, they didn't know that this seemingly accidental encounter was actually Chi-Ji's plan, and everything was within his expectations. However, the adventurers did a good job. Chi-Ji then doubled the contribution points of the surviving adventurers. The wild fruits and dried meat and other ordinary supplies without grades found in the goblin camp were not very useful for the territory, so only a small part was left, and the rest were rewarded to the adventurers. The surface world was short of supplies. This was a considerable income. Every adventurer was smiling. You recovered Zombie Spirit X11. After Chi-Ji recovered the spirit, the adventurer was released from the mercenary status. They cannot stay overnight in the underground city for the time being, so they will be automatically teleported to the surface, and they also need to rest and recover their energy as soon as possible, so that they can return to Miracle City tomorrow to challenge the Secret Realm. 15 dwarf captives were also captured in this battle. Among them, there are men and women who look pale and thin, kneeling in front of him with a nervous face, and mumbling a lot of words. %*%. The language is not intelligible. I can't understand it at all. But it's not a big problem. Ding, 15 dwarfs beg for asylum and surrender to you at the same time. Do you accept it? The dwarfs are a little weak, but they are kind and gentle. Miracle City is in need of chores, and Red Claw Village also needs labor, so Chi-Ji accepted the loyalty without hesitation. Mental power reduced by 5. The Lord will consume some mental power when converting the people in the territory. However, because of the small number and weak relationship, the loss is not much. When the transformation was completed, the dwarves showed surprise, and after becoming the people of the dungeon, they all gained human language ability. Thank you, great dungeon lord. You rescued us from the slavery of the brutal dark species, and we are willing to become the most loyal people of the Lord. Chi-Jilinks people plus 15. There is no upper limit to the number of people in the territory. As long as you can afford it, you can collect as many as you want. The human race only exists on the surface and underground. And the various continents of the Chaos world are a bunch of strange and countless alien races. As long as they are not dark species, they can be transformed into people. These dungeon people have a very positive effect on the development of the territory. First of all, different races have different abilities and can play different roles. Aliens can be used to build permanent troops in the territory, and particularly excellent ones can be transferred to adventurers, and these alien adventurers are exclusive adventurers who cannot leave the dungeon. Of course. Alien adventurers. There is a high threshold. Only a few aliens can transform successfully. Chi-Ji looked at the 15 dwarfs in front of him, and he found a dwarf girl with freckles on her face, ordinary appearance, and clear and lively eyes. It's her! She is hiding here. Chi-Ji was calm on the surface, but he was quite excited in his heart. The freckled girl is not simple. She is not a dwarf, but just disguised as a dwarf. Nancy Leah, the last descendant of the Wood Elf King in this chaotic continent, was originally a resident of the Holy Tree City in the Evernight Forest. Because the Holy Tree City was destroyed during the invasion of the Black Dragon King and the rebellion of the Dark Elves, she was forced to flee and hide. She will appear randomly in different first-level areas at different times. At this moment, she transformed herself into a dwarf and mixed in with the inconspicuous dwarfs to hide her identity. Chi-Ji organized the mercenaries to start the expansion so quickly. A large part of the reason was because of her. After all, she was the only top-level hidden character in the game that had a chance to be recruited in the early stages. Chapter 15. A Dungeon. The Lord is the absolute core. In addition, there are 4 important components. They are people, soldiers, heroes, and adventurers. Some of the 4 identities can overlap, and some identities can be further subdivided. For example, adventurers are divided into contract adventurers, exclusive adventurers, tourist adventurers, etc. according to the degree of cooperation with the dungeon. Hero units are the rarest. If the lord is a king or an emperor, the territory hero is equivalent to a minister or a general. A sufficiently high-quality hero unit is worth more than thousands of troops. Different heroes have different qualifications. The increase brought to the territory is also different. As the saying goes, it is easy to get thousands of troops, but difficult to get a general. Only a very few people with special talents can become heroes, and Nancy Leah, whom Chi-Ji met at this moment, has this qualification, and it is a top qualification. Conquer her. It is an important part of the medium and short-term plan. Nancy Leah is not only very potential, but her special identity is related to whether she can control the entire Evernight Forest and dominate all forces at the lowest cost in the future. Of course, Miracle City is still too weak. It does not have the ability to train heroes for the time being. And recruiting Nancy Leah is not an easy task. This girl doesn't trust anyone now. She is not only full of vigilance, but also very timid. If she cannot gain trust and recognition, and rashly discovers her identity and attempts to bind her to a contract, she will run away immediately. And for various reasons. Nancy Leah is in the Dark Valley. The maximum stay time will not exceed half a year. If she cannot be subdued within the limited time, she will leave this area. Although it sounds quite challenging, Chi-Ji has confidence in himself and the territory, but the timing is not ripe at present, so he can't make trouble for the time being. He first gave orders to the dwarves. Take off all the goblin equipment. Goblin short sword, low-grade gray equipment. Goblin sickle, low-grade gray equipment. Goblin leather armor, medium-grade gray equipment. Goblin short crossbow, medium-grade gray equipment. There are 52 pieces of equipment with grades. Other scraps are worthless. The grades of items are from low to high, gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, etc. Although these equipment have grades, they are all the lowest gray grade. Only 5 short crossbows and 5 short swords are left for the dwarves to defend themselves. All other gray equipment is recycled through the core. You recycled the goblin staff, and the first level material essence is increased by 5. You recycled the goblin leather armor, and the first level material essence is increased by 3. You recycled the goblin scythe, and the first level material essence is increased by 1. Recycle 52 pieces of gray equipment. A total of 87 first level material essences were brought to the territory. Not bad, with this amount of materials. Building a trading hall is no problem. The goblin camp also harvested 24 red blood fruits and 30 blue moon grasses. After all, Red Claw Village has 2 spiritual fields, which are the specialties of Red Claw Village plantations. Spiritual fields are a precious resource, some of which are naturally generated, and some are artificially created. They can draw energy from the chaos tide to nourish crops to grow rapidly. Red Claw Village can produce 50 red bloodberries and 20 blue moon grasses every 10 days. Red blood fruit is a medicinal fruit that can quickly heal wounds and has therapeutic effects, while blue moon grass is a herb that can quickly restore physical strength and relieve fatigue. Although they are both common first-level materials, they are also very practical and valuable raw materials. Not only can they be eaten directly, but they can also be used to refine medicines with better effects and longer preservation. For a new dungeon lord, obtaining a territory like Red Claw Village that can produce resources is definitely a dreamlike start. The resources produced can be used by oneself or sold, which is undoubtedly a small cash cow. All resources with grades must have value. Even if they are useless, at the very least they can be recycled through core decomposition, thereby producing material essence and contributing to the construction of the territory. However, it is precisely because Red Claw Village is valuable. The Goblin Lord will definitely not give up. He will definitely send troops to rob the village, and Miracle City will also be threatened. Chi-Ji is not worried about this. He still has Sekiro and Legend of Mir 2 waiting to be activated. In the future, with further upgrades, there will be more and more inspiration crystals, but the only thing missing is the core to create a new secret realm. So the territory must be further expanded. Seize more cores. It has only been a week since the birth of Miracle City. The protective force field emitted by the current core can last for 3 weeks. During this period, even if the dark race comes to the city, they cannot enter. There is no threat in the short term. Chi-Ji made distributions for the dwarfs. 13 stayed in Red Claw Village to continue farming. Chi-Ji selected 2 to take back to the main city, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy is called Arnold, and the girl is called Aya. Arnold is a dwarf boy with a somewhat honest and dull appearance. He also has a certain talent for cultivation. In the future, he has the opportunity to be trained as an adventurer or become a combat force in the territory. Aya is the elf girl Nancilia disguised as a dwarf. After returning to the main city, Chi-Ji assigned work to the 2. Arnold was responsible for various errands in the territory. Aya assisted the Lord in receiving adventurers in the secret hall. Chi-Ji planned to let this hidden elf girl serve as the network manager, so that she could receive adventurers on his behalf on a daily basis and let her understand the territory. With the potential of Miracle City, I believe that this little elf will soon be recognized. Thank you, Lord. Arnold's face flushed, and he was very excited. He was originally an ordinary dwarf villager. From the moment he was captured by the dark race, his life was completely over. I never thought. Today, he was not only rescued, but he could follow a human lord. He had heard that these dungeon lords all had magical abilities. If they performed well and were cultivated, it would be entirely possible to completely change their fate in the future. Thank you, Lord. Nancilia did not doubt it. She glanced at the dungeon and frowned slightly. A place like a refugee camp is also considered an underground city. It seems that this is a completely new lord. Although it does not pose a threat to me, it is impossible to fight against the powerful Eternal Night Dragon King. No. Such a weak territory cannot protect itself. It is definitely not the power I am looking for. However, it is covered by the protective energy, and it is very safe here in the short term. You might as well hide for a while, and wait for the storm to pass before running away. Chi-Ji integrated various information through the territory core, and sent it to the 2 people. These materials are all about the underground city, including your daily work content and precautions. You need to understand and start working as soon as possible. Yes, Lord. Chi-Ji arranged the 2 people. He began to build the territory. You are building a first-level building trading hall. This construction will consume 100 soul crystals, 50 mental power, and 30 first-level material essences. Do you want to build it immediately? Yes. Without hesitation. The trading hall is too important. Only with it can you start territory trade. Remaining mental power, 45. Remaining soul crystals, 672. Chi-Ji found that there are more soul crystals remaining. Maybe you can build more basic buildings. Spend 200 soul crystals to build monster camp. Spend 300 soul crystals to build spirit altar. Trading hall, first level special building. The upper limit of dungeon reception is increased by 10, and the territory trade function is added. Monster camp, first level basic building. The upper limit of dungeon reception is increased by 15, and the number of monsters that can be recruited is 0/30. Spirit altar, first level basic building. The upper limit of dungeon reception is increased by 10, and the number of spirits that can be contracted is 0/100. There is a monster camp. Chi-Ji can directly summon monsters through spirits, and can raise up to 30 territory monsters. Although these monsters have no self-intelligence, they are 100% controllable and absolutely obedient, just like combat units in real-time strategy games. With the spirit altar, Chi-Ji can permanently imprint the spirit on adventurers, and even the people of the territory, so that they can permanently obtain the abilities of related monsters. Because the power comes from Miracle City, they will form a closer binding relationship with Miracle City. The more buildings, the larger the territory. The current reception capacity of Miracle City has risen to 160 people. There are only 172 soul crystals left, and there are not many left. We need to quickly cut the adventurers. Chapter 16. Although the construction has been completed, there is still some time before the city opens. The territory has built a trading hall. You might as well take some time to visit the market. You may find something useful. Open the communication area first. The group of 1,000 newbies is still lively, but most of the content is not nutritious. Most of them are complaints, and requests for help. It is really not easy for a new lord. He racks his brains every day to compete with adventurers, and he must be vigilant against the threats from the dark race and monsters. So much so that the group's pity meeting has become a daily program. Chi-Ji still has 11 zombie spirits left. There are many ordinary zombies in the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm, and the spirit explosion rate is quite high. The release of this monster is 0 cost, but it will cause 1 point of mental power consumption to Chi-Ji when the spirit is extracted. 1 point of consumption. It's nothing. It is expected that the output of ordinary zombie spirits will be extremely high in the future, and there will be no threat to the territory in the short term. There is no need to treat this little spirit as a treasure. Chi-Ji thought for a moment. 11 ordinary zombie spirits were put on the trading area. Ordinary zombie spirits are first-level spirits, or great quality spirits, ordinary quality spirits. However, spirits of the same rank also have obvious quality differences, which can be divided by star rating, such as 1-star gray spirits, 2-star gray spirits, 3-star gray spirits, etc. The higher the star rating, the better the quality of the spirit. Generally, the highest level is 5 stars. Chi-Ji's zombie spirit is only a 1-star gray spirit. According to the price data collected by the recent peeping screen, the price of this quality spirit in the Lord Market is 7 to 15 soul crystals. So how much is appropriate to put on it? It is true that zombie spirits are the lowest level gray spirits. But Chi-Ji thought his spirit had 2 great advantages. First, ordinary zombie spirits have many monster templates, including dozens of different zombie templates, such as explosion-proof zombies, worker zombies, firefighter zombies, etc. In the process of creating monsters or mercenaries, different forms can be selected according to the actual situation. At least it is more practical among the first-level soldiers, who are also weak. Second, zombie spirits are a new kind of spirits, which has a lot of value just based on this point. It is also a good choice for lords to purchase and fish for adventurers. Then hang 15 crystals. Chi-Ji hung all the zombie spirits. Regardless of whether they can be sold, they are all used as a test market to prepare for large-scale shipments in the future. After the order is completed, he looked through the goods in the trading area. Although it is a new lord trading area, there are quite a lot of goods, among which the most common are various monster spirits. Goblin Soldier Spirit, 1-star gray spirit, priced at 9 soul crystals. Skeleton Archer Spirit, 1-star gray spirit, priced at 12 soul crystals. Kobold Hunter Spirit, 2-star gray spirit, priced at 20 soul crystals. Chi-Ji was not very interested in spirits. He looked at other trading commodities. Food, materials, recipes, equipment, blueprints, etc. He was most interested in blueprints. Blueprints. Skeleton Barracks, first-level special blueprints, priced at 2,400 soul crystals. Blueprints. Mercenary Enhancement Camp, first-level special blueprints, priced at 2,000 soul crystals. Blueprints. Primary Boundary Tower, first-level special building, priced at 3,200 soul crystals. Expensive. Too expensive. Even the cheapest first-level special building blueprints cost more than 1,000 soul crystals, and the more practical facilities, especially those that can protect the dungeon, basically start at 3,000. The current financial situation is totally unaffordable. Chi-Ji could only enjoy the sight at this moment, and while he was browsing various transaction information, the Lord was complaining. Ding, Lord 0340 bought 11 zombie spirits, and you got 165 soul crystals. What's going on? They were all sold out. Chi-Ji wondered if the price was too cheap. He quickly extracted the soul crystals from the trading market. Soul crystal plus 162. Why are there 3 less? It's considered the transaction market fee. The Lord trading market has a set of operating rules to promote efficient transactions and prevent lords from raising prices and disrupting prices. The goods sold are all charged at 1% of the total price per hour. Chi-Ji's 11 zombie spirits were hung for nearly 2 hours, so 3 soul crystals will be charged regardless of whether the transaction is completed. 15 soul crystals can be sold? Then I can make a fortune by selling zombies in the future. Chi-Ji was thinking. Another private message from the Lord. The sender was the buyer who just bought all the zombie spirits. Lord 0340, friend, do you still have this kind of zombie spirits in stock? If you do, I want to buy some more. Chi-Ji ran out of stock. But he didn't say it directly. I have plenty of this kind of spirits in my territory, but I don't need soul crystals now, so I don't want to sell them. Let's just give him a false alarm, Lord 0340. To be honest, I'm going to attack a fire-attributed alien stronghold recently, and I need a lot of basic combat power with high enough fire resistance. If you are willing to sell them, I am very sincere, and I also accept barter. So that's it. Among the many ordinary zombies, there are several types of zombies with particularly high fire resistance. For example, firefighter zombies, biochemical suit zombies, etc. This also explains why the other party is willing to pay a high price. Chi-Ji then replied, "What can you offer? I want to see it before deciding." Lord 0340 immediately showed several items, including some good materials and equipment. It is not difficult to see that the other party's level is not low, but these things are useless to Chi-Ji now. Until the end. The other party took out a blueprint. Adventurers Inn, a first-level special building, construction cost, 300 soul crystals, 150 mental power, 150 first-level material essence. This thing is good. Adventurers Inn is a common special building. Its function is very simple, and it can increase the territory capacity by 100 at a time. In addition, the hotel can provide overnight services for adventurers, allowing adventurers to stay overnight in the territory and recover their energy as usual. The hotel can bring at least two major benefits to adventurers and territories. For adventurers, they can stay overnight in the territory, so they don't have to queue up to enter the city. For the dungeon, it is more convenient for adventurers to stay in the territory to recruit at any time and start various activities. For example, when the territory is threatened by external forces, a mercenary can be recruited at any time to resist. In addition, the territory builds various service facilities, which can not only bring a better experience to adventurers, but also recover some contribution points, so that the territory contribution points are more valuable and maintain stable value. Lord 0340 offered, "My blueprint can be exchanged for at least 120 zombie spirits, at 15 crystals each, worth 1800 soul crystals. This blueprint is indeed worth the price." Chi-Ji directly cut it in half. 120 is impossible. I can only take out 60 at most in exchange. What? 60? No, forget it. Chi-Ji knew that his demand for the inn was not as great as the other party's demand for souls, so he had to firmly control the initiative. Lord 0340, the value of this blueprint will not be less than any 101-star gray souls. Finally, after repeated tugs and pulls, after some bargaining, Chi-Ji promised to use 85 zombie souls in exchange for the inn blueprint in Lord 0340's hand, but it would take about 2 days to complete the transaction, and the other party accepted this condition. This deal is very cost-effective. It is not difficult to clear the Doomsday Frenzy Novice Dungeon. There is at least a 50% chance of exploding ordinary zombie souls each time you clear the level. With the current size and growth rate of the territory, it is conservatively estimated that 100 ordinary zombie souls can be produced every day. Even if 50 of them are successfully recovered, it will take less than 2 days. Zombie souls are low in cost. There will definitely be no shortage in the future. It seems that zombie export will become an important foreign trade pillar and core competitiveness of Miracle City in the future. Thinking of this, Chi-Ji was even more excited. I wish I could let the adventurers in right away. Let these old oxen brush the secret realm for me and explode the spirit. At this time, the chaos tide has returned, and Miracle City will be open for 15 minutes. I wonder how much fun and surprise these adventurers will bring me today. And a new batch of cattle, horses, fat sheep and leeks are ready to go. Arrive quickly. Chapter 17. Zhao He. He is 91 years old this year. Adventurer Code, by Hajusher. The first adventurer in Blackstone Town in the past. He once reached the 4th level of cultivation. There are only a handful of people who can match him in the past few hundred years in Blackstone Town, however. 10 years ago, the dungeon he contracted was defeated by the Dark Species. This not only destroyed the decades of operation of the territory, but also implicated all the adventurers who signed contracts with it. Although they did not lose their lives, they also lost their cultivation and their lifespans were greatly reduced. The high-spirited first adventurer no longer exists. Only the old man, with the vicissitudes of life, is left. Bihud Yusher suffered a heavy blow. He retired and gave up adventures from then on. He took over the Blackstone Town Adventurer Academy and served as the dean himself. He trained young adventurers with rich experience and constantly helped young people solve the problems encountered in various dungeon secrets. 10 years later, his students are all over the world. He is still one of the most prestigious figures in the town. Thousands of young adventurers have been deeply educated by Baihajusher, and as the strongest strategy team in Blackstone Town, he frequently cracks the secrets of the dungeon, and hundreds of dungeon lords hate him. Today, Baihajusher is very angry. He has always been known for his strict teaching. Recently, students have shown signs of skipping school in groups. These students did not quickly learn the latest updates and layouts of well-known dungeons such as Tianyun City and Jiuxing City, and even did not complete the challenge tasks of the designated dungeons. I don't know where they ran to fool around. That's fine. What makes the old man even more angry is his most valued and precious granddaughter Zhao Shui, adventurer codename Mingwei Zhaoxue, has also joined the ranks of students who skip classes. This is absolutely unacceptable. Mingwei Zhaoxue was trained as the successor. He had arranged many relationships for her, and signed a contract with Tianyun City, the best dungeon in Blackrock Town. As long as she continued to develop in Tianyun City according to his plan, it would not be impossible for her to grow to the 3rd or 4th level in the future, or even surpass herself. Dean! An adventurer instructor came running. We have already found out that the young lady and Mao Mingming were not lazy in the past 2 days, but were just exploring a new dungeon called Miracle City. What the hell is Miracle City? Baihajusher's beard was crooked with anger. Which little broken city popped up in the corner? Is such an unknown place worth exploring? Nonsense. It's just nonsense. Catch them back. They must be caught back, the instructor said quickly. Dean, I have checked. Miracle City is a new city that has only been open for a few days. It has attracted some attention and discussion on the forum. Getting angry can't solve the problem. The most urgent thing is to find out the situation. Baihajusher immediately opened the Adventurer Forum to check. There have been many discussions about Miracle City. The first one was published by the Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King Evaluation Report on the Secret Realm of Miracle City Doomsday Frenzy. Baihajusher opened the post and took a look. He saw that the whole post was full of exaggerations. What is the difference between it and the scam advertisement of the garbage dungeon? This kind of post is not worth reading at all. He glanced at the rest of the posts. A gleam of light flashed in his turbid old eyes. There was a post signed Feng Zhongmian. Baihajusher muttered to himself, Feng Zhongmian? Isn't this the younger brother of that girl named Higanbana? How come he also ran to this Miracle City to fool around? Feng Zhongmian is not famous among the adventurers in Blackstone Town. But his sister is not simple. This female adventurer codenamed Higanbana is the leader of the first adventure group in Blackstone Town, and is considered a leader among the current young generation. Even her own brother is mixed in? Could Miracle City really have some tricks? Baihajusher opened Feng Zhongmian's post titled Miracle City Experience and Strategy Suggestions. Hello everyone. I am Feng Zhongmian. Recently, I saw that the secret realm of Miracle City, Doomsday Frenzy, caused some controversy in the town forum, especially under the post of a Blackstone Hammer King. Many people think that he is a water army bought by Miracle City. Here, I solemnly make a clarification. First, Doomsday Frenzy is a real and unique secret realm masterpiece. Second, we have never taken a soul sand from Miracle City. If there is any falsehood, I am willing to withdraw from Blackstone Town and never appear in the forum. Third, Baihajusher's expression gradually became serious. Feng Zhongmian has long been suppressed by his sister's brilliance. So much so that outsiders seriously underestimated this young man. Baihajusher knew. This young man has great ambitions. Feng Zhongmian dreams of surpassing his sister. Although it is indeed a dream at present, he cannot surpass Bianhua, but he is definitely not a playboy. He can personally stand up and pose to clarify this nameless dungeon, even at the cost of his reputation, which is enough to show that this dungeon is indeed desirable. Continue reading. Today is the second day of my experience of Doomsday Frenzy. I'm getting more and more addicted. I can hardly help myself. Lord Chi-Ji has created a bizarre and unprecedented secret world for adventurers, with his amazing design level and inspiration materials. That's right. I think this is not a secret world. It's a world. According to Lord Chi-Ji's revelations, there will be at least a dozen different monsters in the Doomsday Tide secret realm. These monsters are not only uniquely designed and unprecedented, but also closely related to the background of the secret world. This is also what I admire most about Lord Chi-Ji. I think he doesn't just want to create a top secret world, but also polish a flesh and blood work of art. Every time I walk in this doomsday world, I have a feeling. It seems that we are not hunting for. I am not here to explore a real alien world, but to explore a real alien world. I can't help but want to know the stories and history of this world. This sense of substitution and immersion is something I have never experienced in any secret realm. Lord Chi promised us. He will create a story mode for the secret realm. By then, we will be like the protagonists in biographical novels, truly experiencing and participating in everything that happens in this world, and understanding stories from another world. Just for this, I would like to call Lord Chi the strongest in Blackstone Town. No nonsense. Starting today, I will join hands with friends such as Mingwei Xiaoxue and Blackstone Hammer King to make a Miracle City strategy post from scratch, detailing the abilities of various monsters, and providing references for friends who are about to participate. By the way, a preview. I, Feng Zhongnian, plan to set up an adventure group. We welcome like-minded friends to join us. Our goal is to create the strongest adventure group in Blackrock Town. Feng Zhongnian's post is very long, but it is written very carefully. He praised Miracle City. He also introduced the monsters that have appeared in the secret realm. Baihajusher was disdainful at first, gradually became suspicious, and finally surprised and curious. Is it really as good as this kid said? Baihajusher still didn't believe it. Perhaps, this is just a secret realm that is fun to play, but actually has average potential. These young adventurers are blinded by the fun, and they can't tell the true potential of an underground city at all. No! This kind of underground city. I must see it myself. If these young people go astray, I will pull them back no matter what. Tianyun City is the first underground city in Blackrock Town. I don't believe that this Miracle City can do better than Tianyun City. Baihajusher hasn't been to the underground city in person for many years. Today, in order to understand Miracle City, and to bring the students back, he decided to enter Miracle City in person, and at this moment, there were less than 10 minutes left before the dungeon opened, and the application channel to enter the dungeon had been activated. You are applying to enter Miracle City. Ding! The current number of applicants for Miracle City is 953/160, and you are currently ranked 953rd. Do you want to pay the contribution points? What? The old man was dumbfounded. A dungeon that has only been open for a few days. It is so popular and crowded that you have to compete with your hand speed. Unless you have the contribution points of Miracle City in your hand and bid to jump the queue, you can't get in at all. There is no doubt. This former first adventurer. Today, he will be rejected by a new dungeon. Chapter 18. Miracle City. Secret Hall. Nancy Leah is sweeping the floor. Boss Chi is not a ruthless humanoid leak harvester. He values the experience of leaks. Whether inside or outside the secret realm, the leaks are cut comfortably, which is conducive to producing more spiritual power, so he requires the hall to be swept spotlessly. This lord is really good at ordering people around. Nancy Leah's broom is about to leave a residual shadow. Forget it, this poor man doesn't know what kind of tragic fate he will face in the future. Dark Valley is an inconspicuous corner on the edge of the Evernight Forest. The Evernight Forest is full of large and small forces. The pattern of this place is definitely not something that ordinary dungeon lords can shake. It's bad luck for the little human lord to come here. When he leaves the Dark Valley, he will know that his dungeon is not worth mentioning in front of various forces. In fact, he may not be able to leave the Dark Valley. The Dark Valley Goblin Lord Bloodthroat is also quite capable. There are nearly 3,000 dark goblins in the Undercity, among which there are at least 1,500 combat units. If the little human lord comes from a top lord family, the lord power is fine, but the ordinary little lord without the support of a big power is doomed to be a tragedy from the moment he lands in the Evernight Forest. Nancy Leah expressed deep sympathy but was powerless. Although she is a stronger person of a higher level, the Dark Valley is a first-level area. When outsiders enter the Dark Valley, their strength will be restricted by the rules, and they can only exert the strength of the first level at most. In other words, outside the valley, Nancy Leah is confident. Kill Bloodthroat with one finger. And inside the Dark Valley, she is not sure to defeat this dark goblin. Besides, Nancy Leah didn't dare to use her power, let alone reveal her identity. The entire Evernight Forest was under the control of the Evernight Dragon King, and this guy was searching for her whereabouts everywhere. She escaped from the Holy Tree City. It was the mother-in-law who paid the price with her life. Nancy Leah must work hard to live for her people. Her mind is full of revenge now, so she is ready to find a lord who shows enough potential, help him grow up, challenge the Evernight Dragon King, and avenge all the dead people. It's a pity. This underground city It doesn't have this ability. Miracle City is too weak. No background. No future. Doomed to tragedy. The Evernight Dragon King is the most terrifying dark demon king in the Great Forest for thousands of years. Only the underground city with top potential, top qualifications, and strong backing forces can fight against it. However, this city still has more than 20 days of novice protection period. It will be safe for me to hide here. At this moment, I will work hard for the Lord to repay his kindness. Nancy Leah thought so. The broom, which was about to leave an afterimage, sped up by 3 points. The secret hall was soon swept clean and spotless. At this time, the main door of the hall was pushed open. Hundreds of people of different heights and weights rushed in. They screamed and rushed forward. Nancy Leah was knocked to the ground, spinning 720 degrees on the spot, and fell to the ground on the spot, holding the broom tightly, with a confused face. What happened? Are they adventurers? Why are there so many adventurers? The dungeon had just been opened for less than a minute, and exactly 160 people entered the hall. The current daily reception limit of Miracle City is 160. If it is full in 1 minute, it means that there are definitely more than 160 potential adventurers, but they just can't squeeze in because of their poor hand speed. Nancy Leah has seen a lot of the world. She has dealt with several underground cities with her elders, but she has never seen such a situation. It is simply unbelievable. Huh? Isn't this the dwarf we tied up yesterday? Going to work so soon? Ha ha ha. Not bad. Mao Mingming, the white deer, came over and helped Nancy Leah up. Little girl, are you okay? These guys are so immoral. They are even more zombies than zombies. The dwarf girl has freckles and looks ordinary, but her eyes are bright and her temperament is well behaved, which makes several young adventurers very fond of her. Mao Mingming then took out a small piece of chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. Here, this is a little compensation for you. Nancy Leah instinctively resisted feeding, but when the sweet taste filled her mouth, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face full of disbelief. What's going on? It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything like this. White deer, oh, there are no crystals. Cat Mingming, it's okay, don't worry, there will be some later. White deer, hey, look, Sister Mingwei grabbed a spot. Cat Mingming, Sister Mingwei is usually gentle, and is known as the first goddess of the academy. I didn't expect that she would become so unladylike in order to fight zombies. Let's go and watch her fight in the secret realm. Okay. There are only 20 secret realm crystals at present. Other adventurers can only queue up to watch their companions perform. As the newly appointed network administrator, Nancy Leah naturally had to understand the secrets of the local underground city. So she followed the adventurers with curiosity and watched the adventure process. When the tip of the iceberg of the Doomsday Tide world appeared in front of her, the little girl was immediately shocked. This secret realm is a little different. She had never seen such a rich and vivid secret realm before. The novel scenes, crazy zombies, creepy apocalyptic scenes, rich environmental narrative details, and the adventurer's dangerous exploration and battles made her have to admit that it was indeed very attractive. 1 hour later, more and more adventurers have opened the Doomsday Tide secret realm. These adventurers began to team up with each other to challenge the official level together. Grumpy Chicken, seek a team. Lone Wolf, add me. Pig King, I join too. Cat Mingming, count me in. Nancy Leah saw that the adventurers called their friends and formed an adventure team quickly. Then, the exciting adventure begins. The 4 of them started the secret realm challenge. They cooperated with each other to clean up the zombies, looted various supplies, and quickly armed themselves. In just 20 minutes, they replenished enough ammunition and found a submachine gun and a shotgun. This wave is going well. The adventurers just relaxed a little. A long tongue broke out of the window of the next room. Cat Mingming was caught off guard and was strangled by the throat. She was dragged directly into the room through the window, and the bloodthirsty roar of the zombies was immediately heard in the room. Not good. Nancy Leah covered her mouth. She had a good impression of the adventurer girl who gave her chocolate. There were at least 8 or 9 zombies in that room. Cat Mingming was entangled by the smoker, and would be killed in a few seconds. Even if his companions broke the window to rescue him, it would be too late. Tragedy. It was about to happen, at the critical moment. The irritable chicken picked up the shotgun and shot at the wall. The result was unexpected. It just penetrated the wall and blew off the head of the smoker zombie. After Cat Mingming regained his freedom, he pulled the trigger of the submachine gun and swept a volley of bullets, knocking down all the zombies that surrounded him nearby. the Pig King and the Lone Wolf broke into the room. Shoot at other zombies successfully. Fuck. This works. Chicken is awesome. Ming Ming is also awesome. No one thought there would be such an operation and gameplay. This Jedi counterattack was very exciting, and the adventurers cheered excitedly. Nancy Leah was also excited. The horror of various zombies, and the cooperation between adventurers made her cheer in her heart. This is really an interesting secret place. While she was still cheering for the cat Ming Ming's escape from death, another special zombie appeared at the end of the corridor. This is a zombie that has never been seen before. He is very ugly and huge. His right hand is extremely thick, and his left hand is severely atrophied. It is very uncoordinated, but his running speed is surprisingly fast. Charger. The adventurer could not have thought of it at all. You will encounter 2 special zombies in a short time. Quick, too fast. There is no time to react. The charger grabbed the cat Ming Ming and hit it against the wall. His skull was broken, and he died on the spot. Not good. Others quickly opened fire, but the charger had thick skin and flesh, and bullets hitting him were useless. He charged forward with bullets and launched an Iron Mountain lean, knocking the irritable chicken into the wall and killing another one. Lone Wolf, the Pig King, had never seen such a crazy monster. The 2 of them fired desperately to fight back. Finally knocked it down. It's over. No ammunition. Although they were able to successfully kill the charger zombie, this wave of battle consumed too much ammunition, and they were soon surrounded by zombies, and died tragically in the next battle. When the zombie tide flooded in, the adventurers ran out of ammunition and food, and they still swung axes to fight to the death. It was full of despair and tragedy. Wonderful. Exciting. Nancy Leah was completely attracted by such an adventure, and finally understood why this dungeon was so popular with adventurers. Even she couldn't help but want to go in and experience it herself. And from the adventurers' communication, Nancy Leah got another blockbuster news. This dungeon has only been open for 3 days. No background, no support. It has developed to this extent in 3 days, and there are so many adventurers in 3 days, and there are such high quality and sophisticated secret realms. This is incredible and a miracle, Nancy Leah realized. I underestimated the Miracle City. The potential of this dungeon may be beyond imagination. Chapter 19. Cat Ming Ming, Cranky Chicken, Pig King, Lone Wolf failed the challenge. But after exiting the secret realm, there is a surprise. Wow. Wow. I made a fortune this time. The Pig King shouted and danced. He took out a spirit bead. Look, what a good thing this is. The charger spirit, 3-star gray spirit. Everyone was amazed. Cranky Chicken cursed. It's okay to get a spirit after failing the challenge, but it's the charger spirit. It's so excessive. What kind of shit luck are you, fat man? Lone Wolf, you must treat me today. I want a bottle of Miracle City Mousy. Pig King, ha ha. Make arrangements. Must make arrangements. The secret realm spirit explosion rate is unpredictable, because there are too many influencing factors. Among them, the Lord can control some variables, and have a way to influence the explosion rate to a certain extent, but the adjustment range has both an upper limit and a lower limit. It is impossible to make the secret realm explode every time. It is also impossible to make the secret realm not explode. According to the adventurer's feelings about the frenzy secret realm, the explosion rate of the soul in this secret realm must be adjusted to the highest. What is a conscientious dungeon? This is a conscientious dungeon. In addition, the explosion rate of the soul will be affected by many factors. The first secret realm clearance and the first monster kill can greatly increase the explosion rate. The time of stay, the range of exploration, the number of monsters killed, the release of mental power, etc. can also affect the explosion rate. It can be said that the better the overall performance, the higher the explosion rate. So what behavior will lead to a lower explosion rate? First of all, of course, the challenge failed, and secondly, the exploration of the secret realm is not enough, the adventurer's level is too low, or the higher the quality and rarer the monster's soul. These are all factors that will reduce the explosion rate to varying degrees. The Pig King is the first adventurer to kill the charger, which can indeed increase the drop rate a lot, but because the secret realm challenge failed, the probability of getting the item is not high. Because of the small probability. So it is unexpected. It can bring great surprise and satisfaction to people. It's like playing a game, killing a small monster casually, but getting the best equipment that the boss may not be able to get. The surprise and emotional value of this moment are self-evident. The charger is a 3-star ordinary monster. It is also of the highest quality among monsters of the same level. The value of this spirit is at least equivalent to more than 10 or 20 ordinary zombie spirits, which is equivalent to the income of a Blackrock Town adventurer for more than half a year. No wonder the adventurers are so excited. The quality of the monsters in the Frenzy Secret Realm has gradually become clear. Ordinary zombies are 1-star monsters. And hunters, smokers, blasters, spitters, etc. are all 2-star monsters. The Charger is a more powerful 3-star ordinary monster, and it is also the strongest monster we have seen so far. I am very curious about this guy, Lord Chi. Does he have any more goods in his hands? I wonder if there will be more powerful guys. Mao Mingming, humph, I guess there must be. Don't underestimate Lord Chi. At this time, everyone come and see. Brother Chue and the others are going to perform the big job of burning zombies. What? Burn zombies? Mao Mingming and other adventurers immediately became interested. At this moment, the team of Blackstone Hammer King, Lonely Swordsman, Feng Zhongyan, and Mingyu Zhaoxue were challenging the secret realm. They found 2 gasoline barrels from somewhere, and moved a large amount of flammable materials to make a trap. Attracted a large group of zombies. A fire was instantly ignited. In an instant, the fire burned. Dozens of zombies were covered by flames, including 2 special zombies, all of which were burned to charcoal. Where have the adventurers seen such a scene? They all cheered wildly, and shouted that it was exciting. It's so cool. It's a good reward. It turns out that you can play like this? I've learned a lesson. What a gorgeous open-air barbecue feast. It's exciting just to watch. This is how to deal with these zombies. The 4 of them cleared the scene, and walked smoothly onto the street. Very good, we have a great chance of passing this level. Ha! The Lord would never have thought that we can play like this. The adventurer was still complacent about his creative operation, and a dull sound of footsteps came from the front, and at the same time, he could hear some kind of beast-like roar. What a sound! A car was thrown like a lead shot, and Mingwei Zhaoxue was pressed down on the spot. The adventurer didn't know what happened until he died and turned into a meat pie. Not good. There's a monster. The crazy roar of the bloodthirsty beast and the sound of the rampage approached quickly, so that the other 3 survivors had no time to mourn for their companion's death. They immediately raised their weapons and prepared to fight. The next moment, a humanoid muscle monster rushed out. Whether it was inside the secret realm or the adventurers watching outside, they were all shocked by what they saw. This was a giant zombie, much larger than the Charger, and its whole body was made of explosive and armor-like muscle tissue. When it stood in front, it was like a wall of muscle. The visual impact is full. The pair of giant arms are 5 or 6 times larger than those of ordinary people, as thick as water tanks, with knotty muscles, which can tear or lift cars weighing several tons. The giant fists are covered with keratin like pumpkin hammers, which can even hammer an Iron Man into a discus. Its facial features are distorted, eyes are like copper bells, and eyeballs are full of bloodshot, full of extreme madness. This monster is simply the embodiment of pure power and violence. Feng Zhongyan was stunned. Lonely Swordsman, is this a zombie? Blackstone Hammer King shouted. No way. Can it be more outrageous? When the tank zombies charged violently, the whole street was wailing. Concrete fragments exploded under their feet, and street lamp poles broke like matchsticks. Even bullets hitting their bodies could not stop them at all. There was no suspense. The tank punched a kid at close range, first killing the Lonely Swordsman and Feng Zhongyan, and then grabbed the Blackstone Hammer King who was trying to escape, holding one leg with one hand, and performed a big tearing of a living person in public. The whole team was wiped out. The challenge failed. The Blackstone Hammer King exited the secret realm. He said nothing, almost autistic. He lit a cigarette produced in Miracle City for himself with trembling hands, and then smoked alone. Angry chicken. Ha ha, it seems that being torn apart by the big muscle monster's hands is not a good feeling. Lone Wolf asked with concern. Hey, Hammer Brother, are you okay? Where's the Lord? Come out quickly. Blackstone Hammer King took a cigarette, and then recovered. Let him explain to us what the hell is this? Don't tell me that this guy is also a kind of zombie. Feng Zhongyan comforted. Although it's very hellish, think about it from another angle. This monster is extremely valuable, at least a 5-star monster. If you can get a spirit. That's true. The irritable chicken's eyes lit up. This monster is big and fierce enough. It's my favorite type. I want its spirit. The Pig King also expressed his opinion. I suddenly feel that the charger in my hand is not so good. If I can get a spirit like this, that would make me rich. The Blackstone Hammer King was also excited when he heard this. The ace of Lord Chi is really ruthless and hidden deep. Who would have thought that he has this thing in his hand? No wonder he is fearless and not afraid of adventurers' challenges. This time, the Blackstone Hammer King was scared and almost left a psychological shadow. If he wants to take revenge on the tank and the Lord, the sixth one, the best way is to explode the spirit. The benefits are moving. The strength of the tank zombie is here. This is almost certainly a 5-star monster, and it is the top among the 5-star monsters. The passion and greed in the hearts of the adventurers quickly covered up the fear of the tank zombie, and for a while, they shared the same hatred and burned. Kill the muscle monster. Explode the spirit of this big muscle guy. A big muscle guy wants to stop us. Naive. Today, we, the adventurers of Blackrock Town, will teach the Lord a lesson. Nancy Leah stayed in the secret hall for most of the day. Naturally, she watched the whole process of the adventurer's adventure in the secret realm, from disdain at the beginning to surprise, and finally shocked. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that a lord could create such a wonderful secret realm. Not only is the secret world bizarre and vivid, but every start is a thrilling adventure, bloody, exciting, and refreshing. It makes people addicted, especially the appearance of the tank zombie. Push the atmosphere and the fighting spirit of the adventurers to a climax. Nancy Leah has been to many dungeons, but has never seen such an atmosphere. The sea of inspiration of this human lord is absolutely different. He does not belong to any known human lord faction at all. Miracle City is the most unique dungeon I have seen so far. It is definitely worth investigating. Chapter 20. After Miracle City had a small network manager, Chi-Ji's life became very easy. He spent most of his time lying down in the mansion, and various resources and income continued to flow into his pocket automatically. Adventurer White Deer generated 1 mental power. Adventurer Cat Ming Ming generated 1 mental power. Adventurer Pig King has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Adventurer Moon Shining on the Snow has died, mental power +1, soul crystal +1. Boss G happily refreshed the panel. There are 160 adventurers today. Although it must be a big harvest, the expenditure is also increasing. After some adventurers found that there is a high probability of zombie spirits in the novice mode, they did not challenge the official level at all, but repeatedly refreshed the manual level in an attempt to fleece Boss Chi. Adventurer Dumb Goose obtains zombie soul from the Frenzy Secret Realm, and your mental power is reduced by 1. Adventurer Wool Warrior obtains zombie soul from the Frenzy Secret Realm, and your mental power is reduced by 1. Each ordinary soul extracted from the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm will lose 1 point of mental power. However, this expenditure, it's nothing to Chi-Ji. Adventurers may feel that they are making a lot of money, and they also have the pleasure of wooling. But Boss Chi never loses. Ordinary zombies have no manufacturing cost, and the cost of extracting only 1 point of mental power for each one. What is it with the current income of the territory? Brush. Let you grab enough. Anyway, most of them will be recycled. This is exactly the resource that Chi-Ji urgently needs at present. Today, not only many ordinary zombies were exploded, but also some special zombies were sporadically produced. Adventurer Lonely Swordsman obtained Smoker's Soul from the Frenzy Secret Realm, and your mental power is reduced by 4. Adventurer Sleeping in the Wind obtains Exploder's Soul from the Frenzy Secret Realm, and your mental power is reduced by 4. So far, the cumulative number of adventurer challenges is about 200, and a total of 4 special infected souls have exploded. There are hunters, smokers, spitters, and jockeys. This kind of monster has a certain release cost, but only 3 mental power is required. Every time the adventurer kills one, he must replenish 1 in the secret realm. The re-release plus the extraction cost will cause 7 points of mental power consumption each time. This is still within the tolerance range. After all, the explosion rate of special zombie souls is very low. Chi-Ji not only does not think it is a bad thing, but hopes that adventurers will swipe more to enrich the types of troops in the dungeon. When Boss Chi was happily counting the interim profits, he heard the noise and excitement in the secret hall. He was a little puzzled for a moment, and immediately went to the hall to find out what was going on. Why is it so noisy? The little network manager Nancy Leah was watching intently at the moment. She was completely attracted by the content of the Doomsday Tide secret realm. Ah, Lord, why are you here? Nancy Leah was stunned for a moment, and she quickly explained. The adventurer just discovered a big monster zombie, and now has formed several crusade teams to defeat it. Oh, it turned out to be a tank zombie. Was it discovered so quickly? Chi-Ji was a little surprised. He deployed a total of 3 tanks and 5 witches. The number of witches is more than tanks, and they are more hellish than tanks. I never thought that the tanks would appear first. However, it's normal. The random refresh points selected by Chi-Ji for the witches are mostly some dark shopping malls, underground garages, or other indoor spaces, while the tanks are placed on open streets, so the latter are more likely to be alarmed. The creation cost of both monsters is 20 mental power, their strength and level. Even if they can't reach the elite monster, at least they are capped at ordinary monsters, such a top-notch 5-star monster. It's rare in Blackstone Town, very precious. The exaggerated size of the tank zombies, and the violent fighting style full of oppression also make these adventurers feel like challenging the big boss, which undoubtedly stimulates the desire to win and conquer. Lord, should we take measures to stop the adventurers? Nancy Leah whispered, such a precious monster, if it is exploded by an adventurer, it may cause a lot of damage to a newly started dungeon. It's okay. This lord is fair and square. Since I've let him out, I can afford to lose. Chi-Ji was very free and easy. This was not entirely to improve the elf's favor. He really hoped that the adventurer could drop a tank, because the territory was in urgent need of such a combat force. At present, at least 4 teams are in action. They found the streets where the tanks appeared and launched a challenge with preparation and premeditation. However, the result was obviously not good. Before Chi-Ji arrived, he had failed 7 or 8 times. Several times, he was attacked by the chargers or other zombies before reaching the destination, resulting in a reduction in personnel or even annihilation. Even if he succeeded in meeting, it was the result of being abused. The combat power of the tank is not to be underestimated. At this moment, another team was challenging the tank. The 4 secret crystals were surrounded by adventurers. These guys were so focused that no one noticed the Lord appearing in the hall. Come on! I'm running out of energy. Try to kill this big muscle man this time. This adventurer team learned from the previous team's lessons and did not fight the tank zombie head-on. Instead, they tried to play the Qin Wang circling the pillar routine. One fast adventurer went into battle lightly and dragged the tank zombie around in circles, while the other 3 were responsible for firing. However, it was meaningless. The tank smashed the obstacle directly. In a few seconds, the adventurer, who was circling the pillar, was caught and torn into pieces on the spot. The tank grabbed a cement board or a car as a throwing object and smashed the 3 ambushed adventurers to death one after another. The other adventurers watching were speechless. I said this plan won't work. Too clown. It's better to fight head-on. Your firepower is too weak. How can you kill this guy with just a few submachine guns? I think if you want to defeat this big muscle man, you must first upgrade your weapons. That makes sense. Lao Dao and Ming, you are about to start again. This should be the last one. I hope it will succeed. Fight again and again. The adventurer did not give up. Lonely Swordsman, Feng Zhongyan, Blackstone Hammer King, Ming Yu Zhaoxu have formed a team again. The 4 did not go directly to the tank ambush site, but first searched for supplies to increase firepower as much as possible. They found a shotgun, an assault rifle, and 2 submachine guns. Lonely Swordsman, with these, plus 3 oil drums, I think it should be enough. Feng Zhongyan, lure the monster first, be careful to avoid throwing objects, don't fight it head-on. This guy has no IQ. As long as he falls into our trap, we will be halfway to success. Let me do it! The Blackstone Hammer King personally led out the tank zombie, and the 4 of them took turns firing and retreating. They did not fight the tank head-on, but led the tank zombie into a preset trap. There were a lot of flammable materials piled here, plus 3 carefully looted oil barrels. When the tank approached, Mingwei Zhaoxue blew up the oil barrel, and the tank was instantly covered in flames, and it wailed in pain on the spot, which cheered up all the adventurers. There's a chance. There's a chance. This zombie seems to be afraid of fire. Good opportunity. Brother Hammer, come on, kill it. The flames caused a lot of damage, but it was not enough to kill the tank. The 4 adventurers began to pour out the remaining ammunition, and the tank faced the crazy metal storm, used his arms to protect his head to resist, and then grabbed 2 cars and smashed them at the adventurers. The Blackstone Hammer King immediately pushed Feng Zhongyan away without hesitation. He was hit on the body and seriously injured on the spot. No! Xiao Hei! The tank zombie roared and grabbed the Blackstone Hammer King. The tragedy of tearing a living person apart was about to happen again, but the Blackstone Hammer King did not panic this time. He spit out blood and laughed. Big fool, you fell into the trap. Look at this. The Blackstone Hammer King held the homemade explosives that had been ignited. When the tank grabbed him and was about to tear him apart, the homemade explosives fuse just burned out and blasted the tank in the face. Boom! The Blackstone Hammer King died heroically. The tank's already seriously injured body was even more shaky. Damn it! Revenge for Xiao He. The three took this opportunity to change to new magazines. Crossfire from different directions, and a crazy attack. This is the last ammunition. If this wave of attack fails, we will die. Finally, luck favored the adventurers. After the tank zombies were ravaged, their huge and oppressive bodies fell down like a golden mountain and a jade pillar. This monster, finally dead, the scene was in a mess. 3 surviving adventurers. At this moment, they were all covered with scars, gasping for breath, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, a little bit unable to believe their eyes. Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King has died. Soul Crystal +1, Mental Power +3. Adventurer Bright Moon Shining on the Snow generated 2 points of mental power. Adventurer Sleeping in the Wind generated 2 points of mental power. Adventurer Lonely Swordsman generated 2 points of mental power. The adventurers, who were watching the live broadcast outside, fell into a brief silence at first. And then cheers resounded through the hall. Wind, for these young adventurers. This battle can be described as thrilling and wonderful. It is definitely a heart-wrenching and exciting victory. Chapter 21. In the Secret Hall. Too awesome, Brother Chui is awesome, Master Feng is awesome, Uncle Dao is awesome, Sister Minghui is awesome. The adventurers were in tears and excited. Several of them jumped up and down, danced, and ran and shouted. Shi Ji was puzzled. It's just a tank. Is it really so exaggerated? If you don't know, you might think you saved the world. These guys couldn't help but show off when they saw Boss Qi. Lord Qi. I think this big guy must be your ace general. Ha ha ha, I have to admit that it has some skills, but it can't stump us adventurers. The first kill in the secret realm has a very high rate of soul explosion. If the soul explodes later, I'm afraid the loss will be a bit heavy. These guys. They really deserve a beating. Facing their sarcasm in person. Congratulations, everyone. Qi Ji congratulated them generously, and then rolled his eyes unhappily, but we have only reached this point. My secret realm is not that simple. What's a tank? Look at what you guys can do. I will throw in the Gatling tracker and the complete G-virus when I get back. Let these country bumpkins know how superficial their pride is at the moment, and how dangerous this world is. What? Are there more powerful monsters? You are just bluffing? I don't believe it. The adventurer obviously didn't believe it. An ordinary dungeon would be lucky to have one 5-star monster like the tank zombie. After cheering for a while, they continued to watch the battle nervously. The chances of successfully clearing the level this time are very high. If they clear the level in one go, it will be a double happiness. The Lord must have no way to keep his mouth shut. The Blackstone Hammer King died in this battle, but Feng Zhongyan, Lonely Swordsman, and Minghui Xiaoxue were still alive. They used medical kits to relieve their injuries, and continued to explore, striving to clear the level in one go. However, after defeating the tank zombie, the adventurers' ammunition was almost exhausted. So they searched the nearby area to replenish their consumption as soon as possible, and in the process walked into a shopping mall that they had never explored. Something strange. Minghui Xiaoxue, why is it so quiet? And there is not a single zombie. Feng Zhongyan and Lonely Swordsman were also suspicious. According to the style of the Doomsday Tide secret realm, not only are there zombies everywhere, but they will also randomly refresh from time to time, so it is unlikely that such a vacuum area will appear. The 3 of them have been exploring here for more than 10 minutes. They didn't even see a single zombie. This is a bit weird. Listen carefully. Feng Zhongyan frowned and said, there is a sound there. It seems to be a woman crying. Lonely Swordsman, really? Minghui Xiaoxue, could there be a survivor? The intermittent sobbing sound became clearer and clearer, as if it was slowly approaching from far to near. Even the adventurers outside the crystal could hear it clearly. What's going on? I've never encountered this situation before. Zombies shouldn't cry, right? At least we have never seen zombies that cry. But I don't feel good. This sound is a bit creepy. Cat Mingning, Sister Minghui, it's not advisable to stay here for long. You'd better evacuate quickly. Angry Chicken, what are you afraid of? Tank Big Muscle has won. I don't believe there is a more terrifying monster than it. The Pig King agreed with this view. Yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just rush over and it'd be over. The adventurers outside were talking about it. After discussing it, the 3 decided to investigate. After all, this is a situation that has never been encountered before, and the unknown is always the most troublesome. The bullets are loaded. Approach carefully. When the 3 approached the source of the sound, a thin, disheveled, ragged figure walked out from the corner, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. She moved slowly, staggering. Even if the adventurer was nearby, she had no intention of launching an attack. This person looked like he had no aggression, and could be blown down by a gust of wind. This was completely different from the violent and crazy tank. Is it a person? Could it be a survivor? Although the adventurer had never encountered such a situation, when he saw that the other party was so thin, he relaxed his tense nerves for a while. Compared to the tank he just faced, this petite, weak, extremely slow-moving guy had almost no sense of oppression, and no obvious deformation. Whether he was a zombie or not, he should not pose a threat. Lonely Swordsman, Feng Zhongmian, and Mingwei Xiaoxue looked at each other. Feng Zhongmian said, "See what's going on, but be careful and be ready to fire at any time." "Well?" Mingwei Xiaoxue approached slowly, with a submachine gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other. "Hello." The light shone over. The words were not finished yet. The moment the woman was exposed, a shrill scream replaced the sobbing. The sound was extremely sharp and piercing, like a sharp steel needle, piercing everyone's eardrums, making people's scalps numb, and their bodies covered with goosebumps. Not good. When the witch zombie suddenly raised her head, her eyes on her shriveled and gloomy face shone with a terrifying red light, accompanied by a shrill howl, like a devil crawling out of hell. The woman came in front of him in an instant. 5 sharp claws pierced through the chest and tore the heart apart, killing it instantly. This is too fast. Mingwei Xiaoxue widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She didn't even have the chance to pull the trigger. Not good. Fire quickly. Feng Zhongmian and Lonely Swordsman opened fire in a hurry. The crazy and shrill howls continued to sound. The witch moved so fast that it left an afterimage. Even the top gunman could hardly lock on to the moving trajectory. Feng Zhongmian was swept by the claws. A head fell directly from the neck. Seeing this, the Lonely Swordsman wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The witch zombie came quickly, faster and more brutal than the hunter, and instantly fell to the ground, and 10 sharp claws cut wildly, turning it into a pile of mincemeat in 1 or 2 seconds. It took less than 5 seconds from alarming the witch to being slaughtered. Is the witch so brutal? Chi-Ji was surprised. The secret realm of the dungeon will automatically repair the logical defects of completing the monster materials. Although the witch in the survival road is fast, it is not so fast as this ghostly level. In the game, the witch's health is quite high, almost second only to the tank, and it takes a lot of guns to kill it. The Doomsday Frenzy is a world on the scientific side. The witch is extremely thin, and is made of flesh and blood. She does not have a body as big as a tank, no thick and solid muscle armor, and no superpowers. This is obviously difficult to explain and illogical. So in the Doomsday Frenzy's secret realm, the defense and HP of the witch zombie were weakened. At most, it was similar to the special sense of hunters and jockeys. But she was a 5-star monster at the same level as a tank, so her movement speed and attack power were greatly enhanced. Gunshots, light, all would alarm her. Once alarmed, not only would the witch's desire to attack explode, she also had a speed that mortals could hardly react to. Her claws were even more powerful than iron. Not long after, several adventurers left the secret realm. Although their faces were full of frustration and depression, they were more unbelievable and shocked. Blackstone Hammer King, Lord, what on earth is this? How can I do some earthly work in the future? Oh my god! I'm scared to death. I feel this monster is scarier than a tank. Lord, what kind of monster is this, and why is it so strong? Chi-Ji explained. Witch zombies are monsters of the same level as tank zombies. In some aspects, they are even scarier than tanks. You underestimated them. Everyone looked at each other. It turns out that he really has something else. Nancy Leah also showed a look of surprise. Does this lord have an endless supply of inspiration materials? Tank zombies and witch zombies are not only 5-star monsters, but also 2 extreme designs that can be called top-level designs. Although the adventurers complain continuously, for them, the more monsters the better, which is not a bad thing in itself, so they quickly found a reason to comfort themselves. It's not the Lord's fault. We were indeed careless. Although the witch is very scary, this monster has a low desire to attack as long as it is not alarmed. Can we kill it before it reacts by taking the initiative? You can try, but I think it's difficult, because any sound or light can alarm it, and you have seen her speed. It is difficult for us to hit the vital point. I believe there is always a way. When the shock and fear passed, the adventurer's nature was exposed again, and they became excited and greedy. 2 5-star monsters. There are 2 5-star monsters in Miracle City. These are 2 new monsters with extremely outstanding characteristics that have never been seen before. If this discovery spreads, The threshold of Miracle City will be trampled flat. Everyone didn't have time to discuss the significance of this matter to Blackstone Town. Something that shocked them, or made them envious, appeared. Ming Yu Xiaoxue exclaimed, "I have a spirit. It is the spirit of the tank zombie." Chapter 22. Adventurer Ming Yu Xiaoxue obtains tank zombie spirit from the secret realm of the frenzy, and your mental power is reduced by 30. It costs 20 mental power to put a tank zombie, and it will consume 30 mental power to extract the spirit from the secret realm, with a total cost of 50 mental power. This is a big loss for any new lord. Qi Ji did not feel the pressure. On the contrary, he felt refreshed. The mental power output of the Doomsday Frenzy is extremely high. It is conservatively estimated that more than 1,500 mental power is earned today. What is the loss of 50 mental power? This is not a bad thing, but a good thing. The adventurers immediately surrounded it to check. Tank Zombie Spirit, 5-star Gray Spirit. It is indeed a 5-star spirit. It can be worth at least 50 ordinary zombie spirits, right? Not only that, the quality of this spirit is very high. Even among 5-star monsters, it should be the top level. If it is taken to Blackstone Town, its value will be even higher. Sister Mingwei, you are so lucky. It's so enviable. Mingwei Xiaoxue made a decision that surprised everyone. I applied to recycle the tank zombie spirit. Ah? Recycle? Forget about ordinary zombies. You have to hand in this kind of spirit too? Are you crazy? This is a good thing that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. Cat Mingming, Sister Mingwei, why do you do this? Even for you, this spirit is worth a lot of money. Why dear, yes, Sister Mingwei, even if you don't absorb it yourself, you can exchange it for a lot of spirit materials, which should be enough to help you reach the second level. Miracle City is a newly established dungeon. If I take this high-level spirit away, it will be a huge blow to the dungeon. Mingwei Xiaoxue said, as long as this dungeon is still there, are you still afraid that you won't be able to brush the tank zombie spirit in the future? Everyone stood in awe. This is because they are worried that Miracle City will go bankrupt. That's why they are willing to hand over the spirit. This is called sustainable fishing. Everyone gave thumbs up and praised Mingwei Xiaoxue's behavior. Qi Ji was also confused in the face of this situation. No. Why are you all so worried that I will go bankrupt? Did you guys misunderstand something, and have a serious misunderstanding of the strength of both sides? Do I look so weak? Not to mention one, even if it's 10, it's nothing. Of course. There is such a good thing. Boss Qi will not refuse. He wanted to recycle this spirit. The adventurer took the initiative to hand it over, and saved a lot of trouble. Mingwei Xiaoxue, although I am willing to hand over this spirit, we must discuss the conditions. Adventurers and lords always have a game of wits and courage. Sometimes it is normal to negotiate with the lord when important materials or spirits are swiped out. Qi Ji, no problem, as long as the conditions are not excessive, this lord can give some discounts. First, I want 300 contribution points, of which 150 points are for my 3 teammates. After all, they have made great contributions in this battle. Okay. Contribution points are just numbers. Qi Ji has the right to mint coins, so he can give as much as he wants, and 300 contribution points for a 5-star spirit is not excessive. Second, I saw that the territory has built a spirit altar, so I want to apply to become the first contracted adventurer in Miracle City. This condition. It was too unexpected. Cat Mingming hurriedly said, Sister Mingwei, such an important matter, wouldn't it be too hasty to make such a decision? The white deer also hurriedly said, yes, the old dean knows how to explain it to him. Mingwei Xiaoxue, I have my own judgment, I believe in my choice. The other adventurers were all surprised. Feng Zhongmian and Lonely Swordsman admired Mingwei Xiaoxue's decisiveness. How important is this decision, if you want to fully understand its importance? First, you must understand the adventurer's level system and cultivation system. The adventurer's cultivation method is different from that of the indigenous races in the Chaos world. The cultivation method of the indigenous people of the Chaos continent is closer to that of traditional practitioners, and the adventurer is a special profession. All cultivation is based on the life spirit. The first level adventurer confused the gray spirit as the life spirit. The second level adventurer confused the white spirit as the life spirit. And so on. After the contract of the life spirit, they need to continuously strengthen the fusion degree of their own soul. The process of brushing the secret realm will slowly increase the fusion degree. Another method is to absorb and refine other souls. Let's take an example. A certain level adventurer contracts ordinary zombie soul as his soul. The fusion degree of this soul is only 0% at the time of the contract. He can use the power of this soul to gradually improve the fusion degree by brushing the secret realm continuously, or he can buy various different souls to feed his own soul. When the fusion degree reaches 100%, the adventurer will fully master the power of this soul. This situation is equivalent to the experience slot being full, and you can contract a second-level soul, so as to break through from a first-level adventurer to a second-level adventurer. This process can be repeated, and the level can be continuously improved. Mingwei Xue's grandfather is Baihe Jusher. He was the former #1 adventurer in Blackstone Town, and is now the dean of the Adventurer Academy. Under the guidance of Baihe Jusher, Mingwei Xiaoxue, although she has just turned 18, has already merged several first-level spirits, among which the degree of fusion of her own spirit has reached 70%, and her choice at this moment. It is equivalent to giving up most of her cultivation. Bind to Miracle City, and start practicing again. Each adventurer can only contract the power of one dungeon at the same time. Once Mingwei Xiaoxue signs a contract with Miracle City, she will be deeply bound to this dungeon. If this dungeon collapses in the future, she will lose all the power she has gained in this city, although she can still bind other dungeons. But it will cost a lot of money and time. Qi looked at Mingwei Xiaoxue with new eyes. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "This adventurer lady is very courageous. This lord has no reason to refuse this request, and I also believe that this will be an absolutely correct choice." "Thank you." Mingwei Xiaoxue smiled slightly. "Third, I want to contract the witch zombie spirit, so if the lord has a witch spirit in the future, please contract it for me as soon as possible." This woman is very smart. This is equivalent to exchanging a tank spirit for a witch spirit of the same quality. Not only did you contract a spirit of the same grade for free, but you also earned a few hundred contribution points. "Okay." Qi nodded. "This lord will make an exception this time. It's not a loss." Although he agreed to contract a witch zombie spirit for Mingwei Xiaoxue, it is a future spirit after all, and the tank he got now is a spot. Secondly, as the first contracted adventurer in the first Miracle City, Qi should give her some benefits, all as a reward for this courage, to set an example for other adventurers. 1,000 gold for a bone. You recovered the tank zombie spirit +1. The deal is done. A powerful 5-star spirit is in hand. Today's harvest is very large. 160 adventurers spent only 7 hours, and they have already exhausted all their energy. So Qi can close the stall in advance and count today's harvest. Today's Doomsday Frenzy Challenge total number of people is 1,024 times. Mental power output, 2112. Soul crystal output, 845. High mental power. It means that the adventurers are very addicted and happy. As for why the soul crystal is lower than the total number of challenges, it is because some will-party adventurers are frantically refreshing the beginner level. Adventurers will not explode soul crystals if they successfully pass the level without death. In the future, if necessary, Qi will limit the novice level. For example, after the challenge is successful, you cannot continue to challenge, or limit the number of challenges per day. There is no need for this now, because the dungeon needs a lot of spirits. Although these will-parties do not contribute soul crystals, they can produce a lot of spirits. As long as the recycling ratio is high enough, Qi can make it back through foreign trade. An ordinary zombie spirit is worth a lot of magic crystals, which is more profitable than directly harvesting adventurers. Today's spirit harvest output, ordinary zombie spirit 110 of 185. That is, 185 were produced and 110 were recycled. This recycling ratio is exaggerated. It is enough to make other dungeon lords jealous. So sometimes, the small scale of the dungeon can promote spirit recycling, because adventurers need a lot of contribution points to ensure that they will not be squeezed out by others in the queue. Hunter, Smoker, Spitter, Exploder, Jockey Spirit 4 of 8. Charger 0/1. Tank 1/1. A total of 300 mental expenditures are generated. The net income of mental power is 1912, plus the remaining 45 mental power yesterday. The current mental power is 1957. Yesterday, the remaining soul crystals were 172. The additional income from selling spirits was 162. Add today's operating income of 845. The total number of soul crystals in hand is 1179. These resources are a considerable fortune, enough to further build the territory and further improve the remaining levels of the Frenzy Secret Realm. The adventurer's clearance progress seems to be faster than expected. In this case, it is time to create more levels, especially to put in some materials from the Resident Evil inspiration crystals, such as Tyrant Tracker and G Creature. Not only enrich the content, it also paves the way for the plot mode. It also allows the country bumpkin adventurer to gain a good understanding. Chapter 23. The chaos tide will recede in a little while. The adventurers looked distraught and unsatisfied. As they had exhausted their energy for adventures in advance, today's business was declared closed in advance. The Blackstone Hammer King said, "What happened today? There is still nearly half of the opening time, and everyone has used up all their energy. Feng Zhongnian, it's a bit outrageous." Pig King, "I haven't had enough fun. I still want to kill zombies, even if I can just watch others play." Wool Warrior, "Yeah, every second feels like a year. How can I get through it? I feel like I'm already experiencing withdrawal symptoms." Die 2 Goose, "Me too, too addicted. I've never felt this way before." White Deer, "The secret realm of this Miracle City is definitely poisonous. These guys are seriously addicted to Miracle City. Once you get addicted to the internet, you will feel uncomfortable if you don't play for a moment. Chi-Ji was right not to increase the secret realm crystals immediately. The current daily reception limit of Miracle City is 160 people. It was full as soon as the door opened today. When these adventurers are exhausted, it's useless for them to call for people. Very quickly, these game addictions came. But the adventurers had nowhere to vent. Finally, they all complained to Boss Chi. "Mao Mingming, I personally feel that Lord Chi is too slow in building the dungeon. With this reception capacity, do you still want to make a lot of money? Do you still want to become a great lord?" "That's right. How can only 160 people be enough? I think at least 1,600 people are needed." Blackstone Hammer King, "I heard that a powerful dungeon is not only large in scale, but also has facilities to help adventurers recover their energy. It's unreasonable that there is no supporting facilities here." The adventurers were preparing to interrogate the Lord. Feng Zhongnian said at this time, "Everyone calm down. Miracle City was created only a week ago, and officially opened only 4 days ago. It is already very remarkable to have such a scale now." "What? 4 days?" There were many people entering Miracle City for the first time. The adventurers, who didn't know much about this dungeon, were shocked. Ming Wishashua, "It's amazing that it can develop to this extent in 4 days. Mao Ming, you should not embarrass the Lord." Lonely Swordsman nodded. "I believe this dungeon will rise soon, and various supporting facilities will be built as soon as possible. It's a pity that a few troublemakers are looking for trouble." Several adventurers stood up to speak for the Lord. In the future, they plan to develop in Miracle City for a long time, and they can't make Lord Chi unhappy for such a small matter. It's actually rare for adventurers to speak for the Lord. After all, most adventurers are free to come and go, and their relationship with the Lord is more like that of a gambler and a dealer, always fighting overtly and covertly, being suspicious of each other, and even cheating each other. Blackstone Hammer King, "I'm just complaining. Yeah, as one of the earliest adventurers, how could I not know the development capabilities of this city?" Cat Mingming, "Isn't this also to spur Lord Chi, so that he won't be passive and slack because he has made a little money recently? I'm collecting wine and beverages, chocolate instant noodles, and various Miracle City supplies. If you want to sell them, come to me quickly. I broke out a Huazi today." "What? Huazi? This is a good thing. Brother, you've made a lot of money. Sell or not?" After the adventurers made a noise for a while, they did not leave the dungeon, but used the hall as a trading market to buy and sell supplies. I have to say, various seemingly ordinary supplies. It is one of the biggest competitive advantages of Miracle City. From cola, instant noodles, chocolate, to beer, Mauzi, Huazi, the quality of these supplies is more than one level higher than other underground cities. Even if you don't want to use them, you can sell them to a few big households to subsidize your family. These guys don't go back after playing. They are all crowded here and making a lot of noise. Chi-Ji looked disgusted. There is nothing you can do about the adventurers' behavior of staying in Miracle City. After all, the closing time has not arrived yet, and you can't force them to leave, right? It is necessary to continue to expand the scale, and speed up the improvement of various infrastructures so that adventurers can have other things to do after challenging the secret realm, and it is best to continue to create value. Chi-Ji asked Nancy Leah to deal with the adventurers. Open the trading market. Find Lord 0340. Chi-Ji sent a message directly. Friend, the zombie spirits you want have been sorted out. Waited for about 2.5 hours. Lord 0340 replied and explained. Sorry, I was busy fighting the locusts in the territory when the city was opened, so I just saw the information now. I can make the transaction immediately. No time was wasted. Chi-Ji completed the transaction. Used 85 ordinary zombie spirits to exchange for 1 hotel blueprint. Adventurer Hotel is a good thing. It increases the reception limit by 100 at one time and allows a group of adventurers to stay overnight in the territory. But the construction cost is not low. Requires 300 soul crystals, 150 mental power, and 150 first-level material essences. Soul crystals. Mental power. No problem. But the material reserves are not enough. Chi-Ji didn't want to keep this blueprint overnight, because the population growth brought by the construction will only take effect when the city is open the next day. If the hotel is built one day earlier, the territory's income can increase by 1 day. There are at least 2 ways at present. The first is to buy material spirits, or first-level materials from the trading market, and then gather 150 copies of the construction needs. The second is to raise a team after the Miracle City secret realm is closed, and go to the outside world to get materials. The former requires a lot of soul crystals. The current financial situation of Miracle City is not abundant. There are still many construction needs that have not been completed in the territory. For example, upgrading the core, city walls, building warehouses, arrow towers, and other infrastructure. Therefore, we should try to find more incremental resources, and save the existing resources in hand. Chi-Ji is familiar with the map and the surrounding environment. Although 150 copies of material essences are not a small number, it will definitely not be a problem. Currently, there are dozens of ordinary zombie spirits. There is also a hunter, a smoker, an explosive, a jockey, and a tank. Chi-Ji plans to recruit 25 temporary workers of explosion-proof zombies, as well as 1 temporary worker each of hunter and smoker, to form a pioneering force. Of course, the goal this time. It is more difficult than the Red Claw village. These combat forces are not enough. Tank zombie spirits must be invested. This spirit is more precious. Chi-Ji does not intend to use it as a temporary worker, but plans to invest it in the monster camp to build it into a formal combat force. You are summoning Tank Zombie. This summoning requires spiritual power x100, soul crystal x50, tank spirit x1. Do you want to continue? Summon! Dong dong dong. A dull sound of footsteps sounded. The adventurers suddenly heard a violent and familiar roar. A humanoid monster with a height of 2.5 meters and muscles like heavy armor walked out of the monster camp and stood in front of the hall, which made everyone stunned and dumbfounded. Tank! It's a tank! Lord Chi summoned the tank directly. The monsters summoned directly from the underground city building monster barracks are a kind of regular soldiers in the territory. Unlike temporary workers, they can be stationed in the territory permanently, although the consumption is large. But as long as they don't die, it can be used all the time. If Chi-Ji builds the corresponding building, he can also transform, strengthen and upgrade it. The more regular troops there are, the stronger they are. In the future, they will also increase the personal ability of the Lord. It is one of the important foundations of the territory, and the Lord walk out of the mansion. Chi-Ji stood next to the tank. I saw this violent giant monster. At this moment, it became as docile as a puppy. All summoned creatures in the dungeon have no intelligence, or more accurately, no self-will. They are absolutely loyal to the Lord and absolutely obedient to orders. The angry chicken's eyes lit up. Domineering. Too domineering. Too domineering. The Blackstone Hammer King. Lord, why did you let the big muscle out? Are you going to fight again tonight? Yes. Boss Chi didn't keep anyone in suspense. He announced to everyone directly. I got the information that there is a goblin mine not far from the Red Claw village. This lord plans to take it down. This tank will be the main force in this battle. In addition, I need to recruit 27 mercenaries. Everyone is welcome to sign up and contribute to the territory. At the same time, all adventurers. All receive task prompts. Mission name, mercenary action, mission content. Miracle City plans to recruit 27 mercenaries, including 25 zombies, 1 hunter, and 1 smoker. Mission reward, 5 contribution points. Special note, once the adventurer who plays the role of hunter and smoker dies in this action, he will not receive any reward. Chapter 24. Chi-Ji has imposed certain restrictions on temporary workers this time. After all, hunters and smokers are worth several times more than ordinary zombies, and adventurers are a group of guys with poor obedience and are very jumpy. Punishment measures must be taken to prevent them from committing suicide. This is also the reason why adventurers are not allowed to play tanks. Otherwise, once adventurers have fun, who cares whether the tank is dead or alive? Losing a tank spirit is a huge loss to Miracle City at this stage. Sign up. Must sign up. I want to be a hunter this time. I will do it even if there is no reward. As expected, the adventurers are very enthusiastic and scramble to sign up. Especially hunters and smokers, zombies with special abilities. Even if there is a penalty for death, it still can't dispel their enthusiasm. Dark Valley. Roughly circular. More than 100 miles in diameter. Ruled by dark goblins. According to Chi-Ji's estimation, the goblins' lair is more than 60 miles away from Miracle City. It is a first-level underground city called Dark City, which has at least thousands of combat forces. This is the short-term core strategy goal. If this underground city can be successfully captured, Miracle City can not only harvest a lot of resources, but also completely control the Dark Valley. More importantly, it will obtain a new core and create a second secret realm in the future, however. Although it is a short-term task. But it is not that fast. At least today's troops will definitely not threaten the Dark City. Chi-Ji did not want to eat a big fat man in one bite. The Dark Goblins not only have a city, but also control several large and small strongholds in the Dark Valley. He can start with these strongholds. Red Claw Village was once one of them. The territory troops teleported to Red Claw Village, and then walked 6 or 7 miles northwest to reach a place called Red Rock Mountain Mine, which is one of the important bases of the Dark Race, and the combat target of Miracle City this time. Its geographical location is critical. It is the only way to attack the Dark City. It is also a resource-rich base. If you can seize the mine and plunder resources, building an adventurer hotel is no problem at all. 1 hour later. Recruitment is over. A total of 27 mercenaries were recruited. Spend 145 spirit and magic crystals each. Each conversion of an explosion-proof zombie consumes 5 spirit points and 5 soul crystals. Each conversion of a hunter or smoker consumes 10 spirit points and 10 soul crystals. The remaining magic crystals are 684. Remaining spiritual power 1562. The cost of such daily temporary workers is not low when there are too many of them, so it is still necessary to reserve more permanent monsters through the monster camp. The combination of the two can maximize the cost effectiveness. Of course, the more monsters, the better. First of all, there is an upper limit to the capacity of the monster camp. Secondly, such permanent units have higher short-term expenditures, and they are not perpetual motion machines, and will also produce consumption. If there are too many, it will drag down the territory's finances. Therefore, the number of troops is more valuable than quantity. Chi-Ji plans to build the soldier's house as soon as possible. This kind of building can transform contract adventurers into combat power. Not only is there no limit on the number, but the cost is also negligible. If the territory has enough contract adventurers, using them to form a troop is the lowest cost and most cost-effective option. That night, the chaos tide receded. It's time to close the secret realm. The territory stone in the center of Red Claw Village glowed. Dozens of figures descended from the main city, led by a tank zombie with a sturdy body and a strong sense of oppression. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. The lone wolf laughed loudly. He drew the hunter zombie. At this moment, he looked like a black-clothed hooded man. My luck is not bad. An adventurer named Wool Warrior, who has now become a smoker, who wants to taste my tongue. So disgusting. Get out of here. Why don't you find a mirror to look at yourself? If I look like this, I might as well be an explosion-proof zombie. Wool Warrior, you are just jealous. Feng Zhongmian said at this time. Don't waste time. We must set off quickly. That's right. The mission is important. Everyone follow Brother Tank. Yes, Brother Tank is different from us temporary workers. He is a regular territory monster. Chi-Ji did not go down in person. But you can control the tank remotely. This feeling is similar to playing Red Alert, StarCraft, and Warcraft. Tank brought 27 temporary workers and arrived at the destination of this operation after a very hard journey. It was a reddish-brown mountain. There is a small mining camp here. Chi-Ji knew that this place was the Red Rock Mountain Mine of the Dark Goblins, where 30 goblin warriors, 50 goblin miners, and a powerful goblin warrior were stationed. Although the goblin warrior is a 1-star monster, but the equipment is much better than that of the Red Claw Village. Therefore, it is considered to be a 1-star monster with higher combat power. The goblin miners are 1-star weaker, but there are as many as 50 of them, which is a force that cannot be underestimated. In addition, the goblin warriors in charge have the strength comparable to 4 stars, while the goblin warlocks in Red Claw Village are only 3 stars. It can be seen that this battle is difficult because the enemy is outnumbered, although there are tank zombies in Miracle City. But in order to reduce losses, this battle must be won by wits. There is a watchtower in front. There are 2 goblins on guard. This position can overlook the mine, which is very unfavorable for our actions. Then find a way to kill them quietly. We must gain the advantage of a preemptive surprise attack. Under the leadership of Chi-Ji, the adventurers found the watchtower of the mine through reconnaissance. Adventurers Lone Wolf and Wool Warrior immediately volunteered. They decided to use the advantages of smokers and hunters to carry out sneak attacks and assassinations. Then leave it to you two. Don't worry. Guaranteed to complete the task. The 2 adventurers immediately took action. The Lone Wolf approached silently with the agility of a hunter, climbed up the tower with his hands and feet, and then laid down under the observation tower like a gecko. The Wool Warrior is a smoker. Although his mobility is poor, his attack range is long. At this moment, he secretly climbed a big tree. Get ready. Count to 3, and do it together. Okay. 3, 2, 1. The Wool Warrior suddenly released a 17 to 18 meter long tongue from the big tree where he was hiding. This long tongue accurately locked the throat of a goblin and instantly pulled it out of the observation tower. Another goblin was shocked. He didn't have time to shout or ring the alarm bell. A black shadow swooped over, and the Lone Wolf turned into a hunter, knocking the goblin to the ground on the spot, and slashed its throat with its sharp claws, making it unable to make any sound. Go to hell. The Lone Wolf attacked with his claws crazily. He killed the unlucky goblin on the spot. The goblin that the Wool Warrior dragged down was not much better. The goblin fell half to death first, and then was surrounded and beaten by a group of explosion-proof zombies that rushed out. In a few seconds, he was bloody and dead. Ha ha! Good job. Special zombies are really useful. Now even if we get close to the camp, these stupid dark species won't have time to react. This is stable. The adventurers acted smoothly. At this time, morale was high and they were very excited. Chi-Ji saw it behind the scenes and nodded with satisfaction. Why can't we use all the resources to recruit permanent monsters in the monster camp? This is one of the most important reasons. Monsters have no IQ, and their behind-the-scenes micromanagement is limited. They can only convey some basic commands. Most of them are immovable and have poor adaptability. Adventurers are not very obedient, but they have more tricks and tricks. After the adventurers successfully killed the goblins in the watchtower, they continue to act, using the abilities of the hunter and the smoker to kill 6 patrolling and sentry goblin warriors one after another. So far, no member of the territory's combat power has been lost. The advantage of Miracle City is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 25. When the Miracle City mercenaries cleared the outer sentry patrols, bypassed the fortifications, and climbed into the mining camp, the dark goblins finally became alert. They quickly sounded the alarm. Exposed? It's too late. We successfully broke in. Humph, just in time. I don't like sneaking around. Let's go together and kill these dark species. Kill, kill, kill. The Miracle City mercenaries took advantage of the goblins' lack of time to react and gather, and suddenly attacked, beating 5 goblin warriors to death on the spot. The goblin warriors made strange noises, spoke in an incomprehensible goblin language, and used multiple short crossbows to block the adventurers. A burst of crazy shooting. Many Miracle City mercenaries were shot by arrows, but none of them fell down. The explosion-proof zombie armor was high enough to offset most of the damage. Even if the crossbow arrows penetrated the explosion-proof armor, the damage it could cause was very low, and with the zombie's strong vitality, it would not pose a threat in a short time. Dare to shoot me. All of you die. The adventurers rushed forward and launched a fierce attack. The goblin warriors rushed to meet the enemy, and naturally they were killed and lost their armor and weapons. In less than 5 minutes, most of them were killed. Another round of noisy sounds rang out. The adventurers found dozens of goblins carrying iron pickaxes and simple equipment coming. They should be the miners responsible for mining in this mine. Be careful. Although they look weak. But there are quite a few goblin miners. What are you afraid of? Kill, kill, kill. All the dark ones must die. The adventurers killed more than a dozen main forces of the goblin warriors. At this moment, their morale was high and their fighting spirit was extremely high. How could they be afraid of this mob? Just charge and it's over. The 2 sides engaged in close combat. Although the number of mercenaries in Miracle City is only half of that of the goblin miners, they are completely overwhelming these weak miners in terms of momentum. If this trend continues, the goblins will definitely lose. At this time, another goblin with a height of 1.7 meters, muscular, and holding a mace came out. The average height of an adult goblin is no more than 1.4 meters. This one is definitely the Schwarzenegger of the goblin world. Not good. The lonely swordsman recognized the other party's origin. "There is a goblin warrior. Don't fight him head-on." The goblin warrior roared and rushed into the crowd, swinging his mace with a gust of evil wind, just about to blow the damn invader's head off. Who would have thought? Before he could knock down a zombie from Miracle City, a huge rock suddenly fell from the sky and hit him. The goblin warrior was shocked. He smashed the rock with a stick. At this time, a huge figure violently smashed open the camp gate and rushed into the battlefield like a chariot, blowing away all the goblins blocking the way. It's stable. The tank zombie appeared. It made all the adventurers feel relieved. The tank zombie roared deafeningly, and its momentum was overwhelming the goblin warrior. A pair of big fists comparable to pumpkin hammer smashed down. The goblin warrior raised his mace to resist. When the violent force covered his head, his legs sank directly into the ground. The veins under his gray skin bulged, and his knotted muscles twisted like steel wires. Roar, roar, roar! The tank zombie hammered wildly and violently, as if hitting a nail. Although the goblin warrior took it hard, dark green blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. It can be seen. This is not easy, without waiting for the goblin warrior to counterattack. The tank grabbed the goblin warrior violently, and threw him violently. The figure was like a cannonball, instantly knocking down a goblin stone house. "Keep going! Tear it apart!" Chi-Ji gave the order behind the scenes. The tank zombie was still as violent as ever, roaring and rushing forward again, continuing to fight with the goblin warrior. Too fierce. The adventurers were dumbfounded. What a heavyweight and fierce duel. The goblin warrior is not an ordinary person, at least a 4-star monster. A mace can break a monument and smash a common person's head, which is not much more difficult than smashing a watermelon. Even the tank zombie. A hit with a stick will also hurt. But the tank zombie is stronger, relying on greater strength, solid muscle armor, plus tenacious vitality, and the most primitive and violent desire to fight. It has the upper hand from the beginning. The tank zombie is also a zombie. The blood claws are rich in fierce toxicity, so it will add negative buff to the enemy in battle. After a fierce fight, the tank zombie tore the goblin warrior into pieces on the spot, winning the battle at the cost of minor injuries. Beautiful. As expected of a 5-star monster boss. The power and defense of the tank zombie are top-notch even among 5-star monsters, and I think they are not inferior to some elite monsters. We will definitely win. When the strongest and most threatening goblin warrior was torn apart, there would be no more variables in this battle. Although the tank was injured after tearing the goblin warrior apart, it did not affect the continued fighting, so it continued to rush and sweep other goblins with this humanoid weapon. Plus the adventurers chasing and intercepting. The goblins were quickly slaughtered. In this battle, 1 goblin warrior, 30 goblin fighters, and 52 goblin miners were killed. Another brilliant victory. Miracle City lost 10 explosion-proof zombies, while hunters, smokers, tanks and other rarer units were all fine. Blackstone Hammer King, we won again. Grumpy Chicken, fighting is awesome. Pig King, the dark ones are just like this, I can still fight 10. Bright Moon shining on the snow. 2 strongholds were taken down in 2 days. Betting on Miracle City was indeed the right choice. The adventurers were all proud. They were not idle either, and quickly searched for supplies, first taking out more than 100 intact great quality equipment from the corpses. In addition, a large pile of fire copper ore was found, as well as daily supplies including wine and meat stored in the camp, and finally the sheltering God Stone was found. The God Stone was successfully activated. You successfully occupied the Red Rock Mountain camp and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, Gray, X1. Consume 150 mental power. Chi-Ji refined the Red Rock Camp God Stone. Another teleportation point was activated for the territory, and a Chaos Treasure Box was obtained. Open the box directly. You open the Chaos Treasure Box, Gray, you get Soul Crystal plus 400, Skill Secret Crystal, Lord Possession plus 1. The Soul Crystal reward of Hongyang Camp is twice that of Chijua Village. Although I failed to open the blueprint this time, I got a Skill Secret Crystal. The Secret Crystal is equivalent to the skill book in the game. It can give the Lord a specific Lord skill, which has the effect of enhancing the Lord's combat effectiveness or comprehensive ability. It is a very important resource. Skill Secret Crystal, Possession, a first-level Lord skill, can consume 200 mental power for cultivation. Not bad. Lord Possession is a common Lord skill, and its effect is to make the Lords will descend on a certain territory monster. For example, if Chi-Ji uses the Possession technique on the tank, he can be in Miracle City, but can act with the tank body. He will be able to command troops and participate in battles on the front line, not only to have a better sense of experience and participation in the battle, but also to personally perform some micro-operations that cannot be completed by mental instructions. It's a very practical thing. It seems that today's battle yielded good results. Chapter 26. Chi-Ji did not use the skill crystal immediately. After all, learning skills requires mental energy. This skill is indeed good, but it is not yet useful. The initial stage of the territory construction has a higher priority. After Chi-Ji collected the skill crystal, he teleported from the main city to the Red Rock camp and first praised the adventurers. Contribution point rewards were all doubled. The wine, meat, dry food and other daily necessities found in the camp were also distributed to the adventurers, and then the mercenary troops were disbanded. You took back Zombie Spirit X15, Hunter Spirit X1, and Smoker Spirit X1. Officially count and settle the harvest. Recover the useless goblin equipment first. You recover the Goblin Warrior Mace, and the first level material essence increased by 5. You recover the Goblin Leather Armor, and the first level material essence increased by 3. You recover the Goblin Pickaxe, and the first level material essence increased by 147 pieces of gray equipment. Recycled and decomposed 256 material essences. Chi-Ji was very satisfied. The main purpose of this wave was to build a hotel. And this part of the material alone is enough to build an adventurer's hotel. But is this all the harvest? Of course not. Red Rock Mountain is rich in fire copper ore. Now there are 500 or 600 units of fire copper ore stored in the camp warehouse. Poor quality fire copper ore, grade low-grade material. As long as there is a grade, it can be recycled. All recycled. First level material essence plus 588. A total of 844 material essences were harvested in this operation, and Miracle City still has 57 stocks left, so there are currently 901 essences. Very good, enough to meet the current construction needs. Chi-Ji immediately returned to the main city and immediately spent 300 soul crystals, 150 mental power, and 150 first level material essences to build an adventurer's hotel. With this building, Miracle City not only has a huge increase in income, adventurers can be better used in the future. Chi-Ji currently reserves 1262 mental power points, 784 soul crystals, and 751 material essences. The adventurers performed well today. Their strategy speed is faster than expected. Maybe tomorrow a team will clear the first level, so it is necessary to make plans for the subsequent updates of the secret realm. Chi-Ji is not only preparing to build the second level, he is also planning to build the third level and the story mode in one go. Currently, there are so many materials in hand. It is enough to build 5 or 8 levels. However, considering the core load capacity of the territory, at this stage, it is planned to build only up to the third level at most. Chi-Ji has to leave some core budget for the story mode and other gameplay modes. And the mental resources need to be used for facilities and military construction to prepare for the second secret realm in the future. Since there are only 3 levels, the second and third levels must have characteristics. It must not be a simple nesting doll with a different scene. So, how to make it distinctive? Make some enrichment and updates in map design, scenes, and weapons. The most important thing is to have newer and more interesting monsters. The design of the secret realm cannot only consider fun and harvesting adventurers, but also must be closely linked to the development progress and needs of the territory, so that the secret realm can produce the resources or monsters needed by the territory in a timely manner. All aspects must be balanced. This is very important. The second and third levels must definitely invest in monsters stronger than tanks and witches, which can not only bring greater challenges and surprises to adventurers, but also have the opportunity to create stronger troops for the territory. Chi-Ji has selected 2 bosses from the many monsters in the material library. G-virus creatures, trackers, but in the specific implementation, he has to make some choices about the monsters. There are many versions of the tracker, such as the tracker with a flamethrower, the rocket tracker, the Gatling tracker, etc. G-virus creatures have 5 forms, among which G3 creatures and G5 creatures are 2 completely different things, so they can be made into independent materials. Different versions of trackers. Different forms of G creatures. They have different strengths. For example, the flamethrower tracker is only a 2-star elite. But the one equipped with a Gatling tracker is a terrifying 5-star elite. The G3 complete form is a 3-star elite monster, and the G5 complete form is the top 5-star elite monster. The strength difference is huge. Ordinary monsters such as tanks and witches. It is far from comparable to these elite monsters. Because ordinary monsters are first level units, and elite monsters are second-level units. Even if a second-level unit is only 1 star, its strength is far greater than that of a first-level 5-star unit. Chi-Ji has weighed the pros and cons repeatedly. He decided to put Flame Hunter in the second level of the Frenzy, and G3 Complete in the third level. Why not put the strongest Gatling Hunter in G5? This is a decision made based on 2 practical factors. First, Doomsday Frenzy has invested 335 points of spiritual power materials, and the first level core can only run 1000 spiritual power at most. The stronger the monster, the higher the cost. The more core resources are occupied. Although the territory core is a facility built by the territory like the basic building, there is no need to prepare drawings for construction and upgrading. As long as the conditions are met, it can be upgraded at any time. But the upgrade cost is not low. It takes 1000 soul crystals, 500 mental power, and 500 material essences to upgrade the first level core to the second level core. Chi-Ji can take out the resources to upgrade the core, but at this stage, the territory is in ruins and resources should be used for facility construction first. He plans to use the remaining computing power of the current first level core to build the second level, so he tries to choose monsters that occupy less resources. In addition, the difficulty of the Gatling Tracker is still too high. The Tracker is a type of tyrant zombie. It is one of the most classic top monsters in Resident Evil. It is transformed from a T-03 tyrant implanted with a special parasite. This T-03 tyrant is already very powerful. It is a perfect tyrant mass-produced by the Umbrella Company. In terms of strength, it is slightly inferior to the tank zombie, but it has a strong combat IQ and can even use various hot weapons proficiently. It is undoubtedly a 5-star ordinary monster. The overall strength is not inferior to the tank. When the nearly perfect T-03 tyrant zombie is implanted with Nemesis Alpha parasites, it will not only retain all the original advantages, but also have extremely strong regeneration ability and extremely strong survivability. It has the ability to mutate into a second or even third form under extreme circumstances. Even with bare hands, it can beat ordinary tyrants or tank zombies. There is no doubt that it is an elite quality monster. This elite monster with balanced performance in all aspects, equipped with a special Gatling gun that can fire up to 10,000 large caliber bullets each time, is a one-sided massacre for adventurers. How to fight? Boss G wants to torture the old 6. But he still needs to rely on the old 6 to brush souls for the territory. This kind of monster is almost impossible to defeat under the current gameplay mode. Although it is very satisfying to beat them to death, when will Miracle City be able to create powerful troops? Compared to this, the Flamethrower Tracker takes up less resources. It can not only beat the adventurer to death, but also the adventurer has a chance to defeat it, which is a better choice in the final analysis. Or these young people are too weak. Miracle City wants to develop faster. It is urgent to have some more powerful adventurers. Lao Ding. Start making. In the first level, 3 tanks, 5 witches, and about 30 other types of special infected people were invested. The second level invested in mental power budget at least doubled, so 6 tanks, 6 witches, and 50 special senses of various types were built, consuming a total of 495 mental power. Spend another 50 mental power. Add more scenes and props. The last boss is the Flamethrower Tracker. This second level monster consumes 120 mental power. This production costs 665 mental power, and the current core carrying capacity is 1000/1000. It is exactly full. It can't fit in any more. There are only 597 mental power left. However, Chi-Ji will plan the third level and the plot mode first. Compared with the second level, the third level adds more environmental narrative details to pave the way for the worldview background and the biochemical crisis plot. The G3 complete body is used as the boss to guard the level. The G-virus creature is more terrifying than the tracker. Its distorted appearance is completely beyond the cognition and imagination of ordinary people. Chi-Ji is looking forward to the reaction of the adventurer when he sees the G3 complete body. G3 complete form. Flamethrower Tracker. It will be the first batch of elite monsters to appear in Miracle City. Their arrival is enough to give a head-on blow to the increasingly arrogant and ignorant adventurers. I believe that the production level, potential of Miracle City, and the topicality among adventurers will be further improved with the appearance of these 2 monsters, so that Nancy Leah and adventurers will have more trust in Miracle City. After clearing the third level, the plot chapter will be unlocked. Chi-Ji plans to adapt the most classic parts of the previous works of Resident Evil into Doomsday Frenzy in order, and update and release the plot chapters one by one. In the short and medium term, these contents are enough for the Frenzy. It's rich content, Huge size and many fresh elements are enough for adventurers to explore for a long time. Chi-Ji will continue to improve the Frenzy Secret Realm as planned, while accelerating the pace of territory development, so as to strive to create the second secret realm of the territory as soon as possible. Chapter 27. The secret realm planning for the next period of time has been completed. Chi-Ji wants to further build the territory. Currently, remaining resources: spiritual power, 597. Material essence, 751. Soul crystal, 784. Chi-Ji thought carefully. 5 basic buildings were built one after another. Sentry tower, 50 soul crystals, adventurer capacity plus 0. Warehouse, 50 soul crystals, adventurer capacity plus 10. City wall, 100 soul crystals, adventurer capacity plus 0. Mercenary house, 200 soul crystals, adventurer capacity plus 25. Soldier house, 200 soul crystals, adventurer capacity plus 25. Sentry towers, arrow towers, city walls, and other defensive and war facilities do not increase adventurer capacity, and their only function is to protect the territory. The moment Chi-Ji confirmed the construction of the city wall, the surrounding earth walls were weathered and decomposed by a force, and replaced by a circle of more solid stone walls. The length and width of Miracle City increased to 6 or 700 meters. The sentry tower has good functions. It can sense the breath of dark species within a radius of 2 kilometers. But there is no need to build such a warning function building in Miracle City. After all, Miracle City cannot be breached at present, so it is better to put it in the Red Rock Mountain camp. This place is equivalent to the front line against the Dark City. Chi-Ji estimated that the Dark Goblins would definitely make moves in the next 1 or 2 days, and as long as the dark species appeared nearby, he would be alert and take countermeasures at the first time. This time, a warehouse, a mercenary house, and a soldier house were also added. The warehouse is just as the name suggests. It is a place for storage and withdrawal. Not only can it store and withdraw materials, but also spirits. The first level warehouse can store up to 500 cubic meters of materials and 1,000 spirits, which can delay the shelf life of all items by 50%. It is a component unit of logistics infrastructure. All warehouses in the territory can be interconnected, and any warehouse can store and retrieve materials. In the future, if there are more warehouses, a territory logistics network can be formed, so it is a very practical infrastructure. As for why Miracle City already has a mercenary house. Why build another mercenary house? The first level mercenary house only adds 30 temporary workers. This time, 27 mercenaries were mobilized just to attack the Red Rock Mountain camp. If a larger scale operation is launched, this number is obviously not enough, so we must prepare for the rainy day. The infrastructure that comes with the core of this dungeon can all be built without drawings. Except for the special secret crystal, other facilities have no rigid construction limit, but have very harsh hidden conditions. Among them, functional facilities, although unlimited in number, will increase costs. And the cost increases by 100% for each additional one. The first mercenary house in Miracle City only cost 100 soul crystals, while the second cost 200 soul crystals. In the future, the consumption of the latter will double when it is upgraded, so the cost will be very high. So in theory, there is no limit on the number. In practice, the cost effectiveness must be considered. Some mature territories may have built more than a dozen mercenary houses, but there are usually primary and secondary ones, and only the main facilities will be upgraded. Finally, there is the soldier house. This is not for ordinary adventurers. It is a barracks built for contracted adventurers and exclusive adventurers. These adventurers, who are deeply bound to the dungeon, are part of the regular force of the territory. They are different from temporary workers. They can make better use of the power of the territory, and can transform the city's soldiers through the soldier house. There is no limit on the number. No need to consume spirit. And it is completely free. The number of contracted adventurers can generate as much combat power every day. The soldier house can also provide resurrection times. The first level soldier house can resurrect up to 10 times a day. Even if the combat power converted by the adventurer dies, it can consume certain resources to revive again from the soldier house. With these facilities, Miracle City not only has improved its functions, it also further increases the capacity of adventurers. The Adventurer Hotel plus several major infrastructures have increased the population capacity by 100 plus 60. Before this, the total reception capacity of Miracle City was only 160 people. This construction is equivalent to doubling the reception capacity to 320. Another 100 soul crystals were spent. The number of secret realm crystals increased from 20 to 40. This construction consumed a lot of money. Currently, there are only 84 soul crystals left, and the financial situation is already seriously tight. Very good. Very good. Chi-Ji looked over the territory. The city was built less than 8 days ago and operated for only 5 days, but it had already accumulated a good fortune. Among the new lords, unless they were born in top families and had a lot of resources, they could not be comparable to Miracle City, of course. Even if they have a background, all they can bring is a lot of soul crystals. Resources like spiritual power cannot be traded. The key to the success of an underground city is still to look at one's own talent and inspiration qualifications. Chi-Ji is full of confidence in Miracle City. It has always been his dream to be the greatest underground city lord, and he will continue to move towards this goal. Buildings are rising from the ground. The two people living in the city are shocked. The dwarf boy Arnold admired. Is this the power of the dungeon lord? Although I heard my grandfather say it once, it is still shocking to see it with my own eyes. Nancy Leah murmured. Our lord is definitely not an ordinary lord. This is a poor lord with no background in power support, who started with only a pair of pants. He relied on his talent and hard work to build the dungeon to this level in a few days. Incredible, perhaps this territory. It is the hope she has been looking for. The light in her bright eyes became brighter and brighter. Nancy Leah decided to calm down and observe Miracle City further. She definitely wanted to see this lord born in poverty successfully counterattack more than anyone else, and hoped that this small Miracle City could rise, because it might be the only hope to defeat the Eternal Night Dragon King. The next day, early in the morning, enter Miracle City. The Blackstone Hammer King was stunned by the scene in front of him. What's going on? Why are there so many people? This is at least twice as many as yesterday. The gate of Miracle City was crowded with people, and the number of people was estimated to be close to 300, nearly double that of yesterday. Lord Chi is amazing. I just complained yesterday that his territory was too small, and today the scale has almost doubled. I said that Lord Chi has great potential, and will definitely develop at an unimaginable speed. Good. It's worthy of being the dungeon I chose. With such a development speed, I feel more assured about Miracle City. Miracle City is officially open. The adventurers rushed to the hall at the speed of a 100-meter race, and once again immersed themselves in the secret world. Most of the adventurers who didn't get the first start were watching, and a few were wandering around the city to learn about the new changes in the dungeon. Big King, fuck. Hotel. Cat Mingning, Lord Chi is really good. The adventurers' hotel looks very simple, a 2-story stone house similar to a walled house, with a courtyard in the middle and a total of 50 rooms. The hotel can provide accommodation services. You can restore your energy without returning to the surface. This is not only convenient for participating in dungeon activities, but also saves you from the trouble of queuing to enter the city the next day. Dear adventurer, welcome to the hotel. Do you need to check in? Arnold was arranged by Boss Chi to be the receptionist at the hotel front desk. Whoa warrior, how much does it cost to stay for one night? The dwarf boy said. The price of our store fluctuates every day. Currently, we provide 3 payment methods, which can be paid with soul crystals, spirits, or contribution points. After that, show the price list. 5 contribution points for one night. Or any one spirit material, or pay 10 soul crystals as the fee. Soul crystals and spirit materials are both hard currency on the surface. This is for the rich, and ordinary people don't even consider it. Big King, 5 contribution points a day? Although it's a bit expensive, in order to ensure that you can enter the city every day, you sometimes have to spend this amount of money to bid and queue, so it's acceptable. Woe Warrior nodded. Miracle City is getting more and more popular now, and the queuing price will increase in the future. Yes. Move into the territory. Task selection priority. It can ensure that we receive the task. Miracle City contribution points can only be used in Miracle City. The more supporting facilities and services there are, the greater the gold content of the contribution points, thereby stimulating adventurers to hand in resources and participate in territory tasks. Open a room. I want one too. We stay here tonight. Ha ha ha, Miracle City is good in every way, except that it's a little deserted. Let's get some wine and meat, and have a bonfire dinner in the hotel yard to add some popularity to this city. Good idea. Adventurer Cat Ming Ming checked in at the hotel, and you recovered 5 contribution points. Adventurer Pig King checked in at the hotel, and you recovered 5 contribution points. Adventurer White Deer checked in at the hotel, and you recovered 5 contribution points. Chi-Ji was resting in the Lord's mansion at the moment, and was surprised when he saw the prompt. An adventurer checked in so soon? Not bad. He continued to refresh the information prompt panel. Spirit power +1, spirit power +1, spirit power +2. Soul crystal +1, soul crystal +1. Zombie spirit +1, zombie spirit +1, jockey spirit +1, exploder spirit +1. It feels great to see the harvest constantly refreshed. Today, the number of crystals and challengers in the secret realm has nearly doubled, so the benefits are naturally higher. In addition, as adventurers gain experience and gain more intelligence, their survivability is significantly enhanced. Yesterday, they all died in more than 6 hours. Today, they fought for 10 hours in a row. At this time, a message. It caught his attention. Adventurer Grumpy Chicken obtained the Witch Zombie Spirit from the Frenzy Secret Realm, and your mental strength was reduced by 30. Chapter 28. Chi-Ji came to the hall. The adventurers were all cheering. Xiaoya, what's going on? Why are you so noisy? Oh no, Lord. The first level of the Doomsday Frenzy has been breached. Nancy Leah was in a complicated mood. She had been watching the adventurers' adventures these 2 days. When you finally get through the Doomsday City after countless deaths and narrow escapes, as a spectator, you can't help but be excited. This is a great victory. It is a manifestation of wisdom, courage, and luck, but the successful breakthrough of the adventurer is not a good thing for the dungeon. Nancy Leah admires Lord Chi-Ji's inspiration and production ability more and more. The secret realm he created is even deeply attractive to her. He is definitely a talented lord with great potential. Lord Chi can make the secret realm more underworld, more evil, and more cruel. Many dungeons do this to make adventurers unable to defeat it for 10 days, or half a month, or even almost never get through. But Lord Chi seems to have too high artistic pursuits. The secret realm he created is more like a wonderful drama. Every adventure is full of excitement and unknowns, and it can always bring a lot of fun and excitement, but it obviously does not raise the difficulty to the extreme. If this continues, once the secret realm is completely penetrated, the territory's income will be greatly reduced. Nancy Leah is more and more optimistic about Miracle City. Don't want to see the potential damaged or even interrupted. After all, this underground city may become the hope of the Evernight Forest. The adventurers came forward to show off at the first time. Cat Ming Ming, Lord Chi, I'm so sorry. The first level of the Frenzy Secret Realm that you spared no effort to build was completely broken by us so quickly. Mingwei Xiaoxue, we have found the specific location of the safe door. Pig King, you underestimate us adventurers. You don't even place a few tanks and witches at the safe door. If you don't pass the level quickly, you will be sorry for yourself. Will the Lord go bankrupt? I am also worried about this. Anyway, I have already handed over the souls I got, just to extend the life of Miracle City. Lord, would you consider raising the difficulty a little bit? Blackstone Hammer King, my God, as an adventurer, you actually asked the Lord to increase the difficulty. I feel so cheap. Chi-Ji learned. 3 teams have passed the level. He did not place the strongest combat force near the safe door. In theory, as long as he is lucky enough, he can completely avoid tanks and witches, thereby greatly reducing the difficulty of passing the level. When you master the method of passing the level, it is estimated that many adventurers will pass the first level. When facing the adventurers who are arrogant and proud, Chi-Ji couldn't help but secretly complain, it's really bright with a little sunshine, but I'm just giving you some sweetness first, so that you can give more resources for the territory, and the real good days are still to come. No more waiting. Lord. The irritable chicken couldn't wait to squeeze in front of Chi-Ji. I apply to hand over the witch spirit. The conditions are the same as Mingwei Xiaoxue, but I want to contract the tank zombie spirit. The irritable chicken is a short-haired girl, only 1.5 meters tall, with a very neutral face, a typical tomboy. She is good friends with the Pig King, the Lone Wolf, and the Blackstone Hammer King. But there is a good witch spirit that she doesn't want. She actually wants to become a muscle monster? What a strange girl. And Chi-Ji ruthlessly refused. No. Why? Mingwei Xiaoxue is not only the first adventurer to hand in a 5-star spirit, but also the first adventurer to request a contract with Miracle City. Naturally, she will be given preferential treatment in terms of conditions, and others cannot enjoy the same treatment. Chi-Ji paused and continued, but I can give you 300 contribution points, and promise that as long as you have a tank zombie spirit, you will be given priority and a 50% discount, and all other costs incurred by the ritual contract will be waived. Mingwei Xiaoxue exchanged the tank spirit for 300 contribution points, plus a free contract for a witch spirit. Cranky Chicken also got 300 contribution points. But there is no free spirit. Only a 50% discount. Chi announced. From now on, adventurers who want to contract with Miracle City need to hurry up and apply. After all, the number of contract places in the territory is very limited, and the relevant discounts will gradually decrease until they are completely cancelled. Want to contract with Miracle City? Of course there will be a fee. A 5-star spirit costs at least 300 contribution points. Miracle City currently has no stock of this kind of spirit, and you need to apply in advance and wait in line. Adventurers can also bring their own spirits, which can save the spirit cost, but it also requires 100 contribution points for the ceremony fee. The adventurers were all in a commotion. Although Miracle City has built a spirit altar, there is a limit on the number of adventurers who can contract. The quota is very precious, and it will be gone if it is too late, but even if the spirit can be discounted or brought by yourself. 100 contribution points for the ceremony fee. It is not a small number. Few people can afford 100 contribution points at present. Hurry up and get the soul. You must work hard to get the soul. The adventurers all felt a sense of urgency. First earn contribution points to complete the contract and get on the bus, otherwise there will be no seat if it's too late. After a calculation, the irritable chicken decided to hand in the witch zombie spirit. Although the discount is not as big as Mingwei Xiaoxue, it is not bad to ensure that a tank spirit is contracted. Lord. Chi just completed the recycling transaction. Mingwei Xiaoxue jumped out impatiently. Chi glanced at her. Don't worry, this lord always keeps his promise. Today, I will use this witch spirit to contract for you. Mingwei Xiaoxue was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. A quarter of an hour later. On the spirit altar. Under the gaze of the adventurers. The first contracted adventurer of Miracle City is born. Mingwei Xiaoxue has multiple first-level spirits in her body, all of which are spirits from Tianyun City. The degree of integration of her life soul has reached more than 70%, and she is not far from breaking through to the second level. Recontract? At least half of her cultivation will be lost. Mingwei Xiaoxue doesn't feel sorry. She doesn't want to follow the path arranged by her grandfather. She believes in her vision and the potential of Miracle City. Contracting with this underground city will definitely not be a loss, and being the first contractor of Miracle City will surely bring many benefits in the future. What's more? Mingwei Xiaoxue's life soul. It's just a 4-star spirit. How can the witch zombie spirit be so powerful and useful? You are making a spirit contract for the adventurer Mingwei Xiaoxue. This contract will consume 30 points of mental power. Do you want to continue, contract adventurer? It will consume mental power. It has nothing to do with the spirit used. All consume 30 mental power. Chi completed the ceremony without hesitation. The spirit altar released powerful energy, instantly imprinting the witch spirit in Mingwei Xiaoxue's body. This spirit became Mingwei Xiaoxue's life soul, allowing it to build a connection with Miracle City. The spirits in her body, that are not from Miracle City, all automatically decomposed and released a large amount of energy. Although more than half of them inevitably dissipated, some of them also became nutrients for the new life soul. Mingwei Xiaoxue's foundation is still solid. When the witch spirit absorbs this part of the dissipated energy, its fusion degree directly reaches about 50%. Although the cultivation or experience slot is lost, it is not to the point of being pushed to the bottom and becoming a new adventurer. The contract was successful. From now on, Mingwei Xiaoxue will be deeply bound to Miracle City. Because the source of adventurer power comes from the dungeon of the contract. If the contracted dungeon is completely destroyed, the soul in the body will also disappear. Although it will not cause death, it will cause the loss of cultivation, and the cost is not small. Although Mingwei Xiaoxue has not completely integrated the soul, but it does not prevent her from transforming into a witch through the soldier's house, so as to use the full power of the witch zombie. Compared with the temporary mercenary workers, even if she dies in battle, it will not cause any loss to the territory's soul. If the soul fusion degree can be cultivated to 100%, then without the help of territory facilities, even without transformation, she can use part of the power of the witch zombie. Both her personal life and the adventurer's energy will be greatly improved. In other words, from now on, Miracle City has 2 long-term high-quality combat forces available. One is the tank zombie monster soldier. The other is the adventurer contract soldier, who has integrated the power of the witch zombie. The former has no brains, and will be gone when he dies, but his loyalty, stability, and obedience are 100%. The latter has a brain, can be reused infinitely, has low cost and high growth potential, and can be allowed to move freely in the Chaos continent in the future, actively explore, or perform various complex tasks. Although the obedience of the contract adventurer is still impossible to compare with that of pure monster soldiers, after all, it is deeply bound to the community of interests with Miracle City, so it can be used with confidence. When two 5-star combat forces are in hand, the power of Miracle City has been greatly improved. Chapter 29. The birth of the first contract adventurer. It made everyone else feel a sense of urgency. Lord, I want to apply for a contract. First, I make a 2-star spirit contract. Lord, I have a charger spirit. Please sign a contract for me immediately. Another 7 or 8 adventurers applied for contracts. They bought souls from other adventurers at high prices, or borrowed and collected some spirit resources from each other to initiate recycling. When they accumulated 100 contribution points, they immediately applied to become Miracle City contract adventurers. No 5-star spirit, it's not a big problem. Because you don't have to use 5 stars. There are not many places for new dungeons. The contract quota for high-quality dungeons is even more precious. Don't care what spirit it is, just complete the contract first. Adventurers can only build 1 life spirit at each level. Different combinations of life spirits have different effects, which greatly affect the adventurer's ability system, but this does not mean that the life spirit cannot be replaced once it is determined. When the dungeon develops to a certain extent, naturally, there are facilities and services for replacing souls. The replacement or reorganization of souls will cause loss of cultivation. But it is not too much and is still within people's tolerance. If you don't want to replace or reorganize the soul, there are other ways to have a 5-star spirit, such as using special facilities to cast and strengthen the spirit, so as to achieve the effect of star upgrade. In short, there are many ways. The ability of adventurers is not so rigid. The top priority is to board the ship of Miracle City as soon as possible. The enthusiasm of these adventurers is a bit beyond Chi-Ji's expectations. Nancy Leah was also very surprised to see the scene. She knows the group of adventurers very well, and knows that for adventurers, contracting a dungeon is a big deal. It is about career planning and future development. In order to attract adventurers to sign contracts with them, new lords usually have to offer a huge price and pay a lot of sacrifices and costs. When adventurers bought by benefits find better dungeons or other lords offer better prices, they are also the most likely to defect and run away, and now, there are no benefits. You even have to pay for it yourself. They are scrambling to sign contracts. This is the greatest recognition and trust in Miracle City. Nancy Leah seems to understand why Boss Chi created the dungeon secret realm in this way. Only by making dungeons, like works of art with heart, can you gain spontaneous supporters from the heart of adventurers. However, faced with enthusiastic adventurers, Chi-Ji did not accept all the orders. Because contracted adventurers need mental strength, spending too much at once will affect the construction of the territory. In addition, the number of places is limited. It cannot be used up at once. This is the only way to keep the adventurers hanging. Let them be more enthusiastic about soul hunting and soul contribution. Chi-Ji then announced that from today onwards, the daily plan will only contract 5 adventurers. If there are more than 5 candidate adventurers, they will be admitted according to the cumulative contribution of the applicants. In other words, the higher the contribution of the adventurer, the greater the chance of obtaining a contract. Chi-Ji chose Blackstone Hammer King, Pig King, Lone Wolf, and Feng Zhongmian to make contracts in turn. Blackstone Hammer King and Feng Zhongmian both contracted 2-star hunters for transition. Lone Wolf contracted a smoker, and Pig King contracted a 3-star charge in his hand. A total of 120 points of mental power were consumed. Lonely Swordsman, hey Feng Xiao, why are you doing this? You originally had a 4-star soul, but now you have changed it to a 2-star. Once the leader of the Higanbana knows, she will be furious, and it will be difficult for us to explain to her. It's okay. No need to explain. Feng Zhongmian said casually, although the quality is a bit low, it's just a temporary transition. No one told my sister, so she won't find out in a short time. I will prove my choice because I believe in Lord Chi-Ji. Adventurers will inevitably suffer serious losses in cultivation if they unbind the dungeon. However, there are 2 situations. The first is passive unbinding, such as when the bound dungeon is destroyed, which will cause the cultivation to almost disappear and return to 0. The second is active unbinding, such as giving up the original dungeon and establishing a contract with another dungeon, which is equivalent to covering the old soul with a new soul, because the new soul will absorb the energy of the old soul, so about 50% of the cultivation can be preserved. Because of this, when the dungeon is doomed, if the contracted adventurers are not loyal enough, they will stop the loss and run away as soon as possible. Most of the time, Don't expect these old guys to live and die with the dungeon, and this is one of the things that the lords hate adventurers the most. Chaos Tide will fade away. Today's income is as follows. Soul Crystal income reaches 1255. The gross income of mental power is as high as 2470. The data of spirit resource recovery and output are 138 out of 211 for 1-star zombie spirit, for 12th for 2-star zombie spirit, 1/4 for 3-star, and 1/1 for 5-star used. Passive mental power expenditure is 353. The consumption expenditure of contracted adventurers is 150. The current mental power remaining is 2,564. There are 1339 soul crystals and 751 material essences. It's another day of great harvest. Chi-Ji stuffed the spirits into the territory warehouse and stored them. Then he took out 1,000 soul crystals, 500 mental power, and 500 material essences to upgrade the territory core. Upgraded successfully. The current territory core level is level 2. It consumes a lot but is necessary. The level 2 core can increase the adventurer capacity by 100. This is not a small number. And this is not the point. The most important thing is that the level 2 territory core can run the secret realm of 5,000 spiritual power. Only in this way can the planned third level and plot mode be built, or plot and other gameplay modes can be developed, so as to further enrich the heritage and appeal of the dungeon. There are 339 soul crystals left. It's a bit of a spend. The finances are in crisis again. We must recover quickly, otherwise, it will be difficult to build a territory and create troops. Chi-Ji plans to sell some inventory spirits in exchange for soul crystals for territory construction. He took out 50 ordinary zombies, but he was a little unsure about how many soul crystals to sell, so he took 5 and listed them at a unit price of 20 soul crystals. The unit price of a 1-star gray soul is generally between 8 and 15, and it is rare to sell 20 soul crystals. I only put up 5 items just to test the waters. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. These are all the spirits that I worked so hard to get. Shouldn't I make the most of them? However, I put them up for half an hour. There was no movement at all. Is the price too high to sell? No matter what, I will observe for a while, and then gradually adjust and explore to find the most suitable price. The territory is closed now, but compared with the past few days, Miracle City tonight seems very lively and popular. Because as many as 36 adventurers choose to stay in the hotel, they have obtained the qualification to spend the night in Miracle City, and these guys are restless, and must be looking for fun. Lord, we're going to have a bonfire party. Come join us and have some fun. The 36 adventurers lit a bonfire, brought a lot of supplies from Blackstone Town, and each of them collected some spicy strips, cola, instant noodles, chocolate, ham sausage, and local specialties such as Mauzi Huazi, and all of them were piled together to hold a celebration feast, for a while. Singing and dancing. Talking about everything. The atmosphere was joyful and friendly. Chi-Ji didn't put on airs, bringing Arnold and Aya to join in. Miracle City has never been as lively as it is today. Nancy Leah sat among the adventurers, eating the best food from the secret realm. Her face was full of happiness at the moment, and at the same time she had a sense of unreality. The dungeon she had seen. The relationship between adventurers and lords is generally very bad. In the eyes of the lords, adventurers are greedy pests like passing locusts. To the adventurers, the lord is sinister and cunning, full of malice, a hateful black factory boss, and a ruthless banker who cuts leaks. However, adventurers live on the dungeon. The dungeon can only develop with adventurers. The fate of the two is closely linked, and the relationship is always subtle and full of contradictions. The temperament of this Miracle City is very unique. It gives people a completely different feeling. Although Chi-Ji and the adventurers often complain about each other and play a little tricks in secret, the adventurers obviously recognize this talented and extremely rare lord, and the lord also has extremely high artistic pursuits and is constantly polishing the top secret realm, such an atmosphere of the dungeon. Let Nancy Leah live very comfortably. So I sincerely hope that this dungeon can develop. Chapter 30. Everyone had a lot of fun around the bonfire, but this atmosphere only lasted for a little while, because just a few hours later, Chi-Ji suddenly received a warning from the core of the territory. Warning: the sentry tower detected a dark aura. Chi-Ji guessed that the dark goblins would counterattack. So he built a territory sentry tower in the Red Rock camp. The Dark Lords did not have the strong mobility of the human lords. Because the Dark Lords did not have the ability to refine the territory's divine stones, perhaps some high-level Dark Lords could build teleportation arrays, but the Dark Valley must not have such technology. It is not difficult to guess. This dark force is likely not to come directly from the Dark City, but to receive the news and set out from the nearest base, so they can react so quickly, and the scale should not be too large. In this case, of course we have to kill them, so he issued a task to the adventurers. The adventurers were very surprised after receiving the news. What? Another fight? Okay, it's not a waste of your stay. Not only will you be able to reimburse the contribution points you've used today, but you might even earn a little. Staying in a hotel only gives you 5 contribution points. This mission gives you 10 contribution points. If you successfully defeat the enemy, the reward will be doubled. Adventurers participated enthusiastically. Miracle City quickly organized 36 combat forces. Mingwei Xiaoxue, Feng's Hongnian, Gulong, Blackstone Hammer King, and Pig King were directly transformed into combat forces for free through the soldier's house, and each transformed into the form of a live soul soldier. You are transforming a mercenary. This transformation consumes Zombie Spirit X31, Spiritual Power X155, and Soul Crystal X155. Among them, 31 adventurers were transformed into explosion-proof zombies through the mercenary's house. At the same time, Monster Camp. Tank zombies are ready. Chi-Ji spent 2 points of mental power to heal all the injuries from the last battle. A witch. A tank. 2 5-star combat forces. I think it's more than enough. Chi-Ji thought for a while, and spent another 200 mental power to use up the skill secret crystal in his hand. You have mastered the Lord Possession technique. The current remaining resources in the territory: mental power 1709, soul crystal 184, material essence 251, although the income is high. But the expenditure is also high, therefore, more open sources are needed. No activity can earn resources faster than a big victory. Dark race. Not a specific race, but a special group in the chaotic world. Any race has the possibility of being polluted by the chaotic atmosphere, and thus degenerating into a dark race. Compared with normal creatures, the biggest difference between dark races and normal creatures is that they have lost all virtues, and even most positive emotions. Friendship, love, it has no meaning to them. Kindness and loyalty are gone. No matter what race they are all extremely cruel and evil, and pursue interests and conquest as their greatest pursuit. The dark race has a strict hierarchy. The weak absolutely obey the strong, and the lower race absolutely obey the upper race. It is said that they can all hear the voice of the Mother of Chaos, so the dark race believes in the Chaos sect. They believe that all dark races are the agents of the Supreme Chaos will. The only mission and meaning is to conquer, until the dark territory spreads to every corner of the world, and all living beings are polluted and assimilated. Black Bone. He comes from the Undercity. He is a dark goblin. One of the generals under the Lord of Dark Valley. Recently stationed in a camp less than 5 miles away from the Red Rock Mountain copper mine. Not long ago, Haigu received news that the Red Rock Mountain mine was attacked, and it was most likely done by a human lord. After Haigu received this news, he immediately summoned 50 goblin warriors under his command, and waited until the chaos tide receded, and then headed to Red Rock Mountain as soon as possible. Human Lord? Dark Valley has not appeared for many years. This group of beings from outside the chaotic world is one of the biggest threats to the dark races. However, because of this, if you can defeat a human lord, the rewards you get are also very rich, and you may even get the blessing from the Mother of Darkness. Red Rock Mountain is the most important resource site in Dark Valley. Most of the resources produced must be tribute to the Superior Lord. The mine must not be lost. This battle can only win, not lose. It is not the first time that a human lord has appeared in the Dark Valley. So Haigu has also dealt with human lords before, and that is why he is full of confidence in himself. The reason is very simple. This human territory. It has definitely not appeared for a long time. At least it is likely not to exceed a month. Otherwise, it is impossible for the Dark City to be completely unprepared before this. A territory that has been born for less than a month is not only very limited in size, but also has no time to cultivate too much combat power. Perhaps they can seize the Red Rock camp by sneak attack or trickery. But it is unlikely that they have enough combat power to defend the mine. Haigu is confident in his own strength, and he has 50 goblin soldiers under his command. With this force, it will be no problem to retake the mine. 4 hours later. Near the mine, the Undercity troops arrived at an open area. They stopped to rest for a while, and prepare for the next attack. Black Bone. Stay alert. The human race is very cunning, and there may be traps nearby. As soon as the voice fell, A dull and rapid roar came. The trees in front soon heard a loud sound of being smashed by a huge force. A burly monster appeared in front of the goblins. This monster was 1.9 meters tall, with an unusually strong and thick right arm, but a severely atrophied left arm, so it looked very uncoordinated. However, the running speed was extremely amazing. It rushed directly into the goblins at lightning speed. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of being a charge. This power is too exciting. The charge transformed by the adventurer Pig King broke into the goblins and rushed around, not only completely destroying the goblin formation, but also grabbing a goblin soldier with his huge arm and swinging it left and right as a weapon. Try the power of the Pig Master again. The charged zombies have thick skin and flesh, and charge very fast. How could the goblins have ever seen such a monster? There was a situation of one death and multiple injuries on the spot. What's more deadly is, with one charge, the formation collapsed. The goblins reacted and fought back, but no matter whether it was swords, axes, or poison arrows, they could not stop the monster's brutal collision. The goblins were very embarrassed for a while. The goblin leader Hagu was furious. Die! He pulled out a bone spear from behind and threw it at the charge. The bone spear broke through the air. The scream was shrill. The speed was close to that of a bullet. The accuracy and destructive power were almost comparable to a sniper rifle. The charge that the Pig King turned into a shot in the head and died on the spot. Fuck. Old Pig is dead? His charger is a 3-star zombie. Kill, kill, kill. Revenge for Old Pig. Don't be impulsive. This boss is too strong. Maybe it's 5-star level. Erguzi quickly control him. The sacrifice of the adventurer Pig King was not in vain. He not only broke up the goblin formation, but also allowed the adventurer to distinguish the enemy's strongest combat power and its attack method. Hagu was about to send out the second bone spear, and suddenly a super long tongue came from behind and locked his throat. What? Hagu was shocked. He had been pulled out of the team. The adventurer Lone Wolf turned into a smoker and tried to drag him into the woods with his tongue. Hagu's reaction was also very fast. He quickly pulled out a short knife with his left hand and instantly cut off the smoker's long tongue. Looking for death, Hagu took out another bone spear. He was about to shoot the adventurer who attacked him. Suddenly, a burly figure with muscles like a hill stood in front of him. Hagu had never seen such a monster before, but from the exaggerated size of the other party and the violent aura it exuded, he could intuitively feel its power and terror. What's going on? The goblin general has come to his senses. Isn't he facing a new dungeon? From the monster that just rushed out, to the monster that can stick out its tongue, to the exaggerated muscle monster in front of him. Is this really the power that a new dungeon can have? Hagu didn't know. He was not facing an ordinary monster soldier, but a tank zombie controlled by the Lord himself with possession. Today, Boss Chi will personally participate in this ambush and hunt in this way. Chapter 31. Although the tank zombie was very intimidating, Black Bone, who had been through many battles, reacted very quickly and launched a bone spear to attack immediately. Whoosh! Hit the shoulder, muscles that even bullets could hardly penetrate. It was penetrated at least several inches deep. Chi-Ji had tried his best to control his body to dodge, but he still couldn't completely avoid the attack, and only avoided the key parts. Black Bone had a peak level of cultivation. It was equivalent to a 5-star monster in the dungeon. It was at the same level as the tank zombie. The outcome of the battle between two people of the same level was unpredictable, but it would not be a problem to delay for a while. Chi-Ji did not wait for Black Bone to launch the second spear, and approached at full speed like a chariot with full power, swinging a thick tree with both hands to hit it head-on. Black Bone was very agile. He rolled to avoid the attack, locked the tank zombie's head, and threw another spear. The tank zombies were not as fast as the goblins, so Chi-Ji simply didn't avoid the attack, but blocked it with his left hand, and swung the tree with his right hand again, sweeping up a flurry of dirt and wood, and knocked Hagu 10 meters away on the spot. Black Stone Hammer King, the enemy leader is being held back. Feng Zhongnian, good opportunity, take advantage of it now, and quickly clear out the miscellaneous soldiers. While the tank was swinging the tree and fighting fiercely with Hagu, the adventurers also came out in full force. The human camp was mostly the explosion-proof zombies, with the strongest comprehensive performance among the 1-star zombies. Although the explosion-proof zombies had high armor, the goblin warriors were well equipped and had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. At this time, a female zombie with disheveled hair, pale skin, and skinny body appeared on the battlefield. Mao Mingming shouted, "Sister Mingwe, it's up to you. When a goblin soldier who didn't know how to live or die stabbed Mingwei Xiaoxue with a short spear, a sharp howl suddenly sounded in his ears, and before he could react, his heart had been gouged out. Mingwei Xiaoxue crushed the still beating heart. Her eyes were full of excitement and ecstasy. Is this the speed and explosive power of the witch? I have never seen such a useful first-level spirit. This power is so enjoyable to use. Cat Mingming, Sister Mingwei is so powerful. White deer, come on! Come on! Kill all these dirty goblins that threaten Miracle City. That's exactly what I meant. Mingwei Xiaoxue had completely released the power of the witch zombie. The speed of movement was completely beyond the reaction of ordinary goblin soldiers. The sharp claws could easily cut the goblin's leather armor and even weapons. Wherever she passed, blood and limbs flew everywhere. Other adventurers were stunned. Too strong. Is this the value of a 5-star monster? The witch has high attack, high sensitivity, and low defense. It is really suitable to deal with creatures like goblins. The adventurers were not in a number advantage, but with such a super DPS to deal output, they quickly gained an advantage in the battle. Too fast. In less than 5 minutes, the goblin soldiers were slaughtered. The battlefield was littered with corpses. Mingwei Xiaoxue killed nearly 20 of them alone, and most of those who died in her hands were torn to pieces. She was definitely the best MVP of today's adventurers. It's so exciting. Mingwei Xiaoxue is really in the limelight. The witch is really useful. I want to contract a witch in the future. The adventurers killed all the goblin soldiers and rushed to support the Lord. At this time, the battle between the tank zombie and the goblin leader was about to be decided. The same 5-star combat power. If it was the original tank monster soldier, because it had no brain and was too violent, it might not be a match for the Black Bone. However, under Chi Ji's control, the tank is still slightly better. After all, the tank's physique can withstand the fire of several assault rifles at the same time. Although Haiga's spear attack is strong, it is difficult to pose a fatal threat as long as it does not hit the vital part of the head. Chi Ji focused on protecting the vital part and never gave the opponent a chance to kill. When a witch, 2 hunters, and nearly 20 explosion-proof zombies surrounded him, this battle was completely suspenseful. Haiga's spears were exhausted, and he was seriously injured. When facing the monsters of Miracle City, his eyes revealed deep despair and disbelief. Impossible. An underground city that has not yet reached a full moon. How could there be such a large and strong army? Haigu realized that he had made a fatal mistake, that is, he underestimated the human lord this time. He was different from any of the ones who had appeared in the past. This person was either a genius among the lords, or he had the support of a big force or a big family behind him, or even both, so it was possible for him to develop so quickly. No more nonsense. Mingyu Xiaoxue joined the battle. 2 5-stars against 1 5-star combat power. Haigu barely held on for a few rounds, and he was pierced through the heart by the claws of the witch zombie, and finally fell down completely in great resentment, regret, and unwillingness. Yeah. Win. I feel that the dark species is just like this. No, it's not that the dark species is too weak. If this goblin is placed in some weaker first-level areas, it may have the level of becoming a Dark City Lord, but here it seems to be just a leader general. That's right. It's not that the enemy is not strong, but that we are too strong. This battle, all enemies were wiped out. 18 ordinary zombies were consumed. Although the cost was not low, 50 dark soldiers were killed in one go, including a 5-star combat force. Such a loss ratio can be called a great victory. Anyway, the adventurers were very satisfied with the result. But at the same time, they also felt a little worried. Mingwei Xiaoxue, this dark goblin is just a leader under the Lord. Now even he has the strength of a 5-star. Could the Dark Lord have reached the 2nd level? Feng Zhongnian, it's possible. Lonely Swordsman's expression was solemn. The dark level is strict, and the strong are respected. The Dark Lord is unlikely to be weaker than his subordinates. If even one of his generals is at the peak of the 1st level, he himself is indeed very likely to be the 2nd level. Blackstone Hammer King, what? No way. This is obviously a 1st level area. This situation is too rare. Feng Zhongnian, rare does not mean no. Indeed, the chaotic world has a set of strict rules. Each large and small area of the chaotic continent is usually relatively independent. Each area has a level, which can be understood as the level of the map in the game. The most important thing is that each map has a level cap. High-level units can enter and exit higher-level areas more freely, but there are various restrictions on entering low-level areas. They can only enter and exit freely for a short time when there is a special opportunity. Of course, it is not that high-level people cannot force their way into low-level areas. It is just that they need to find a way to offset or avoid the backlash of the power of the law. The most common method is to suppress the cultivation to a level that matches the map. As the saying goes, a dragon swimming in shallow water is bullied by shrimps, and a tiger in plain water is bullied by dogs. In this way, the advantage may be gone, and their own safety cannot be guaranteed, so they will not do this unless necessary. Therefore, Dark Valley is a first-level area. It is generally difficult to encounter second-level units. Low-level units will be very safe. However, this set of rules only restricts units in high-level areas from migrating to low-level areas. If this high-level unit is not an outsider, but a local native who has broken through, it will not be restricted. This is why Chaos Continent has large and small areas. They are nested and combined like puzzles. If a top Dark Lord wants to stabilize such a large territory, he must cultivate many lower-level lords in the middle and lower levels, and each level must cultivate strong enough agents. If the Dark Goblin Lord is really a second-level combat force, then in a first-level area like Dark Valley, it is undoubtedly a very strong existence, enough to pose a severe challenge to Miracle City, and it is no wonder that adventurers are worried. Chi-Ji didn't care about this threat at all. Since he chose to build a city here, he naturally had enough confidence. He can be sure that the Lord of Dark City is a second level, but there is only one. The second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm has begun to deploy the elite 2-star boss Flamethrower Tracker, and the third level of the Secret Realm has already deployed the elite 4-star G3 Complete Body, and the territory is about to build second-level supporting facilities. As long as an adventurer brushes out the soul, Miracle City will soon have a second-level combat power. Don't worry, a mere goblin can't threaten Miracle City. When Boss Chi looked confident, the adventurers also immediately regained their confidence. That's right. The dungeon protection period of Miracle City is still more than 20 days. With Lord Chi's talent and ability, how could he not be able to defeat a mere goblin lord? According to the development speed of Miracle City, after 20 days, conservatively estimated, there will be at least several thousand people, and we can kill this Dark Lord with our people. Work together. Kill the dark species. Chi-Ji was very satisfied to see the adventurers full of fighting spirit. There is a threat from foreign enemies. It may not be a bad thing. The sense of crisis can unite the internal forces and stimulate the adventurers to hand over resources more actively. However, Boss Chi can't wait for 20 days. He must take over the Dark City as soon as possible and seize the new Lord Core to create his second secret realm. His only problem now is, when can these adventurers brush out the second-level spirit? In the final analysis, these people are too weak. Miracle City needs real masters and bosses. Only in this way can the efficiency of brushing spirits be promoted. The problem is, Blackstone Town is a small place. Top adventurers are rare. Chi-Ji has no better way in the short term, so he can only be patient and wait a little longer. Chapter 32. Go all out. Chi-Ji then took action quickly. He led the adventurers to the camp where Black Bone was stationed. This camp was created by Black Bone, so it was called Black Bone Camp. There were more than 10 goblins stationed there, but they had all been killed by the adventurers. Minus 150 mental power. The magic stone was activated successfully. You successfully occupied the Black Bone Camp and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, Gray, X1. So far, Miracle City has 3 strongholds: Red Claw Village, Red Rock Camp, and Black Bone Camp. Chi-Ji did not hesitate. Open the treasure box as soon as possible. You open the Chaos Treasure Box. Soul crystals increased by 400, and blueprint. Cremator increased by 1. Another blueprint. Cremator, a first-level special building. Construction conditions: 300 soul crystals, 100 mental power, 100 material spirits. The cremator is a common but practical and important facility. This item cannot increase the capacity of the territory, but it can bring a good function. As the name suggests, it is to burn corpses. Don't underestimate this function. It is very important for the dungeon, and it can even greatly speed up the efficiency and time of conquering the Undercity. Why do you say that? Dark territories generally have the ability to resurrect. This allows them to quickly restore their vitality. The crematorium can restrain the resurrection of the dark species. As long as the death time does not exceed 10 hours, the corpse can be thrown into the crematorium for destruction, which can completely destroy their souls and recycle some resources. The harvest is not limited to this. The adventurer captured 25 dwarf servants. These neutral races were undoubtedly all incorporated into the territory by Chi-Ji, so the territory had 40 people. Although it was not much, it could also help the Lord share some affairs. Next, clean up the battlefield. 76 goblin corpses. All thrown into the crematorium and completely destroyed. You incinerated the dark corpse, soul crystal +1. You incinerated the dark corpse, soul crystal +1. You incinerated the dark corpse, soul crystal +5. The final output was 124 soul crystals, although not too much, but better than nothing, and it can be used frequently in the future, which is a good long-term source of income. Recycling equipment. A total of 433 first-level material essences were obtained. This greatly alleviated the problem of severe shortage of material inventory after upgrading the core. So far, today is almost done. Chi-Ji began to prepare for the opening of the door tomorrow. Considering that the reception capacity of Miracle City has risen to 420, so he spent another 100 soul crystals and added 20 secret realm crystals. The current total number of secret realm crystals is 60, so that more adventurers can come in to play games. On the trading market, zombie spirits are sold one after another. After several adjustments, Chi-Ji found that the price of 17 to 18 soul crystals was the most suitable. In the end, after deducting the handling fee, the total amount of 50 zombie spirits was 894 soul crystals, which was undoubtedly a huge income and greatly improved the territory's finances. Chi-Ji calculated. At present, he still had 71 star ordinary zombies, 9 2-star zombies, and 1 3-star zombie. These spirits were not too many, but not too few either. He was thinking about whether he should sell more. The Lord who sold the blueprint of the adventurers in last time came to the door again. Lord 0340, friend, I have another blueprint in my hand. I wonder if you are interested. Another blueprint? Chi-Ji immediately became excited. What blueprint? Send it to me. Blueprint, Secret Realm Store, first level building, construction conditions 300 soul crystals, 100 mental power, 100 material essence. Not bad. This is quite a territory store. It is also one of the most common buildings. After some bargaining, Chi-Ji exchanged the Secret Realm Store blueprint from the other party for only 60 ordinary zombie spirits, and then built it at the entrance of the Secret Realm Hall as soon as possible. Current resource reserves: 1,559 spirits, 902 soul crystals, 484 materials. After this deal was reached, there are only 10 ordinary zombie spirits left. The inventory is in serious crisis. If you need troops urgently, there are not enough to form a troop. This is definitely not possible. You must open the door quickly. Let the adventurers into Brush Souls, of course. The transaction itself is not a loss. The Secret Realm Store has two functions. 1. Increase the population by 20. 2. You can use mental power to exchange part of the output of the Secret Realm. Each secret store can only be bound to one secret. Most of the non-spirit outputs swiped by adventurers will be unlocked in the secret store. Among them, non-grade items can be exchanged for 10 copies for every 1 point of spiritual power. Grade quality consumables can be exchanged for 1 copy for every 1 to 10 spiritual power, and grade quality equipment starts at 10 spiritual power. The first level secret store can exchange up to 100 spiritual power of materials per day. So far, the items of the Frenzy Secret Realm are all daily necessities and snacks. For example, alcohol, cigarettes, instant noodles, chocolate and the like. Chi-Ji had to suspect that the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm might not produce items such as guns, explosives, vehicles, and vehicles, but it is more likely that the explosion rate of these items is too low, or the grade after materialization is higher than the grade quality. Secret Realm explosion rate. Actually, it is limited by the adventurer's level. A first-level adventurer can only produce first-level items. If the quality of the materials, equipment, and props in the Secret Realm is higher than the first level, a first-level adventurer will never be able to produce them. In contrast, the spirit is not completely limited by the level, but the probability of a low-level adventurer producing a high-level spirit will also be reduced. The greater the level difference, the greater the probability. However, it is worth mentioning that, no matter how low the probability of producing spirits is, it will not be completely zero. Therefore, some low-level adventurers usually don't mind trying their luck. On the one hand, there are low-level resources in high-level secret realms, and on the other hand, if a high-level spirit is exploded like winning the lottery, it will be a great turn of events. In any case, the Secret Realm Store is very practical. At present, more than 20 kinds of goods have been unlocked. All kinds of common food, beverages, and daily necessities are basically available. Investing 100 spiritual power every day can exchange for 1,000 supplies. Not only can you keep them for yourself to improve the quality of life, but you can also open a small shop at the entrance of the secret hall to recycle contribution points or earn soul crystals. The next day, Miracle City opens. Today, the number of adventurers that can be received is as high as 440. Nancy Leah saw it without exception. The dungeon was full at the first time. When she communicated with adventurers last night, she learned that the number of adventurers queuing to enter Miracle City every day has exceeded 1,000. Incredible. It's really incredible. The popularity of Miracle City is now as high as most of the territories that have opened up the second city. How long has Miracle City been established? At present, only a small adventurer town has been opened. Lord Chi-Ji and Miracle City really have great potential. If they can maintain this development trend, they may really rise and shake the Eternal Night Dragon King in the future. Nancy Leah decided to work hard as a network manager to contribute to the prosperity and development of Miracle City. There are many adventurers today. Naturally, there are many unfamiliar faces that have never been seen. Among them, there are some unique and special people. For example, there is one with white hair and beard, wrinkles all over his face, and an old and frail appearance. It was the former #1 adventurer in Blackstone Town, Baihajusher. At this moment, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and wanted to cry without tears. I finally squeezed in. This old man never thought that entering a new dungeon would be so difficult. Most of the adventurers in Blackstone Town are young people in their teens and 20s. The old man's appearance quickly attracted the attention of others, and his identity was recognized at the first time. Huh? Isn't this the old dean? The dean of the Adventurer Academy has also come to Miracle City. Hello, Mr. He, do you still remember me? I was your former student. Wow, a big shot. This is the recognized #1 adventurer in our Blackstone Town in recent decades. The great god has arrived. The sensation can be imagined. Everyone excitedly stepped forward to get close to him. On the other side, Mao Mingming, White Deer, Mingwei Xiaoxue and others walked out of the hotel and were excitedly discussing the tactics to be tested today. Still playing? I'm here to collect you. The Pig King ran to inform them. The faces of several people changed drastically after receiving the information. Wan La. Mao Mingming cried. The dean came to catch us in person. White Deer, we have been skipping school for several days. If we are caught this time, we will definitely have a hard time. Everyone looked at Mingwei Xiaoxue. Because this person is even more important. Not only is she the old dean's student, but she is also the old dean's granddaughter. Not only did she take the lead in skipping school and running to Miracle City, she also terminated the contract with Tianyun City, which the old dean was most optimistic about. Now the old man went directly to Miracle City. This is a big trouble. Chapter 33. The old man is finally here. Mingwei Xiaoxue was cheered up. White Deer, Sister Mingwei, you are not afraid? Mingwei Xiaoxue said confidently. I have done nothing wrong. What should I be afraid of? Cat Mingming was confused. Everyone knows the temper of the old dean. You terminated the contract with Tianyun City, which he favored the most, just for the contract with Miracle City. Tianyun City? TSK? Mingwei Xiaoxue showed disdain. I am not going home recently not because I am afraid of the old man, but I just want to lead him to Miracle City. Sister Mingwei, do you want? The old man should come out again. Pig King, let the old dean come out. This is unlikely. He has been retired for 10 years. Others were shocked when they heard this. Who is Baihajusher? The most legendary adventurer in Blackstone Town. He once reached the 4th level, and he has studied thousands of secret realms in the past 10 years. Even if he retires, he can still become the nightmare of countless dungeon lords. If such an adventurer, who is a master in both practical experience and theoretical knowledge, can personally help young people to explore the Miracle City, the benefits are unimaginable. In the future, no matter how difficult the secret realm is, adventurers will have the confidence to conquer it. Everything depends on human effort. The moon shines on the snow not for profit. I just hope that Grandpa can really cheer up and get out of the shadow of the past. When an underground city is facing destruction, adventurers usually have reaction time and stop-loss opportunities. At this time, most adventurers will leave the underground city without hesitation, thereby minimizing their losses. Mr. Baiha did not do this back then. Fight for the contracted territory until the last moment. Although the old man never mentioned the details and the inside story, Mingwei Xiaoxue knew that compared with the loss of decades of cultivation, the destruction of the underground city itself was a tenfold greater blow to the old man. This is also the reason why he chose to retire out of despair. But it's been 10 years. It's time to get out. His health has been getting worse in recent years. If he doesn't rebuild his soul, it may be too late. There is another important reason why Baihajishur didn't come out of the mountain, that is, no underground city can catch his eye anymore. At this moment, Miracle City suddenly appeared, making Mingwei Xiaoxue feel that the time has come. A few minutes later, Baihajishur was aggressive. His face was full of indignation when he saw Mingwei Xiaoxue, Mao Mingming and others. Nonsense! It's just nonsense! How much do you know about the dungeon? How much do you know about the chaotic world? Baihajishur blew his beard and glared, and criticized. Come back with me now, I won't allow you to joke about your future. The old dean has a very strong aura. The other adventurers were suppressed without even breathing. Mingwei Xiaoxue was not afraid at all. She activated the adventurer's soul on the spot, and released the first-level soul breath. The vague projection of the witch zombie appeared on her body. I have contracted the Miracle City. It's too late to say anything now. You girl, do you want to piss me off to death? Baihajishur had received some rumors a long time ago, but he didn't see it with his own eyes, so he was lucky. He never believed the rumors, because Mingwei Xiaoxue was not a rebellious and brainless person. How could he give up nearly half of his cultivation and the planned cultivation path for a new city where he had only stayed for a few days? That's good. The hanging heart finally died. The old man, no matter what, come back with me first. No, if you go out now, you can't come in. I'm going to challenge the second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm. I heard that there will be monsters more powerful than tanks and witches in the second level. Are you really disobedient? Anyway, it's impossible for me to leave before my energy is exhausted. The two sides were about to quarrel. This adventurer, please don't make a loud noise. I heard that someone was making trouble. Nancy Leah rushed to the scene. As a small network administrator appointed by the Lord, she thought she had the obligation to maintain the order of Miracle City. This is the dungeon she is optimistic about. She will never allow anyone to make trouble here and affect the normal development of Miracle City, Nancy Leah warned. The Lord has the right to expel or reject any adventurer. If you choose to continue to make trouble, I will report it to the Lord. The adventurers were stunned. This dwarf girl with freckles on her face usually gives people the impression of being introverted and weak. Why did she become like a hen protecting her nest today? Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Cat Mingming and White Deer explained the reason to Nancy Leah. Another group of people came after hearing the news. The leader was Feng Zhongmian, the lonely swordsman. Feng Zhongmian said, Old Dean, please look carefully. Mingwei Xiaoxue is now contracted with a 5-star spirit. It's you? Mr. Baiha recognized Feng Zhongmian. He frowned and asked, could it be that you also? Yes, I have also contracted Miracle City, and in order to contract as soon as possible, I gave up the 4-star spirit of Tianyun City and used a 2-star gray spirit as a transition. Crazy. Are you all crazy? Although 5-star souls are indeed extremely rare, just for a 5-star spirit is not enough to give up Tianyun City. After all, 1 or 2 high-quality spirits are far from enough to determine the future of an underground city. Feng Zhongmian continued, Old Dean, take a closer look at this Miracle City. It took less than a week for it to develop to this point. Do you still think it is an ordinary underground city? Just being angry. At this moment, looking around the Miracle City, I found that there are warehouses, city walls, mercenary houses, soldier houses, spirit altars, monster camps, adventurer hotels, and other facilities here. Just building these facilities, I am afraid it will consume a lot of resources. Not to mention less than a week, an ordinary new lord may not be able to build such a complete facility in 2 or 3 months. Baihajishur's expression eased a little. Is this city supported by a force? Of course not. Mingwei Xiaoxue, this is the result of Lord Qi's own efforts. Mao Mingming, our adventurers also contributed to this. Indeed, even if there is support from a force, at most, they have their own soul crystal drawings. Many of these buildings require mental power to build, and mental power is a resource that can only be produced by oneself and cannot be obtained from the outside world. Lonely Swordsman added, Lord Qi not only completed some infrastructure, but also expanded several times in just a few days. Miracle City currently has 3 territory magic stones. What? 3 territory magic stones have been refined. This means at least 3 strongholds have been built. Where does a newly born underground city get the spirits and resources to form a force? Not to mention that refining magic stones also requires a lot of mental power. The amount of mental power this underground city has is a bit bizarre. Whether an underground city is good or not, The most important thing is the production level and quality of the secret realm. Ming Yuxiao Shui Tu Qiong Dao revealed, Old man, since you are here, why don't you test it yourself? I believe that with your experience, you can tell whether the secret realm is good or not by trying it. Okay. Seeing is believing, try it yourself today, Bai He Jusher snorted, but let me be frank, if the secret realm of Miracle City does not satisfy me, you must go back with me, and are not allowed to come again in the future. I will never let you down. I have confidence. Everyone came to the entrance of the secret hall. Found that there was an extra building here. Huh? Isn't this a secret store? Mao Mingming said in surprise. Wow, that's great, Miracle City has made progress, there is a secret store. Xiaoya. Is this store open? Can we buy something? Nancy Li immediately introduced, Dear adventurer, this store provides retail services. Currently, each non-grade resource is sold for 1 to 5 contribution points, or traded at 110 soul sand. What? Robbery? Bai Hajusher couldn't understand why non-grade items were sold so expensive. The cheapest one actually costs 10 soul sands. It seems that this broken store doesn't want to make soul sand, but just a means to recycle contribution points. Other adventurers were overjoyed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that it was quite conscientious to spend soul sand to buy it. This is really great. Xiaoya. Give me a box of ice cream first. Give me a box of Coke. I want Huazi. I buy a bag of spicy strips, and then I eat spicy strips while watching people go to the secret realm. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. The adventurer was generous. 10 soul sands, 20 soul sands are not cheap. Most of these young people didn't blink, but no one used contribution points. After all, the value of contribution points is much higher than soul sand. This scene directly stunned Bai Hajusher. Mingwei Xiaoxue took the opportunity to say, There is a kind of wine called Maozi in Miracle City. You will definitely like this thing, old man. No need, I'm not in the mood, I want to challenge the secret realm of Miracle City. Bai Hajusher walked directly into the hall. And as soon as he entered the hall, a student gave up his seat. He didn't hesitate, and entered the secret crystal immediately, starting the challenge to the Doomsday Tide secret realm. I want to see it today. What kind of magic does this secret realm have? It can fascinate these young people so much. Chapter 34. City. On the rooftop. The Lee-gray sky hangs over the steel and concrete jungle, like a shroud soaked in industrial wastewater. The wind roams between the damaged buildings, full of blood and stench. Whether it is the high-rise buildings in the distance, or the power lines and water towers in the near distance, they are all full of vividness and detail. Where are you going? Is this really in a secret realm? It was just the first sight. The old adventurer was shocked and stunned by what he saw. He has been studying secret realms all his life. How many secret realms have you seen? I think no type of secret realm will be fresh or strange, but there has never been one that can bring this sense of substitution. This is not like being in a secret realm at all, but in a bizarre, real and vivid other world. No wonder it attracts young people so much. It's really interesting. When feeling the atmosphere of the secret realm and the energetic young body, a long-lost and long-extinguished restlessness is growing and burning in the deepest part of my heart. The last adventure. How many years ago was it? It feels like a lifetime ago. It has been a long time since Bai Hajusher challenged the secret realm in person. Miracle City, let me see what level you are at. Start the action. Collect various materials as soon as possible. Bai Hajusher began to recall Feng Zhongmian's posts in the forum, which recorded the abilities, habits, and weaknesses of the monsters in the secret realm, as well as the distribution of resources in the novice level and the general route of action. Although it was the first challenge. Although the city gave people a strange and exotic feeling. But Bai Hajusher relied on his strong memory and comprehension to still understand the intelligence. Open the door. The first zombie appeared. 3 steps forward, blood splattered, and he chopped and killed instantly. Bai Hajusher continued to move, holding a fire axe, killing gods and Buddhas. Generally, adventurers must use a pistol to protect themselves when they encounter 2 zombies at the same time. However, when 4 zombies appeared at the same time, Bai Hajusher used the terrain to dodge. The axe light accurately cut the skull of each zombie. Fuck. The old man is too strong. I can't imagine that this is the first time to challenge the frenzy. No matter what the cultivation level is in the outside world, everyone is the same in the secret realm. But why can't we perform such a good operation with the same physical fitness? Bai Hajusher relied on a fire axe to kill more than a dozen zombies in a row, and never used a pistol from beginning to end. His skilled combat skills and sophisticated use of terrain made other adventurers dumbfounded. Cool, so cool, Crazy slashing of zombies, blood and flesh flying everywhere, brains spilling everywhere. This kind of exhilaration hasn't appeared for a long time. Baihajusher had a lot of depression in his heart that was released in this process. This secret realm doesn't have much, except for zombies, so he can kill as many as he wants. And this kind of pleasure of mowing and slaughtering is unique even in the adventurer's career in the past few decades. This monster is weak, but there are too many of them. It is highly likely that mental power is not needed. Could it be that the Lord has awakened inspiration materials with zero consumption? Based on this alone, he is a genius picked out of a million. And with this kind of monster, the Frenzy Secret Realm can be unique in Blackstone Town. This secret realm, it's so exciting. Of course, Baihajusher is very strong. But after all, it was the first time to challenge the frenzy. When he got out of the building, he accidentally triggered a zombie frenzy because he was not familiar with the surrounding environment, and finally paid a blood. Interesting. Let's do it again. Baihajusher originally came to ask for punishment, but at this moment he found that he was also too excited. He had never encountered such a refreshing secret realm, and immediately started the second round of Secret Realm Challenge. This time, relying on a fire axe, killing 100 or 200 zombies without injury. Finally, he found the safe door surrounded by the zombies and the onlookers' prompts. With the ammunition and firearms accumulated along the way, he instantly vented to form a powerful firepower, sweeping all the way with blood and flesh flying, and the streets were full of zombie corpses. Enter the safe door, perfect clearance. This caused everyone's carnival and boiling. After Baihajusher left the secret realm, his face was flushed and extremely excited. He had not recovered from the madness of wanton slaughter just now. This secret realm is so cool. He almost killed his way through the novice level of the Doomsday Tide secret realm with just an axe. This place where countless adventurers suffered was turned into a fun game of mowing the grass. Don't even mention the experience of the person involved. The onlookers all shouted that it was refreshing. And the shock of this scene to the young adventurers can be imagined. Strong. Too strong. This is the value of the former #1 adventurer in Blackrock Town. After Baihajusher passed the level, he was rewarded with an ordinary zombie spirit, which was indeed a spirit type he had never seen before. Mingwei Xiaoxue, what? We didn't lie to you. Baihajusher's blood is still boiling at this moment. He has cleared countless secret realms in his life. The underlying logic of all dungeon lords designing secret realms is to harvest adventurers. Doomsday Frenzy is different. The Lord has 100 ways to make the secret realm more difficult. But he didn't do that, but chose to create the ultimate experience, fun, immersion, and excitement. Whether it is the design of material points, supply points, weapons and props, or the stacking and refreshing of zombies, they are full of positive feedback. This is more like a work of art, Baihajusher. It's okay. Mingwei Xiaoxue, is it really just okay? Baihajusher coughed lightly. It's too simple. Although there are many monsters, they are not strong enough. Mao Mingming, Dean, you have only cleared the rookie level. The real difficulty is still waiting for you. Feng Zhongmian immediately said, Old He, why don't you team up with us and challenge the level mode together? Why team up? Baihajusher pointed to the secret realm and said, doesn't this secret realm have a single-player level mode? I won't participate in your adventures. What? Single-player mode? Old Dean, this won't work. This single-player mode is a big pit. Although the number of monsters in the single-player mode will be reduced a lot, once you are attacked by special zombies, you can't save yourself at all. Baihajusher's desire to conquer and win are even stronger. Stop talking nonsense. When I challenged the secret realm, you kids were not even born yet. The adventurers looked at each other. When they saw that the old man was so stubborn, they stopped trying to persuade him and gathered around to watch the show. Challenge again. Single-player level mode started. Baihajusher quickly collected supplies and killed the zombies he met along the way with an axe. His killing efficiency and proficiency were even higher than the previous one, which amazed other adventurers and made them sigh that the old ones are still the best. However, obviously, although Baihajusher is very skilled and experienced, the difficulty of the single-player mode of the Frenzy Secret Realm still exceeded his expectations. To be more precise, it is the ability of various special senses. It makes Baihajusher unable to defend himself. Even if he has a strong sense of response, it is difficult to respond to various emergencies 100%. In the first game, Baihajusher died from the sudden attack of the hunter. In the second game, Baihajusher skillfully killed the hunter, but was ambushed by the smoker and died together. In the third round, Baihajusher defeated several hunters and smokers without any injuries, and avoided jockeys, blasters, and spitters, but was seriously injured in a duel with the charge. In the end, he encountered a tank and was defeated in seconds without any suspense. It's really difficult. When monsters with distinctive characteristics and different abilities appeared one after another, it not only fully stimulated Baihajusher's desire for challenge, but also made him completely recognize the potential of this secret realm. There are too many monsters. What's even more rare is unique style, unique style. This lord has a strong inspirational talent. Miracle City has the potential to be as good as the top dungeons in the future. Although everyone had expected the result of the old man's stubbornness and single-handedly breaking into the doomsday frenzy, the young people were still shocked to see his performance in the process. The old dean is still strong. I've never seen anyone who can fight a charger zombie alone. Too awesome. At this rate, will he fight a tank alone tomorrow? Fuck, are you crazy? Is this really possible? You and I can't do it, but I think the old dean is completely capable. The old man might become the first adventurer to beat the first level of Doomsday Tide alone. Under the admiring eyes of the young people, a long-lost sense of pride quickly surged into his heart. This kind of hot-blooded and passionate feeling is really nostalgic. The secret realms have been too boring in recent years. Only this Doomsday Tide makes people feel like they are on an adventure. Baihajusher is even unsatisfied. The first level has such difficulty and such a rich variety of monsters. Now many adventurers are playing the second level. Mingwei Xiaoxiu has said that there will be more and even stronger monsters in the second level, which can't help but arouse Baihajusher's strong curiosity. He wants to know. This Doomsday Tide secret realm. How much more depth and limit are there? Although I can't play, I can still watch. Of course, this is not because I am attracted by the secret realm, but purely out of a sense of responsibility to continue to identify the quality of the secret realm for young people. Chapter 35. The White Crane Monk is so awesome. The adventurers are all excited. The network manager Nancy Leah is worried. Oh no, what should I do? How can this old man be so powerful? The appearance of such a top adventurer is not good news for the dungeon. We must tell the Lord about this as soon as possible. Several students are still flattering him. The old dean is still as good as ever. I died 10 times before I could barely get through the novice level. Hey, I haven't even gotten through the first level in my team challenge. Everyone used to say that you are the strongest adventurer in the town. I didn't believe it at first, but now I am finally convinced. Seeing that the White Crane Monk was quite useful, he was in a good mood. Mingwei Xiaoxiu took out the prepared Mauzi. Old man, it's rare for you to do it yourself, so let's have 2 cups to celebrate. Baihajusher has already recognized the secret realm of Miracle City, but he couldn't brag about it because of his face. At this moment, he suddenly smelled a faint smell of wine, which was the mellow fragrance of top-grade wine, which made him feel moved. Is this wine produced in Miracle City? Yes. The old man is a wine lover, but the productivity of the adventurer's world is low, and Blackstone Town is a small place in a remote and poor countryside. Even with his identity and status, it is difficult to taste good wine. For an underground city that can be operated for a long time, it is not enough to have a good secret realm. The output of basic materials is also the top priority. I will taste it. Finished, take a sip. First, you can feel a soft and mellow touch, and you can feel that the wine spreads smoothly like silk, without strong spiciness and stimulation. Then the rich aroma of years of precipitation blooms, which instantly brings indescribable comfort and smoothness. Baihe Lay Buddhist's eyes widened. This wine is really good. More than good? Although the basic materials produced by the Frenzy Secret Realm were all common food and beverages in Chi-Ji's previous life, these things were undoubtedly fine products in a world with scarce materials and apocalyptic appearance. Especially after being produced from the Secret Realm, the quality has risen to a higher level. Even a bottle of ordinary Coke will become several times more delicious. Baihe Lay Buddhist had never tasted such a mellow and long-lasting wine. Apart from other things, just based on the output of such quality materials, even if Miracle City is a big hut, and all the secret realms are made like a pile of shit, it is estimated that it can attract many adventurers to rush in with their noses pinched. With top secret realms and unique spirit output, now even the quality of materials is so satisfactory. Good, good, good. I am completely convinced. This wine is really good. I plan to buy a few more bottles to take back. Ahem. Why do you look at me like this? Am I a wine lover? Baihajusher blushed and explained. I just thought of a few old friends who love alcohol. If this thatch can please them, Miracle City may add a few more retired old bones. All the adventurers were delighted. The old dean's friend must also be an experienced top adventurer. If everyone can come to Miracle City to help the young people, the power of adventurers will definitely increase, and with the endorsement of these old men, Miracle City will be a big hit. Mingwei Xiaoxue smiled and said, "So, old man, you have recognized Miracle City." Baihajusher, I admit that the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm is very good, and this dungeon does have great potential, but what? This underground city has just started, there are still many unknowns, and it may not be more promising than the old underground cities such as Tianyun City and Jiuxing City. What does it mean? It has come to this. The old stubborn man is still thinking about those broken cities. If so, even if they have to break up, Mingwei Xiaoxue and others will never compromise. Who would have thought? The White Crane Monk paused. He continued, "So at a responsible attitude, I will stay here in person and check for you young people." Everyone was stunned. TSK, this old guy, it seems that he hasn't had enough fun yet, and still wants to continue exploring the secret realm of the frenzy. It's obvious that he is too excited, but he has to say it so high-soundingly. Does he really think everyone is a fool? Of course. See through it but don't say it. The old dean still has to give face. Although Mingwei Xiaoxue, Mao Mingming and others were complaining in their hearts, they also breathed a sigh of relief and showed great joy on their faces. Finally, they didn't have to sneak around and worry. They could stay in Miracle City with peace of mind in the future. Even the knowledgeable old dean could conquer it. This shows that everyone's vision is correct. Miracle City is indeed a top-notch dungeon. Old dean, we have opened the second level, but we haven't challenged it a few times yet, so we are not sure. Why don't you give us some advice? Sure. Baihajusher was very interested in the content of the secret realm. He was also curious whether there would be any new changes in the second level. Several adventurer teams immediately organized and took action to continue to challenge. Among them, Mingwei Xiaoxue, Mao Mingming, Lonely Swordsman, and Feng Zhongmian formed a team. They had already made 2 tentative challenges to the second level of Doomsday Frenzy before. The second level is still a city scene. However, the scene is larger and has more details. Therefore, the sense of substitution and immersion will be further improved. When walking in this city, various scenes constantly come into view. People can't help but think of the prosperous scene before the disaster. What was this world like before, and why did it become like this? This curiosity always lingers in my heart, making people look forward to the Lord launching the plot mode as soon as possible to understand the story that happened here. Of course, the probability of special zombies appearing in the second level and the number of tank witches have increased significantly, and the difficulty has increased a lot compared to the first level, so I didn't beat it down several times. This time, there is Baihajusher to guide the staff. The efficiency of the Feng Hongmian and Mingwei Xiaoxue teams is obviously higher. They searched for supplies and swept the zombies along the way. Although they suffered several dangerous attacks on the way, they finally got through the difficulties without any danger. About an hour of exploration. Along the main road, we came to a small square. Several people found a military armored transport vehicle parked in the square. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a locked red security door not far behind the vehicle. Look! It's a security door? It must be a security door. No way. How far have we come? We are going to pass the level so soon. Ha ha ha. The Lord is probably going to cry in the toilet. Not to mention the 4 adventurers. All the adventurers watching were also dumbfounded. The second level was unlocked only 1 day ago. Everyone is still in the exploratory stage. No matter how you think about it, the difficulty of this level is higher than the first level. Why can the security door for passing the level be found so easily? Blackstone Hammer King. Is it a design flaw? Pig King, it's possible. After all, there are many blunders in design. Many dungeons have appeared before. It seems that the Lord is still too young. This clearance point is too easy to find. White Fawn, Mingming, Sister Mingwe, don't worry about it. Let Lord Qi learn a lesson, and don't make such low-level mistakes again in the future. Just when everyone thought it was a blunder, it was caused by Lord Qi Ji's lack of experience. Don't be careless. White Crane Monk has a different opinion. Blackstone Hammer King asked, "Do you think there is a problem, old Dean?" White Crane Layman said in a deep voice, "Such a low-level mistake, I think it is possible to appear in any dungeon, but it will never appear in Miracle City." That's right. With the design level of Lord Qi Ji, he would never make such a mistake. But no matter what, since we have encountered it, we must give it a try. After discussion, Feng Zhongmian, Lonely Swordsman, Mao Mingming, and Mingwei Xiaoxue unanimously decided to approach the security door to see what was going on. As a result, they just walked to the square. They didn't have time to get close. A dull collision sound came from the transport vehicle. Bang! The carriage was deformed in just one move, which shows that the force is very strong. Chapter 36. This sudden movement. It scared everyone. Pig King. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Blackstone Hammer King said nervously. Be careful, there may be zombies in this carriage, and it may be a tank. Indeed. Among the many zombies. Only tanks have this kind of power. The four people quickly set up their fighting postures. Cat Ming, the Lord really set a trap. I knew it would not be so easy to pass. Mingwei Xiaoxue frowned and said, if it is really a tank, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with it. Feng Zhongyan, although the tank zombie is strong, we have defeated it before, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Lonely Swordsman, it's coming out. A burly figure kicked open the carriage, jumped nearly 10 meters away, and came to the front in an instant, which made the adventurer stunned. It's not a tank zombie. It's not any known zombie. It's about 2.3 meters tall. Although it's slightly smaller than a tank, it's still huge and sturdy. The overall proportions look more coordinated, and the appearance is impressive. The skin of this monster seems to have been corroded and is dark brown. Many small and strange tentacles extend from its body. Its whole body is covered with a coat made of special black materials. In its left hand, it holds a huge tubular weapon. Its face is very ugly and twisted, with obvious suture marks, teeth, and gums exposed, and most of its head is covered with special materials, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The overall image gives people a feeling of depression and horror. What on earth is this? The adventurer has never seen a zombie of this style. It is different from the tanks, witches, etc. he encountered before. It has a clear sense of transformation and design, like a man-made humanoid weapon, and it is the second-level boss tracker. Baihuju's face sank. Be careful, it must be very strong, it's best to retreat immediately. As a veteran who has experienced many battles, he saw through the leader's intention at once, and also explained why the second-level security door was so easy to find, because it was a trap, if I guess correctly. This monster is stronger than tanks and witches. If you challenge it directly without adequate preparation, there is a high probability that you will not win, or the chance of winning is very small. These young adventurers are so naive that they actually naively think that a lord with top-level design level will make such a low-level mistake. They really deserve to be severely punished. The moment the tracker appeared, the four adventurers opened fire at the same time. Data, due to the limited licking map, there are only a few submachine guns and pistols at present. These bullets hit the tracker, not only unable to repel the monster, but also unable to penetrate the black coat. The adventurers immediately realized that the monster's clothes were not simple. The black material had bulletproof function, so it could effectively weaken the threat from bullets, so that the current attack was almost like tickling to him. The next moment, an even more shocking scene happened. The flame launcher held in the left hand of the pursuer was activated, and suddenly a fire dragon more than 10 meters long was ejected. The adventurers had never seen such a terrifying weapon, so naturally it was impossible for them to be vigilant or prepared in advance. Ah! Feng Zhongyan and Mingwei Xiaoxue were caught off guard, and their bodies were instantly washed by the high-pressure flames. They were burned to charcoal and fell to the ground and died tragically. What the hell? Cat Ming was shocked. Lonely Swordsman was also stunned. Cat Ming was shocked. This guy can spit fire? Too exaggerated. Lonely Swordsman, it's not spitting fire, it's the weapon in his hand that has the ability to spit fire. Other adventurers looked at each other in surprise after hearing this explanation. Blackstone Hammer King. Fuck, isn't that more terrifying? This is a zombie, and it can actually use weapons? White Crane Monk, run. Yes, run. This monster is too strong. The weapons in the hands of the two people can't pose a threat at all. Instead of dying in vain, it's better to evacuate here quickly and think about countermeasures. It's not too late to worry about firewood. Cat Ming and Lonely Swordsman turned around and ran away immediately. The two returned to the original route and ran desperately for 2 streets. When they felt that they were out of the monster's attack range, they were still not very reassured, so they hid in a hidden small shopping mall. It should be safe now. I was careless. I didn't expect that Lord Qi had such a powerful general in his hands. No wonder he didn't look panicked when we defeated the tank. It turns out he was fearless. This new zombie has a physical fitness comparable to that of a tank, and can use powerful flamethrower weapons. Isn't that stronger than a tank? What should we do now? Everyone, give us some ideas. The two just breathed a sigh of relief. Discussed the response strategy with the adventurers outside. Something unexpected happened again. The wall behind him was like paper, and was suddenly knocked open by a burly figure. The ugly face of the tracker tyrant appeared in front of him again. This scene. Not to mention the person who was caught off guard. Even the adventurers outside were shocked. Fuck. Shit. The Pig King widened his eyes. It actually caught up. The lonely swordsman didn't have time to grab his gun. A giant hand that was more terrifying than a big iron clamp grabbed his head like a chicken, lifted it up and crushed his skull, and then threw it more than 10 meters away. The pursuer was silent. No sound was made. It was like throwing away a piece of garbage. His eyes were always cold, step by step, like a nightmare, approaching unstoppably, towards the cat Ming Ming who was huddled in the corner. Oh my god! Help! The cat Ming Ming was so scared that she cried. She felt a suffocating fear. This monster was silent from beginning to end, without any unnecessary movements, like an extremely efficient killing machine. Mao Ming Ming felt that compared to the larger tanks that liked to scream and hammer wildly, or the gloomy witch zombies that liked to scream, the oppressive feeling of this monster was several times stronger. No hesitation. There was no possibility of mercy. The tracker launched a flamethrower at Mao Ming Ming, who was huddled in the corner. The terrifying high-pressure flame swept over, and Mao Ming Ming was instantly burned to a crisp. The flame-breathing tracker sent the last adventurer away with a gorgeous cremation. The challenge failed. The 4 people left the secret realm in embarrassment. What happened? We had already hidden. Why did we still get found by this monster? It's so scary. I feel that this monster is intelligent. It kills me as if it is cleaning up an invading cockroach mouse. Baihajusher analyzed with a serious expression. This is not an ordinary monster. I think it has extremely high tracking ability and combat IQ, so it can not only control various weapons, but also lock prey, and has extremely strong hunting ability. Blackstone Hammer King. So as long as you provoke it, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, it will be caught up and killed? Pig King immediately proposed an idea. Then can we lure the tiger away from the mountain, send one person to lure it away, and others take the opportunity to open the security door? It's not that simple. This monster has a very high IQ. Guarding the door must be the primary task. It is impossible for it to fall into such an obvious trap. Baihajusher said in a deep voice. If I am not mistaken, this is undoubtedly an elite second-level monster. What? What? It's actually a second-level elite monster? Is it true? There are only a few elite monsters known in Blackrock Town. Old Dean, are you mistaken? Nonsense. I have studied secret realms and monsters for a lifetime. How could I not even have this much insight? This is not only a second-level monster, but also a second-level monster with good strength and excellent comprehensive quality. After saying this, Baihajusher couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that this young lord actually had such a trump card in his hand. This really posed a big problem for us adventurers. It seems that the potential of this dungeon, it's higher than originally expected. As for the adventurers after they got this explosive news, they were stunned for a few seconds, and then the fear and horror in their eyes were gradually replaced by surprise and greed. Chapter 37. Blackstone Town is the lowest level adventurer town. Although there are hundreds of new dungeons added every year, most of the time, the number of dungeons can only be maintained at 500 to 600. Most dungeons have been closed down or destroyed by the dark species. Therefore, second-level monsters are very rare in Blackstone Town. Miracle City is a newly established dungeon. The first secret realm has a second-level monster, which is definitely an exciting surprise. Let's put it this way. If the tracker is taken out and placed in other small and medium-sized dungeons in Blackstone Town, it is enough to become the signature selling point of the city, and even packaged as an image ambassador. One monster can support the traffic of a city. The gold content is so high. White deer, Lord Chi is very hidden. He has such a powerful monster, but he has never hyped it up. He can definitely become the top player in the territory. Wool Warrior, yes, this surprise is too big, and people are not mentally prepared. Blackstone Hammer King couldn't help but say, then you say, is there a possibility that this is not the strongest monster in Miracle City? Pig King, impossible, absolutely impossible. A new lord can take out such a monster. He is already gifted. If he has a master in his hand, he will be very successful in the future? I don't think it's impossible. This is only the second level. I dare not expect more. Lord Chi's current performance is already one of the best lords I have ever seen. If he continues to grow without being shut down, he will definitely bring us more good things. Let's think about how to get this second level spirit. That's right. This is the key. Adventurers were discussing at the same time. Nancy Leah breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the Lord is so calm every day. It turns out that he has such a trump card in his hand. With the strength of this monster in the secret realm, it is enough to block the adventurers at the second level of the secret realm, as long as the secret realm is not opened. Miracle City can maintain its popularity, continuously harvest adventurers, and thus develop better and better, of course. Don't be careless. Nancy Leah has quietly infiltrated the adventurers, eavesdropping on their discussions and tactics, and will report back to the Lord so that targeted measures can be taken to ensure the greatest interests of the dungeon. Mao Mingming, Dean, I feel that this monster's physical strength is not inferior to that of a tank zombie, and it is wearing a bulletproof coat. What can we do to defeat him? With your level and skills, it is almost impossible to defeat this monster directly, and pass the second level of the frenzy. Baihajusher continued, but I personally think that the Lord is a person who pursues art with ideas. He will not design unsolvable problems. You must learn to find answers from the Lord's hints and design ideas. What does it mean? Several young adventurers were confused. Baihajusher patiently persuaded, why did the Lord deliberately put the clearance point in such a conspicuous and easy-to-find place? Cat Mingming, this is a trap. Baihajusher, not enough, think about it carefully. Mingwei Xiaoxue thought for a few seconds and said, the key point of this level is not to find the safe door. Feng Zhongyan, I understand, this is the Lord's trap, and it is also the Lord's direct hint. Lonely Swordsman suddenly realized, the Lord is telling us through the layout design not to try to take shortcuts, because no matter how many times you play, it is a futile effort. Blackstone Hammer King, so that's how it is. We should resist the temptation to clear the level and fully explore the second level first. White Crane Monk showed a teachable look. Yes, although this monster is difficult to defeat, the Lord will definitely leave a way to defeat it in his style. If I'm not mistaken, it's hidden in a corner of the city. The adventurers all suddenly realized. Angry Chicken, this is the style of Lord Qi. Lone Wolf, he himself once said that he would not design a secret realm that cannot be won. All the answers must be in the second level map. Our next strategy is very clear. Ha ha, Lord Qi must have thought that we would have to hit the wall several times before we could think of this, but we know him better than he thought. Thanks to the old dean for pointing out the maze. Little spy Nancy Leah's eyebrows were almost knotted. Damn it, these adventurers are too cunning. They saw through the Lord's intention so quickly, especially the damned old dang of Baihajusher. If it weren't for his timely guidance and reminder, with the stubborn style of these adventurers, they would never think of changing tactics without dying dozens of times. Now, the adventurers have the right idea directly. How much potential loss has this brought to Miracle City invisibly? I'm afraid it will also directly affect the life of the Doomsday Frenzy level mode. No, the threat of Baiha Lao Deng is too great. This matter must be reported to the Lord immediately. Nancy Leah is also worried about Miracle City. After sorting out their ideas, the adventurers continued to challenge. This time, there were 4 teams challenging the second level at the same time, all avoiding the square area and starting a carpet search. This city is full of dangers. There are too many zombies, special zombies, and the difficulty is far beyond the first level. However, the exploration process is also full of fun, because the second level scene is larger, and each building is full of life details. In the process of exploration, the adventurer only feels that he is understanding more and more about this world. For example, from the decoration and status of the rooms in the residential building, the adventurer can see all the traces of life of a family before the disaster broke out, and thus piece together the fragmented stories before and after the disaster. For example, from the zombies wearing epidemic prevention clothing, the ambulances and epidemic prevention vehicles that can be seen everywhere on the streets, and the barbed wire isolation walls, the adventurer can see that after the disaster broke out, the local area had organized resistance but ultimately failed. These scene narratives, these fragmented information, make many people curious. Adventurers are not all profit-seeking people. Many people like adventures, and they are pursuing fun itself. This world is so vivid and lively. There seems to be a story in every corner. No building is just an empty decoration. There are even a lot of texts and materials that can be interpreted. It is simply a huge treasure. Yes, it is novel and mysterious. I just want to know what happened and what it was like before the disaster. We can get a glimpse of this from the information collected by the big guys. I think this world should be a very developed world before it was destroyed, with unique technology, a large population, and a prosperous culture. It seems to have been destroyed by a natural disaster plague in the end. As for how the plague broke out, it is unknown based on the current information. An adventurer named Light Chaser was discussing information about the Doomsday world with his companions. This light chaser is not an ordinary person. He has been active in the forum for many years, interpreting and deciphering secret information for adventurers. He is a well-known research party and plot party adventurer. This type of adventurer, compared with the generous rewards, I look forward to encountering wonderful adventure stories. At this time, Bihajusher joined the discussion. I think the plague in the frenzy world is not necessarily a natural disaster, but maybe a man-made disaster. Light chaser, why does the old dean say this? Bihajusher said, in fact, there are many clues that have hinted at this, such as the elite monster in the second level, which looks more like a created monster. Indeed. Is there an unknown evil force hidden behind this world? It's possible. There are details that seem to hint at this. I hope the plot mode will be released soon. This is the only way to conduct a more thorough investigation and solve all mysteries. The light-chasing traveler has obviously been completely attracted by the world of Doomsday Frenzy. He is now eager to understand the past and everything that happened in the Frenzy world, so he specially gathered a group of like-minded adventurers to form the Miracle City investigation team. Mr. Baiha faced all these. He also showed appreciation in his eyes. Although he had never met this lord, he could feel his talent and pursuit. Nowadays, dungeon lords from all over the world. Each of them is full of malice and is full of ideas to harvest adventurers. The secret realms of these lords are shoddy, not only without creativity, but also full of inferior and despicable designs. They may be limited in ability, or have no artistic pursuit at all, and just want to maximize short-term benefits. Dahua will only build a casino that aims to harvest adventurers. Such a dungeon deserves to be closed. Only a truly talented lord, who truly works hard to build a secret realm, can win the respect and loyalty of adventurers. Only such a lord. Adventurers will truly fight for him. Bihajusher couldn't help but think of his own experience. He also thought of the dungeon that had a promising future, but ended unfortunately. He has not been able to get out of it for many years. Now that Miracle City has emerged, he finally sees the birth of a lord who is truly ambitious and talented, and even has better qualifications. This is a blessing for Blackstone Town. It is also a blessing for these young adventurers. He is really looking forward to how far this dungeon can go, and whether it can create a better secret realm work than Doomsday Frenzy in the future. Chapter 38. The adventurers' exploration was not smooth sailing. Teams were wiped out in various zombie attacks, although they were abused frequently. But they became more courageous with each setback. The fun of adventure and fighting was too much. Moreover, sacrifice was valuable. When the adventurers worked together to collect intelligence, gradually drew clearer and clearer maps, and marked the distribution of various monsters and supplies, there was a sense of continuous progress and harvest. They successively discovered more than 10 kinds of firearms, and nearly 100 ammunition supply points. The equipment level was greatly improved, so that some people could not wait and felt that they were good enough. The result is imaginable. All those who did not believe in evil ran to challenge the boss. All of them were taught a lesson by the pursuer in minutes without exception. After several disastrous defeats, the adventurers found that the pursuer's flamethrower had the feature of unlimited ammunition. Although there was a 5 to 8 second interval between each launch, once the flamethrower could burn more than 10 meters, the coverage area was large, and the duration exceeded 5 seconds, the lethality was very terrifying. Although the current equipment level has improved significantly. But these light weapons alone are obviously still not enough to pose a threat. Finally, as the adventurer's mental strength was exhausted, today's challenge ended here, and it seemed impossible to pass the level. What a pity! Still didn't beat it. It doesn't matter, we have made progress. As long as we work harder, we will definitely find a way to defeat this monster. This level has only been unlocked for 1 or 2 days. It is normal that it cannot be beaten for the time being. The second level is richer than the first level. Anyway, I feel that the secret realm of the frenzy is becoming more and more fun. Although I have been defeated repeatedly. Although he was tortured to death, the adventurer still had a lot of fun. At this time, Chiji got up. He had been very busy in recent days. Today he finally had a good rest. He was full of energy and radiant. When he glanced at the data panel, he saw dense data on the screen. The adventurer White Crane Monk generated 1 point of mental power. The adventurer White Crane Monk has died. Soul Crystal +1, mental power +1. The adventurer Grumpy Chicken generated 1 point of mental power. The adventurer Lone Wolf generated 1 point of mental power. Today's harvest. It is indeed quite impressive. Chi-Ji quickly scanned the water flow. Directly checked the final statistical results. A total of 440 adventurers were received today, with a soul crystal income of 2,230, and a mental power net income of 4062. The income and output of spirits are 1-star spirits 143/261, 2-star spirits 18/33, 3-star spirits 4/14, and 5-star spirits 1/2. It is worth mentioning that 2 5-star spirits were exploded today. A new adventurer named Nanchank was lucky, and was the first to explode a tank spirit from the frenzy, but he chose to exchange it for contribution points and priority contract qualifications, which was somewhat beyond Chi-Ji's expectations. This wave of recycling is very powerful. There were only 10 ordinary zombies left. It was not enough to form a troop at a critical moment. Today, as many as 143 ordinary zombies were recycled, which means that the inventory of 1-star spirits directly increased to 153, allowing Miracle City to once again have enough war resources at this stage. Income. The mental power income is 4,062. This is the net income after deducting the expenditure. Adventurers at least brush off more than 500 points of consumption. This is because the output rate of Miracle City's spiritual power is extremely high. Otherwise, with a daily operating consumption of more than 500 points, even most dual city territories may not be able to bear it. If the output and recovery of spiritual power cannot cover the loss, the only thing the Lord can do is to reform, update, or redesign the secret realm to prevent the spiritual power from being further lost and being hollowed out. Of course, changing the secret realm is risky. If a dungeon frequently changes the secret realm, adventurers will think that it cannot afford to lose. This will inevitably cause the reputation of the territory to collapse, and may even permanently hit the reputation of the dungeon, and be completely blacklisted by various adventurer rights organizations. Chi-Ji feels that everything is good. Although the expenditure cost is not too low, the spiritual power output is more powerful, and this consumption can be completely covered by the income. Even if Chi-Ji is lying down, the soul recovery rate is quite good, which is enough to bring huge benefits to the territory. Don't worry about this expenditure. The territory's income flow is very healthy. Currently, a large number of spirits are needed to build troops. The territory currently has the ability to build a force of several hundred combat forces. Even if the Dark City has thousands of combat units, it no longer constitutes an overwhelming advantage. It would be even better if another second-level monster could appear. With a second-level monster, it will initially have the ability to attack the Dark City. At the current development speed, it will take only a few days. Chi-Ji originally had 1459 spirits left, and now with today's income, the total spirit power is 5521. From the second-level lord to the third level, only 5,000 spirit power is required, which means that as long as you are willing, you can break through at any time. Each breakthrough can activate the Sea of Inspiration, generate new inspiration crystals, and activate one from them. According to the last experience, 3 crystals can be awakened at a time. This is still very attractive. However, Chi-Ji gave up the upgrade temporarily after a little thought, because rapid upgrade is actually not very meaningful. Although it can further enrich the materials of the territory's secret realm, the Resident Evil series alone is enough for the Frenzy secret realm to use for a long time. Chi-Ji still has excellent crystals including Sekiro to be activated. There is no shortage of materials at present. What is lacking is the core. Therefore, instead of rushing to upgrade to obtain more inspiration crystals, it is better to further strengthen the secret realm, build the territory, and build troops, so as to increase the scale of the territory and quickly complete the expansion of the territory. Now the mental power is sufficient. First, create the third level of the Frenzy and the plot gameplay. Chi-Ji has already planned the third level of the Frenzy and the plot mode in advance. At this moment, 1,250 points of mental power were directly consumed to create the third level, and then another 1,432 points of mental power were consumed to create 2 plot chapters for the Frenzy Secret Realm plot mode. These 2 plot chapters are based on Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 1 respectively, without changing the main line and character situation. Reduce some slow-paced puzzles. Increase the content of the battle part. Make the content more compact. The experience is more enjoyable. The main reason why Chi-Ji gave up the worldview and plot of Left 4 Dead and chose Resident Evil to create the plot of Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm is that Left 4 Dead is ultimately a fun game. In comparison, the Resident Evil series is several levels higher in terms of imagination, information density, plot depth, worldview structure, and the number and characterization of characters. There is a reason why this series has become a well-known classic. Let's take Resident Evil 0 as an example. The main plot is that Rebecca encountered a series of terrorist incidents while investigating the dismemberment case in the Arklay Mountains with Team B. In the end, she escaped with the cooperation of death row prisoner Billy Cohen, and stopped the revenge plan of the tragic villain James Marcus in the Institute. It reveals the predecessor of the T-virus. That is, the original source of the ancestor virus. At the same time, several classic characters and villains are also portrayed. The final boss is the Leech Queen born from Marcus' obsession. This is an elite 2-star monster. The strength is not too high, but it is not easy to defeat it in the plot. Shiji believes. The worldview of Resident Evil. And the experience of being the protagonist of a biographical novel. It is incomparable to any secret realm in Blackstone Town. This will definitely bring unprecedented impact and freshness to adventurers. After Chi-Ji finished making it, he left the Lord's mansion and came to the secret hall to meet the adventurers. Lord, why did you come just now? The adventurers surrounded him, like sharks smelling blood. These guys have too many questions, and the little network manager Nancy Leah doesn't know anything. Now that the real boss has finally come, it is natural to catch him and interrogate him. Do you want to know the information of the second-level big boss? It is necessary to launch a game illustration system. Let the adventurers unlock some information by themselves. Lest these guys come to harass me like flies, Chi-Ji announced generously. This monster is a modified model of mini tyrant zombies, codenamed Nemesis, also known as Tracker. Tyrant zombie? Nemesis? Tracker? So much information. Blackstone Hammer King. Are there other similar zombies in Doomsday Tide? Of course. What you have seen so far is just the tip of the iceberg of Doomsday Tide. Everyone was stunned, and even unbelievable. He continued to announce, I will present the stories and information about the world of Tide in the plot mode. As long as you successfully enter the 3rd level and challenge more than 3 times, you can unlock the plot mode gameplay of Doomsday Tide. According to the original plan, pass the 3rd level, and then open the plot mode. However, considering that the difficulty of the 3rd level is not low, Chi-Ji temporarily lowered the standard and released more content in advance. This time the news. Adventurers are all excited. Miracle City always gives people surprises. This is really too awesome. The foundation of this dungeon is much richer than expected. And the potential of this lord may be greater than expected. Chapter 39. This official announcement. Full of useful information. New levels and plot gameplay. Let all adventurers admire and be shocked. Blackstone Hammer King exclaimed, Lord, you are so awesome. Pig King. My grandmother's donkey is not so hardworking. Lone Wolf. We don't even have a clue about the 2nd level, and the 3rd level, and the plot content have been produced. Cat Ming Ming. Lord, you really have no bottleneck at all? Feng Zhongnian. We still have a long way to go to completely break through the frenzy. But I like it. The more secrets, the better. Although it is enough to explore for a long time, the Lord still needs to work hard. What's the big deal about 3 levels? Even if we make 30 levels, we won't think it's too much. Young people are attracted by the new content of Doomsday Frenzy. And by Hajusher, Lonely Swordsman, Chasing Light Traveler, etc., these more experienced adventurers, they immediately realized a more critical point. Light Chaser. So much content must consume a lot of materials, but judging from the 1st and 2nd levels of the frenzy, the size of the Miracle City secret realm is already quite amazing. Lonely Swordsman, could it be? White Crane Layman affirmed, no need to guess. Even if Lord Chi's inspiration materials are of high quality and resource saving, a 1st level dungeon core cannot run so many secret realm contents. This secret realm core must have broken through to the 2nd level. The 2nd level core itself is nothing special. Many of the dungeon secret realms in Blackstone Town are 2nd level. The key problem is that Miracle City was created no more than 10 days ago, and officially operated no more than a week. Upgrade the core. It consumes a lot. Creating a 2nd level secret realm in such a short time is unheard of with Baiha Jusher's experience. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Baiha Jusher has seen a rising supernova. When Chi-Ji announced the latest update of Miracle City and answered some adventurers' questions, Miracle City entered the countdown to closing the city. At this time, the irritable chicken rushed forward. Lord, I heard that I received a tank spirit. I want to apply for an immediate contract. Don't worry, I won't forget it. I contracted for you right now. Chi-Ji selected 5 adventurers and took them to the spirit altar. The 5 people will become the new batch of contract adventurers in Miracle City. Others all cast envious eyes on them. Xiaoxue. Baiha Jusher took a long time to barely suppress his excitement. As the first contract adventurer of Miracle City, Mingwei Xiaoxue will get more benefits as the territory grows in the future, and it is not a problem to surpass her peak period. What's wrong, Grandpa? Baihajushar had a lot to say, but he swallowed it all and said weakly, Do you have any extra contribution points or soul sand? Please help me get a room in the hotel in Miracle City. Mingwei Xiaoxue was very puzzled. Didn't you explode 2 ordinary zombie spirits today and hand them in for recycling? Baihajushar was a little embarrassed. Most of these contribution points have been exchanged for thatch, and the hotel accommodation price has risen to 8 contribution points today. I don't have enough contribution points, and I was in a hurry to go out today and didn't bring soul sand. Why do you want to stay in the hotel? Nonsense. Don't stay in the hotel. The popularity of Miracle City. Can we still squeeze in tomorrow? Baihajushar has few contribution points left. Old man, how old are you? You should drink less. Mingwei Xiaoxue complained unhappily, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This old adventurer, who had retired for many years, was indeed moved by the charm and future of Miracle City. This matter seems to be settled. Isn't it just a room? It's a piece of cake. I have plenty of contribution points. Baihajushar, you'd better save the contribution points of Miracle City. It may be of great use in the future. If there is soul sand, it is best to pay with soul sand. Contribution point value. It is closely related to the development and potential of the dungeon. Baihajushar believes that the contribution points of Miracle City will only continue to appreciate in the future, and can be used to win valuable opportunities, so don't spend them if you can. Spending more soul sand is nothing. 20 minutes later. Chi-Ji completed the contract. The newly added contracted adventurers are Grumpy Chicken, Lonely Swordsman, Cute Cat, White Deer, and Nanshan Guest. So far, the number of contracted adventurers in Miracle City has increased to 10. Among them, Mingwei Xiaoxue has the Witch Spirit as his life soul, and Grumpy Chicken has the Tank Spirit as his life soul. The two can become 5-star combat forces at any time, plus a tank monster soldier. Chi-Ji already has 3 high-end combat forces, which further enhances the military strength of the territory. Chi-Ji still has more than 170 spirit reserves. Can be converted into combat power at any time, whether defending the territory or expanding outward. More confident. At this time, deep in the Dark Valley, there is an ancient city here. It was the Dark Goblin Territory's main city, Undercity. The total population of Undercity was over 5,000, but there were less than 2,000 real dark races, and the other 3,000 were all working dwarf slaves. Although Undercity was just an inconspicuous marginal town in the entire Chaos continent, it was the absolute overlord and ruler in the Dark Valley. However, at this moment, the Goblin Lord Bloodthroat was furious. Darkbone was defeated? Who can tell me why a newly created human leader could defeat the warriors of Undercity? Under the wrath of the Master, the goblins lay on the ground and dared not breathe. Leader. Lord. A scarred goblin said cautiously, I think the origin of this human leader must be extraordinary, and they may have the support of a powerful human force behind them. It is indeed the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary dungeon develop so rapidly? No matter how powerful a force is, the resources that can be put into the Chaos continent in a short period of time are bound to be limited. I don't believe that a territory that has been established for less than half a month can threaten the Undercity. That's what he said. Lord Bloodthroat did not attack the city recklessly. The human dungeon is currently protected by the laws of the Chaos world. Even if the army is at the gate of the city, it cannot be broken in. A rash attack may suffer losses. After Bloodthroat calmed down his anger, he immediately ordered in a deep voice, Let Maggot Eye come to see me. Half an hour later, a goblin rushed to the Undercity. This man, named Maggot Eye, is the general guarding the pass of the Undercity. He is also the strongest among the goblin leaders and generals. His comprehensive strength is second only to Lord Bloodthroat. The biggest feature of Maggot Eyes is that one eye is blind. Although he is a one-eyed dragon, this does not reduce his power, but makes him look more sinister. Lord Bloodthroat ordered, Maggot Eyes, as the strongest warrior of Undercity, I want you to take 200 warriors to recapture the Black Bone Camp, and then seize Red Rock Mountain and Red Claw Village when the opportunity arises, and find out the details of this human. Yes. Maggot Eyes took the order, quickly assembled the troops and set off. Half a day later, he arrived at the Black Bone Camp. At this moment, there were only 3 hours left before the Chaos Tide. He immediately launched an attack on the camp without hesitation, but unexpectedly, there was no one in sight, and the Dark Goblins completed the task of capturing the Black Bone Camp with almost no effort. Boss Maggot Eyes, we have already taken down the Black Bone Camp. Do you want to kill all the way to Red Rock Mountain? No need. Maggot Eyes is smarter than he looks. He did not rashly continue to attack the human race. After all, time is running out. If the human race resists fiercely and the situation becomes tense, so that the chaos tide appears, and they cannot enter the sanctuary, the entire army will be wiped out. Secondly, although it is not clear how many troops the human race has, the fact that they can defeat Black Bones shows that they are not as weak as imagined. Instead of launching a direct attack rashly, it is better to wait for the opportunity and conduct reconnaissance first to avoid repeating the same mistake. Black Bones' defeat must have been due to carelessness. As the first general of Dark City, Maggot Eye has very rich combat experience. He believes that as long as he is careful, does not actively reveal his flaws, and plays steadily, it is impossible for him to fail to take down a mere new city. Chapter 40. Chi-Ji received a prompt. You have lost the Black Bone Camp. Miracle City has lost a stronghold. The sacred stone there has been contaminated, and cannot be used unless it is reoccupied and activated. Quite fast. But it is not surprising at all. The territory has too few troops. It is impossible to defend all the strongholds. The Black Bone Camp has low strategic value. It is a tactically abandoned territory. Although it has no defensive value, it is an excellent bait. Look! The fish has taken the bait. See it from the Lord's perspective. About 200 goblin warriors entered the camp. This is a strong force. If it hides in the Undercity, it will pose a great threat. It will be much easier to destroy it if it takes the initiative to come out of the solid city. If it can be completely wiped out, the Undercity will be seriously injured. This is beneficial to the upcoming siege campaign. But the chaos is about to rise. There is a high probability that there will be no more war. Chi-Ji nodded slightly. Okay, one more day to prepare, I will be more confident. There are currently 50 adventurers staying overnight in the main city. If Maggot Eye attacks Red Rock Mountain or Red Claw Village, Chi-Ji can always form 50 mercenaries or combat forces, enough to defend the mine or Red Claw Village. It is easy to repel. It is not realistic to fight an annihilation war. Don't alert the enemy first. One more day to prepare, the chance of annihilation will be much greater, so that the Dark City can be greatly weakened and soul crystals and materials can be obtained through recycling. It is far from enough for Miracle City to have only one Doomsday Frenzy secret realm. The most important task at this stage is to create a second secret realm, open more adventurer towns, and comprehensively enhance the development potential of the territory. At this moment, it is not far from achieving this goal. Chi-Ji retracted his attention. He began to focus on territory construction. He still had a lot of resources available. In fact, if you want to increase the size of the dungeon, you don't have to build new buildings. The Lord can also increase the population capacity by upgrading old facilities. Among the many buildings in a dungeon, special buildings need corresponding drawings or props to upgrade, but there are no requirements for basic buildings in the territory, as long as there are enough materials. Chi-Ji upgraded the mercenary house, monster camp, soldier house, and warehouse. Cumulative consumption: 2,400 soul crystals, 1,000 mental power, 500 material essence. Current resource inventory: soul crystals, 735. Mental power, 1589. Material essence, 0. At the end of business today, the mental power once increased to a peak of 5521. Chi-Ji spent a total of 2,682 to build the third level and the plot chapter, 100 to purchase goods from the secret store, and another 150 to contract 5 new adventurers, plus the 1,000 for this upgrade, so only 1589 is left. Soul crystals are the largest expense in the process of building a territory. However, there are many income channels. In addition to the most important secret output, it can also be obtained through war and treasure chests. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the territory itself has also begun to generate income, such as the Adventurer Hotel and the Secret Store. Although the current income share is not large, it can already cover the miscellaneous expenses such as the territory's secret crystal and the territory god stone. Income in this area, with more and more supporting facilities in the future, the growth potential is worth looking forward to. The most scarce resource now is materials. There were only 486 pieces of materials in the territory, but 500 were needed for this construction. Chi-Ji had to purchase 14 pieces from the Lord's Market at an average price of 3 soul crystals per piece, and only then was he able to barely complete this round of construction. If the materials had not been exhausted, we could have built further. It can be seen that it is not easy to build a territory, and the expenditure of various resources is too high. But all the efforts are worth it. This upgrade has brought a lot of improvement to the territory. For example, the first-level mercenary house can only increase the population of 25 adventurers and 30 first-level mercenaries. After the upgrade, the mercenary house, second level, can increase the population capacity of 60 adventurers, recruit 30 second-level mercenaries, or recruit 150 first-level mercenaries. A second-level unit is approximately equivalent to 5 first-level units. Chi-Ji can recruit 30 second-level mercenaries, or choose to recruit 150 first-level mercenaries, or any proportion of combination, such as recruiting 10 second-level mercenaries and 100 first-level mercenaries. Now there are second-level mercenary houses, soldier houses, and monster camps. Miracle City can already have second-level combat power, but the biggest problem is there is no second-level spirit. I hope the adventurers can be more powerful. Clear the second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm as soon as possible. After this wave of enhancement, the number of people received by the territory has increased from 440 to 550, an increase of 110 in one go. The overall strength has been greatly improved, and tomorrow's income will also increase a lot. After the construction is completed, summon the network manager Nancy Leah. What are the adventurers doing? Although the Black Bone camp was taken back by the goblins, the adventurers were not aware of it for the time being because they did not launch a counterattack immediately, so Chi-Ji was curious about what they were doing. Report to the Lord. Most people are having a banquet in the hotel, and some are studying the secret information, holding plot and tactics discussions, and a few contracted adventurers have gone out to explore the surrounding area. Adventurers will not die completely in the chaos world. This is the reason why these guys are so eccentric and fearless. However, it is difficult to kill them completely. It does not mean that death is free of cost. If the power of the territory is not added, the adventurer will be killed directly, which will cause the contract spirit to loosen, resulting in a significant decrease in the degree of integration, which is the so-called explosion of a large amount of experience, and will also force exit from the chaos world, which is equivalent to disconnection. It can be seen. The death penalty is not light, and the adventurer's body is generally weak. Generally, they will not run out casually unless necessary. The difference between contract adventurers and tourist adventurers is that they will have a free transformation opportunity through the soldier's house, and can be transformed into an existing spirit form at will, which is equivalent to having a life available every day. There is this benefit. Mingwei Xiaoxua, Angry Chicken and others naturally can't sit still. They transformed into various arms of the territory and patrolled Miracle City spontaneously, hoping to kill a few dark species to earn some credit, but due to the lack of intelligent support, they failed to gain any results. This is a good opportunity. Nancy Leah took the opportunity to report all kinds of information about the adventurers, especially the threat of Baihajusher. Is there such a master in Blackstone Town? Chi-Ji's eyes lit up. This so-called #1 adventurer in Blackstone Town had better be really powerful. Miracle City really needs a strong enough boss to promote the development of the secret realm. Otherwise, relying on these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, when can they defeat the trackers? No doubt. This is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it is a good thing. Nancy Leah doesn't know what Boss Chi thinks. As a spy, she has worked hard to collect a lot of information, including the ideas and tactics of the adventurers. At this moment, she hopes that the Lord can come up with a countermeasure. This hidden elf girl. She cares more about the operation of the dungeon than the Lord. Chi-Ji saw this, which was a good phenomenon. At least it showed that the other party had initially recognized Miracle City, and was not far from being completely conquered. It doesn't matter. As long as it complies with the rules, it is their ability to win, and how much they win is what they deserve. This Lord will never interfere, and I will not even bother to play tricks. Chi-Ji said firmly, Miracle City is not afraid of any fair competition. If it is afraid of even its own adventurers, how can it become a great dungeon? Nancy Leah was stunned. I didn't expect this reaction. I just felt that this young genius lord had a strong self-confidence and magnanimity, like the sun, which made people admire it, but made her feel narrow-minded. He is indeed a person worthy of trust and assistance. Although he is young, he has the spirit of a hero, but Nancy Leah thought that her worries were not unreasonable. She has seen too many dungeons. She knows the horror of adventurers. This group looks harmless, but in fact, the number of dungeons closed down by adventurers is more than that of the dark species. Underestimating these people will lead to big losses. Don't wait for me to say anything more. You have done a good job recently, but there are more and more adventurers, and it is too busy for one person. I will transfer 5 more dwarves to the hall to help you manage it. Chi-Ji waved his hand. Okay, the city will be open soon. Go and prepare. Yes. Nancy Leah walked out of the Lord's mansion a little depressed. Half an hour later, Miracle City opened on time. Although the reception limit was increased to 550 people. But it was still full within a minute without suspense. The number of adventurers increased sharply, and their proficiency was also increasing. The average challenge time per person became longer than before. In order to prevent insufficient crystals and insufficient harvesting of leaks, Chi has increased the number to 80. The number of people is increasing too fast. It is estimated that it will soon be insufficient again. The first level hall can generate up to 100 secret crystals. Chi realized that he had to upgrade the secret hall as soon as possible, or build a new secret hall. This is not easy, because the secret hall is one of the most expensive basic buildings, both in terms of construction cost and upgrade cost. In the final analysis, it's because there are not enough resources, the territory is not rich enough, mental power and soul crystals can be obtained through business. Only materials can be obtained through the market, or through territory management and development. When the hungry and eager adventurers rushed into the hall, Chi nodded with satisfaction, looking forward to their better performance today. Chapter 41. The Secret Hall. It is now crowded. The exciting adventure has begun again. The adventurers ordered food while queuing. Mingwei Xiaoxue said generously, "Xiaoya, give each of the 4 of us a box of ice cream, and put it all on my account." Mao Mingming, "Wow, thank you for the treat, big sister." Lonely Swordsman, "Help me get a pack of Wazi." Blackstone Hammer King, "Make 5 buckets of instant noodles, add ham sausage, and a bottle of Coke." The atmosphere is lively. Everyone is having fun. This is completely a fantasy version of an internet cafe in another world. Although Chi arranged 5 dwarf people in the secret hall to cooperate with the young network manager Nancy Leah to serve the adventurers, Nancy Leah is busy at the moment because she is not familiar with the business when she first took up the job. There are too few people in Miracle City. Many positions are seriously short of people. The number of adventurers will increase sharply in the future. The problem of manpower shortage will only become more prominent. This is also one of the reasons why the territory must expand. Only by occupying more territory can we absorb more people, and earn more benefits and profits from adventurers. The adventurers were full, and still wanted more. Lone Wolf praised, "Not only is the secret realm of Miracle City interesting, but the food produced here is also first class." Blackstone Hammer King, "The only disadvantage is that it is a bit expensive." Pig King, "That can't be helped. Since I ate the food in Miracle City, the food in the town is almost like pig food." Lone Wolf, "Aren't you a pig?" Ergo is looking for a fight. Several adventurers had a daily fight. At this time, Feng Zhongmian cleared his throat. "Everyone, be quiet. Today's challenge is very severe. With the powerful obstacle of Tyrant Zombie Tracker, we can't pass the second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm. Do we have to go back to the first level?" Grumpy Chicken, "Impossible." Cat Ming, "The tracker is not invincible. Let's find a way to teach the Lord a lesson." That's right. Never retreat. Never give up. Fight to the second level. Come on, big guys. Although we haven't cleared the first level yet, we have a great chance of clearing it today. We will work together with you big guys to face the challenge of the tracker together. Morale is high. The tracker is strong, but adventurers are not afraid. The stronger the monster, the more it can stimulate the adventurer's desire to win and conquer. Feng Zhongmian continued, "It's great that everyone has this fighting spirit, but we can't underestimate the tracker, let alone the Lord's means. We have limited opportunities to challenge, and must ensure efficiency, and can't act blindly." Mingyu Xiaoxue, "You. What are your ideas?" Feng Zhongmian, "We collected all the information in the hotel last night. We have already made a city map for the second level, marking all the areas that have not been fully explored. I suggest a precise division of labor, and a carpet search." Good. This will be more efficient. If this city really hides a way to defeat the tracker, with so many teams, we can definitely find it in a shorter time. I join. I join too. Let's give today's operation a domineering name. The adventurers participated enthusiastically. Because the tracker zombies are a type of tyrant zombies, they named today's operation Operation Regicide. Feng Zhongmian served as the commander-in-chief of the operation, and formulated specific tasks for each team. Feng Zhongmian obviously planned it in advance. For today's operation, he did a lot of homework. Under his command, everyone took action immediately. Bai Jusher saw that he could easily command hundreds of people to respond, and had certain leadership skills, so he gave him a higher evaluation. Young people are so motivated. I, an old man, can't be too bad. Although Baihajusher was very interested in challenging the tracker, he could not participate in the regicide operation because he could not enter the second level at present, so he could only honestly play the first level first. But when he was invited to form a team, he still refused and played alone again. Although the adventurers thought that the old dean was a bit stubborn, they were also curious whether a person could play the level alone. There were always a lot of onlookers gathered near Baihajusher's secret crystal. In fact, with his ability and experience, it would not be difficult if he only wanted to pass the level. After all, the tank zombies, and which zombies in the first level were relatively fixed. Just avoid the two strongest monsters. The difficulty of passing this level is actually not too great. Adventurers have developed a shortcut route to pass the level. Many people have used this route to pass the first level. Who is Baihajusher? He disdains to do so. It is rare for him to have a desire to challenge. Instead, he has to face the difficulties and challenge the tank or the witch by himself. The first time, I did not encounter the tank zombie. I was killed by the attacker from behind halfway. There is no way. If you encounter a special feeling in the single-player mode, if you cannot find it in advance and take measures in the first time, the probability of self-rescue is very small. The second time. This time, I killed nearly 100 zombies all the way and finally came to a tank zombie. However, the difficulty of the single fight was much greater than expected, and I was defeated in the end. Although I lost the first battle. But Baihajusher had already mastered the tank's attack methods and rules. The third one. Baihajusher prepared 2 oil drums and Molotov cocktails in advance, and used traps to seriously injure the tank before fighting it. The hope of winning this battle was great, but at the critical moment, the nearby zombies were alarmed, and the rhythm was disrupted and failed. The adventurers were very excited to see this. It's a pity. It was just a little bit. Baihajusher summarized. The fourth battle started immediately. This time, the nearby zombies were cleared in advance, the traps were optimized, and the terrain was used to maneuver. After fighting for 20 minutes, he finally defeated the tank with a narrow escape when the ammunition was almost exhausted. The cheers of the onlookers were deafening. Oh my god! You really did it! You actually killed the tank zombie alone? No matter how slow, strong, or destructive it was, without any help from teammates, you relied on the terrain to maneuver and finally killed this terrible monster. The old dean is so amazing. What? The old man defeated the tank alone? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined that someone could perform such a wonderful operation. It seems that the gold content of the first adventurer in Blackstone Town is still rising, facing the cheers of the younger generation. White Crane Monk didn't feel proud this time. Although he defeated the tank, he had a serious loss of ammunition and was seriously injured. Alas, I haven't been to the dungeon for 10 years. My current state is still far from my peak. Otherwise, a brainless fool. Is it so difficult for him to deal with? This old adventurer likes to challenge his limits, but he is not a completely pedantic person. He knows that there is a certain amount of luck involved in winning this time. Now that he is out of guns and bullets and injured, the chances of killing another one are very slim. Instead of dying meaninglessly, it is better to complete a clearance first. It is not too late to challenge a higher difficulty and a higher score next time. Baihajusher then bypassed the area where the tank which appeared, killed 30 or 40 ordinary zombies along the way, plus a hunter who attempted to sneak attack, and finally successfully found and entered the safe door. You cleared the first level of Doomsday Frenzy, and you got Tank Zombie Spirit +1. Good luck. A 5-star gray soul exploded. According to the current data, even if the tank zombie is killed, the probability of this spirit exploding is less than 20%. Although compared with other secret realms, under the same performance, this probability is already quite high, at least 4 or 5 times, but it is still a relatively small probability. Probably because a single brush can get a higher clearance rating. The explosion rate will also increase a lot. It's so cool, even if we put aside the gains. The Frenzy Secret Realm is definitely the most refreshing secret realm that Baihajusher has ever seen. There is still 1 point of energy left. I can challenge it again. Baihajusher is not in a hurry this time, because at this moment, he has unlocked the second level. It is difficult for these young people to defeat the tracker. If necessary, the old man doesn't mind helping. Nancy Leah watched Baihajusher's challenge process. When she saw that he really cleared the official level of the Doomsday Frenzy by himself, her little face suddenly showed solemnity and uneasiness. In another corner of the hall, another adventurer exclaimed. This news cheered up all the adventurers, but also shocked the little network administrator. Fuck. Everyone come and see. Someone has found a weapon to deal with the tracker tyrant. Chapter 42. From yesterday till now. Nancy Leah peeked at the screen in high intensity. The adventurers have explored the second level of the frenzy at least 50 or 60 times. Although they were wiped out one after another, they also gained a lot of exciting things, especially the discovery of several new weapons. For example, sniper rifles. Although the firing rate is slow, the range is extremely long, the accuracy is extremely high, and the power is quite large. Another example is the squad machine gun. This one-time loading can reach more than 60 rounds. Although it is a bit bulky, it is very powerful and destructive, which makes the adventurers feel very happy. In addition, there are some special weapons and equipment. For example, the chainsaw. This melee weapon requires fuel and makes a lot of noise, but it is really fun to use. Cutting zombies is like cutting vegetables. The violent aesthetics are vivid and people can't put it down. The discovery of these new weapons is one of the important motivations and sources of happiness for adventurers. Nancy Leah felt incredible. These weapons seemed to be in their own category, but they had never appeared in this world. They looked really interesting. I wonder how the Lord Spirit Sea could have so many exotic and exquisite materials. Of course. Although there were many types of weapons. But they still couldn't beat the tracker boss. So Feng Zhongmian mobilized the adventurers to conduct a more detailed search. 8 or 9 teams spent 6 or 7 hours, and were wiped out dozens of times. Finally, a crucial discovery was made. The adventurer warrior, the team of Braised Pig's Hoof, fought hard and defeated a witch zombie at the cost of 2 people, and found an airdrop box nearby. There was a huge weapon in the box. The moment the warrior got the weapon, he immediately received relevant information. This is a weapon called M66 anti-tank rocket launcher. It only has one rocket, so it can only be used once, but it is powerful enough to destroy tank armor. In order to verify the power, the two of them specially found a tank zombie. As a result, the big guy was blown to pieces with one shot. The onlookers were all stunned, and then they all showed ecstasy. Tank zombies are killed in one shot? It's amazing. It's a magic weapon. Can this rocket launcher be exploded? If such a weapon can be taken out, I can't imagine how cool it will be. Can't we walk sideways in the future? I don't know. So far, it seems that no weapons have been exploded in the Frenzy Secret Realm. I don't know whether these powerful things can be produced. I have to ask the Lord about this matter later. Don't worry about it for now. The rocket launcher is definitely the nemesis of the tyrant. Of course, you can win with this thing. Although it took a lot of time. Although it cost hundreds of deaths. But when the rocket launcher was discovered, everyone was excited and relieved. This kind of unity, great efforts, and finally the positive feedback of breakthroughs and gains, as well as the expectation of the next battle, is undoubtedly one of the most attractive places in the Frenzy Secret Realm, in anticipation. Another team was formed. The 4 members are Lonely Swordsman, Feng Zhongmian, Blackstone Hammer King, and Angry Chicken. They quickly collected weapons such as sniper rifles, squad machine guns, as well as Molotov cocktails, homemade explosives, and other throwing objects and medical supplies, and then killed their way to the place where they got the rocket launcher. Kill the witch first. Use a sniper rifle to shoot at a very long distance, so there is enough distance and reaction time. When the witch rushed to the front quickly, he used the M249 machine gun to block the attack, and hit it with a Molotov cocktail. Without losing a single person, he killed this 5-star monster and successfully obtained the rocket launcher. Blackstone Hammer King. Ha ha ha, good luck, this time it's stable. Angry Chicken. The tracker is dead. Lonely Swordsman said, although the rocket launcher is powerful, it only has 1 round of ammunition, which means there is only 1 chance. Feng Zhongmian said with a serious expression, the tracker has high combat wisdom. It is not easy to kill him with 1 shot. This operation has a high technical difficulty, so we still can't be careless. After the 4 people discussed, let the Lonely Swordsman be responsible for using the rocket launcher. He is one of the adventurers in Miracle City with the highest adventure experience and level, except for Baihajusher, and is indeed the most suitable candidate. Next, according to the terrain, the 4 people formulated a more detailed tactic. Everyone, come and see. Brother Hammer and his friends are going to show how to use a rocket launcher to kill the tyrant. The hope of the whole village. It's up to you. Come on. We must win. This highly anticipated boss battle is about to begin. Hundreds of people gathered outside to watch the battle, cheering for the adventurer. Nancy Leah was of course among them, and in her heart she was cheering for the tracker, hoping that this territory monster would guard the second level of the secret realm for the Lord, and she couldn't let the adventurer succeed so quickly. A loud bang. When the tracker broke out of the door, Feng Zhongmian and Cranky Chicken used rifles and light machine guns to form crossfire to suppress the enemy. The tracker, with his bulletproof black windbreaker, strong physique and self-healing ability, was not afraid of light weapons, but he would not take the damage head-on. He immediately used vehicles and obstacles to cover and approach quickly. Don't let it get close. Otherwise we'd be dead. The adventurer fought with a flamethrower tracker for many rounds. At this moment, he had some understanding of the ability of this boss. Although the flamethrower in its hand was powerful, the damage range was up to 15 meters, so as long as the distance was far enough, there was no need to worry about being killed by the boss. Sleeping in the wind, the grumpy chicken took turns firing and retreating. When they retreated to a crossroads, the ammunition was just exhausted. The tracker realized this and rushed out immediately. In a few seconds, he came to the two adventurers and stood in the middle of the crossroads. He burned the grumpy chicken to death with a flame. Feng Zhongmian shouted, "Xiao Hei." The Blackstone Hammer King was lying on the building on the north side of the intersection, holding a sniper rifle in both hands and waiting for his turn. At this moment, he suddenly fired several shots at the pursuer's head. Too far, not accurate enough. The pursuer was sensitive to the danger and moved his body. Although 1 or 2 bullets hit, they did not hit the key parts, so it could not cause enough threat at all, but it briefly attracted the attention of the boss. The moment the pursuer's attention was distracted, the lonely swordsman stood up from his hiding place in the opposite direction of the intersection. At this moment, he was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, only more than 20 meters away from the pursuer. At this distance, the hit rate was very high, so he quickly seized the fleeting opportunity. Whoosh, the rocket was fired. The pursuer had no time to dodge. This rocket that can penetrate armor landed firmly on the pursuer. Boom, in the flames and loud noises. The pursuer's black coat and infinite fuel flamethrower were blown to pieces without any suspense, and a lot of flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. The effect of this attack was perfect. Success? No flesh and blood can withstand this blow. Mr. Feng, Brother Chui Shioji, and Uncle Dao are awesome. Enjoy it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Where's the Lord? Xiaoya, call the Lord out quickly, he should also see the scene. The adventurer cheered, and was extremely proud. Nancy Leah's face fell, and she became dejected. Not bad. The young are formidable. Bai Jusher nodded, it seems that I don't need to help. The cooperation of several young people is indeed very good. Most of them have good talents and qualifications. With a good platform like Miracle City, it may not be impossible for them to surpass themselves in the past. When Bai Jusher felt stable. When the adventurers opened Coke to celebrate. An unexpected scene appeared again. Several tentacles flew out from the smoke, instantly grabbed Feng Zhongmian, who was nearby, dragged him into the smoke, and cut him into pieces. What happened? Everyone, including Bai Jusher, was stunned. Nancy Leah widened her eyes. Is there any change? Obviously. The adventurers were too happy too early. The rocket was indeed enough to severely damage the tracker. But they underestimated the horror of this zombie. The tracker was not an ordinary 2-3 type mass-produced tyrant, but a special model that was implanted with parasites on the basis of the 2-3 type tyrant for strengthening. It has a powerful self-healing ability that no zombie has so far. The black coat it was wearing. It was not a combat uniform with bulletproof function. It was more of a straitjacket. Now that the straitjacket was destroyed, the tracker would enter the second form. A burly figure rushed out, faster than normal, and in the blink of an eye he came to the lonely swordsman holding a rocket launcher. Everyone saw the tracker's appearance at the moment. The tracker's clothes were completely torn, and most of his body was exposed. A large number of deformed tumors grew on his body, his right arm became several times thicker, and a large number of parasitic tentacles emerged from his left arm. Not good. The lonely swordsman had no time to draw his gun. He was instantly entangled by the attacking tentacles. The tracker entangled the adventurer with his left hand, and violently punched with his right hand to directly explode his head, obviously, in the second form. Its power is much stronger than the first form. The only survivor of the Blackstone Hammer King was also trembling all over, and his scalp was numb at this moment. He didn't expect that he still underestimated this monster, and wanted to retreat immediately, but it was meaningless. The tracker has extremely strong speed and pursuit ability. There is no possibility of escape in a one-on-one fight. The tracker uses its tentacles to enhance its climbing ability, and catches up with the Black Hammer King on the roof in a few seconds, tearing it into pieces on the spot, which once again declares the failure of the adventurers' challenge. The people who were deliberately proud a moment ago. Now they are all shocked or horrified. This emotional experience is comparable to the ups and downs of a roller coaster, which is really sour. Chapter 43. The challenge failed again. The four of them left the secret realm in a panic. The adventurers looked at each other in silence, and they didn't recover for a long time. What's going on? Even a rocket launcher can't kill this monster? Isn't this a pitfall? Where is the Lord? Xiuya, call him out and give us an explanation. The tracker showed too much strength, which made the adventurers feel desperate for a while. This monster. Can it really be defeated? And the more incompetent and furious they are. Nancy Leah is secretly happy in her heart. She loves to see the adventurers being abused and slapped in the face. The tracker is worthy of being the general of the Lord. Its strength is beyond expectations, defending the dignity of Miracle City and giving these ignorant adventurers a painful lesson. As for some adventurers who clamored to see the Lord for interrogation, TSK, dream on. Can you see the Lord whenever you want? Besides, Lord Chi-Ji has always been upright and never disdains to play tricks behind the scenes. If you are not as skilled as others, you must stand firm when you are beaten. We underestimated the Lord. The White Crane monk stood up at this time. This monster is a little stronger than I thought. If I am not mistaken, it is not just an elite monster. It has reached at least 2 stars, or even the strength of a top 2-star elite. 2-star elite? Everyone's face changed slightly. Just as first-level monsters have strong and weak points, second-level monsters must also have strong and weak points. The gap between 2-star and 1-star monsters is huge. Hunter, Spitter, Smoker, and Jockey are all 2-star first-level monsters. Their threats are much higher than ordinary 1-star zombies. Although Baihajusher judged that the tracker was an elite monster, that is, a so-called second-level monster, everyone thought it was just an entry-level elite monster at the time. Now it seems. The tracker is much stronger than imagined. Based on the comprehensive strength shown so far, I am afraid that it is also a leader even among the 2-star elites. This is too difficult. The first form of the flamethrower is very powerful, and can cause large-scale killing effects. We can't get close at all. Although the second form has lost the flamethrower in combat suit, its physical strength has been greatly enhanced. Its offensiveness and speed are comparable to those of a witch. Its physical quality exceeds that of a tank, and it also has abnormal regeneration ability and combat wisdom. Do we really have a hope of defeating it? Baihajusher saw that the young people were a little discouraged. He immediately said, although it is quite challenging, I think it is not unsolvable. Moreover, the tracker's strength is far beyond expectations, and the quality of its spirit will also double. Think about it from another angle. Isn't this a good thing? As soon as this was said, everyone nodded. That's true. No matter how strong the tracker is, it is still a flesh and blood body. As long as it is a flesh and blood body, there must be a way to defeat it. It's a pity. I have exhausted my energy today, otherwise I must fight it again. I have never seen such an excellent monster. The value of the tracker's spirit must be extremely high, and it may be more valuable than some 3-star elites. If you explode one, you will make a fortune. At least it is equivalent to 7 or 8 years of hard work. Fuck, thinking about this, I suddenly feel full of energy again. Mr. Baiha thinks that the most amazing thing about Lord Chi is that the secret realm he designed not only has excellent mechanisms, but also gives people a feeling of high difficulty, but it is not completely hopeless. This is fundamentally different from other lords. Because most of the dungeon secrets are difficult for the sake of difficulty, and the configuration of adventurers and monsters is completely incomparable. In the early stage of such secrets, some people will be fooled, but they will not be able to run in a few days. Mingwei Xiaoxu has said at this time, with our current proficiency, the hope of defeating the tracker is slim. Old man, why don't you lead us in person? Everyone's eyes lit up. They all started to make a noise on the spot. Yes, old Dean, we need you. Let's have a try. Let's have a try. Please ask the old Dean to lead us juniors. Baihajusher did not hesitate. He only said, I only have 1 point of energy, I can only try once, and I am not sure, but I might as well give it a try. Everyone was delighted to hear this. Baihajusher took action personally. Then, there may be hope today. The adventurers looked forward to it again. And Nancy Leah frowned again, not expecting that today was not over yet. The irritable chicken and the Blackstone Hammer King were exhausted, but Mingwei Xiaoxue just had some energy left. The grandfather and grandson joined Feng Zhongnian and the Lonely Swordsman at the same time to form an adventure team again. Mingwei Xiaoxue was very happy. It was the first time to cooperate with the old man on an adventure. This feeling made her very fresh and excited. At this time, most of the adventurers had exhausted their energy. Almost everyone gathered in front of the crystal of the four people to observe and learn. The four people could be said to have landed in the world of frenzy again under the attention of everyone. One chance. This time it must succeed. We all listened to the command of the old dean. Action. The four people went out. They began to search for supplies. Although there are often dangers along the way, such as the sudden appearance of the charger and the smoker, Baihe Jusher is likely to deal with them when he is alone, not to mention the blessing of 3 teammates. The four people acted quickly. The efficiency increased by 40% to 50%. It also saved at least 30% of ammunition. They successively obtained equipment such as shotguns, sniper rifles, light machine guns, chainsaws, and several homemade explosives and Molotov cocktails, and then cooperated to kill the witch, and successfully obtained the key weapon bazooka. The preparations are complete. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. Blackstone Hammer King. It feels different when a big guy joins. Cat Mingming. Yes, this efficiency is too high. So far it has been very smooth. Time Traveler said. Now is not the time to be careless. After all, the next key battle is coming. Come on! Come on! The four are before the decisive battle. First, distribute the equipment. Sleeping in the wind, Mingwei Xiaoxue is responsible for attracting monsters. Lonely Swordsman is still in charge of controlling the rocket launcher. Baihe Jusher replaced the position of Blackstone Hammer King in the previous round of challenges, and was responsible for using a sniper rifle to provide long-range support to threaten the pursuer and attract his attention. In addition, he was equipped with a chainsaw. The battle begins. Feng Zhongnian, Mingwei Xiaoxue approached the armored vehicle to lure out the pursuer. The two fired alternately to suppress, fighting and retreating and pulling monsters. When the pursuer came to the crossroads, Baihe Jusher immediately attacked with a sniper rifle, distracting the pursuer's attention. Lonely Swordsman took the opportunity to attack in the opposite direction, and the rocket launcher hit the target with one shot. Very tacit understanding, perfect cooperation. The onlookers cheered. The tracker was directly beaten into the second form. Fire! Suppress it! The adventurer knew the horror of the tracker's second form. However, since the speed could not be compared with it, if he fled in fear of the battle, he would surely die. Instead of retreating and being defeated one by one, it was better to concentrate firepower and attack with all his strength. The bravest of the two would win when they met on a narrow road. Only in this way could he win. The Lonely Swordsman, sleeping in the wind, the bright moon shining on the snow, immediately poured out ammunition crazily. The tracker's regeneration ability was too strong. He was hit by dozens of shots in succession, but it did not affect his movement speed. He avoided most of the shots by moving quickly, and used his left-hand tentacles to grab the Lonely Swordsman first. Not good. The onlookers were shocked. In the second form of the tracker, the speed was too fast to hit, and the strength was not inferior to that of a tank. Once caught, he would be dead. Leave it to you. As soon as the Lonely Swordsman finished speaking, he was punched directly into the ground. At this time, the tracker heard the sound of the fuse burning. It turned out that there were 4 ignited homemade explosives hidden in the clothes of the Lonely Swordsman. These 4 explosives were the sum of the ones collected along the way, and they were all used here at this moment. Just to give the boss a fatal blow, the pursuer instantly realized the danger and immediately threw the body out with his tentacles, but he was still a step too late. He only heard a loud bang, and his entire left arm was blown up, all the tentacles were destroyed, and part of the body was seriously damaged. What a pity! Just a little bit. Although the boss was not killed. But it was enough to cause heavy damage. Feng Zhongnian and Mingwei Xiaoxue hurriedly retreated, while changing the magazine. The pursuer seized the opportunity to approach. Although his left hand had been destroyed, tentacles were growing, and his right arm still had strong destructive power, and he was about to take the opportunity to kill the 2 adventurers. Bang bang bang. Baihe Jusher fired several shots in a row. Without shooting the pursuer, it was too fast, and it was almost impossible to hit. All these bullets hit the support of a large billboard, instantly shattering the support and causing the huge billboard to fall down, and it landed right in front of Feng Zhongmian and Mingwei Xiaoxue, and it hit the pursuer right in front of them. The timing was amazing. The level of a top adventurer was undoubtedly revealed. And this blow weighed thousands of pounds, which could definitely cause huge damage. Go to hell. Feng Zhongmian and Mingwei Xiaoxue were still worried. After all the bullets were released, they threw another Molotov cocktail, and the flames quickly ignited the billboard, forming a fire that engulfed everything. Chapter 44. The pace of this battle was extremely fast. Hundreds of onlookers dared not breathe. Even Nancy Leah, who secretly supported the big boss tracker, was attracted. Although they had different positions. But they had to admit, the adventurer fought very well. When the tracker was accurately hit by the billboard and was covered by the flames created by the Molotov cocktail, the adventurers could no longer contain their excitement and cheered collectively again. The Pig King, it's so exciting! The Time Traveler, I haven't seen such an exciting battle for a long time. The South Mountain Guest, it's really a textbook hunt. Cat Ming Ming, is it dead? The White Deer, it should be dead. The Blackstone Hammer King, it's not dead yet. That's too rude. Don't worry. We have already won. Our Blackstone Town adventurers have successfully defeated this terrible monster. When the onlookers opened Coke to celebrate again, the few members of the adventure team did not dare to relax their vigilance at all. A lesson from the past. Don't be careless. Feng Zhongmian and Ming Yu Xiaoxue threw away their weapons that had run out of ammunition, and each took out a pistol and carefully approached to observe. Before the two had time to distinguish the status of the pursuer, who was pressed down, they suddenly heard a dull and crazy roar. Not dead yet. The two parties were shocked. The adventurers outside were also stunned again. It happened in a flash. A broken and twisted figure burst out directly from the ruins and rushed towards the two adventurers. Ming Yu Xiaoxue quickly fired, but the pistol in his hand was not enough to stop it. 2 or 3 tentacles pierced into the body like sharp knives. One of the tentacles just pierced through the heart. But, damn it! Ming Yu Xiaoxue fell down, with a face full of reluctance. This monster was no longer in human form, with large areas of damaged tumors all over its body. Not only was a large area of flesh and blood burned black, but its arms were completely destroyed, but multiple tentacles grew out of its body and continued to be used as limbs and weapons. Feng Zhongmian just took 2 steps back. He was also entangled by a tentacle around the neck. A huge pulling force dragged him towards the pursuer. It was almost death. Suddenly a roar sounded. Baihe Jushi jumped down from the low building behind him, and the chainsaw in his hand had already started, falling directly on the pursuer. The high-speed chainsaw instantly tore the flesh, releasing a lot of flesh and blood in the process. Die! He used the chainsaw to cut the pursuer's body fiercely, tearing several tentacles to pieces on the spot. The pursuer still wanted to resist, but its current state was already extremely weak. Feng Zhongmian regained his freedom. He quickly rolled a few times, and picked up Ming Yu Xiaoxue's pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous shooting made it stiff. Baihe Jushi took the opportunity to raise the chainsaw again and cut repeatedly, successively destroying the pursuer's ability to resist, and finally pressed the chainsaw directly on the pursuer's face. The metal crushed the flesh, tore the teeth and skull, and cut it in half from the middle. The pursuer lost all his strength. This terrifying monster, the killing machine, fell completely. Among the 4 adventurers, only Baihe Jushi and Feng Zhongmian were left. This battle was not to be underestimated, but the final result was beyond doubt. They successfully defeated the big boss. It was too tragic. It was a thrilling battle, but before all the adventurers could catch their breath, a piercing alarm sounded in the nearby streets. The sound was so penetrating that it might spread throughout the city, which made the adventurer's face change again. No, the sound is too loud. It will definitely trigger a zombie tide. Baihe Jushi, enter the security door quickly. If all the zombies in the city will be attracted, it must be a catastrophe. The two did not dare to be careless and hurried back to the square. As a result, they found that the security door could not be opened directly this time. It took about 5 minutes for its electronic lock to open. At this time, the howling of the zombies had sounded from all directions. Oh no, the scale of this zombie tide is absolutely unprecedented. Feng Zhongmian panicked. We can't hold on for 5 minutes. This is a dead end. Baihe Jushi said calmly. No, the Lord can't set a dead end. There must be a way to crack it. Indeed, not to mention that there are only 2 people left. Not to mention that there is very little ammunition left. Even if 4 adventurers with full health are in such an open area, it is impossible to resist such a large-scale zombie tide. According to Baihe Jushi's understanding of Lord Chi-Ji's style, he realized that there must be a reason why the other party designed it this way, and there must be a way to crack it, and the way to crack it is nearby. Get in the car. The only conspicuous thing here is the armored vehicle that transports the tracker. Baihe Jushi found a huge multi-barreled rotary machine gun on the roof of the car. When he touched the weapon, he received relevant information about the weapon at the first time. M134 vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun, firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. At the same time, Feng Zhongmian found boxes of ammunition belts in the car. Bai Hejusher laughed. So that's it. The two of them had a very tacit division of labor. Feng Zhongmian was responsible for carrying ammunition, while Bai Hejusher operated the vehicle-mounted machine gun. The streets ahead were already densely packed with countless zombies. Crazy screams, hysteria, thousands, too big, like a black flood. Like an unstoppable tide. They are rushing here like crazy. Just this picture is enough to make your scalp numb. This is definitely an epic and unprecedented scene. The two adventurers are ready. Come on, dirty zombies, let you have a taste of this. The white crane monk controls the vehicle-mounted machine gun, releasing a dense metal storm. The violent gunshots resound through the sky like a storm, and wherever it passes, there are broken limbs and bloody scenes. This is a hymn to iron and blood, the ultimate in violence and aesthetics. Kill, kill, kill! All of you go to hell. The white crane monk's face flushed with excitement. He felt like he had turned into a meat grinder with every minute. The terrifying firing rate of 6,000 rounds of bullets, plus the powerful machine gun bullets, each sweep has hundreds of zombies, which are overturned and torn apart like wheat. Awesome, awesome, it's so awesome. I've never felt so good in my life. Only in the doomsday frenzy can I experience the pleasure of being a harvester. Mr. Baiha has experienced at least 70,000 or 80,000 adventures in his life. He can say with certainty that there has never been a moment as hearty and enjoyable as now. The accumulated depression for more than 10 years can all be vented at this moment. This is the last link. It is the Easter egg and reward left by Chi Ji for adventurers. Because for Chi Ji, ordinary zombies have no cost. You can have as many of these as you want. In that case, why not create more big scenes to improve the experience of playing in the secret realm and let the adventurers have a good time? The more fun the adventurers have, the more mental power they produce. The explosion rate of the secret realm will also increase. Chi Ji is different from ordinary lords. Most lords are suppressing the explosion rate. On the contrary, he hopes to increase the explosion rate. This link not only makes adventurers happy, but also greatly increases the explosion probability of the tracker. Kill, kill, kill. So cool. Frenzy storm. So refreshing. It took 5 or 6 minutes to vent. The white crane monk fired tens of thousands of machine gun bullets. A real sea of blood and corpses. A real river of blood. Countless zombies were killed and piled up into a small hill, with fragments and tissues everywhere. Under this wave of madness and catharsis, it took only a few minutes to kill thousands of them. The visual impact and shock can be imagined. Old Dean, the door is open. Feng Zhongmian said, let's go. Okay. Bai Hejusher had seen the tank zombies appear from afar, and at this moment the ammunition of the vehicle-mounted machine gun was almost exhausted. He knew that the battle had ended here, so he followed Feng Zhongmian into the safe door with satisfaction. The challenge is over. Cleared the level successfully. The process of defeating the tracker was full of twists and turns. The last super feast of mowing and mincing meat was beyond the imagination of the country bumpkins in Blackstone Town, when witnessing the whole process. The reaction is predictable. Oh my god, it's so cool. I was so excited watching it from outside. I can't imagine how much fun it is inside. This wave of design can be enshrined in the gods. It's so wonderful. The whole process is like a magnificent drama. I must defeat the tracker, even if it's not for the clearance, even if it's not for the reward, just for the last fun, I must defeat the tracker. This is not only a thrilling battle, but also a luxurious visual feast. I have never seen any Lord's Secret Realm with such a thorough sense of fun. Lord Chi Ji is really a genius. The quality of the second level of the Craze Secret Realm is so high. It crushes all the secret realms in Blackstone Town in all aspects. It refreshes the imagination and cognitive limits of adventurers about the secret realm. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you can't believe that someone can make such a magnificent, exciting, exaggerated and gorgeous secret realm. However, the surprises don't stop there. When Bai Hejusher completed the clearance, he received a tip from the secret realm. You have successfully cleared the second level of the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm, and you have gained Tracker Spirit +1. Chapter 45. First pass is successful. This is a historic moment for the adventurer. Nancy Leah stood in the carnival crowd with mixed feelings. She had to admit, this adventure was exciting, wonderful, and climaxed. The high production quality and wonderful design of the second level of the Craze Secret Realm exceeded everyone's imagination. The secret realm that Nancy Leah understood and the secret realm of Miracle City can be said to be completely two different things. the production of this secret realm. It is completely a work of art. As a spectator, I just felt that I had watched a dramatic drama. Nancy Leah will never forget the crazy scene of tens of thousands of zombies raging like a flood, and she will never forget the scene of the adventurer controlling the heavy multi-barrel machine gun and sweeping the zombies with his own strength, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. So spectacular, so shocking. Does this weapon really exist? Is it possible to manifest? If the territory is equipped with several such heavy machine guns, it will be enough to deal with all the threats in the early stage and crush all kinds of enemy invasions. As for the adventurers, they are adaptable and brave. They can always judge the situation in a flash and make the right choice immediately. Although Nancy Leah is reluctant to admit it, they really deserve this glorious victory. Alas, the most worrying thing has happened. Such a top-level, difficult secret realm. It stands to reason that adventurers should try and make mistakes repeatedly, die dozens or hundreds of times per person, and finally be proficient enough to complete the clearance. This is the normal development process. Nowadays, from unlocking to being cleared, it took less than 3 days. Too fast. This is probably a big blow to a territory that wants to operate for a long time. It is unknown how the Lord will react after knowing this news. Of course, Xiao Zitsui also tried his best. It is not that this territory general did not work hard. It is just that the adventurer is too cunning and difficult to deal with. At this time, the adventurer suddenly cheered enthusiastically, which made her face change again. The spirit is out! The spirit is out! Everyone come and see, the old dean has a spirit, and it is a tracker. What? It's out now! Let me take a look. Everyone came forward. Tracker spirit, 2-star white spirit. It is indeed an elite monster. It is really 2-star quality. Everyone showed surprise. Baihajusher once reached the 4th level, but now it is only the 1st level. The probability of adventurers wanting to brush out spirits higher than their own level is not 0, but it will be greatly reduced. Even so, the Frenzy Secret Realm still produced this precious spirit, which was a great surprise and encouragement to Baihajusher and all adventurers. Very capable. Faster than expected. Chi-Ji received the news immediately, and he was also excited and happy about it. The first second-level spirit appeared in Miracle City, if it can be recovered. High-end combat power will be there, not to mention sweeping the Goblin tribe occupying the Black Bone camp. Even if it directly confronts the Dark Lord Bloodthroat, it can have a fight. Chi-Ji then personally walked into the secret hall. As expected, these country bumpkins, who had made a major breakthrough, and were proud of themselves, wanted to show off again. Lord Chi, you finally can't sit still anymore. Let's see if you can still laugh this time. After the tank and the witch, another general has been defeated. It's not you, Lord. It's really because we are so awesome. Don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. We will continue to support you. No need to force a smile. It's not a sin for a man to cry. The adventurers hope to see frustration or loss on Boss Chi's face. This is the usual bad taste of this group of people, and it is also one of the sources of joy in challenging the dungeon. However, disappointed again. Boss Chi smiled calmly, as if he would never worry about his monsters being defeated by adventurers. You did a great job defeating the flamethrower so quickly. Congratulations to all adventurers for your progress. Chi-Ji changed the subject. Although it only took the adventurers 2 days to clear the second level of the frenzy, there is still a long way to go before we can fully explore the secret realm, so we need to work harder. The adventurer's smiles froze. Blackstone Hammer King, what do you mean? You don't have any more big stuff to sell. Angry Chicken, that's impossible. The current size and content of Doomsday Frenzy is almost the largest first-level dungeon secret realm in Blackstone Town. Feng Shengyan, there are monsters stronger than the tracker in the 3rd level of the frenzy? A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. What are we doing now? Chi-Ji said calmly. I can't reveal too much, but I can tell you adventurers that the potential of Doomsday Frenzy is far from exhausted, and the tracker is definitely not the strongest monster. What? There are still experts? The 2nd level is already very difficult. Will the 3rd level be even more difficult? Mingyu Zhao Shui was surprised and delighted. The 3rd level is not the end? Mao Ming, how many levels are you going to build, Lord? Chi-Ji began to reveal. The specific number cannot be disclosed, but I can guarantee that each level will have different designs and new monsters. The 3rd level of the frenzy is just the beginning. Start from this level. The content of each level will be linked to the plot and other modes. In other words, the more levels you clear, the more information you can get, and the unlocked plot chapters, and even the gameplay modes will be updated and increased accordingly. Please keep working hard, adventurers. That is to say, starting from the 3rd level. Each level of the Frenzy Secret Realm. It is equivalent to the plot mode, or the pilot promotional film of other expansion packs. There will be some plot monsters, or new expansion packs, new gameplay elements. After the adventurers challenge the levels, they can unlock the corresponding plot chapters, or updated content. All the adventurers were dumbfounded. Fuck, is Lord Chi's Sea of Inspiration a bottomless pit? How can there be so many materials? Great. Don't even mention 3 levels. 30 levels are not too many. This young Lord Xiaodeng really has no bottleneck? There should be more of these high-quality secret realms. When will Lord Chi create the subsequent levels? The adventurers were briefly shocked. Everyone showed doubt and surprise. Although some people thought the Lord was bragging, all the adventurers hoped it was true. After all, most adventurers are like greedy locusts, shuttling between various dungeons. After finishing this dungeon, they will go to the next one. Who would complain that there are too many secrets? The more the better. The more, the better. This will not only attract tourist adventurers. It will also make contract adventurers feel more at ease. The stronger the foundation and stamina of Miracle City, the more it shows that it is a dungeon full of potential and can be stationed for a long time. Nancy Leah was still sad for the adventurer's defeat of the flamethrower. At this moment, hearing Chi Ji say this, her eyes suddenly brightened. If Lord Chi is not bluffing, he is definitely the most qualified lord she has ever heard of. So, is it bluffing? Nancy Leah instinctively feels that it is not. Although she has not been in Miracle City for a long time, Nancy Leah feels that Lord Chi Ji is unfathomable, and he is also very upright, not like a person who draws cakes in the air. This can also explain facing the breakthroughs of adventurers again and again. The reason why the Lord is always calm and unhurried. The adventurers are still asking questions, trying to dig out more information. Chi Ji will trick the adventurers into handing over the soul of the tracker later, so he doesn't mind saying a little more at this moment. The most asked question by the adventurers is, when will new levels and new content be released? I have to say, these guys are really greedy. Now the levels and content are not finished, and they are eager to urge the Lord to develop new content. Although the potential of the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm is far from exhausted, this Lord does not plan to produce more content before the adventurers pass the 3rd level and 2 plot chapters. When the adventurers looked disappointed, Chi Ji continued, because this Lord has to use his energy to prepare for the 2nd secret realm in the near future. He did not reveal the content of the frenzy, but he threw out the information of the new secret realm. This is undoubtedly more attractive and lethal to adventurers. Chapter 46. New Secret Realm? Adventurers' interest is really high. Pig King, how long has Miracle City been created? The 2nd secret realm has already been planned? Lone Wolf, too fast. Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately asked on behalf of the adventurers, Lord, what is the 2nd secret realm of Miracle City like? Can you reveal some information to us in advance? Cat Mingming, is it a newly designed zombie level? Woe Warrior, please tell me. Boss Chi will take the initiative to bring up the topic. It is to give adventurers some information in advance. In this way, it is better to fool these guys, and work hard to create the 2nd secret realm for the territory. The time for the production of the new secret realm is not yet ripe, and it is kept confidential for the time being, but a little estimate can be revealed. In public, the adventurers stretched their necks and pricked up their ears to listen. Chi Ji continued, the 2nd secret realm of Miracle City, and even all the secret realms in the future, will not have zombie monsters. Adventurers were all stunned. The Blackstone Hammer King wondered, if not zombies, what can we fight? Isn't this the biggest feature of Miracle City? Although Miracle City will create many secret realms in the future, there will never be reuse of materials or elements. Each secret realm will be different and unique. Chi Ji promised, this Lord will never make a secret realm with a skin change. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. You are so confident, are you not afraid of boomerangs at all? How is it possible to not change skins and reuse materials these days? It is normal for adventurers to think so. Their cognition is limited to their own horizons. Naturally, they have never seen a truly top-level genius lord, let alone an existence beyond common sense like Chi Ji. Regarding the future secret realm planning, Chi Ji had thought about it from the beginning. The biggest problem he faced was that there were too many high-quality materials and too few cores. In order to maximize the advantages, it is necessary to integrate the resources in hand. Chi Ji planned to stitch and merge all the materials of the same type, and only one secret realm of each type and style would be enough. For example, Doomsday Frenzy. This is a secret realm that specifically integrates biochemical zombies and shooting survival games. Currently, the Left 4 Dead series and the Resident Evil series have been integrated. In the future, all related styles and similar themes of materials, whether from games, animations, and movies, can provide materials for the update package of this secret realm. Not only that, all related gameplay. For example, zombie survival, eating chicken escape, etc. Most shooting games can be integrated into it. And how many of these materials are there? So theoretically, updates will continue. There will always be new gameplay, new chapters, new expansion packs, and inexhaustible potential. This is the first secret realm. The same will be done for future secret realms. Chi-Ji will work hard to activate more inspiration crystals. All similar materials obtained will be used to fill and create a secret realm. Each secret realm will be continuously updated for a long time, growing with the growth of miracle territory, keeping freshness and vitality at all times, and will never cool down and be eliminated with time. Chi-Ji's goal is, let the audience of each secret realm, the fans of each style, find their favorite secret realm and always keep looking forward to it. These secret realms can be classified by style. For example, the secret realm of martial arts style can integrate all martial arts materials to create a martial arts world full of Jianghu spirit. For example, a secret realm with a fairy tale style can integrate all the fairy tale elements to create a world of fairy tale cultivation and fighting. For example, soul-like, mythological, cosmic, urban, horror, etc. can all create a big world. It can also be divided according to the gameplay. For example, strategy games, casual games, pigeon games, sandbox games, etc. can each become a secret realm. As long as the materials do not conflict, the style is relatively similar, and the plot, setting, and worldview are logically self-consistent. Some worldviews can be directly stitched together, while others are not convenient to stitch or modify. The latter can be independent, as a level under the name of a parallel world or data chapter to ensure the original flavor and complete structure. Take the essence of each. Complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Finally, create a series of secret realms. The secret realms of Miracle City in the future may not be the largest in terms of quantity, but the content is definitely the richest. Of course, these are just Chi-Ji's strategies, and they are still in the planning stage, so there is no need to explain them too clearly to the adventurers. After all, even if they are explained, they may not understand. Got it? Not necessarily believe it. No need to waste words. Just execute it firmly. Although Chi-Ji's revelations were not much, they were enough to arouse strong expectations among the adventurers, and Boss Chi felt that the time was right, and was about to ask for the recovery of the just-revealed flame tracker spirit. Tricking adventurers. It is a necessary skill for lords. Boss Chi is ready. Plus several negotiation plans. Just as he began to use the routine method, Bai Hajusher took the initiative to stand up. I want to apply for the recovery of this flame tracker spirit. What's going on? I haven't said anything yet. How come Lao Deng sent it up himself? Blackstone Hammer King. Why, old Dean? This spirit is a rare and precious thing. White Crane Monk said, this spirit is temporarily useless to me. Miracle City must need it more than me. How difficult is it to be a dungeon lord? You can find out about this by just taking a look at the communication group. Every lord not only has to worry about territory construction and defense against foreign enemies, but also has to work hard to recycle resources. This is the case for ordinary spirits, let alone high-value spirits, some territories. The output of spirits is good. Less than 1 in 10 can be recycled. This kind of dungeon is destined to suffer long-term losses, and is in a difficult situation. If no changes are made, it will definitely go bankrupt. Nancy Leah was stunned. I didn't expect White Crane Monk to take the initiative to hand over the spirit. These adventurers are not of high level, and this spirit is definitely a very precious treasure for them. The territory has this spirit. The strength will surely increase greatly. It is extremely significant at this stage. Nancy Leah couldn't help but reflect on whether she was too narrow-minded. It is impossible for Lord Chi to be unaware of the risks and uncontrollability of adventurers. But he is still open and above board, and is dedicated to creating a good secret realm. He has never taken the initiative to recover the spirit, and he disdains to use tricks, but he has achieved victory without any tricks, and defeated the enemy without fighting. Adventurers are always willing to offer their spirits. This is undoubtedly the greatest affirmation and trust in a dungeon. What is this called? The king's demeanor. Lord Chi-Ji is so special. Miracle City is really so special. I only have 2 conditions. But you can say it. First, I want to become a contracted adventurer of Miracle City, and the first level spirit will be contracted with this tank spirit. Master Baiha also has a tank zombie spirit in his hand. This first adventurer of Blackstone Town, a big man who retired 10 years ago, and the old dean of the current Adventurer Academy, actually applied to become a contracted adventurer of Miracle City? Is the old dean sure to come out of retirement? The first adventurer of Blackstone Town decided to rebuild in Miracle City? This is definitely a big news. It will definitely be on the forum headlines today. Mingwei Xiaoxue was overjoyed. It seems that the old man has finally untied the knot in his heart. The potential and attraction of Miracle City have made him regain the passion and blood of adventure. Although he is old, he has reached the height of a 4th level adventurer after all, and he currently has enough resources. As long as he comes out of retirement, he will be able to break through soon. The emergence of Miracle City is really a big help. GG nodded. Okay. This kind of adventurer is not welcome in other dungeons. Miracle City needs a kind of experienced and senior big man. Only in this way can the quality of spirit production be improved. The second request is that when Xiaoxue breaks through the 2nd level, Miracle City should give priority to providing her with 2nd level spirits. The first request is for himself. The second request is for Mingwei Xiaoxue. Qi felt that it was reasonable and not excessive, so he naturally did not bargain. As the first act of handing in a 2nd level spirit, he gave 1,000 contribution points as a reward. The deal was done. The recovery was successful. The flamethrower tracker was obtained. Qi has all the conditions to build a 2nd level combat force. This is a small step for Miracle City. But it is a very important step. Business hours are about to end early. Boss Qi can summarize the income for the whole day. The adventurers are still very powerful, so today's harvest is very considerable. Chapter 47. Tianyun City. Lord Ran Tianyun. The territory has been established for 34 years. This is a prosperous territory with 4 cities, a permanent population of nearly 1 million, and an average daily active population of tens of thousands of adventurers. When the adventure time is over, several Lord assistants walked into the magnificent and luxurious Lord's mansion like a palace to report to the Lord as usual. Today's daily report covers all aspects of the territory. For example, the progress of diplomatic negotiations with local forces, the latest developments of dark race forces, trade cooperation with other underground cities, and the operation of the 4 territorial secrets. Today, the territory received 31,294 adventurers, which is 0.7% less than the day before. The traffic of Tianyun City has been declining for 3 consecutive days. Although the decline is very small, and within the normal fluctuation range, it still attracted the attention of Lord Tianyun, who immediately traced the data to understand more specific situations. Blackstone Town has the most adventurers? There are also several adventurers in Blackstone Town who have terminated their contracts with Tianyun City. This small fluctuation. It won't cause any impact. After all, Tianyun City is a big city. But it's not normal. The first adventurer town opened in Tianyun City was Blackstone Town, which has a very close connection with the local adventurer group. It is known as the largest and most successfully operated underground city in Blackstone Town in the past 50 years. Nowadays, although Blackstone Town is the smallest in scale, it is the most influential and stable place in Tianyun City. In recent years, the adventurers in this town are proud to be the contracted adventurers of Tianyun City. There are dozens or hundreds of people competing for each quota. The contracted adventurers are stable and loyal, and there is almost no mobility. Lord, we found the reason. Recently, a dungeon named Miracle City in Blackstone Town has become extremely popular. The decline in traffic in our territory may be directly related to this new dungeon. Another new city is rising? Although Blackstone Town is not large in scale, there are many new dungeons every year. Although most dungeons can only operate for a few months, there are always new lords who come out from time to time. Maybe they are talented, or they are good at hype, or the dungeon is in a great location and has excellent resources, or there are other reasons for the explosion. As a senior lord, nearly 35 years of experience as a lord, let Ran Tianyun get used to it. Even if a new dungeon can be popular for a while, it will still go bankrupt in 9 out of 10 cases. The great waves wash away the sand. The incompetent will be eliminated. There are less than 1 in 100 in the Evergreen territory. Lord is a high-risk industry. Not everyone can do it. Only the dungeons that can truly create high-quality secret realms are qualified to survive. The quality of Tianyun City's secret realms is recognized as the best in Blackstone Town, so Ran Tianyun didn't take Miracle City too seriously. However, in order to understand the specific situation, He still opened the Lord panel and glanced at the Blackstone Town Adventurer Forum, and was shocked by what he saw. 5 out of 10 hot posts on the list are related to Miracle City. The title of the first post is, Shocking. The first adventurer is back. Baihe Jusher announced the contract with Miracle City. Old man Baihe also ran to Miracle City. Ran Tianyun and Baihe Jusher are old acquaintances. This old guy has been causing trouble since his retirement, and has cracked the latest secret realm design of Tianyun City many times, causing a lot of losses for Ran Tianyun. Of course, Baihe Jusher is also optimistic about the development of Tianyun City. The best students have basically signed contracts with Tianyun City, and thus entered a wider world. Most of them are doing well now. As for Baihe Jusher, Ran Tianyun has been invited many times, but was rejected. I thought he was going to rot in Blackstone Town, but I didn't expect him to come out so suddenly and join an underground city that I had never heard of. Miracle City. There's a big problem. Ran Tianyun started posting. All the titles were more exaggerated than the last. Miracle City's masterpiece Doomsday Frenzy will become the strongest secret realm in the history of Blackstone Town. Exclusive appreciation of the design of the second level of Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm. This is the coolest secret realm I have ever seen, and it is also the most perfect work of art I have ever seen. Zombie monsters. Miracle City is unique. Genius Lord Chi-Ji's unique monster system. It's crazy. The price of Miracle City spirits has skyrocketed to 3 times the average price of the same quality spirits. Big explosion. Miracle City may have 4,000 to 5,000 people queuing tomorrow. 50,000 words. Big guesses about the background of the frenzy world. With the personal endorsement of Dean Baihe, Miracle City will definitely shake the king status of Tianyun City. Ran Tianyun has seen many popular new territories, but he has never seen such a scene. Almost every post in the Adventurer Forum is praising Miracle City. When has this scene ever happened before? This is the first time in so many years. Has Blackrock Town really welcomed a genius? If so, Tianyun City must prepare early. There is obviously a competitive relationship between lords and dungeons, but most of the time this competitive relationship does not unfold in a life and death struggle. Unless the territories of human lords are directly adjacent to each other, the competition is more like a contest between 2 commercial companies, with the main purpose of snatching adventurer resources. Competing for secret works is the most direct way of competition. After all, adventurers will vote with their feet. Of course, it is not ruled out that some dungeon lords will use some tricks to suppress newcomers in order to obtain more adventurer resources. But in fact, since the territories are not directly adjacent to each other, human lords usually cannot pose a direct threat, so the competition process is mostly relatively less bloody. Ran Tianyun is an experienced lord. He competes when he should compete and cooperates when he should cooperate. The most urgent task is to find out what Miracle City is. Half an hour later. Summon the leaders or representatives of the 4 major adventure groups in the Lord's Mansion. Ran Tianyun told everyone present about the situation of Miracle City and potential competitive threats. What's so noteworthy about a new underground city? Even if it attracts traffic, how many people can it attract? That's true. After all, Blackrock Town is just a small place. Although Blackrock Town is not large, it is also one of the basic bases of Tianyun City. It must be stabilized no matter what. What do you think, leader of the Bianhua? The leaders or representatives of the 3 major adventure groups all focused their attention on a young female adventurer. This adventurer, codenamed Bianhua, looks about 27 or 28 years old, with outstanding looks, wasp waist and long legs. She is a stunning beauty full of charm. The reason why the 3 leaders looked at Bianhua is that among the 4 major adventure leaders of Tianyun City, only Bianhua is from Blackrock Town. I'm just going to settle the score. Higanbana looked quite angry. My useless fool was kidnapped by Miracle City. Ran Tianyun said, Miracle City is not simple. Don't underestimate this underground city. After all, even Baihe Jusher is standing there now. Yes. This Baihe Jusher. If I remember correctly, he should be the first adventurer in your Blackstone Town. Higanbana was very disdainful. What first adventurer? That was an old thing many years ago. I never thought I was inferior to him. I just gave him some face because he was older. Anyway, before we know the details, we can't rashly suppress him and make enemies with him. Lord Tianyun was very calm. He was confident enough in himself. He firmly believed that the secret realm created by Tianyun City would never lose to any territory, at least in a place like Blackstone Town, so he was not afraid of competition at all. Although the rise of Miracle City may bring threats, it is not impossible for the human lords to cooperate or even conquer each other. Ran Tianyun continued. It is difficult to enter Miracle City now. Why not send a few people to queue up and find a way to enter one of them to find out? Higanbana, okay, leave it to me. I will find out clearly within 3 days. There are many underground cities in Blackstone Town. Tianyun City is just the largest one. Miracle City has been so popular recently, and the forces interested in it at this moment will naturally not be limited to Tianyun City. What troubles all forces is that Miracle City is too popular. This makes the probability of queuing up to squeeze in extremely low. They can only run around like headless flies outside. Chapter 48. Miracle City. Business is over. Chi-Ji has completed the settlement. There were 550 adventurers throughout the day, bringing a total of 2,542 soul crystals, and a net income of 4,465 spiritual power. Currently, resource reserves, 3,177 soul crystals, 6,054 spiritual power points. No material essence income. So it is still 0 copies. Today's gross spiritual power income is as high as 5669. Although the income broke a new high, the expenditure also broke the record. Because the number of souls exploded is particularly large, including an elite 2-star flamethrower tracker. The cost of deploying this flamethrower tracker is 120 spiritual power. Extracting souls from the secret realm will cause 200 spiritual power loss. This unit alone will cost 320 spiritual power. In addition, led by Baihajushar, another 5 adventurers were contracted. This aspect also spent 150 points of mental power. There are currently 15 contracted adventurers in Miracle City. The mental power expenditure is relatively large. It will inevitably affect the net income. However, even so, the scale of resources produced is something that other lords dare not imagine. The average mental power efficiency of adventurers in Miracle City is at least 5 or 6 times that of mature dungeons. There are many souls. There are also many recyclings. Today's recycling and output are 1-star Grey Soul 212/382, 2-star Grey Soul 1941, 3-star Grey Soul May 9th, 5-star Grey Soul 1/3, 2-star White Soul January 1st. In addition to the tank soul in the hands of Baihajushar, a tank soul was also recycled today. The recycling ratio of other souls is also quite considerable, which greatly increased Chi-Ji's soul reserves. Nowadays, there is no shortage of spirits, soul crystals, and mental power. The only thing missing is materials. This is very embarrassing. Because whether upgrading basic buildings or building special buildings, material essence is an indispensable basic resource. The exhaustion of this resource inventory will drag down the development of the territory. Material acquisition. There are generally 2 ways. Either obtain raw materials through the production of mines and spiritual fields, and then transform the raw materials into material essence. Or through territory development, through war and plunder, obtain extraordinary materials from the dark species or indigenous people, and then transform these materials into materials needed for the territory. The former is long-term and stable. The latter can get rich overnight, but has risks. The problem now is, Miracle City has too few people annexed. Although there are copper mines in Hongyan Mountain and spiritual fields in Chijua Village, there is no production due to lack of labor. Expansion must expand, whether it is for materials or for territory and population. Miracle City has reached the time when it has to start a war. Chi-Ji has issued a task. Recruit 180 mercenaries in one go. Why 180? Of course, only 180 can be recruited. Miracle City currently has 2 mercenary houses. The second-level mercenary house can convert 150 mercenaries. The first-level mercenary house can only convert 30 mercenaries. 180 temporary workers plus 15 regular workers. A total of 195 combat units, including at least 1 witch, 2 tanks, 2 assaulters, 2 smokers, and 3 hunters. This scale is not small. It is enough to deal with the goblins occupying the Black Bone camp. It is not enough. The enemy must be annihilated. The battle must be resolved quickly. Get the greatest results at the lowest cost. You are summoning Tank Zombie. This summoning requires Spiritual Power X 100, Soul Crystal X 50, Tank Spirit X 1. Do you want to continue? Summon! Chi-Ji summoned another tank monster soldier. There are 2 tanks in the monster camp of Miracle City. In order to better distinguish them, they are named Tank Number 1, Tank Number 2. You are summoning Flame Tracker. This summoning requires Spiritual Power X 500, Soul Crystal X 500, Flame Tracker Spirit X 1. Do you want to continue? So expensive, but it's worth it. Monster soldiers absolutely obey orders. In the future, they can also be strengthened and upgraded through special facilities. Having a second-level soldier is very necessary for the current territory. Summoning successfully, Chi was very excited, looking at the tracker in front of him. There is no difference between the appearance and the inside of the frenzy. Burly figure, ugly face, black windbreaker, holding a huge flamethrower. This flamethrower is not a simple equipment, but a part of this monster, which does not conform to the physical logic of the original world. To put it simply, although this flamethrower does not have unlimited ammunition, but it does not consume physical fuel, but the spiritual energy of the monster. As long as the spiritual power of the flamethrower is not exhausted, the flamethrower can continue to attack, and this is also an important part of his power, so he can have the strength of the elite 2-star peak. 180 mercenaries plus 15 soldiers plus 3 monster soldiers. At this stage, such a combat lineup is definitely more than enough. However, before the official departure, Chi also had to take precautions. If the main force of the territory attacked the Black Bone camp, the Dark Goblins would take the opportunity to attack the Red Claw village and Red Rock Mountain, which might put the territory at a disadvantage. He left 2 tank zombies in the camp on standby. With these 2 super soldiers and a lot of spirits in hand, they were enough to deal with everything. Not long after, the chaos tide receded. Nancy Leah and other people in Miracle City saw the 196 combat units of the territory had completed the assembly. The leader was the flamethrower controlled by Chi himself. Next was the witch Mingyu Zhao Shui, the tank Grumpy Chicken, the tank White Crane Monk and other contract soldiers, all of whom were special zombies with good combat power. Finally, there were the temporary workers wearing explosion-proof armor, explosion-proof helmets, and holding riot sticks. So awesome! Nancy Leah exclaimed. Although the current military strength of Miracle City is not enough to conquer Dark City, it is enough to pose a considerable threat to Bloodthroat. It is amazing that a territory has developed to this extent within a week without any external support and resource investment. Let's go! Chi gave an order. The Miracle City troops passed through the core of the territory, teleported from the main city to the Red Rock Mountain camp, and then set off towards the Black Bone camp. The hunters such as the Blackstone Hammer King walked in front of the troops. These hooded parkour men are good at hiding, and they can move flexibly in rugged environments like ninjas. They are simply natural scouts. It only took a moment. There was a discovery. Be careful, there is a team of dark goblins in the woods ahead. How many? About 10. This should be the patrol post set up by the dark goblins near the camp to detect potential invaders in time, and prevent them from being attacked without being able to react in time. It seems that the goblin leader who led the team this time has some brains, but this number of people is nothing to Miracle City. Mingwei Zhaoxue immediately volunteered. Lord, let me deal with them. Go! Chi nodded. Mingwei Zhaoxue took action. She sent out the Wool Warriors and the Goose to assist. These 2 are smoker zombies with long-range control capabilities. They can not only be used for sneak attacks, but also for catching fish that slip through the net. A witch. 2 smokers. 3 hunters. This lineup took action. The result is predictable. The battle ended in 5 seconds. The goblins were killed before they could even send a signal. The Miracle City troops approached the Black Bone camp smoothly, and the adventurers had already seen the Dark Goblin warriors stationed there. Blackstone Hammer King. Oh my god, so many? The irritable chicken rubbed his huge fist and grinned. Ha ha ha, that's great. Today I can finally kill to my heart's content. She has the power of a tank zombie. She has been looking forward to a big fight like this for a long time. Today our mission is not only to recapture the Black Bone camp, but also to completely eliminate this invading dark species. Chi said, if we can achieve the goal of this round, the contribution point reward for all participants will be doubled on the basis. When hearing this, all the adventurers were excited. The basic reward for this mission is 10 contribution points. If it doubles, it will be 20 contribution points. Although it doesn't sound much, the contribution points of Miracle City are of great value, so we must not leave any behind. In addition, even if the reward is put aside, because of Boss Chi's promise, the morale of the adventurers is now high. There is a high enthusiasm and expectation for the development of the territory. Only by conquering a new city for the territory can a brand new secret realm be created. Chapter 49. Black Bone Camp. The goblin leader Maggot I is planning an action against Miracle City. The human race's main city cannot be attacked for the time being. But it is not difficult to recapture Red Claw Village and the Red Rock Mountain Mine. However, With a lesson of black bone in front of him, Maggot Eye became very cautious. He did not take further offensive actions immediately. Instead, he hurriedly ordered his men to build fortifications in the camp. He planned to wait until he was completely stable before launching a tentative attack to ensure that there was no mistake. Suddenly, boom boom boom, a dull sound of footsteps sounded. 2 tank zombies appeared in front of the camp. They were the irritable Chicken and White Crane Monk of Miracle City. With their strong physique, the 2 directly tore open the half-repaired spiked fence. The Charge Seeker Pig King shouted, "Brothers, follow me and kill all these dirty dark species." After speaking, Charge first crashed into the confused goblin warriors at a very fast speed. "Blackstone Hammer King, you dare to steal the territory of Miracle City? I will beat the shit out of you today." More than 10 contract soldiers rushed to the front to attract firepower, and 180 zombie soldiers in black explosion-proof suits followed closely behind. This powerful attack made the goblins dumbfounded. "Shoot! Shoot quickly!" The dark goblins reacted. Poisoned arrows were shot out immediately. Among them were powerful spear attacks. These attacks were not enough to pose a fatal threat to monsters with thick skin and flesh like tanks in charge. Even ordinary explosion-proof zombies could withstand several blows with their explosion-proof equipment. When 2 tanks and 3 charged forces smashed the gate of the camp, 180 zombie soldiers rushed in. The dark goblins were caught off guard and fought hastily. Goblins were constantly knocked away, hammered to death, or torn apart by tanks. In just a moment, a large number of casualties occurred and they were defeated. The Miracle City troops were in high spirits. The adventurers were like chicken blood. Maggot Eyes was stunned by the scene in front of him. The first general of the Dark City asked himself if he was cautious enough. But he didn't expect the human leader's offensive to come so quickly and fiercely. An almost new dungeon actually has so much combat power. Where did these guys come from? This is completely beyond Maggot Eye's cognition and imagination of the human leader. It's okay to have more. The combat power is even stronger. Tank White Crane Monk, Angry Chicken. These 2 big guys rushed among the goblins, as if they were in an empty space. Angry Chicken held a goblin warrior in one hand, and swung it as a weapon. 5-star monster. This is definitely a 5-star monster. It's probably equivalent to a peak level 1 monster. As the number 1 general in the Dark City, Maggot Eyes was not sure he could handle 2 at the same time. Retreat. The situation is not good. Retreat decisively. Maggot Eyes and several of his followers gathered the remaining soldiers and retreated, but were blocked by a pale and thin figure, and this figure was none other than the witch Mingwei Xiaoxue. Want to escape? How can it be so easy? Mingwei Xiaoxue let out a sharp howl and rushed into the dark race at lightning speed. A pair of sharp claws knocked down 5 or 6 goblins one after another, either tearing their throats or piercing their hearts, all of which were killed instantly. So fast. Another 5-star level 1 combat power. How many top combat powers do humans have? Maggot Eyes looked even more serious when facing the witch zombie. At this time, a goblin warlock stood up. He had completed the spell and immediately cast a spell. Slow spell. An invisible resistance enveloped him. Mingwei Xiaoxue slowed down a lot, but still rushed towards Maggot Eyes, trying to pierce the goblin. Dang! A crisp sound. The sword blocked the claws. Only 5 scratches were left on Maggot Eye's blade. You can actually block my attack? You are quite good. Mingwei Xiaoxue realized that this guy was the leader, and immediately launched a more crazy attack, hoping to take down this enemy general before other adventurers, and make the first contribution. The blade collided with the claws. Sparks continued to burst out. Maggot Eyes is worthy of being the first combat force under the Lord of Dark City. He blocked all the attacks from the witch. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage in defense throughout the whole process, but he was waiting for the best opportunity to counterattack. Slow down. The goblin warlock cast a spell again. Mingwei Xiaoxue's speed was suppressed again, and she inevitably revealed a flaw. Now, the Maggot Eye shone with brilliance, and the sword raised a gust of wind, bursting with several inches of blade light, and swung a whirlwind at several times the speed, instantly sweeping across Mingwei Xiaoxue's neck. Combat skills whirlwind slash. This knife was too swift and sharp. A red line appeared on Mingwei Xiaoxue's neck. Damn, I was careless. Although she was very unwilling, she had to accept the fact that this goblin was really powerful, stronger than any she had seen before. Although Mingwei Xiaoxue was defeated and beheaded, her mission was to contain the Maggot Eye and prevent him from organizing a retreat, and at this moment, this mission had been completed. The zombie army has formed a siege against the goblins. It is already difficult for the dark species to break through. Not good. Maggot Eye's face changed drastically. He could no longer care about anything else. He was going to break through alone with a few confidants, to save himself first. But just as Maggot Eyes was trying to break through, another oppressive figure appeared in front of him. This person had an ugly face, exposed gums, wore a black coat, and held a giant flamethrower. He was the tracker controlled by Chi-Ji. Go! Kill him! Although they hadn't fought yet. But Maggot Eyes could feel that the other party was powerful. He immediately asked several men to take the lead in attacking. Before the goblins got close, a blazing high-pressure flame was released, sweeping across their bodies in an instant, turning them into screaming fireballs on the spot. What kind of fire spell is this? Judging from the power, it is almost at the second level. It killed all the elite guards in an instant. Whirlwind slash. Although Maggot Eyes was horrified, he did not hesitate. He seized the moment when the flames faded and slashed at the pursuer with a blade. Warlock-type units have strong attacks but weak defenses. This is the only chance to counterattack. Before Maggot Eyes could fully display his combat skills, several tentacles suddenly emerged from the body of this ugly big guy and wrapped around him in midair. Each tentacle had a force of 1,000 pounds, which immediately bound him and made him unable to move. You are too weak, Chi-Ji commented lightly. No! In Maggot Eyes' horrified eyes. Chi-Ji aimed the flamethrower at Maggot Eyes and fired again. The high-pressure flames instantly engulfed the goblin and burned it into a charcoal, level 2 versus level 1. It was a complete crush. Chi-Ji was not satisfied yet. At this moment, the remaining goblins had been driven together by the adventurers. Chi-Ji came forward with a flamethrower, sweeping and spraying all the way. Wherever he passed, there were wailing, and one after another dark goblins were burned into fireballs and rolled on the ground. Awesome! Too awesome! This is not a battle at all. Chi-Ji felt like he was killing insects. The strength of the two sides was not at the same level, so there was naturally no suspense. In less than a quarter of an hour, the battle was over. 201 goblins were completely wiped out. The actual loss of Miracle City was relatively small in comparison. Among them, because the contract soldiers were the first to charge into battle, the loss was relatively serious, including Mingwei Xiaoxue, and the loss of 5 mercenaries was 15 in total. The contract soldiers were not consumed. In other words, at the cost of 15 ordinary spirits, 200 goblins in the Undercity, plus one of the strongest leaders, were killed. This result is undoubtedly a great victory. We won. It's great. It was so exciting this time. The killing power of the tracker is really exaggerated. The range killing effect of the flamethrower is explosive. I must contract the tracker when I reach the second level in the future. Clean up the battlefield quickly. To prevent the resurrection of the dark species. Destroy the goblin corpses as soon as possible. You burn the dark species corpses, and the soul crystals increase by 10. You burn the dark species corpses, and the soul crystals increase by 1. You burn the dark species corpses, and the soul crystals increase by 2, and the mental power increases by 1. A total of 585 soul crystals are obtained. Then decompose the goblin equipment. You recycled the goblin blade, and the first level material essence increased by 7. You recycled the goblin staff, and the first level material essence increased by 4. You recycled the goblin leather armor, and the first level material essence increased by 1. 620 pieces of various equipment loot. Full decomposition brought 1684 material essences. This is a lot of materials. Miracle City's materials are completely exhausted, and the inventory is 0. This income is undoubtedly a timely rain. In this way, the territory has enough resources. Another round of construction and development will come. Lord. Lord. Tank Grumpy Chicken came forward. She was covered in blood and had small wounds everywhere. I killed at least 13 goblins in this battle. Well done. Chi-Ji first issued double rewards to the adventurers. He then asked, do you want to kill more dark species and earn more contribution points? Everyone was stunned. Feng Zhongmian asked, are there still dark goblins around here? Chi-Ji said calmly, probably not around here, but there are plenty in Undercity. What? Undercity? Everyone was shocked. The Lord wouldn't want to attack the main city of the Dark Race directly. Chapter 50. The straight line distance between Dark City and here is only 20 to 30 miles. Although the terrain along the way is relatively steep, a small group of elite troops should be able to arrive in most of the day with a quick march. Attacking Dark City is of course unrealistic. Dark City is estimated to have thousands of combat forces, and even more solid walls and various fortifications. With the current strength of Miracle City, There is absolutely no possibility of breaking the city immediately. However, in front of Dark City, there is a Black Wind Pass. It is the gateway to Dark City. It is also the last line of defense. This pass is backed by a canyon, with steep terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. As far as GG knows, Maggot Eye is the general responsible for guarding the Black Wind Canyon, but now, he suddenly died in the Black Bone Camp, and the Dark Lord does not have the Lord's vision, at least he can't react in a short time. There is an opportunity. Might as well take a gamble. Just bet that Dark City has not had time to replenish troops to Black Wind Pass. I bet that the Goblin Lord Bloodthroat would never have thought that the human dungeon would be so bold and powerful. If the bet is won, Chi-Ji will form a flying dragon riding on the face of the Undercity. The front line of the territory war is directly pressed in front of the Undercity. When Bloodthroat falls into a passive situation, he will definitely find a way to recapture the pass. Chi-Ji can use the defensive advantage of the pass to consume the Undercity's troops again, and then counterattack and siege the city to end the battle, even if the bet is lost. It's nothing more than losing some troops. But the novice protection period is still long. Chi-Ji has plenty of time to reorganize the troops. This risk and cost are not worth mentioning compared to the benefits of success. You resurrected the witch zombie, Mingyu Xiaoxue, consuming 30 points of mental power. Chi-Ji first activated the resurrection function of the soldier's house. He resurrected 5 contracted adventurers who died in the battle, including Mingyu Xiaoxue, and consumed a total of 90 points of mental power. Contract soldiers are really useful. Daily temporary workers not only need to pay to transform, but also consume spirit every time they die. Regular workers are different. Not only can they transform for free, but they also do not consume spirit. They can even be resurrected and rejoin the battlefield, so they can become part of the territory's regular army. The first level soldier's house can resurrect 10 soldiers a day. Although resurrection will cause some consumption, it can quickly restore some combat power and greatly enhance the war potential of Miracle City. A few minutes later, 5 contract soldiers including Mingwei Xiaoxue came back. Tank number 1 and tank number 2 left behind in the monster camp were also teleported to the Black Bone camp. The Miracle City troops will be equipped with 4 tank zombies, 1 witch zombie, and a flamethrower, which are enough to form a strong combat force, and this is also the reason why Chi-Ji dared to be so radical. Almost, for insurance purposes. Add a few more monster soldiers, you are summoning Exploder Zombie X4. This summoning requires Spirit Power X160, Soul Crystal X80, Exploder Spirit X4. Do you want to continue? Chi-Ji added 4 exploders. The adventurers were confused by the round and fat zombies. The Pig King, Lord Chi, even if you want to replenish the troops, why summon such a useless soldier? Cat Mingming, yes, monsters can be good or bad. Although the Exploder is a 2-star monster, it is not as useful as the Hunter. Other adventurers agree. This guy is fat and slow. The most annoying thing is that he is very fragile and explodes at any time. The shock wave and bile poison mist generated by the self-explosion are quite effective. The problem is that once it explodes, your life will be lost. It is a disposable consumable. Therefore, although the bomber often brings considerable threats and troubles in the secret realm, no adventurer has ever wanted to become a bomber zombie, and no adventurer has ever prepared to contract it. It is purely a bench soldier. You will know it later. Chi-Ji glanced at the time. Time is running out. This battle must be decided quickly. Let's go. Okay. Kill, kill, kill. Miracle City will win. 4 hours of forced march. Everyone arrived at the battle site. Is this the Black Wind Pass we are going to fight? Oh my god, it's so high and so steep, I'm afraid it's not easy to get in. This is a mountain stronghold built on the canyon terrain. The terrain is steep, and the entrance is narrow. It looks easy to defend and difficult to approach. Even if there are only 180 troops stationed, it can form a strong defense. At least 300 or 400 troops are needed to pose a threat. The adventurers looked at each other in bewilderment. This battle is not going to be easy. Chi-Ji, although the enemy has the advantage of terrain, we still have a chance of winning. To reduce losses, we can't attack by force, we can only use wits. Bai Jusher asked curiously, so what is the Lord going to do? Chi-Ji didn't explain directly, but selected 4 hunters and 3 smokers. You are responsible for waiting for an opportunity to deal with the goblin archers above. Blackstone Hammer King, no problem. Lone Wolf, we hunters can climb up, but the problem is how to get close. Feng Zhongmian, the enemy has a wide field of vision, and there is no obstruction around. We may be shot by arrows as soon as we get close. Don't worry, we have airdrops. which are enough to contain them. Airdrop soldiers? What does that mean? Where did the airdrop soldiers come from? Chi-Ji did not give a specific explanation. He continued to order Baihajusher, the 2 tanks of Cranky Chicken, and the 5 assaulters led by the Pig King to be the vanguard. When the fight started, they would attack the gate directly from the front to attract attention. They were thick-skinned and should be able to withstand most attacks. The temporary mercenaries were divided into 2 groups. One group of 135 people launched a charge from the gate. The other group of 30 people were the airdrop soldiers specially prepared by Chi-Ji. Everyone get ready. Tank number 1 and tank number 2 each lifted a blaster. Their thick arms were like lifting a lead ball, and like a catapult, they threw the blaster to the wall of Black Wind Pass. Throwing heavy objects is a traditional skill of tanks. The accuracy is very good. No suspense. Bang. The 2 blasters exploded like cannons, and a shockwave wrapped in green poisonous mist instantly enveloped the wall of the pass, covering the dark goblins. Keep going. Bang bang, 2 more rounds. This is definitely a human grenade. The thick green, bile fog completely obscured the view. I see. The White Crane Monk's eyes lit up. The Lord used the exploder as a smoke bomb. I see. The Blackstone Hammer King was also excited. The bile of this exploder zombie is a great tonic for zombies. It can make us violent, recover quickly, and have more powerful strength, while other creatures will be burned in the eyes and respiratory tract. The adventurers were all stunned. Then everyone's eyes lit up. Fuck. Great. Can the exploder be used like this? Suddenly I feel that this unit is not a bad thing. Covered by green poisonous fog. When the gatekeeper goblin lost his vision, he started coughing wildly. Isn't this the opportunity to attack? Not only that, although the bile poisonous fog of the bomber will burn the eye membranes and respiratory tracts of ordinary life, it is a good thing for zombies, and can restore and strengthen them. Launch an attack at this moment. When the zombies in Miracle City enter the green fog, they will be blessed by the green poisonous fog immediately, thus falling into a violent state and greatly increasing their speed and strength. This is equivalent to adding a buff to increase the combat power of the friendly side. Attack! Chi-Ji ordered the siege. The hunters immediately took the lead. But Chi-Ji's prepared tricks were not over yet. Tank number 1 and tank number 2 were not idle for a moment. After throwing the bomber zombies, they grabbed the temporary workers around them and threw them directly into the front gate building. Airdrop soldiers? This is what the Lord said about airdrop soldiers. Too cool. Airdrop soldiers. It's literally airdrop soldiers. Lord Chi, I find you are a genius. Tanks are powerful. They are good at throwing and projecting. In addition, zombies are tough and durable. Combined with the healing effect of the blaster, it is enough to directly drop part of the combat power behind the enemy. Even if some of these airborne soldiers will be lost, as long as a small part of them maintain their combat power, they will recover quickly with the blessing of the blaster's bile mist, and then pose a threat to the defenders. It is enough to buy time. Create offensive opportunities for others. Baihajusher, Feng Zhongmian looked at Chi-Ji with more respect. This lord not only has the top secret realm creation ability, but also seems to be a first-class ability to command troops and fight. With such a lord, Miracle City will rise up. Adventurers are all very confident. It seems that it is safe to take this pass today. Chapter 51. Attack with all your strength. Chi-Ji officially gave the order to attack. Grumpy Chicken, White Crane Monk, Pig King, etc., these tanks or assaulters launched the first wave of attacks on the gate. Kill! 135 zombie soldiers followed closely behind. When the adventurer inhaled the green poisonous mist released by the blaster, he felt like he was injected with a stimulant, and his metabolic rate increased dramatically. Not only did he recover faster, but his legs and feet also became stronger and more flexible. Tanks 1 and 2 were still dropping paratroopers left and right. One by one, the zombie soldiers turned into flying men in the air, and soon 20 of them were thrown into the fortress. Interesting. Ha ha ha. The flying stick is here. My leg is broken. Who can come and save me? Not all mercenaries here landed luckily. Some unlucky ones broke their legs, or even landed on their heads. Even if the zombies are strong, once their skulls or spines are broken, they can't maintain their fighting power. But it's not a big problem, as long as half of them can still fight. With the cooperation of hunters and smokers, it is enough to disrupt the enemy's defense. On the other hand, the dark goblins were in a panic when facing such an attack. The result is predictable. The assault troops cooperated with the vanguard. They opened the door without much effort. Charge! Kill in! Grumpy Chicken and White Crane Monk. These 2 tough tanks took the lead. Especially Grumpy Chicken was the fastest and most fierce. He fought with 20 or 30 defenders alone. Although he was full of poisonous arrows, he still rushed forward with his spears, triggered several traps, knocked down 10 goblins, and finally fell down exhausted. Although the attack was attritional. But the death of the contract soldiers was not a big problem. This wave of attack completely tore through the defense line. More than 100 temporary workers have successfully entered. Chi-Ji then personally controlled the flamethrower tracker, plus 2 tank monster soldiers on the left and right to guard and enter. A flamethrower swept wildly, screaming everywhere, sweeping like killing rats and insects, and wiped out all the goblins who resisted stubbornly. Although there were sporadic poison arrows and spear attacks. But the tracker's strong physical fitness was enough to withstand these attacks. Under this fighting style, there was no suspense at all. Miracle City had a second-level 2-star combat force, 5 first-level 5-star combat forces, plus more than 100 basic combat forces, and there were only 120 dark goblins guarding the gate, and there was not even a first-level full-level combat force. How to fight this? If you rely on the terrain to hold on. Maybe you can hold on until reinforcements arrive. But from the moment the gate was breached, the battle became a one-sided massacre, and it ended in less than 20 minutes. We won again! We scored twice. It was so cool today. At this rate, we will probably be able to challenge the Dark Race's main city. Looking forward to it. The second secret realm is not far away. The adventurers cheered and celebrated in the Black Wind Pass camp. This battle was undoubtedly a great victory for Miracle City. They successfully captured the most important stronghold of Dark City, blocked the way out of Dark City, and firmly took the strategic initiative. Of course, the price was not low. 48 ordinary zombies were lost in this battle. 10 of them fell to death while performing aerial trapeze. In addition, 8 of the 15 contract soldiers were killed or wounded. Although the loss was a bit large, Chi-Ji didn't care at all, because it was nothing compared to the gains. Hurry up! Activate the magic stone first. Chi-Ji's mental power decreased by 150. He refined the magic stone of Black Wind Pass. The magic stone was activated successfully. You successfully occupied the Black Wind Village and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, Gray, X1. Done. Another teleportation point was activated. In the future, you can directly send troops to Black Wind Pass to threaten the Undercity. You open the Chaos Treasure Box, Gray, and you obtain Skill Secret Crystal, Lord Summoning +1, Blueprint, Adventurers Guild +1. Chi-Ji's eyes lit up. Although he didn't get a Soul Crystal, he got a Secret Crystal and a Blueprint at the same time. This probability is very low, which can be said to be a burst of luck. Lord Summoning and Possession. Both are one of the skills that all lords must learn. Possession is to a consciousness to any monster in the territory. And Summoning can summon any monster in the territory to your side. No matter where the lord is, even if he returns to the lord's world, as long as there are monsters in the monster camp in the dungeon, he can summon them to fight, which is equivalent to a summoner. The more monsters in the monster camp, the stronger they are. The power that the lord can control at any time is also stronger. Of course, summoning has a cooling time and consumes a small amount of mental power. As for the Adventurers Guild, this is a relatively rare, but very important facility. Its function is to provide comprehensive services for adventurers in the territory, and it can also become a data platform for adventurers in Miracle City, providing adventurers with more and better data services. For example, with the help of the Adventurers Guild, Chi-Ji can build multiple systems. For example, the illustration system that he had envisioned. In addition, the Adventurers Guild can also handle the check-in of the adventure group. It can also develop alien adventurers, activate the adventurer's soul for the aliens, and enable them to obtain the adventurer's cultivation system. This point is undoubtedly very important. Alien adventurers are all adventurers exclusive to the dungeon. The number of such adventurers may not be large, but their stability and obedience will be higher than that of ordinary contract adventurers. Because theoretically speaking, contract adventurers can run away at any time. Alien adventurers cannot exist without the dungeon, unless they permanently and completely give up their adventurer cultivation and identity. At this time, other spoils have also been counted. In this battle, a total of 127 dark species were killed, 495 pieces of gray medium and low-grade equipment were seized, and 918 material essences were obtained after all of them were decomposed, which is another large amount of income. Chi-Ji was very satisfied. He gave the adventurer another 20 contribution points. When the adventurer finished the war and repaired the gate of the pass. Not good. Another enemy is coming. Hurry up and tell the Lord that there is an enemy attack. Chi-Ji climbed the city wall himself. A team of about 20 goblins arrived in front of the pass. Although the number of people is small, the aura is strong, giving people a great sense of oppression. The leader is a dark goblin with bloody eyes, wearing black armor, wearing a horn helmet, riding a giant lizard. This goblin is none other than the Dark Lord of the Undercity, Bloodthroat. I didn't expect it. We met so soon. Bloodthroat is obviously furious. First, the troops led by Maggot I were completely wiped out by the human leader. Then, he received urgent military information about the attack on Blackwind Pass. The Dark Lord could never have dreamed that a human leader, who had just appeared not long ago, had such terrifying combat power and execution ability. Within one day, defeat the bravest general under his command, and break the strongest defense line of the pass. Although Bloodthroat took emergency action, he was still late. The human leader had already annexed Blackwind Pass, and the gate of the Dark City was lost just like that. Humiliation. A great insult. It was simply a slap in the face. You are? The human lord? The goblin lord spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, and although the pronunciation was very strange, he used the human language. Bloodthroat's eyes fell on the seat position tracker on the city wall. He could feel that although the human lord was not present in person, he was controlling this body through the descent of consciousness. Chi-Ji admitted generously. That's right. Bloodthroat said in a deep voice. You are courting your own destruction. Really? Hand over the city immediately, and leave the Dark Valley, and I can spare your life. Bloodthroat continued. Otherwise, my anger will be enough to make you regret being born into this world. Chi-Ji hasn't spoken yet. The adventurers are all upset. The Pig King cursed. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak nonsense in front of Miracle City? Blackstone Hammer King, you are just a dirty and lowly goblin. You are not worthy of asking us to withdraw. If you have the guts, come up and fight. Well said. Miracle City must be immortal. Dare to threaten Miracle City? You have already got a way to die. Waste. If you have the guts, come up in person. I want to fight you one-on-one. I promise to beat you so hard that even your mother can't recognize you. Miracle City must crush the dark race, and those who stand in our way must die. You dirty dark races are only worthy of being trampled under our feet and crushed into the mud. Ha ha ha. Look at you cowards. What else can you do except impotent rage? Yeah, fight if you want to. Don't waste my time, okay? The adventurer cursed. They have never been afraid of trash talk. At this moment, they were spitting foul language and provoking each other crazily. Chapter 52. The adventurer's mouth is full of fragrance. The Bloodthroat Lord's face became more gloomy and terrifying, although he is only the lowest level first level regional ruler. But he is also a Dark Lord, the local emperor of the Dark Valley. How could he have suffered such a humiliation? These jumping rats. How dare they insult me like this? Bloodthroat wanted to tear humans into pieces and grind them into ashes immediately. However, the fall of Blackwind Pass was too sudden. Now this few people cannot recapture the pass, and the chaos tide is about to come back. There is very little time left, not enough to start another war. There is no need to waste time here. Okay, very good. Since you want to die so much, this lord will fulfill your wish, and enjoy the final fruits of victory. Tomorrow this place will turn into a purgatory. After the Bloodthroat Lord made a cruel remark, he led his men out of the canyon without looking back. The Blackstone Hammer King laughed and said, What's going on? You said the harshest words, but you are a coward? Cat Ming Ming, I thought he was going to attack directly, but he just left like that. It's really embarrassing. Don't be careless. Feng Zhongmian said, There is not much time left today. He obviously won't attack at this time. Bai He Jusher looked solemn. Tomorrow, there will be a high probability that a decisive battle will break out, which is related to whether Miracle City can annex Dark City and quickly rule the entire Dark Valley. The other adventurers were all excited. Fuck. No way. Is it going to open up the second city now? This speed is unparalleled. The Lord is really good at it. If the Miracle City troops directly attack Dark City, the difficulty of this battle will at least increase several times. This surprise attack took down Blackwind Pass in one fell swoop, attacking the enemies must-see, luring the main force of the goblins out to duel with us, and directly turn the tables, greatly reducing the difficulty. Awesome. Will the Goblin Lord really come? Blackwind Pass is equivalent to the gateway of Dark City. Whether it is counterattacking Miracle City or trying to go out for help, this place must be opened. So he has to come. Just be prepared to welcome the attack of Dark City. The more the adventurers discussed, the more amazed they were. Lord Chi is really an unfathomable genius. Miracle City was created about 10 days ago. It has been officially put into operation for only a week. Not only has the top-secret realm been polished, it has also made great progress in territory development. When the adventurers reviewed every action under the leadership of Lord Qi, they were surprised to find that Miracle City was taking every step carefully, and every action was accurate and efficient. Tomorrow. It is the key. Mr. Baiha thought of this. He was so excited. I have never heard of a territory that can open up a second city in such a short time. I hope Lord Qi can lead us to create this miracle. I think it will be difficult. Miracle City does not have enough troops. Feng Zhongyan, Dark City is estimated to have about 1,000 combat forces. Although we have seized the pass and have a defensive advantage, the number of combat forces is still too different. What are you afraid of? Give it a try. Work hard to brush souls today. Blackstone Hammer King, yes, everyone unite, and collect all the brush souls today to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Mingyu Xiaoshui, I agree. Once Miracle City successfully expands, it will be a great thing for us. Pig King, with the new core, we can not only build a second secret realm, but also introduce more people. Cat Mingming, we must have a share in this miracle of development. Work together. Go, go, go! The adventurers reached a consensus. I have been working hard these 2 days without rest. Brush more spirits for Miracle City. Contribute to the expansion of this dungeon. The battle is over. Qi returned to the main city. Let's summarize the harvest first. The resource reserves of Miracle City before the war are Soul Crystals, 3177. Mental Power, 6,054 points. Material Essence, 0. Summoning Tanks and Trackers consumes a total of 600 Soul Crystals and Mental Power. In addition, recruiting 180 mercenaries consumes 900 Mental Power and Soul Crystals. Resurrecting the contracted soldiers who died in battle costs 90 more mental power, reactivating the Black Bone Camp, activating the Black Wind Pass God Stone, and learning the Lord Skill Summoning, which consumes a total of 450 spirit points. Where there is expenditure, there is income. In the Black Bone Camp, 585 soul crystals and 1684 material essences were collected. In the Black Wind Pass, 204 soul crystals and 918 material essences were collected. Current reserves are 2,466 soul crystals. Mental Power, 4,014 points. Material Essence, 2269. Qi was very satisfied. This campaign was a great success. Not only did it achieve a strategic victory in the development of the territory, it also earned a lot of material essence, making the territory capable of construction again. Qi first built 2 arrow towers in the Black Wind Pass. The first one consumed 50 soul crystals, and the second one consumed 100 soul crystals. A small stronghold of this size can only build 2 arrow towers at most. The territory arrow tower is the most common and basic offensive defense facility. The first level tower is 15 meters high and has an automatic heavy crossbow that fires once every 3 seconds on average. The range is 120 meters. Although its performance is weak in the long run, it is still a very useful facility in the early stage. Although the deployment of the front line is important. But the main city is the core of the dungeon. Qi always prioritizes the construction of the main city. Only by building the main city well, and further expanding its scale can more resources be produced, and the territory become more competitive. The biggest problem of Miracle City is the lack of infrastructure, so there is a lot of room for expansion of territory capacity, and various basic functions must be completed as soon as possible. Want to build a territory quickly? Blueprints are the top priority. There are still too few channels to obtain them. Either open up the territory to seize the territory and get the blueprints from the Chaos Treasure Box, or patrol the New Lord Market with high intensity and publish the news of acquiring blueprints in order to obtain useful blueprints. Although these 2 channels can obtain blueprints, it depends on luck what kind of blueprints you can obtain. It is impossible to have everything you need or want. There is no way. You can't get rich overnight. The development of any territory is a gradual process. Qi wants a better purchase channel in a short period of time. The only way is to build a teleportation station to facilitate returning to the Lord City, where there are many offline trading markets. Although it will be much more expensive. But there is a greater chance of buying urgently needed or rare items. The problem is that although the teleportation station is an infrastructure, the construction cost is as high as 10,000 soul crystals. At this critical juncture, even if there are so many resources, it is better to build a territory to increase the population. No choice. If you want to buy a blueprint, you can only try your luck in the New Lord market. Although the quality of the market is a bit poor, common blueprints are not difficult to buy. Chi has been patrolling the new market for several days, and has repeatedly called for purchases in the chat channel. Finally, he found a good blueprint that the territory needs. Blueprint, Refining Tower, transaction price 1200 soul crystals, construction price 800 soul crystals, 300 material essences, 300 mental power. In this way, there are 2 blueprints in hand. The other one is the Adventurers Guild that exploded in Black Wind Pass. Blueprint, Adventurers Guild, construction price 700 soul crystals, 500 material essences, 100 mental power. Currently, there are only 1,266 soul crystals left. Although both facilities are very practical, they can only be selectively built at present. The function of the Adventurers Guild is self-evident. The Refining Tower is a refining facility. To put it simply, it is a place to refine equipment. 3 types of equipment can be refined for the dungeon. The first is conventional general equipment, the second is monster soul weapon customized for monster soldiers, and the third is adventure soul weapon dedicated to adventurers. However, since the current territory resources are not very sufficient, it cannot be used immediately, and such facilities do not increase the population capacity. At this stage, it is not as practical as the Adventurers Union. Chi decisively built the Adventurers Union. With this, more supporting services can be created for adventurers, monster illustrations, achievement systems, collection systems, ladder functions, etc. can be developed to further increase the fun of the Secret Realm Challenge process and promote contribution and consumption. In addition, the Adventurers Union has a job transfer function. Miracle City will have the ability to cultivate alien adventurers. And this is undoubtedly a very important long-term ability. Chapter 53. Chi checked the current resource reserves. Soul crystals, 566. Mental power, 3,914 points. Material essence, 1769. First level gray spirits, 336 1-star, 25 2-star, 6 3-star. Not many soul crystals left. Souls are slightly in surplus. Chi wanted to increase the capacity to receive adventurers as much as possible before the city opened, so he immediately took out 36 ordinary zombie spirits, quickly cashed them in at a net average price of 15 soul crystals, and used the trading market to recover 548 soul crystals. Immediately upgraded the second mercenary house and soul altar to the second level. It consumed another 1,000 soul crystals, 600 material essences, and 300 mental power. Miracle City has 2 second-level mercenary houses, which can recruit up to 60 second-level mercenaries, or up to 300 first-level mercenaries at a ratio of 1:5. The second-level spirit altar is also very practical. It can not only increase the capacity of 30 adventurers and 50 contract adventurers, but also add the important function of reorganizing the soul. In other words, with the second-level altar, the soul can be reorganized or replaced at any time. Many contract adventurers are in urgent need of this function. Chi made a rule that every time the soul is recontracted or reorganized, the adventurer must not only provide his own spirit, but also pay at least 100 contribution points as the ceremony fee. Not only can it harvest another wave of adventurers, but it can also recycle contribution points to ensure the scarcity and gold content of Miracle City's contribution points. Currently, 150 adventurers can be contracted. Only 15 adventurers have been contracted. Chi plans to release more quotas today to double the number of contract soldiers. In this way, a lineup of 300 mercenaries, 30 contract soldiers, and a number of monster soldiers will be created. Although the number is still not large, it is believed that it is enough to defend the Black Wind Pass. After all, the quality of Miracle City's troops is quite good. Enough to cope with the challenge. Hold on. Not enough. Chi needs to annihilate the main force of Dark City as much as possible. He needs to build more soldiers and a larger army. However, the soul crystals are exhausted and the spirits in his hands can no longer be used. He can only wait for today's income to arrive before completing the final construction to ensure that the strategic goal can be achieved smoothly. A few minutes later, Nancy Leah and the dwarf boy Arnold received a summons from the Lord. The two came to a brand new territory building, which was none other than the Adventurers Guild. Meet the Lord. Both of them have learned about what happened today from the adventurers. This time, Miracle City's expedition was a great victory, destroying 328 dark goblins, and meeting the Lord of Dark Valley, Bloodthroat. There will be a decisive battle tomorrow. This battle is of great significance to Miracle City. It will directly determine the fate of the entire Dark Valley. The two were deeply shocked, although they witnessed the rapid development of Miracle City with their own eyes. But I didn't expect the speed and process of the rise to be so terrifying. The dwarf boy Arnold was ignorant, and just admired the Lord's strength. After all, in his eyes, the dark goblins were simply the most vicious and terrifying guys in the world. Nancy Leah was different. She could realize more clearly the value of Lord Chi-Ji and Miracle City. If the Lord can take down the Dark City in one fell swoop, it will be another powerful verification of Miracle City's potential, almost enough to prove that this is the most promising lawful Lord in the Evernight Forest. No need to be polite. You have been in Miracle City for several days, and have been working very hard. This Lord has seen it, so I am ready to give you a chance. Miracle City now has 20 alien adventurers who are ready to awaken. This Lord plans to grant you the status of adventurers, and you can choose whether to accept it. As soon as these words came out, Arnold and Nancy Leah were stunned. Chi-Ji was secretly observing their reactions, or more accurately, observing Nancy Leah, because Arnold would definitely accept it. As for Nancy Leah, this girl has been in Miracle City for a while, and she should have recognized Miracle City. In addition, in the final analysis, Nancy Leah is just a little girl, and if she is placed among the high elves with a long lifespan, she is still a minor. Nancy Leah has a strong curiosity and desire to explore. I believe she has been itching to watch adventurers playing games in the secret hall every day these days. If there is a chance to participate in it personally, Chi-Ji believes that she will not refuse with her personality. After all, granting the status of adventurer does not mean that you are completely locked and bound, so this is also Chi-Ji's test. Thank you, Lord. Arnold knelt down and kowtowed several times. This was a great opportunity that could change his fate for him. Thank you, Lord. Nancy Leah hesitated for only 2 seconds and chose to accept. She was not very interested in the adventurer training system and abilities. What really interested her was the Miracle City secret realm. I'm not playful. Only by experiencing the Miracle City secret realm in person can I more accurately assess the potential of this dungeon. Well, that's it. Only by understanding the dungeon better can we make accurate judgments. If we join the dungeon completely in the future, we can also better assist the Lord. Nancy Leah comforted herself in this way. The traditional training system is completely different from the adventurer system. Because of this, the two can coexist without any rejection. Very good. Chi-Ji was very satisfied with this. He immediately held an awakening ceremony for the two. It takes 50 points of mental power per person to awaken an alien. There were no accidents. Both of them successfully awakened the adventurer's soul, and officially became first-level adventurers. Every day, 5 points of mental energy will be generated, which is what adventurers often call energy. However, since there is no contracted first-level soul, it cannot be upgraded. Chi-Ji thinks there is no need to rush about this. Everything has a gradual process. It is a great reward for the two to be promoted to adventurers. If they are given spirits for cultivation, that would be too deliberate. Nancy Leah and Arnold officially became the first and second alien adventurers in Miracle City. Although they also have the ability to enter the secret realm for adventure, there is still a big difference compared with human adventurers. Alien adventurers are exclusive to Miracle City. This type of adventurer is rare, and does not occupy the reception quota of the underground city. They are more deeply bound to the territory, and are a more solid base. After all, if Miracle City is gone, the two will completely lose the soul of adventurers, and will never be adventurers again, nor will they be able to join other underground cities. In addition, human adventurers have their own main world. If they die in the chaotic world, they can be resurrected in the main world. This means that human adventurers are impossible, or difficult to be completely killed, while alien adventurers originally belonged to the chaotic world, so they are relatively more vulnerable. They can adventure in the secret realm. But if the original body is killed, even if there is a way to revive, the cost is huge. Half an hour later, Miracle City officially opened. The population of the territory has been built. The capacity to receive adventurers has reached 670 people, but it is still full in a second without any suspense. There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 adventurers waiting in line outside and can't squeeze in. 50 adventurers staying overnight. Although they only rested for less than 2 hours, they didn't see fatigue on their faces. They were all rosy-cheeked and full of fighting spirit. Wow! Finally the city is open. These days are really like years. Huh? Xia? Arnold? Why do you two have the breath of adventurer souls? After a while, an adventurer discovered the change. By Hajusher. Not surprising, Miracle City has already built a guild, the Lord must have a number of alien adventurers. Mao Mingming, great, I heard that the construction cost of the Adventurers Guild is not low, and this kind of building blueprint is also quite precious and rare for the new territory. This is a good thing. Feng Zhongmian, alien adventurers are exclusive to the dungeon. Although there are not many of them, they can stabilize the basic base of the territory. Blackstone Hammer King, good, very good, alien adventurers have been developed? Lord Qi is really good. Minghui Xiaoxue, I believe this is just the beginning. When we take down the Dark City, the construction speed of Miracle City will be further improved, and the number of people in the territory will increase tenfold or 100-fold. Ha ha ha. It's worthy of the dungeon we are looking at. The future of Miracle City will definitely get better and better, and we can develop here with peace of mind. The adventurers have their own interests to consider, but they all hope that Miracle City can get better and better, and seeing the territory prospering, everyone will feel more at ease. Chapter 54. The Guild can not only recruit alien adventurers. Currently 3 auxiliary functions are open: Secret Realm Atlas, Secret Realm Achievement, and Secret Realm Evaluation. Of course, Boss Chi does not do charity. Each function is charged monthly, with a monthly fee of 10 contribution points. The price is not expensive, and most adventurers can accept it. The Atlas and Achievement system has been opened. In the future, every time you encounter a monster or prop in the adventure, you can query the name and brief information in the Adventure Guild. Every time you defeat a monster, you can activate the corresponding Atlas. Collecting Atlas can get reputation exchange rewards. In addition, according to the adventurer's behavior and results, the Secret Realm will generate various achievements, which not only represent the adventurer's Medal of Honor and adventure experience, but also can be exchanged for special rewards if rare achievements are obtained. Finally, there is the Secret Realm Evaluation. Each challenge will generate an evaluation. From low to high, they are D, C, B, A, AA, and AAA. The evaluation that adventurers can get is related to their own performance on the one hand, and to the design of the Secret Realm on the other hand. If the Secret Realm is too bad and rough, no matter how good the performance is, it will not get a high evaluation. This is one of the important factors affecting the output and explosion rate of the Secret Realm. After having an Adventurers Union, adventurers can check the specific evaluation of each challenge, which is undoubtedly a major function that can improve the experience. This is just the foundation. Qi will launch more functions in succession. Various classic operating ideas, various monthly cards, and 648 routines in the previous life can all be referenced, and the essence can be taken. This can maximize the stimulation of consumption, increase the adventure experience and stickiness of adventurers, and make people more addicted. In this regard, the adventurers were all very satisfied. Very good. Miracle City is getting better and better. Queue up quickly. We're going to clear the Secret Realm today. Old Dean. Are you going to clear the 3rd level? We want to see you clear the 3rd level. Yesterday, Feng Zhongmian, Baihe Jusher, Minghui Xiaoxue, and Lonely Swordsman successfully defeated the fire-breathing tracker. This adventure was very classic and shocking, and it is currently being talked about in the forum. The 2nd level was done too well. Everyone is naturally looking forward to the 3rd level. Everyone is particularly curious about whether there will be more novel, powerful monsters, and more powerful designs. Although I am also very interested in the 3rd level, I don't plan to explore it immediately. After all, the battle is imminent tomorrow, and I want to brush 1 or 2 more 5-star spirits for the territory. There is another reason. The Secret Realm evaluation system has been opened. The old man wants to see his current limit, although everyone feels sorry. But they express understanding and support. At this moment, everyone took action. Nancy, Leah, and Arnold also started queuing as adventurers. Alien adventurers cannot enter the human adventurer system, so it doesn't matter whether they use a code name or not. Most of them will use their own names directly. The 2 of them use their real names as adventurer codes. Soon, the queue was completed. 2 adventurers exclusive to Miracle City. They started their first adventure with excitement. Although they have seen the appearance of this world countless times through crystals in the secret hall, they still felt a shock from the heart when they entered it in person. This world is too real. It's worthy of the creativity of Lord Qi. After entering the world of Doomsday Frenzy, Nancy Leah not only felt a strong sense of freshness, curiosity, and tension. At the same time, she felt very happy. There was a long-lost sense of relaxation. Why is this so? Because this secret realm is so real. It makes people forget the reality for a short time. There are many helplessness in the real world, such as missions, responsibilities, pressure, etc. Everyone has too many dream goals or unrealized ideals, but they have to remind themselves all the time and have to face the cold and cruel reality. That's why, when entering this secret realm, adventure in a new world with a new identity, temporarily put aside all worries. Temporarily unload all burdens. This is the charm of the top secret realm. It's so wonderful. No wonder there are adventurers who will indulge in it and never get tired of it when they encounter a really interesting secret realm, even if there is not enough profit, because happiness itself is the biggest gain. Nancy Leah likes this feeling very much. Now I am no longer the fleeing elf Nancy Leah from the Holy Tree City, but the adventurer Nancy Leah from the Miracle City. Nancy Leah was full of fighting spirit. I am going to start my adventure. Although I have seen it countless times. But actually doing it, it is a completely different matter. Nancy Leah's strength is not weak, but she lacks practical experience, so her performance is not as good as that of ordinary adventurers. Her first life was handed over in less than 15 minutes. Bite to death by zombies. Nancy Leah left the secret realm with a pale face. I didn't expect the zombies to be so crazy and terrible, which is completely different from watching the adventurers fight. Although the first battle was not favorable, it did not cause a blow, but instead further stimulated Nancy Leah's fighting spirit. This kind of practical experience is exactly what I need. She continued to queue up to start the second, third, fourth, and fifth adventures. The first few times were surrounded by zombies, or attacked by randomly generated zombies and died. Although it was embarrassing, but it improved quickly. Finally, during the fifth adventure, Nancy Leah received external guidance from adventurers Cat Ming Ming and White Deer, and finally passed through the heavy zombies, and successfully entered the security door, successfully passed the level. Congratulations. You actually passed the novice level in one day. Cat Ming Ming. Xiaoya, well done, you have the talent to become an adventurer. Thank you. Nancy Leah was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Such an exciting and thrilling adventure is an experience I have never had in my life. Every exploration and every harvest during the adventure makes people feel novel. Not only that, the rewards are also not cheap. I got a large box of potato chips and a large bag of chocolates. Finally, a common zombie spirit was spawned. Fun, really fun, a lot of reward, so satisfying. Adventure is really an interesting thing. To be more precise, adventure in Miracle City is really fun. Is this a spirit? Nancy Leah looked at a light gray bee curiously. The beads condensed by the spirits in this secret realm are not only important materials in the eyes of lords and adventurers, but also treasures of high value even among the natives of the Chaos Continent. Each spirit, it comes with powerful power and information. Some practitioners will directly refine the spirit to obtain knowledge, spells, and abilities from the spirit. The explosion rate of spirits in ordinary dungeons is very low. On the one hand, the Lord actively adjusts the probability of the variables under his control to the lowest, and on the other hand, it is affected by the level of secret realm design. If the secret realm design is too poor, it is difficult to score high, which is an important factor affecting the explosion rate. Nancy Leah thought, Miracle City is not only interesting and fun. It seems to be a good place to improve strength. If you persuade all the tribesmen to join Miracle City, and let them become adventurers of Miracle City, you may be able to quickly improve everyone's strength, and they will surely like the secret realm of Miracle City. It can also enhance the power of Miracle City, and fight against the powerful Eternal Night Dragon King together in the future. At this moment, the energy value has been exhausted. Nancy Leah knows that the so-called energy value is the special spiritual energy generated by the adventurer's soul. Only by consuming this energy can you enter the secret realm for adventure. Adventurers continuously build souls of various levels to strengthen the adventurer's soul, which can speed up the recovery and upper limit of energy. I am a new adventurer, and I haven't even built my first level soul yet, so I only have 5 energy points. I suddenly feel so empty. I always feel unsatisfied. I feel like my heart is being scratched by a cat. At this moment, I finally understand the feelings of the adventurers in Miracle City. Although I can't challenge, I can still watch others challenge. This process is not only interesting, but I can also learn some skills from these adventurers. At this time, a cheer suddenly resounded through the hall. Fuck, equipment exploded, everyone come and see. What? Equipment? So equipment can be exploded in the Frenzy Secret Realm? Nancy Leah was also very surprised when she heard it. Miracle City has been open for a few days. Although a lot of basic materials have been produced, no one has ever been able to produce equipment so far. Secret Realm output. All have one feature. Except for spirits and basic materials. The probability of other regular items being exploded for the first time is the lowest. This kind of equipment item, once it is spawned once, will not only be unlocked in the secret store, but the probability of it popping up again in the future will also increase greatly. So, the output of the first piece of equipment. It is a major event worth recording for both Miracle City and adventurers. Chapter 55. 20 minutes ago. A certain secret crystal. Hundreds of people gathered here to watch. They were watching the performance of Baihajushar. The old adventurer challenged himself again and again. This was the fourth time he had played the first level of Doomsday Frenzy alone today. He planned to hunt 3 tanks and as many special zombies as possible to continue to break his own record. Too crazy, too extreme. It would be dangerous for ordinary adventurers to team up to fight against a tank. So they avoided it. Not only did he take the initiative to hunt, but he also killed 3 in a row. It would naturally cause a sensation and attract onlookers. This challenge lasted for nearly 3 hours, and he had killed as many as 19 special zombies, including 2 tank zombies, and he was challenging the third one at the moment. The young adventurers were all amazed. There are 3 tanks in the first level of the frenzy. This one will set a record. Come on, old Dean. Keep challenging your limits. No wonder you can become a great god. I am completely convinced. At this moment, the battle was fierce. The old adventurer took advantage of the tank's large size and heavy weight to lure it into a narrow block nearby and ignite the tire foam and plastic piled in advance with a Molotov cocktail. After the pile of materials was ignited, the thick smoke immediately covered a radius of nearly 100 meters. At this time, the visible distance of the naked eye was no more than 5 meters. The tank could only run around like a headless fly, and it was difficult to play due to the narrow terrain. The White Crane monk wore a prepared mask, and used the last assault rifle in his hand to move around and fire continuously, exhausting the remaining 2 magazines and all the ammunition. Tank is not dead yet, but he is seriously injured. Baihajushar continued to fight and consume. Finally, he seized the opportunity and hit the head with an axe. This crazy monster finally fell down completely in reluctance and anger. Such a thrilling and shocking scene naturally attracted applause from the onlookers. It really succeeded. It's too extreme. Except for the old Dean, I guess no one can perform such an operation. Although I can't reach the level of the old Dean, I benefited a lot from watching this challenge. Ha ha ha, I suddenly feel that these big guys and muscular guys don't seem to be as dangerous as imagined, but they are just idiots with brute force. Nothing to say. The old man is awesome. Such a brilliant result. Such an extreme record. Baihajushar is still not satisfied. Although I successfully hunted down 3 tanks, I used up all my ammunition and supplies. I can no longer continue to challenge the witch in the secret realm. It seems that I must use resources more efficiently. Everyone was speechless. Are you still not satisfied with this record? You are too demanding of yourself. Are all top adventurers obsessive-compulsive? Under single-player mode, the error tolerance rate is extremely low. If you are not careful, the jockey, hunter, smoker, and charger will succeed in a sneak attack. Even if you have good skills, you will be in danger of death. Baihajushar challenged 4 times. One of them was a mistake and he died. Even the top masters cannot guarantee 100% clearance. However, because of all kinds of variables and unknowns, it can bring more excitement and fun to people. Anyway, Baihajushar feels that he will never get tired of brushing, and just 1 level is enough for him to play for a long time. Enter the safe house. Receive the clearance prompt. Challenge successful. Evaluation of this challenge. A low. You get tank zombie spirit +1, M16 assault rifle +1. A low evaluation. Baihajushar's previous best result was only B high. Undoubtedly. From B to A. It is a big breakthrough. The spoils of this clearance surprised Baihajushar. It is not surprising that the tank spirit will explode this time, but there is an extra spoils of war in addition to this. The frenzy is out. This matter immediately caused a sensation. All adventurers came to watch. Chi-Ji, who was resting in the Lord's mansion at this time, was also alarmed. Adventurer Baihajushar obtained tank zombie spirit from the frenzy secret realm, and his mental power was reduced by 30. Adventurer Baihajushar obtained M16 assault rifle from the frenzy secret realm, and his mental power was reduced by 15. It has been open for so long. The frenzy secret realm has been refreshed thousands of times. This is the first time that equipment has dropped. Not to mention ordinary adventurers, even Chi-Ji was surprised. Is it more likely that equipment will be refreshed in single-player mode? Or does it require a high enough rating? M16 assault rifle, grade top grade, fixed damage +10, amplified attack +2%, ammunition quantity 50, durability 10 out of 10, additional skill, automatic reload. This is the first specialty equipment in Miracle City. From the property point of view, the quality is quite good, and it can even be said to be a big surprise. Any equipment props, natural treasures, and various items will be affected by the law and change their nature at the moment of production. This gun is the same, although it is only great quality. But it is already an extraordinary weapon. Its attributes can be divided into two parts. The first part is the basic attribute, with a total of 2 entries. Fixed damage plus 10, this is the damage ability of the weapon itself. A fixed value that will not change, that is to say, no matter whether it is an adult or a child. With a high or low cultivation level, whoever uses this equipment is the same. 10 points of fixed damage is not low. It can kill most first-level units, and pose a threat to most second-level units. This is enough to become a very useful weapon in the early stage. Attack increase plus 2%, this is the increase effect of the holder on the weapon, which is related to the holder's own cultivation. The stronger the holder of the extraordinary weapon is, the stronger the increase effect on the weapon will be, and the power that the weapon can exert will also increase. However, 2% increase. It is a very small value. Even if the cultivation level is very high, and the personal strength is very strong. The additional damage increase brought to this weapon will not be too high. It is not difficult to see from these two properties that although it has been transformed into an extraordinary weapon by the world law, the power of this kind of firearms mainly comes from itself, similar to crossbows and mechanical weapons. The strength of the holder. The impact caused is minimal. This is also in line with the characteristics of this type of weapon. After reading the properties, the second part is the skill characteristics. This weapon comes with a special skill. Automatic loading, automatically reload 1 ammunition every 10 seconds, or consume 1 point of mental power to instantly reload all ammunition. This M16 is exclusively produced by Miracle City. It is a firearm with truly unlimited ammunition. It will automatically replenish bullets at a slow speed, but it can consume mental power for fast reloading. However, the energy of adventurers is very precious, especially for low and middle level adventurers before the 4th level, and it is unlikely to be used on this weapon. Can be used as a lord, especially for lords like Chi-Ji who are not short of mental power. This weapon is completely a great artifact in the early stage. Okay, Chi-Ji has a lot of mental power to reload, and this instant automatic reloading skill has not yet cooled down, which means that with 2 M16s in hand, he can turn into a firepower fortress with crazy output on the spot. Although the M16 assault rifle is only great quality, but for Chi-Ji, it is more valuable than most white equipment. With this item in hand, Chi-Ji will have a strong output ability, plus the Lord summoning technique can summon the territory monsters to his side at any time, and his personal combat ability and self-protection ability will be greatly guaranteed. Good stuff. Better than I thought. It's extremely useful before the 3rd level. Although the adventurer only swipes 1 from the secret realm, in fact, just swipe 1 is enough. The regular supplies and regular equipment swipe out of the secret realm will be unlocked in the store, as long as they are swipe out once, which means that Chi-Ji does not have to recycle them from the adventurer, he can also obtain them through store purchases. Chi-Ji took a look. The price of the M16 rifle in the secret realm store is 20 spiritual power per rifle. Although it is slightly more expensive than the secret realm, it is completely within the affordability range. This equipment will become one of the specialties of Miracle City. It can be purchased continuously to arm its own troops, and it can also be put on the trading market to earn profits from other lords. Chi-Ji believes that many lords will be interested in M16. It is also a unique specialty of Miracle City. It cannot be bought anywhere else. Can the profit expectations be low? It can be seen that every time an adventurer brushes out a new piece of equipment or a new specialty, it actually improves the territory's foundation. It can not only directly improve the territory's strength, but is also likely to become a territory specialty with huge profits. Chapter 56. Although the purchase rights of M16 assault rifle have been unlocked, but the Frenzy Secret Realm store is only the 1st level, and the daily purchase limit is 100 spiritual power. This amount, it is not enough for personal use, not to mention large-scale export. Build the arms industry of Miracle City. If you want to create special hot-selling products for Miracle City to export and earn a lot of resources and benefits for the territory, you must not only encourage adventurers to brush, but also upgrade the store level as soon as possible. You are exchanging M16 Assault Rifle X5. This exchange will consume 100 spiritual power points. Do you want to continue? Let's get 5 first. In this way, Miracle City has 6 assault rifles. These guns are not weak in the hands of adventurers. If Chi personally uses spiritual power to bless them, the firepower intensity will not be inferior to 30 or 50 guns, which is enough to have a decisive impact on the next duel. Today's harvest is really awesome. Miracle City's comprehensive strength, war capability, economic potential, and even Chi-Ji's personal strength will be greatly improved. This is much more certain. Even if there are shortcomings in the military strength, there is a great chance to wipe out Bloodthroat. Speaking of which, today, the Secret Realm can produce M16 assault rifles. Tomorrow, it may produce submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, and even rocket launchers. If conventional firearms can be exploded, can airplanes, tanks, cannons, mushroom bombs explode? Although it feels a bit difficult. But it is not impossible to look forward to it. Think so? Miracle City's military industry will take off soon. Today's adventure time has passed 3/4, and most adventurers have exhausted their energy, but there are still a few adventurers who still have some. At this moment, Secret Realm Hall. The adventurers are still shrouded in the joy of the first explosion of equipment. Time Traveler commented, although it is a great quality weapon, it can attack from a distance and has good power. I think it is better than most white weapons. It can be sold for 3 or 4 times the price of weapons of the same grade. Nanshan guessed. A grade top-grade equipment is worth about 20 soul crystals. Doesn't this M16 have to sell for 60 to 80 soul crystals? Daitu Goose. So expensive? Then wouldn't it be a fortune if one exploded? That would be great. I didn't expect that Miracle City not only has a large number of exclusive spirits, but now even the equipment is completely different from other dungeons. The first explosion of equipment in the Secret Realm is the most difficult. But it will be much easier if it explodes once. The explosion rate is definitely lower than that of a 1 or 2-star first-level spirit, but I believe it will not be much more difficult than a 3-star charge. In the future, everyone should have a chance to get it, and as long as you get one, you can make a fortune. The adventurers think about this. All of them showed eagerness and fighting spirit. When Nancy Leah saw the M16 rifle, she was also shocked. Could the strange firearms of the frenzy really appear in the real world? Most adventurers only saw the economic value of this weapon exclusive to Miracle City, but ignored the great tactical significance of this weapon to the dungeon. An M16 assault rifle can at least suppress 5 or 6 crossbows, since the M16 can explode. Can the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun that can sweep the zombies in the second level explode? If that thing appears in Miracle City, just thinking about it will make people's heart beat faster and their blood boil. At this moment, Nancy Leah realized the benefits of top adventurers to the dungeon. Everything has 2 sides. Only rubbish dungeons and incompetent lords will be afraid of adventurers like Baihajushur. For a truly capable and talented lord like Lord Chi, it is definitely more beneficial than harmful. I was too narrow-minded in the past. I thought I had been to many dungeons. So I thought I knew lord adventurers very well. In fact, I have never seen a truly top-notch high-quality human lord. Although the adventure time is coming to an end, the adventures of the adventurers are not over yet. Minghui Xiaoxue, old man, since you still have some energy, play the 3rd level with us. That's fine. Baihajushur thought about it and agreed. Today, I have brushed a witch, a tank, and the first piece of equipment for Miracle City. The last A-level evaluation I got is already a very high adventure evaluation. Baihajushur is not confident that he can perform better in a short time. Instead of doing so, he might as well try this 3rd level. All adventurers were happy to hear this. Everyone is very interested in the world of Doomsday Frenzy, and they all want to know more about this world, especially the world before the disaster and the cause of the Doomsday disaster. The Lord said, reach the 3rd level. At least brush it 3 times. You can unlock the story mode. All the answers that adventurers want to know can be found in the story mode. Although no one can challenge the story mode yet, the 3rd level has been unlocked and has been brushed several times. It is expected that adventurers will enter the story chapter of Doomsday Frenzy tomorrow night. Speaking of the 3rd level, the difficulty is still quite high. It should be much better with the participation of Baihajushur. A few minutes later, Baihajushur landed in the Secret Realm. There were 4 pistols and 4 medical kits in the safe house, as well as 2 submachine guns, a shotgun, an assault rifle, multiple magazines, and hundreds of ammunition. Are the resources so abundant at the beginning? Baihajushur's expression became solemn. This shows that the challenge will be difficult and the consumption will be great, so you must be good at managing resources. The 4 people quickly distributed weapons. Minghui Xiaoxue, Feng's Hongyan held a submachine gun, Lonely Swordsman held an assault rifle, and Baihajushur used the most powerful shotgun. It's about to start. Lonely Swordsman pushed open the door. Baihajusher observed quickly. The third level scene is not an urban block. It looks like an underground facility with intricate corridors and narrow space like a maze. Without waiting for him to observe further, all passages were suddenly filled with emergency lighting red light. A harsh electronic sound rang out. Warning, warning, the highest level of leakage has been detected. The console will force the self-destruction program to start, and all fire doors are closed. Please evacuate all personnel from the B1 floor safety passage. This base will execute self-destruction in 120 minutes. Depressing environment, flashing red lights, shrill alarm, mysterious leakage. It makes people nervous. The atmosphere and sense of urgency are instantly full. Mr. Baiha praised. Good, well done, although it has just started, but I can feel that this level also has a very high production level. You can say, I got into the play in 1 second. Nancy, Leah, and other first-time viewers, when they heard the alarm and the warning content, all felt a strong sense of tension and anticipation. The adventurers were talking about it. The scene changes so much. The atmosphere is amazing. Why is it so exciting from the beginning? This level seems to be a time-limited challenge, and the difficulty is expected to be very high. I don't know if the old Dean and his team can escape. Wow, the design concept of the third level is completely different from the first 2 levels. There must be a big secret in this place. Maybe it is related to the story mode that will be unlocked soon. This is the first time for Baihajusher to challenge. He did not do his homework before entering the secret realm. At this moment, he also had a strong curiosity about the secret realm. You have challenged it twice. What clues and discoveries do you have? The 3 looked at each other in embarrassment. They were wiped out in less than an hour each time, so they naturally did not have time to search most places. Mingwei Xiaoxua said, this level is extremely difficult and challenging. We only know this place, which seems to be a secret base specializing in the study of G creatures. We have not obtained many other clues and intelligence so far. G creature? What a strange name. Is it some kind of new monster? Baihajusher sighed. Lord Chi-Ji is indeed a genius. Not only can he always come up with new things that others don't have, but his design level is always online. Indeed. Putting aside the spiritual sea talent. Such a quick creation of atmosphere and suspense. This is something that many top dungeons cannot do. Not deliberate. Full of realism. It is so attractive from the beginning. Naturally, people are more looking forward to the next adventure. Chapter 57. Chi-Ji is secretly watching the performance of the adventurers. He is an aspiring creator, so of course, he has to collect various feedbacks to make the secrets of Miracle City more and more perfect. And appreciating the abuse of adventurers is also a daily pleasure. Level-based gameplay and plot-based gameplay have different production ideas. When making content for plot-based gameplay, Chi-Ji only optimizes the original work and minimizes changes to ensure that adventurers experience the original charm of classic masterpieces. When making content for level-based gameplay, the first thing he has to ensure is brushing, satisfying. It is best to be both abusive and enjoyable before finding the door. The adventurer will be tortured to death. When gradually becoming proficient, understanding the mechanism, and successfully breaking through the process, you can be very happy. Therefore, many original designs will be added to achieve better and more ideal results, so that adventurers will never get tired of playing, just like workers who bring their own dry food, and continue to create value for Boss Chi's hard work. This is the case with the third level of the Frenzy. This level has 2 parts, above ground and underground. The underground is a secret research institute, and the surface is a military base. The scene design draws on the classic third-party map buried deep in Left 4 Dead 2, plus some designs of the Hive Laboratory in the movie version of Resident Evil, such as poison gas and laser traps. This level also has super cool and exciting scenes, similar to the zombie-tied Easter egg at the end of the second level. In addition, a lot of innovations have been made in the mechanism and gameplay to pursue better program effects. Just give an example. The core element of the secret realm is the monster. The essence of monsters lies in the boss design. The boss of the third level of the Frenzy is completely different from that of the second level. The location and time of its appearance are not fixed. Chi-Ji has released a total of 30 G1s into the secret realm, 10 of which can evolve into G2s, and 1 can evolve into G3, and G3 is the strongest boss of the level. It will definitely appear. But it is full of randomness. Any G1 may become G3. Once the big boss appears, it will chase the adventurer madly. Let the adventurer always be shrouded in unknown fear and excitement. Qi Ji's innovation in monster mechanism is not limited to this. He also placed a T-103 mass-produced tyrant in 4 different areas. As a second-level 1-star monster, it is considered a small boss. If the adventurer directly alarms them, the tyrant zombie will regard it as an invader and chase it. But if the adventurer can find the tyrant controller and wake them up, they can send action commands to these powerful humanoid weapons, which can allow the tyrant to protect themselves, assist in fighting and escaping. This will also be a must-have for most adventurers to pass the level. The tyrant fights against the zombies, tears zombies apart with his hands, and even fights bloody battles with G3 to protect the adventurer. It is estimated that it can also bring a good program effect, which will open the eyes of adventurers and make them feel addicted. In addition to monsters, there are many original Easter eggs in other levels. While ensuring high difficulty, you can do it as much as you want. This level has a lot of content, plus 2 chapters of plot, which is enough for these guys to toss for a long time. Qi Ji does not need to update the Frenzy Secret Realm in a short time. All resources, energy and time can be concentrated and invested in the upcoming second Secret Realm. At this moment, the Secret Hall. Hundreds of adventurers were watching the battle. When the team composed of Feng Zhongnian, Lonely Swordsman, Mingyu Xiaoxue, and Bai Hijusher walked out of the safe house, they were immediately attacked by a large number of zombies. Some of these zombies were in the corridors and rooms. Some came out from the vents above their heads, and the pipes under their feet. The Lone Wolf sighed. The third level is really not easy. The appearance of zombies is hard to guard against. The Blackstone Hammer King nodded and commented, "This level requires sufficient tacit understanding and cooperation. Not only must we carry out 3-dimensional combat and defense, but we must also be cautious in firing in narrow corridors, especially when using explosives and Molotov cocktails. Indeed, if you meet a pit bull, you're done." After one Molotov cocktail, not many zombies died, but our own people died first. The 4 cooperated with each other. They shot and killed hundreds of zombies one after another. Monsters popping up from all directions, including overhead, make people nervous all the time, and the alarm will announce the remaining time of the self-destruction program every once in a while, which invisibly brings people a sense of urgency and more pressure. In such an atmosphere, the adventurers have to devote themselves wholeheartedly. They move step by step and keep firing and fighting. Zombies are blown up one by one, brains are overflowing, blood and flesh are flying, which is very stress-relieving. Look! There are different zombies. The timely reminder of the onlookers' adventurers. The 4 people found a strange zombie. Most of its body still retains human characteristics, although a small part of the trunk and limbs have begun to alienate, especially the right arm is abnormally huge, covered with tumors and blood vessels, and a dark red castellan eye with a diameter of about 30 centimeters grows on the shoulder. This is AG1. Feng Zhongnian explained. This zombie has a very strong regeneration ability. Its right arm has the power to easily smash walls and tear steel, but fortunately it is not fast, so don't let it get close. This is not the first time he has encountered AG1. Therefore, he has unlocked the illustrations to understand it. G1 roared in pain and madness, and attacked the 4 adventurers at the first time. Although this guy has a strong right arm, and is stronger than the charger in overall strength, he is obviously inferior to the tank zombie. According to the monster illustrations collected by the Adventurers Guild, it is a first-level 4-star monster. 4-star monster? That's not simple. Naturally, we can't take it lightly. Feng Zhongnian and Mingwei Xiaoxue quickly shot, and suppressed it with firepower to prevent it from getting close. Lonely Swordsman took the opportunity to aim at the head, and shot off its skull, but still couldn't stop the monster from moving. The head is exploded. It's still not dead? The other adventurers were shocked. I didn't expect this monster to have such a strong vitality. Feng Zhongnian. This monster has 2 weaknesses. One is the head, the other is the big eyeball on the right arm. Killing one is not enough to kill it. I see. Bai Hijusher used a shotgun to completely blow up Castellan's big eye. This monster with strong vitality finally lost its ability to resist and fell down. All adventurers breathed a sigh of relief. The White Deer commented, "This new zombie seems to be average. Although it has very strong vitality, its body is not coordinated, so it moves too slowly. Cat Ming Ming. The new monster is so weak, it doesn't fit the Lord style. It's good to have a new monster in a new level. Do you really think the Lord Sea of Inspiration is endless?" Cat Ming Ming was not convinced when she heard this. But she didn't know how to refute. Lord Qi must have hidden a lot of good things. Feng Zhongnian took a short break, counted the remaining supplies, and immediately realized a serious problem. Mingyu Xiaoxue looked serious. It's troublesome. We don't have much ammunition left. There are many zombies along the way, and there must be more than one G1. Lonely Swordsman. The resources are too tight in this level. White Crane Monk said. Try to save as much as possible to avoid unnecessary battles. Feng Zhongmian. We still know too little about this place, so we can only take one step at a time. Even if we can't complete the clearance, we must try to collect more information. The four of them took a short break. Continued to look for an escape route. Not long after, they encountered another G1 blocking the road. Let me do it! Baihe Jushi took the initiative to move forward and dodge the giant arm that was attacking him. The power of this attack was comparable to that of a car accelerating at 100 miles per hour. It not only shook the ground, but also hammered a big hole in the wall. Take advantage of its loss of balance. Bang! One shot blew up the eyeball. Bang! Another shot blew up the head. Baihe Jushi used a shotgun to kill G1 in 2 shots, which undoubtedly saved a lot of ammunition for the team. Awesome! You are worthy of being the old dean. The other adventurers all showed admiration on their faces. G1's mobility was not good, but his speed was not slow when attacking. Such a close-range face shooting not only requires a strong psychological quality, but also a strong combat awareness. Baihe Jushi was also a little proud. You young people still have a lot to learn. At this time, there was an unusual movement, which came from the G1 zombie that had been shot dead. Something is happening, just as this thought came out. 5 huge claws, like blades, slashed across the body. Baihe Jushi felt his body was hollowed out and looked down. See? Ghost! He only saw that 1/3 of his body was torn and gouged out alive in an instant. It was really hollowed out in the literal sense. Mingwei Xiaoxue, old man. Baihe Jushi, dead. The adventurers outside were stunned. Who would have thought that there were 4 adventurers? Instead, the strongest Baihe Jushi fell first. Look! That G1 zombie is not dead. It seems to have changed. Everyone was shocked to find that the G1 that was shot dead had come back to life. It had undergone a strange change. The head that was blown up shrank and disappeared. The whole body has undergone serious mutations. The epidermis has completely keratinized, showing a gray-black scaly texture. The skeletal system has been deformed to form a hardened structure similar to an exoskeleton, and a pair of underdeveloped limbs have begun to grow in the chest cavity, showing a deformed state of bones and tendons intertwined. The right arm of this monster has further expanded into a giant claw-like structure, which is more than 2 meters long, and the claw tip has hardened to form a metallic texture. How could this happen? This is not the first time to defeat G1. Such changes have not occurred in the previous times. Because of this, people are not mentally prepared at all. At the same time, several people received a prompt. You have unlocked the Monster Encyclopedia G2 Creatures. Chapter 58. Feng Zhongmian, Lonely Swordsman, and Mingyu Xiaoxue all felt their scalps tingling. The 3 of them were facing the second form of the G creature. If G1 still looked 40 to 50% human, G2 had completely mutated into a monster with only a human form. According to the Monster Encyclopedia, G2 is a second-level, 1-star monster. It is also the best among monsters of the same level. Its giant claws are enough to tear apart the tyrant zombie with one blow. Fire! The Lonely Swordsman fired a burst of bullets from his submachine gun, and blood and flesh splashed on the monster in an instant, but G2's attack, defense, and regeneration were all enhanced. This attack could not pose a threat. Although G2's mobility is still a relative shortcoming, it has been greatly enhanced compared to G1, and it has a collision skill that is enough to make up for the lack of speed. The 3 adventurers were dodging in a panic. G2 crashed into a concrete wall. It quickly turned around, and used its huge right arm to block the incoming bullets. It charged again under the attack, and knocked Feng Zhongmian against the wall, instantly losing its ability to move. It's over. Feng Zhongmian felt desperate. The space was narrow, and there was no room for evasion. There was almost no chance of winning in a close fight with such a monster. He decisively took out a grenade from his body, but before he could pull it open, G2's retractable claws popped out and cut his body from the left shoulder to the abdomen on the spot. Feng Zhongmian, dead. Mingwei Xiaoxue fired the remaining few bullets at G2 with an assault rifle, causing its body to fall into a brief stiffness. The Lonely Swordsman threw away the empty submachine gun, slid to the side quickly, picked up the grenade and pulled the ring. The action was done in one go, but in the next moment, 5 giant claws came at him quickly, and pierced through his body. The Lonely Swordsman used his last bit of strength to stuff the grenade into the monster, and then there was a loud bang, and the 2 figures were blown away at the same time, and fell to the ground without any movement. The lonely swordsman, dead, died together with G2. The adventurers outside looked at each other, not daring to imagine that such a thing would happen. 3 of the 4 adventurers were killed one after another, and only one Mingwei Xiaoxue, who had run out of ammunition and looked confused, survived by chance. Cat Mingming shouted, "Sister Mingwei, are you okay?" The monster was finally killed completely. "White deer, what's wrong with this monster? Why did its strength suddenly increase so much and become so terrifying?" "I don't know." Mingwei Xiaoxue was still in shock and confused. She opened the monster illustration and found the relevant introduction of this monster. G2 creature, a second-level 1-star monster. Introduction. The most terrifying thing about the G virus is that it has an almost unlimited ability to evolve and mutate. Every time it is severely damaged, it may activate the activity of G cells. The G2 biological form is derived from the evolution and mutation of G1. G1, G2. Mingwei Xiaoxue muttered to herself. Another strange sound came from her side. She suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill from her tailbone to her head. Not good. Sister Mingwei, run away. No way. This guy is alive again. The audience felt creepy. The G2 monster, which was blown to pieces, stood up again, and at the same time quickly devoured and absorbed the nearby corpses and merged them into its body. The flesh and blood squirmed wildly. The bones were rapidly reorganizing. The G creature underwent a huge change again. This change is so thorough, and the body structure has changed so drastically that it can no longer be called a human. G3's arms have grown and expanded to 3.5 meters at the same time. At this moment, they have moved from the shoulders to the back, forming giant claws similar to devil wings. The pair of auxiliary arms that grew on its chest during the G2 period have now grown into a pair of brand new arms, and its skin is dark red or purple-black, and some areas are covered with hardened tissue similar to scales. Its height reaches over 3 meters. Normal people are like dwarfs in front of it. You have unlocked the Monster Encyclopedia G3 creatures. The adventurer's luck is obviously not good. This time, not only did it trigger G2, but even G3 appeared. G3's sense of oppression is far more than G2 by 10 times. This is completely the most deformed, twisted, and ugly demon. The flamethrower tracker in the 2nd level cannot compare with it. As the strongest monster in the 3rd level of the secret realm, it is a 2nd level 3-star existence. In other words, not only is its appearance more oppressive than the flamethrower tracker, but its strength is also much stronger than the flamethrower tracker. Mingwei Xiaoxue's fighting spirit collapsed, and he fell into despair. After all, the ammunition was exhausted. Even if he still had fighting spirit, he had no ability to resist. Fast, too fast, G3 rushed to the front faster than the witch or the 2nd form of the tracker. The huge claws, like devil wings, fell directly on Mingwei Xiaoxue, and the adventurer was torn into pieces in an instant like tearing a piece of paper. The challenge failed, and it was a miserable defeat. Lonely swordsman. The 3rd level is so difficult? Although I was careless this time, and was ambushed and killed. Baihajusher was a little embarrassed, but even if I survived, it would not change the result. After all, G3 is stronger than the tracker. I understand. Feng Zhongmian said, G creatures look like one kind of monster, but they are actually 3 or even more kinds of monsters. Baihajusher nodded. It can continue to evolve and grow, and each evolution is equivalent to becoming a new monster. Each G1 has a certain probability of becoming a G2 or even a G3. Everyone heard this. All of them felt novel. Nanshank, I've never heard of this situation. Isn't it too rare? Blackstone Hammer King smacked his lips. Every G1 may become G3? This situation is very stressful. Grumpy Chicken, our lord is really good at making things happen. Cat Mingming, hey, what did I say? I said that we can't underestimate the lord. He has more trump cards than we think. Just taking one out of his crotch is enough to make us drink a pot. This 3rd level is much more difficult than the 2nd level. Good. The harder it is, the more excited I am. Conquer it sooner or later. To be honest, G3 is pretty handsome. I want this spirit. The adventurers were once again shocked by the Lord's powerful monsters and design capabilities. At the same time, they were curious about the origin of G creatures, and launched lively discussions and speculations about this. This challenge was undoubtedly a failure. It is estimated that the exploration progress is less than 1/10. However, the adventurers were not discouraged by this. Instead, they were more curious about the rest. Lord's Mansion. Shiji retracted his gaze. The adventurer's energy has been exhausted. The business will end half an hour early. When the city opens today, the basic resource reserves of the territory are Soul Crystal 114, Spirit Power 3414, Material Spirit 1169. The first level Gray Spirit reserves are 301 star, 25 2-star, and 6 3-star. 670 adventurers were received today, with a Soul Crystal income of 3,432 and a mental power net income of 4,732. Soul income and output are 315/349 for 1-star soul, 39/44 for 2-star soul, 16/28 for 3-star soul, and 5 out of 6 for 5-star soul. Soul income is exaggerated. Almost close to 90% of output. The soul recovery capacity of each dungeon is different. Generally, about 20% is considered qualified. Dungeons with a ratio lower than this will have problems, and those that can reach 30 to 40% are very clever and have strong management capabilities. These lords are in order to recycle resources. They are bound to cheat and fight wits and courage. Chi-Ji did not offer any conditions, and always lay down like a Buddhist. Even so, the daily recovery ratio can be maintained above 60%. Today, under the stimulation of external war, it has reached about 90%. Such an exaggerated recovery rate is enough to make any knowledgeable great lord say that he has never seen such a thing. So many spirits burst out in one breath. Ordinary lord spirits have been emptied long ago. Chi-Ji still has a net income of 4,732 points. The current mental power reserve has reached a record-breaking 8146. Can't be spent. It can't be spent at all. The mental power required for the second-level lord to upgrade to the third-level lord is only 5,000. If Chi-Ji upgrades at this moment, he can awaken the sea of inspiration again. Although I am very tempted. But I finally hold back. I must upgrade. But it doesn't matter if I spend half a night. First kill Bloodthroat, and lay the foundation for the overall situation, and then it won't be too late to upgrade. There are enough materials. There are enough spirits. Chi-Ji built the 3rd and 4th mercenary houses, and contracted 15 adventurers in one go. Then, he invested 2 tank spirits, and 1 witch spirit in the monster camp, increasing the number of monsters in the territory to 6. Finally, he issued a territory battle mission to all adventurers. Although the number of spirits in his hands is very large, the actual number of troops that can be recruited is limited by the number of mercenary houses, and a maximum of 360 mercenaries can be recruited. Finally, the Miracle City troops were formed. 1 flamethrower monster soldier, 1 witch monster soldier, for tank monster soldiers, 30 contract soldiers, and 360 mercenaries. This lineup is already very powerful, at least luxurious in the first stage. The war is about to start. This battle is the ultimate battle between Miracle City and Dark City. The final result will directly determine the fate of Dark Valley. Chapter 59. Soon after, the Black Wind Pass was closed. Chi-Ji led his troops to wait in full battle array. The adventurers could not hide their expectations and trepidation. This is my first time to fight against the Dark Lord. Nervous. So exciting. I wonder how many people will come from the other side. We are well prepared and have the support of the Lord, so there is nothing to worry about. That's right. Don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't accept it. Why are you so slow? I'm so anxious. Will these dark creatures not be able to retreat? They waited for 3 hours. When the adventurers were a little impatient, suddenly, they received news from the front reconnaissance. Here they come. The dark creatures are approaching. Oh my God. There are so many. Everyone get ready. The Dark City's troops finally arrived as expected, like a black python invading the canyon. It is estimated that there are at least 800 of them, which is more than twice the number of Chi-Ji. The leader is none other than others. It was the Dark Lord Bloodthroat. This Dark Goblin Lord did not underestimate the enemy. Although the Undercity was only a first-level dungeon in an inconspicuous corner of the Evernight Forest, it had existed for 40 to 50 years after all, and had a fairly strong foundation and scale. There were still nearly 2,000 dark species in the Undercity. Among them, the total combat power of the young and strong was only 1,200 to 1,300. Bloodthroat himself was in the middle stage of the second level. It was roughly equivalent to the second level 2-star to 3-star level. He had a total of 7 goblin leaders under his command, equivalent to the first level 5-star monsters, but there were only 5 left, and Maggot Eye and Black Bone had died in advance. In addition, there were 25 goblin warlocks, and 52 goblin warriors, whose combat power was comparable to the first level 3 and 4-star units. The rest of the ordinary soldiers also have strengths and weaknesses. More than 200 elite soldiers are equivalent to first-level 2-star monsters, and the rest are all first-level 1-star ordinary soldiers. This is the foundation of Dark City, looking at all the first-level dungeons. Dark City is definitely 1 in 100. Although not all the troops were sent out in this battle, more than 800 combat forces were gathered in one go. Bloodthroat led the battle personally, and 4 of the 5 goblin generals participated in the battle. 80 to 90% of the elite soldiers, goblin warlocks, and goblin warriors were also among them. Go all out. Want to achieve success in one battle, the pressure felt by the adventurer can be imagined. Chi-Ji was not only not stressed but very relieved when he saw this. It's stable, the same 800 people. The same strength of the troops. If this troop shrinks in the city. With the various formations, barriers, and fortifications of Dark City, Chi-Ji has no confidence at all to take down this dungeon in a short time. It's all right now. Although it can't be said that they have come out in full force. But the main force has been put in. It is a godsend opportunity for the territory. If we can take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out the enemy completely, then it will be a piece of cake to capture the Dark City. Human Lord, you have one last chance to choose. It's still not too late to surrender and withdraw from the Dark Valley. Bloodthroat is full of confidence at this moment. He feels that he is unstoppable with his magnificent momentum. It would be best if they could take back the Black Wind Pass without spending a single soldier, but he never intends to let this damn human lord go. The adventurers were furious when they heard this. Even if Chi-Ji wanted to surrender, they would never allow it. If Lord Chi suddenly has a brain attack and doesn't want Miracle City anymore one day, the adventurers will also unite to tie him up and weld him to the Lord's throne. The adventurers cannot lose Miracle City. Therefore, without waiting for Chi-Ji to express his opinion, they rush to speak sweet words to Bloodthroat and all the dark goblins, with their parents as the center, the family tree as the radius, and the genitals as the main weapon, and carried out a 360-degree all-round cordial greeting. Obviously, there is no room for negotiation. Bloodthroat looked ugly. He didn't want to waste time. He was confident in his own strength and the strength of the Undercity troops. It has been less than half a month since the human territory arrived. It is true that the Black Bone and Maggot I have been defeated successively. It is a miracle, but this miracle will not continue. It will be completely crushed in the face of absolute strength. Attack! When Bloodthroat gave the order, the Undercity troops did not act immediately. 25 goblin warlocks chanted the spell first. Everyone saw a thick fog quickly forming in the pass canyon, and soon the entire goblin army was shrouded in it. Not only that, the thick fog quickly moved towards the pass, so that everyone's vision was seriously affected. Use fog to cover the attack? Damn it! Sly dog. This way, we can't tell the exact location. The Dark City is very good. Right off the bat, they deprived Chi-Ji's troops of their vision. The fog formed by the spell will not interfere with the caster. At this time, the 2 arrow towers were automatically activated. They locked the target with breath instead of vision. When the dark breath appeared within a certain range, they would automatically trigger a counterattack. The parallel range of the first-level territory arrow tower is only about 150 meters. However, since the battlements of the pass occupy the commanding heights, the terrain will increase the range, so it is expected to reach 200 meters, which means that the Dark City troops are already close to 200 meters. Just 2 arrow towers. It is impossible to stop the enemy. Under the personal command of Lord Bloodthroat, more than 100 elite goblins holding shields and javelins were the vanguard. Hundreds of other ordinary goblin warriors followed closely behind, while the goblin warlocks were at the end of the team, protected by 50 goblin warriors, who continuously cast various spells to assist in the battle. This dark race had a rigorous formation and clear division of labor, and had obviously experienced more than one territory war. Lord! They are approaching. Let's fight back quickly. At this speed, they will soon reach the city. The adventurers lacked experience in territory wars. They were all panicked at this moment. They were afraid that they would overturn. Chi-Ji said calmly without changing his expression, "Don't worry, wait a little longer." A few seconds later, goblin javelins attacked one after another. Several adventurers were accidentally shot and fell to the ground. Lord, the enemy is very close. Why don't we fight back? Not enough. The adventurers could only suppress the urge to fight back. Rows of explosion-proof corpses erected explosion-proof shields to build a defense line for their own camp, and resisted the continuous attack of the goblins with an extremely anxious mentality. Not bad. Chi-Ji nodded with satisfaction. Adventurers are notoriously low in obedience. But now, although they are panicking, they completely obey orders. This shows that during this period of time, he has successfully established prestige among the adventurer group. Almost, although Chi-Ji couldn't see it with his naked eyes. But he could feel that the first batch of goblins began to break through the gate and climb the city. At this moment, the pass under the Black Wind Pass must be crowded with goblins. At the same time, fireballs flew out of the fog, causing considerable casualties to the adventurers. According to Chi-Ji's calculation, the range of a first-level fireball is usually only 50 to 60 meters, and the distance from a low point to a high point will be shorter, which means that even the most vulnerable warlocks are close to the city wall. The time has come, Chi-Ji ordered. Attack! The adventurers immediately began to throw rocks and wood to block the city. Bloodthroat couldn't help but show a mocking look on his face. With such little preparation, he thought he could stop the Dark City troops, however. What happened next? It was completely beyond his expectations. First, 2 bombers jumped down from the city wall to release shock waves and poisonous fog. White Deer, Time Traveler, South Mountain Guest, Dumb Goose, Braised Pig's Trotter, Crazy Lion, 6 adventurers, each holding an M16 assault rifle, stood in the front row. Fire! Chi-Ji ordered. The 6 people looked fanatical. Ha ha ha! Something you haven't seen before. Try the local specialties of Miracle City. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The 6 people pulled the trigger and fired crazily. The M16 assault rifle is not weak. It can kill tanks and even second-level monsters. Ordinary zombies are easily restrained. Any first-level flesh and blood body will be seriously injured if it is not killed by a shot. Each gun has a capacity of 50 rounds. The 6 guns add up to 300 rounds of bullets. Such a close-range crazy shooting caught the goblins off guard and caused heavy casualties. What's going on? Bloodthroat immediately found something unusual. However, due to the cover of the explosive fog. At this moment, I didn't figure out what was going on for a while. Is it a spell, or some kind of weapon I haven't seen before? This attack speed and coverage density are too amazing. The 6 guns were quickly emptied. The M16 in Miracle City has unlimited bullets. But the speed of self-recovery of ammunition is too slow. Chi-Ji used the tracker's tentacles to wrap around the adventurer's rifle, and then used his mental power to activate the assault rifle's reloading skill. You consumed 1 point of mental power, and all the bullets were reloaded. You consumed 1 point of mental power, and all the bullets were reloaded. You consumed 1 point of mental power, and all the bullets were reloaded. Continue. Chi-Ji issued an order. With his support, you can have as many bullets as you want. Chapter 60. Fight with all your might. Fight hard. What Chi-Ji lacks the most is mental strength. The 6 adventurers vented their ammunition like crazy. You can imagine how they feel at this moment. The torrential gunfire is like passionate music, and the goblins screaming after being shot are like beautiful singing. Crazy shooting. It feels so good. With the blessing of unlimited ammunition. It feels better than shooting zombies in the secret realm. The silly goose. I didn't expect it to be like this. Braised Pig's Trotter. It feels so good, I can't stop. The Lord is domineering. The weapons of Miracle City are too strong. This wave of operations is simply invincible. The White Deer. Kill, kill, kill. This is the fate of offending Miracle City. Long live Miracle City. The dark race must die. Bullets are pouring down like a rainstorm. The goblins are constantly shot and screaming and falling to the ground. Although some elite goblins climbed up the city wall, they were soon besieged by the adventurers defending the city. For a while, the battlefield fell into a stalemate. Several waves of attacks from the Dark City were fruitless, but instead, there were heavy casualties and blood flowing like a river. How could this be? Bloodthroat was completely stunned when he saw the soldiers falling one after another. He had never encountered such a situation before, and he could not understand what happened at all. When the poisonous fog created by the explosive zombies dissipated, there were already hundreds of goblin corpses lying on the scene. Ha ha ha! Times have changed. Bloodthroat old man. Chi-Ji's troops stationed in the Black Wind Pass had a total of less than 200 people, but with less than a quarter of the manpower, they actually blocked more than 800 combat forces and caused serious casualties to the latter in less than half an hour. Among them, the most effective one. It was undoubtedly the 6 M16s blessed by Chi-Ji. Unlimited ammunition, crazy shooting. This was originally just a grade top-grade weapon. But after Chi-Ji's mental power supply and blessing, the power it exerted was no less than that of the white top-grade, and the value it exerted on the battlefield was far more than the first and second level conventional equipment. This M16's maximum firing rate can reach about 600 rounds per minute. Even if the 6 people did not hit the maximum firing rate, it would be about the same. 6 guns consume about 60 points of mental power per minute, and unlimited shooting for 5 minutes consumes more than 300 points of mental power. The cost is not small. It is not a small number for any first-level lord. Chi-Ji didn't care at all. He was like a Krypton Gold player who spent money like water. He was using his powerful money ability to carry out a dimensionality reduction attack on the dark species, causing them to suffer heavy casualties and no hope at all. Of course, such extreme shooting. There is also a lot of damage to the weapon. The M16 assault rifle is similar to a mechanical weapon. Such weapons have a weakness, that is, because they are too precise and delicate, the durability of the equipment is not high. The shooting lasted for 6 or 7 minutes. Probably due to overheating and other factors. The durability of the 6 M16s was reduced by nearly 1/3. It seems that although the huge mental power can theoretically achieve unlimited ammunition, the actual use process still needs to consider the endurance of the equipment itself. Under this wave of attack, although the goblins were not annihilated, but the goblins were also reduced by more than half. The 6 assault rifles continued to shoot. When the magic fog dissipated, the adventurer's vision was restored, the shooting accuracy became higher and higher, and the casualties of the dark goblins continued to increase. Retreat. Bloodthroat realized that there was no hope of breaking the city. If the battle continued like this, the troops would inevitably die. This is not the main city of the human race. It is not worth it to consume so much. The human race has completely exposed its danger and strength after this battle. The top priority is to preserve the living force and switch from offense to defense. More than 800 goblins. More than 400 died. More than 300 remnants quickly evacuated. Not good. The enemy escaped. Bloodthroat wants to escape. Don't worry, the Lord has been prepared. None of them can escape. When the Dark City troops retreated in a panic. But they were shocked by the scene in front of them. A troop from Chi-Jilling blocked the exit of the canyon. They seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Among them were 25 contracted adventurers, including most of the high-end combat power of Miracle City. In addition to a dozen adventurers in the form of Charge, Hunter, Smoker, etc. The White Crane Hermit in the form of a tank, the Irritable Chicken, and the Sleeping in the Wind. The Bright Moon Shining on the Snow in the form of a Witch, the Lonely Swordsman. Plus several high-end monster soldiers. All here. The Charger Pig King joked, "Ha! Surprised or not?" The Blackstone Hammer King sneered, "You want to run away after offending Miracle City?" White Crane Monk, "You underestimated Lord Chi-Ji. He didn't want to stop the invasion. He wanted to annihilate you all from the beginning. The Lord is really smart. I guessed that you would flee, so I ordered us to wait here. Feng Zhongmian is in tank form at the moment. I just merged a new tank spirit, and today I can try my hand on you, the remnants of the defeated army." "Wake up!" The Irritable Chicken grinned. "Don't even think about escaping." Bloodthroat's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "You think you can stop me? Die!" While speaking, Bloodthroat's body underwent strange changes. His muscles and bones expanded rapidly like inflation, and he quickly grew from a short gray goblin to nearly 3 meters tall, growing thick blood-red hair, sharp fangs and claws. "Be careful." White Crane Monk looked solemn. "It's some kind of beast transformation secret technique." The Irritable Chicken grinned. "Don't be afraid of birds. Come together. I don't believe he can beat us at the same time." "Fight." Erupt again, Bloodthroat roared. He attacked quickly with all 4 limbs. Almost at the first sight, he threw the Irritable Chicken and Feng Zhongmian away. After all, Bloodthroat was a second-level cultivator. Although the tank zombie was violent and fierce, it was obviously not enough to compete with it. White Crane Monk, Mingwei Xiaoxue, and Lonely Swordsman also joined the battle. "Kill! Don't let any of them go." The other contract soldiers and monster soldiers were not idle. They charged at the remnants of the goblin army. This battle was extremely fierce. Although Bloodthroat led more than 300 goblins, they were only the remnants of a defeated army, but there were still 2 leaders, a dozen warriors, and dozens of elite soldiers. Although the human ambush was well prepared, the quality of the individual soldiers was quite high. But the number was still too small, and did not have an advantage. Especially Dark City had Bloodthroat, a second-level combat force. After he turned into a red-haired monster, he single-handedly suppressed the 5 first-level 5 stars of Miracle City, and even had the upper hand. According to this trend, the human army will definitely lose. But the ambush was not meant to annihilate Bloodthroat. The purpose has been achieved after delaying for a while. Da-da-da, da-da-da. When the nightmare-like gunshot sounded again, more than a dozen fighting goblins were shot and fell to the ground on the spot. Kill! We are coming! Bloodthroat, old thief, wake up! You are dead today. Chi-Ji controlled the flamethrower tracker and led 200 guards to the pass. White Deer and others opened fire and killed a group of goblins first, which undoubtedly caused panic among the goblins. Other soldiers took the opportunity to rush forward and quickly completed the front and back attack with the ambushed troops. Hateful! Hateful! Bloodthroat was completely crazy and attacked the gun-wielding adventurer in a hysterical state. Although he was hit by bullets continuously, he could withstand it for a short time with his strong defense. He must kill these gun-wielding mercenaries at all costs. However, when he approached, a powerful high-pressure jet of flame was released. The red-haired orc transformed by Bloodthroat's transformation secret technique is excellent in both speed and attack and defense, but has a weakness of being afraid of fire. And this is why. One of the important reasons why Chi-Ji did not launch a rocket launcher tracker or a Gatling tracker, but first launched a flamethrower tracker. At this moment, he was burned into a fireball and screamed miserably. He fought with Baihajusher and other combat forces for dozens of rounds. He had already suffered a lot of losses. Finally, he could not maintain the secret technique. Bloodthroat's body shrank rapidly and turned into a goblin again. When facing the flames that swept over again, a ring on Bloodthroat's left hand lit up and instantly formed a barrier to block all attacks. Stop! If you dare to kill me, Thunder City will flatten the Dark Valley. Bloodthroat was shocked and angry. He moved out of his superior dungeon. Chi-Ji sneered, Thunder City? This lord doesn't care. 6 gun-wielding adventurers pulled the trigger frantically, dozens of bullets attacked densely, and when the metal storm hit frantically, the invisible barrier quickly cracked. No! Bloodthroat screamed in despair. The last life-saving barrier shattered. The local tyrant of the Dark Valley was finally unable to resist the fate of defeat. He was shot dozens of times by the adventurers, and was almost shot into a sieve on the spot. In the end, he fell down unwillingly. The Dark Lord Bloodthroat died. The overall situation is determined. Chapter 61. Bloodthroat is not weak. It is equivalent to a second-level 3-star monster. Chi-Ji led the strongest flamethrower tracker, but the strength of the second-level 2-star, if the attribute restraint factor is put aside, it has no advantage in a one-on-one situation. But the whole battle went unexpectedly smoothly. This is all thanks to the specialty equipment of the Miracle City Secret Realm. Automatic rifles are weapons that the Dark Species, and even the world have never seen before. What's more, there is the blessing of unlimited ammunition. This battle is completely a dimensionality reduction attack by Miracle City on Undercity. The battle is over. Chi-Ji made his statistics. The casualties of the human race are also not small. Among the 360 mercenaries, the loss is as many as 148, and the number of contract soldiers killed is nearly half. In addition, about 450 mental power is consumed to provide firepower for the riflemen, although the consumption is not low. But the Bloodthroat was completely annihilated. 816 Dark Species in Undercity were annihilated in one fell swoop. Whether from the perspective of the loss-to-battle ratio, the revenue-to-expenditure ratio, or the strategic value, it is a huge profit. The Blackstone Hammer King volunteered, Lord, let's strike while the iron is hot, and take down Undercity in one fell swoop. That would be great. Let's kill people, and make a river of blood. All the adventurers wanted to achieve their goal in one battle. No hurry, consolidate the results of this battle first. Today is not the time to capture Undercity. Chi-Ji did not get excited. He considered 3 reasons. First, Undercity is a city after all. Even if most of the main forces have been eliminated, there are still at least 300 or 400 combat forces, which is still a force that cannot be ignored. This force itself is not a concern. But Undercity is a city with complete defense facilities. Hundreds of dark goblins rely on barriers, arrow towers, and various traps to defend, and it is not certain that they can break in with the current manpower. Secondly, Chi-Ji knew that the Dark City not only had the Dark Race, but also thousands of neutral races enslaved by the Dark Race. These were also very important resources, and Miracle City was currently lacking the most in population resources. But the Dark Race was not stupid. It was impossible for the human race to give the population resources cheaply. Therefore, once the Dark Race fell into a disadvantage in the battle, and Chi-Ji could not win a crushing victory, they would definitely be desperate and frantically slaughter these servants, so that even if the city was broken, the benefits would be greatly reduced. Thirdly, the fruits of victory in this battle were already fruitful enough, and the dark race had a strong resurrection ability that had to be prevented. In order to avoid complications, all the corpses and debris including Bloodthroat had to be destroyed quickly. This would take time. It was too late to attack the Dark City. The adventurers felt a little disappointed, but they all felt that it made sense. Anyway, the city was already in their pockets, and it didn't make any difference if it was taken a day earlier or later. Everyone got busy. A total of more than 2,420 pieces of equipment were confiscated. One of the equipment obtained from Bloodthroat caught Chi-Ji's attention. Ring of Shelter, rare equipment, equipment amplification 5%, white medium quality. With skill, Shelter Shield. Good stuff, it's white quality equipment. And it's rare white equipment. This ring has a very good skill. Shelter Shield, consumes 5 points of mental power, instantly summons a shield that can resist 200 points of damage, lasts for 30 seconds, and can consume an additional 1 point of mental power per second to replenish 50 points of shield value. Good stuff. Modify the refining tower. Then you can use this ring. Under normal circumstances, the Lord will not leave the main city. Chi-Ji rarely faces real danger, but it is never a bad thing to have an extra layer of protection. As for the equipment captured in this battle, Chi-Ji made a rough selection, took out 1/3 of it, and stored it in the territory warehouse. This part, the quality is acceptable. The equipment refining tower is waiting to be activated. They will all become valuable raw materials. The tank zombie already has good attack and defense power. If it is refined with a set of armor and a mace, its combat power will not increase by several orders of magnitude. Of course, not all equipment is worth transformation. The cost of transforming some garbage equipment may be more expensive than its original cost. There is nothing to say about this part. It will be decomposed as soon as possible and replaced with material essence. A total of more than 3,400 essences were collected. You burn the corpse of the dark species, and the soul crystal increased by 100. You burn the corpse of the dark species, and the soul crystal increased by 3. You burn the corpse of the dark species, and the soul crystal increased by 6. The incinerator is working overtime. Burn all the dark species. Earned another 2,210 soul crystals. Soul crystals and materials from this battle were a huge profit. It was already late. Chi-Ji officially withdrew his troops and led his people back in triumph. Bloodthroat is dead? When they learned the result of the battle, the people of Miracle City were all very happy. This extremely powerful dark goblin ruled the Dark Valley for decades with brutal means, and all the natives living nearby were full of fear of him. Now, he died just like that. How could it not be surprising? Nancy Leah stayed where she was, in disbelief. Although she believed that Lord Chi's potential would definitely defeat Bloodthroat. But in any case, she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. There were only more than 300 soldiers. They wiped out more than 800 soldiers including Bloodthroat. During the whole battle, not a single person was left alive in Dark City, which completely overturned Nancy Leah's cognition and imagination. This was not a big victory. It was an overwhelming and comprehensive victory. It was not a small win, a medium win, or a big win, but a complete victory. Although the remaining soldiers and time of Miracle City were not enough to capture Dark City immediately, the identity of the ruler of Dark Valley had changed hands without any suspense. After this battle, Chi-Ji completed the expansion. He was already the master of Dark Valley. Nancy Leah had no doubts. This was the variable she was looking for. There could not be a new force in the Evernight Forest that had more potential than Lord Chi-Ji. If there was still a force in this place that could fight against the Evernight Dragon King, it would be Miracle City. Nancy Leah was determined. She planned to develop and take root in the territory, gain the trust of the Lord first, and then confront him at the right time to help Miracle City grow into the largest force in the Evernight Forest. After Chi-Ji returned to the territory, he built the refining tower and upgraded the Secret Realm Hall. Among them, the resource consumption of upgrading the Secret Realm Hall is very large, but the second-level Secret Realm can not only increase the reception capacity of 120 adventurers, but also increase the upper limit of Secret Realm crystals from 100 to 500. This is equivalent to expanding the scale of the Internet Cafe 5 times. The upper limit has increased. It is more convenient to cut leaks. When he saw that there were still some resources left, Chi-Ji continued to build the second and third soldier houses. Each first-level soldier house can provide 10 resurrections for the territory's contract soldiers. Now there are 3 soldier houses in the territory, and a total of 30 people can be resurrected, which is enough to improve the overall military strength. After this operation, there are just over 5,000 mental power left. Soul crystals and material reserves are running out. The Miracle City Adventurer reception capacity has increased to 900 people. Very good. Chi-Ji is very satisfied with the realization of resources. Every battle, every income, and every round of construction is meaningful. The territory is constantly developing. The larger the scale, the more income, and he has nothing to worry about at this moment. After all, there is nothing in the Dark Valley that can pose a threat. Chi-Ji decisively upgraded, mental power reduced by 5,000. Ding, the upgrade is successful. The number of spiritual sea awakenings is increased by 1, after breaking through to the 3rd level. Lifespan directly increases by hundreds of years. Chi-Ji will have the ability to build a 3rd level core, 3rd level buildings, and recruit 3rd level units. Of course, with the current development of the territory, 3rd level facilities and units are still too far away. What Chi-Ji is most looking forward to is undoubtedly the reawakening of the Sea of Inspiration. Without hesitation, Chi-Ji opened the Sea of Inspiration. The Inspiration Crystal to be activated this time is very important. This will lay the foundation for the overall style and content of the second secret realm. Chapter 62. The Moment of Awakening. Chi-Ji fell into a colorful and boundless sea again. A mysterious energy fell from the sky, stirring the colorful and magnificent sea, making it present a huge whirlpool. Several crystals were generated one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? There are 4 this time. 4 new inspiration crystals floated in front of him. Chi-Ji couldn't help showing surprise, and then he learned the crystal information through induction. The Sea of Inspiration awakened successfully, and you got the inspiration crystals Wulong, the Fall of the Sky, Prototype, the Legend of the Swordsman, and Dungeon and Warrior. All 4 crystals are excellent. Wulong, the Fall of the Sky is a good quality 3 Kingdoms game. Although it has undergone a certain degree of magic modification, the world view and main line generally follow the 3 Kingdoms in the late Han Dynasty. 3 Kingdoms heroes. Each image is distinct. If you enter the world of Wulong 3 Kingdoms, adventurers can not only challenge various demonized generals, they can also experience the unique charm of this historical period. Chi-Ji believes that this will be a very interesting, challenging and topical secret content for adventurers. If rare demonized general spirits can be brushed out, their value and potential must be far better than monster spirits. Prototype is a very popular open-world biochemical-themed game about the settings of the Blacklight virus and the protagonist, a brother. They are undoubtedly classics in the history of games. This is also an absolutely cool game, so it is not difficult to imagine how shocked and happy adventurers will be when they play the protagonist, a brother, and fly over the eaves and walls of high-rise buildings and do whatever they want. However, in terms of subject matter and style, Prototype is too close to Resident Evil, so it is planned to integrate it into Doomsday Frenzy as a supplement. As for the Legend of Sword and Fairy, this is a very classic Chinese-style martial arts game. This game not only has a very good plot gameplay, but also rich characters and various forms of the rivers and lakes. What is more worth mentioning is that it incorporates a large number of cultural elements such as piano, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and market customs, making the entire worldview very delicate and full of life. Martial arts world. Even the concept of martial arts. It is new to adventurers. It is impossible for them to have seen such a vivid and lively worldview. If you want to create a martial arts or Chinese-style secret realm, this is a very good material library. Chi-Ji believes that using this inspiration as a material to create a secret realm will be a huge attraction for adventurers, allowing them to deeply feel the charm of Chinese style and martial arts. Finally, there is Dungeon and Fighter. This is a household name, so there is no need to introduce it too much. Generally speaking, like Toxic Milk Powder and Legend, there is a reason why they are so popular. The former not only has smooth combat, but also has a rich worldview setting. However, it is limited by the population, territory size, and resource reserves. Chi-Ji will not make a large-scale online game secret realm for the time being. These 4 crystals, plus Sekiro and Legend. The inventory of activatable crystals reaches as many as 6. Chi-Ji must choose one from the 6 crystals to activate at this moment. I have to say, choosing is a troublesome thing. Of course, he hopes to activate them all. After all, each material is excellent, but unfortunately there is only one chance at present. I must find a way to get more awakening opportunities. Chi-Ji couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time set a goal for himself. The main way to awaken the Lord and activate the inspiration crystal is to upgrade, but there is more than one way. There are some special trials, rare treasures, and even the abilities of some rare auxiliary hero units, which may give the Lord additional opportunities to awaken the sea of inspiration or activate inspiration crystals. Of course, it is not easy to obtain. After Chi-Ji successfully developed the second city and stabilized the situation, he began to prepare soul crystals to build a teleportation station to open up the teleportation between the territory and the Lord's world to obtain more resources and opportunities. Back to the choice. These 6 crystals. First, exclude the online game option and exclude the prototype. Although this material is very important, it will definitely need to be activated in the future and used in the Doomsday Tide Secret Realm. But at this stage, relying on the Resident Evil series materials and the innovation in shooting gameplay, it is estimated that it will be enough for adventurers to explore and play for a long time. What Chi-Ji needs is the materials to build the second secret realm. There is no rush to replenish the materials for the first secret realm. There are 3 left: Sekiro, Crouching Dragon, and Swordsman. Chi-Ji chose Sekiro after comprehensive consideration. Why? Time, cost, and difficulty of production. Crouching Dragon and Swordsman have large scenes and many characters. The time, cost, and difficulty required to produce them are too exaggerated for Chi-Ji at this stage. Especially the original work of the latter is a 2D turn-based martial arts game. If this kind of game is to be changed into a real world with vivid details, it must be authentic and realistic. The difficulty will be very great, and the energy and material resources consumed will inevitably be extremely high. Miracle City will most likely open martial arts secret realms in the future. But it is not mature yet. Chi-Ji needs more time to think and study. In comparison, Sekiro is much easier. Its scene belongs to the classic box garden design. Although there are many elements, they are all concentrated in one city, and the space and material efficiency are used to the extreme. It is also a more realistic style, which is easier to make and more suitable for Miracle City at this stage. In addition, Chi-Ji chose Sekiro. There are also long-term considerations for Secret Realm planning. Just as the first Secret Realm of Miracle City Doomsday Frenzy integrates the Left 4 Dead series, and the Resident Evil series, CS and chicken-eating gameplay will be developed in the future, and new content such as Prototype will be integrated. The second Secret Realm will definitely not have only one game content. All magic history, fictional history, grand narrative, epic action, and role-playing games can be sewn together. For example, Sekiro and Wulong in hand. One is fictional history, and the other is a magical history. The former takes place in the late Warring States period of Japan, and is a story about the rise and fall of the Ashina Kingdom deep in the mountains. The latter is a 3-kingdom story that takes place in the late Han Empire of China, when the world was in chaos and heroes rose up. The two have certain commonalities. They are both action combat gameplay. They can be placed in the same system. Not just the existing Sekiro and Crouching Dragon. In the future, similar style materials can be sewn in. For example, the Witcher series, Nioh series, Xian Yuan Sword series, etc. Adventurers will play different identities, enter different regions at different times, and take high difficulty hardcore battles as the main challenge, so as to experience different customs, the rise and fall of countries, and epic stories. Chi-Ji envisioned. In this foreign world, every country is having stories. And every place has a grand history and unique civilization. Not only can you witness the rise and fall of the Empire dynasty, you can also experience the scenery and folk customs of various painting styles. Adventurers will be deeply involved in history and epics like the protagonists of biographical novels. From the arduous and almost painful battles and explorations, you can feel the heavy history more deeply and immerse yourself in the wonderfulness of each story and country. Chi-Ji decided. The name of the second secret realm is Alien 10 Kingdoms. The style and design concept of Alien 10 Kingdoms are completely different from Doomsday Frenzy. Chi-Ji will use Sekiro as the prototype to create the first chapter Ashina Country for the 10 Kingdoms. As the opening work of Alien 10 Kingdoms, Ashina Country is bound to be the least difficult and smallest in the 10 Kingdoms because the map size and number of characters are not too large, and there is a very solid original work to copy. Even so, as a top-level masterpiece in the previous life, Sekiro is of top quality. Its gameplay, content, and fun are all guaranteed, and it has enough power to make a good start for the 10 Kingdoms. Let adventurers feel the unique charm that is different from the first secret realm. Chapter 63. Planning completed. Crystallization activated. The materials are immediately presented. Character materials: Wolf, Yongjin, Jiolong, Buddha Sculptor. Ishin Ashina, Old Age, Ishin Ashina, Middle Age. Monster materials: Ninja Dog, Fire Bull, Ashina Soldiers, Lone Shadow, Red Army. Sakura Dragon. Scene materials, Reed Plain, Water Storage District, Ashina Castle. Senpo Temple, Mina Palace. Prop materials, Kujimaru, Medicine Gourd. Undying Slash. Chiji couldn't help but sigh. The Ashina Kingdom in Sekiro is nominally a country, but in my opinion, the area is only a few villages and towns, but the content is really rich. In such a small place, there are several different forces intertwined, and there are many masters lurking. Every corner is full of murderous intent, and even hides great terror beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Here is the swordsman who stole the country. The Ashina Kingdom at sunset. The last son of the immortal dragon. The immortal lion ape, Magikarp, and the Yugami clan. There is also the almost mythical white snake god, and the more mysterious Sakura dragon. Scenery art. Nature is also a must. There is the oriental charm, the majestic and solemn Ashina Castle. There is the aquatic village shrouded in gloomy fog, with dilapidated buildings everywhere, and full of weird sacrificial elements. There is also the zen-like and exquisite Buddha statues. The red leaves in late autumn cover the mountains. The atmosphere is magnificent and warm, but in fact there are dead bodies of evil monks everywhere, and evil human experiments are carried out. There is also the fairyland-like Origin Palace, with floating vermilion palaces and magnificent cherry trees to create a visual feast. The ultimate aesthetics are wrapped in a corrupt core, and various cultural metaphors and wonders are impressive. So, I have to say, Ashina Country is both small and big. Chiji believes that this journey will be a wonderful adventure that combines extreme operation, profound narrative, and oriental dark aesthetics. Of course, under the current conditions, it is unlikely to produce the entire Ashina Country. Chiji plans to create the prologue first, and then let the secret realm run after getting the second core. When he has enough mental power to upgrade the core, he will complete the remaining content at one time. A new day has begun. Miracle City is open on time, and is still full in seconds. Blackstone Hammer King walked out of the hotel, and saw the army of adventurers. Hey, there are more people. The territory is developing very fast. Cat Ming Ming. Hee hee, look at this scale. It is estimated that it will soon exceed 1,000. White Crane Monk. The speed of this rise is amazing. Bright Moon Shining Snow. Look at the hall. The secret hall of Miracle City was originally a simple stone hall, but now it has become a stone palace with a larger area. Lonely Swordsman. This is obviously a second-level hall. Time Traveler said, the construction cost of the second-level hall is very expensive. I didn't expect Miracle City to be built so quickly. Angry Chicken. Haha, fortunately there is a second-level hall, otherwise the crystals will definitely not be enough. Now that the venue has been expanded, we won't have to be so crowded in the future. The total number of Secret Realm crystals. Currently it has exceeded 200. Although it is still a bit compact, it is completely sufficient. At least it can ensure that every adventurer is fully harvested. Mingwei Xiaoxua asked, Old man, do you want to play the third level together today? White Crane Hermit shook his head and said, although I am very interested in the third level, the territory has opened up the second city, and the territory is about to be upgraded. I want to brush a few more second-level spirits. Mingwei Xiaoxua, Lonely Swordsman and others felt sorry, but also thought it was a good thing. It seems that the old man is going to lead the team to play the second level a few more times, so that they will not only have the opportunity to obtain more second-level spirits, but also send more adventurers to the third level, so that they can find people to form a team in the future. Lone Wolf immediately jumped out. Please lead me, Old Dean. Grumpy Chicken. We ask for the same. Mingwei Xiaoxua said, I am more interested in the story mode now. If I play the third level again, I will unlock the story mode. Today I am going to enter the Frenzy story world to find out. What? Is the story finally going to start? Great. Look forward to it. Cat Ming Ming, White Deer and others expressed their expectations. The adventurers walked into the hall while discussing. Just as they were about to challenge the secret realm, a small episode suddenly occurred, which attracted the attention of many people. Mr. Feng, I finally see you. We spent a lot of effort to find you. A middle-aged man who was about the same age as Lonely Swordsman, about 30 years old, with ordinary appearance, appeared in front of Feng Zhongmian. Feng Zhongmian and Lonely Swordsman's faces changed when they saw him. This man's adventurer code name is Wanchuan Sanren, one of the 10 backbones of Huangquan Adventure Group. A second-level adventurer, this Huangquan Adventure Group is the fastest-growing and most promising adventure group in Blackstone Town. The leader of this adventure group, Higanhua, is Feng Zhongnian's sister, who is 9 years older than Feng Zhongnian. Feng Zhongnian, my sister sent you here, right? Wanchuan Sanren nodded. Yes, you left Tianyun City without permission, which made the leader very angry and ordered you to be invited back. 2 days ago. The adventure team was already in action. However, Miracle City is too weird. It is so crowded every day that it is very difficult to squeeze in. Only one person came in today. This is impossible. There is no room for negotiation. I have already contracted Miracle City. I will adventure here from now on. Feng Zhongmian said, if you have nothing else to do, then go quickly and don't delay my adventure. Wanchuan Sanren frowned. If you are so willful, it will be difficult for me to explain to the leader. Feng Zhongmian sneered. Do you still want to tie me back? Lonely Swordsman hurried forward. Brother Wanchuan, you don't know the inside story. For your own sake and for the Huangquan adventure team, I advise you not to be impulsive, especially to cause trouble in Miracle City. Wanchuan Sanren had a blank expression. I am just following orders. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense, an old voice came. Stop! He Lao. Wanchuan Sanren saw an old man with white hair and beard coming, and swallowed the words he was about to say, and at the same time he was shocked. Although there have been rumors for a long time. Baihajusher joined Miracle City. But I didn't believe it before I saw it with my own eyes. Tianyun City couldn't invite this old man. Why would Miracle City let him join? Now. See it with my own eyes. Wanchuan Sanren had nothing to say. Baihajusher didn't intend to stop the fight. It must be difficult to come to Miracle City, right? He paused and continued. Since you finally got in, you should try it yourself and experience the secrets here. What do you think, time traveler? I think you'd better accept the advice of Dean He Lao. This time traveler is also an experienced adventurer. He looks like a 30-year-old elegant scholar. He is also quite famous in Blackstone Town. This? Okay. Wanchuan Sanren nodded with a little hesitation. Although the leader of the Flower of the Other Shore has always been dissatisfied with Baihajusher, he always thinks that he is not inferior to Baihajusher in his prime, not to mention this old Dean, who has not taken adventures for many years, and whose condition has declined. But Wanchuan Sanren still has to give the old man a face. Of course, investigating the Miracle City. It is part of the mission. Then I will try to see what the secret realm here is like. Let's queue up. What queue? Humph, I have to queue up. Do you think you have more face than me? I dare not. I will queue up now. Half an hour later. Finally, the queue was completed. Wanchuan Sanren entered the Doomsday Frenzy. Like other adventurers, who entered the secret world for the first time. He was shocked by the realism, delicacy, and atmosphere at the first time. He had to admit that Doomsday Frenzy was very interesting, and more realistic than most of the secret realms created by dungeons, which made people feel like they were traveling through time. Putting aside the income efficiency, and the potential for long-term operation, Frenzy was extremely successful in the art of scene layout. Even the highest level Tianyun City secret realm was not as good as Miracle City in this aspect, and was unique in Blackstone Town. No wonder it attracted so many people. This secret realm is indeed unique. Chapter 64. It's because I didn't do my homework. Wanchuan Sanren was killed by a zombie attack in 15 minutes. Depressed, but since I'm here, I continue to queue up for the challenge. I must investigate it clearly today. After all, he is an experienced second-level adventurer, which not only means that he has at least 10 points of energy, but also means that he has more abundant adventure experience. During the queue, Wanchuan Sanren secretly peeked at other adventurers to absorb experience and make rapid progress. After failing 3 times in succession, the 4th time he passed the level smoothly. The battle in this secret realm is really a bit cool. This is the most direct feeling. Unlike most other adventurers, the unique world view of the Frenzy, zombie monsters are very attractive. But, compared with the two, there is something that attracts him more. It is the special weapon unique to Miracle City, guns, Wanchuan Sanren thinks. These mechanical weapons have a charming and unique beauty. It is not only a precise and efficient weapon, but also an interesting toy. Every shot can produce strong positive feedback, giving him a very good user experience. Elegant, efficient, violent, it is the most romantic toy for men. How many kinds of guns are there in this secret world? It would be great if I could collect a few, and guns and zombies. It is a perfect match. Even if there is nothing in this secret world, just shooting guns can be fun for several days. Wanchuan Sanren has to admit that he is getting addicted. The explosion rate of the Miracle City secret realm is quite high. 2 supplies will be swiped out after 4 challenges, plus a spirit that explodes when passing the level. Both basic supplies and precious spirits are unique. Generous rewards will become another major reason for adventurers to choose Miracle City. If the production of subsequent Secret Realm content can always maintain the level, this Secret Realm will definitely continue to be popular in Blackstone Town, and may have a significant impact on Tianyuan City. However, if you have to find faults with Miracle City, Wanchuan Sanring can also find some shortcomings. The Miracle Lord is too pursuing immersion, substitution, and experience, and lacks the necessary malicious design links. What is the malicious design link? This design can be understood as a deadly trap left by the Lord in the Secret Realm. As long as you touch it, you will die. You need to constantly try and make mistakes, constantly adjust, and add luck to pass smoothly. This design is indispensable for any Secret Realm. It can greatly increase the number of trial and error of adventurers. Increase the operating life of the Secret Realm. Wanchuan Sanren has never found a similar random deadly design. The Miracle City Lord is like a demanding product manager. He does not allow such elements that destroy the experience in his Secret Realm. After all, he is too young. He has seen idealistic lords. It is just a pity that the endings are not very good. No matter how good the talent is or how much inspiration there will be a time when it is exhausted. Although from the perspective of an adventurer, he appreciates such a work that strives for perfection. But from the perspective of the Lord and the territory, a successful Secret Realm is not necessarily a fun Secret Realm. It is about being able to operate continuously for a long time, continuously supplying resources to the dungeon, and it is best to make adventurers dependent on it, constantly investing in sunk costs, and finally having to complete routine tasks like going to get off work on time. This point, Tianyuan City has done a good job. That is why it has been prosperous for a long time. But this is not the problem that should be concerned about now. Wanchuan Sanren has completed the novice mode. Hearing that there are more guns in the level mode, he immediately started the challenge, chose the multiplayer mode, and then started random matching online. Matching success. Your teammates are Nancy Leah, Arnold, and Li Huiyulua. You have 3 adventurers. There are 2 adventurers exclusive to Miracle City. Nancy Leah and Arnold are the earliest people of Miracle City. They are also the earliest alien adventurers in Miracle City. They have just finished the first level of the novice level challenge. As for Li Huiyulua, she is a newcomer to Miracle City. She looks like a quiet girl. After the 4 enter the Secret Realm, they communicated to determine the captain. Li Huiyulua immediately said, "I'm a newcomer. This is my first time to challenge a level. I just need to follow the command." Wanchuan Sanren. "Aya, since you are the one who knows the most about the Doomsday Tide Secret Realm among the 4 of us, I leave the command of this operation to you." Although he is a second-level adventurer. But as the chief network administrator of the Miracle City Hall, Nancy Leah has been peeping at the screen every day to record the activities of adventurers. So she has the most complete understanding of the details of the Secret Realm, and it is indeed the most suitable for her to command the operation. Nancy Leah did not refuse. "Okay, since everyone trusts me, then I will be responsible for commanding this operation. Our goal is not only to pass the level, but also to defeat a tank or a witch." Li Huiyulua was a little worried. "I heard that tanks and witches are difficult to fight. Do we newcomers really have this ability? Even if you can take shortcuts in the first level, you still have to face such a terrible enemy in the second level. It's better to practice in advance." Wanchuan Sanren expressed his support. Why did he support it? Because I heard that someone got an M16 assault rifle in the first level. This kind of equipment or special drop is always the most difficult to get first. As long as someone gets it once, the subsequent probability will increase. Today, a lucky person has got the second one in multiplayer mode. Although the probability is still very small. But as long as it can be obtained, it is worth a try. If you want to increase the probability of getting equipment, you have to score more points to get a higher evaluation. If you can have an M16 assault rifle of your own, I dare not imagine how cheerful and happy I will be. I am a second-level adventurer. Thousands of adventure experiences. Isn't it just a tank which... Go for it. Nancy Leah and Wanchuan Sanren both proposed to challenge the 5-star monster, and Arnold followed Nancy Leah. Seeing this situation, Li Huiyulua naturally would not raise any objections. Started the action. The first, the second, the third, the 4 of them challenged 3 times together. The first 2 failed for various reasons. After all, 3 of the team members were newbies. Although they failed twice, the adventurers did not get discouraged. Instead, they summed up their experience and continued to fight. Finally, in the 3rd time, they successfully hunted a tank zombie with Wanchuan Sanren's rich adaptability. Finally, completed the clearance. But what disappointed Wanchuan Sanren was, he did not get the M16 he had been thinking about, and even did not get the tank spirit, but only got an explosive spirit. At this time, Arnold, who had been relatively taciturn and honest, shouted excitedly, "Sister Aya, help me see if I am hallucinating. Is this a tank spirit?" Nancy Leah took a look. It turned out to be a tank. "This kid is really lucky," Nancy Leah said. "Congratulations, take this tank spirit and apply for a contract with the Lord immediately. This is definitely an opportunity to change your fate." Arnold was in a trance. He felt as if he was living in a dream. He was just an ordinary and humble dwarf villager. Now he has not only become an adventurer in Miracle City, but also obtained the tank zombie spirit. He felt that the gears of fate have begun to turn at this moment. If I can become a general under the Lord, I, Arnold, must fight with all my strength and swear to serve the Lord until my death. This dwarf is so lucky. Damn it, why can't I get an M16 assault rifle? Wanchuan Sanren immediately asked. Do you still want to brush it? How about another one? There are many aspects that can be further improved, and the tactics can also be optimized. We can perform better, and even hunt 2 5-star monsters. At this time, a certain direction in the hall. Xia, come quickly, come quickly. Cat Ming Ming jumped and waved to Nancy Leah. Don't you always want to know the plot of the World of Frenzy? Sister Mingwei is already in the plot mode. I've reserved a good seat for you. Come quickly and watch the show together. Chapter 65. Story of the Frenzy? Nancy Leah was overjoyed when she heard this. She rejected Wanchuan Sanren's invitation to play again. It's not that she doesn't want to play. She's exhausted her energy. There's no temptation of the story. She can't enter the secret realm now. The Miracle City secret realm is really poisonous and addictive. The energy value is consumed too quickly every day, and there is always a feeling of unsatisfaction. It is necessary to improve the cultivation as soon as possible. Although Nancy Leah is only a new adventurer with an adventure time of 2.5 days, she has killed an ordinary zombie and a spitter zombie spirit. She doesn't like this kind of spirit. She also wants to make some contributions to the territory. Without thinking, she handed in all the spirits she killed. Currently, she has more than 30 contribution points. If she must contract a zombie monster, Nancy Leah prefers witch zombies. Of course, it would be better if more high-quality first-level spirits appeared in the future. After all, zombies and living corpses are somewhat similar, and living corpses belong to the undead monsters. Elves and undeads don't get along well. These guys don't fit the aesthetics very well either. Now is not the time to think about this. Since the energy has been used up, only watching other people's adventures can alleviate the Miracle City withdrawal syndrome. At least it can relieve the addiction. Nancy Leah then spent 1 contribution point. She bought Coke and potato chips from the secret store she managed. She ran over with snacks and drinks, sharing them with the adventurer sisters, while watching the plot adventure that Mingwei Xiaoxue was about to start. At this moment, the crystal was surrounded by people. At this moment, most people had snacks ready in their hands, and some people even brought small stools to discuss. I have been exploring the levels for many days. Finally, the story is about to start. Wanchuan Sanren was a little depressed at the moment. He was so excited that his teammates all ran away. He had to regroup and get used to each other again. Whatever. Let's slow down for a while. It's a bit too exciting. Miracle City also has a story mode. Wanchuan Sanren then joined the crowd. He wanted to see what this story mode was all about. Sister Mingwei, start it. Well, don't worry, start now. Mingwei Xiaoxue was ready at this moment. She took a deep breath and immediately entered the secret realm. Select the story mode. 2 options appeared in front of her. They are Story Chapter 1 and Story Chapter 2. Miracle City has currently developed 2 story chapters, but only the first chapter is currently available. It looks like reading a novel. The story is divided into many chapters. According to the Lord's previous revelations, there should be more chapters to be updated later. Mingwei Xiaoxue didn't think much about it. Choose to enter the first chapter. After she made her choice, she suddenly felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and then she found herself in a strange place. No, not quite accurate. There is no controllable character in Mingwei Xiaoxue at this moment, but only a third-party perspective, which moves and changes automatically. A certain way of introducing the story? It is very novel and interesting. The scene presented at this moment is a luxurious train carriage, which is not only luxuriously decorated, spacious and bright, but also mostly has passengers in suits and leather shoes, wearing watches and glasses, and looks like civilized people. This is a very ordinary scene. But it is enough to make adventurers exclaim. It's the living conditions of people in the frenzy world before the catastrophe. We really entered the world before the end of the world. Interesting. So interesting. At this moment, a melodious background sound. The train is running in the dark forest. Suddenly a huge leech appears on the glass, causing panic. The next moment, there are hundreds of leeches, and some leeches directly enter the carriage. Ah! The whole carriage is in chaos. Passengers, waiters, guards, and drivers are all attacked by leeches. These leeches are not only very aggressive, but also highly poisonous. The victims of the attack quickly lose consciousness. The camera changes again. Facing the window of the thunder and lightning. A tall man with long hair and a neutral face appears on the opposite hill. He waved his hands passionately as if conducting a piece of music, and there were leeches everywhere under his feet and around him. So far, the picture ends. All the adventurers became interested. This short 3 or 2 minute cutscene must be related to the plot of the first chapter, and the leeches, the train, and the mysterious man are all important information. Interesting experience. Mingwei Xiaoxue commented, Lord Qi's work is indeed very creative. The next moment, it went dark in front of her eyes. Opened her eyes again. Mingwei Xiaoxue felt that she had a body. She turned into a short-haired girl, sitting in a helicopter, and all kinds of information and memory fragments immediately emerged in her mind. Rebecca, a 19-year-old rookie agent, is currently a medical soldier of Team B and is ordered to investigate the mysterious incident in the mountains. At the same time, the Secret Realm prompt sounded, You have entered the Doomsday Frenzy Plot Mode Chapter 1. The current plot synchronization is 100%. Please make sure the plot synchronization is complete. When the plot synchronization is less than 60%, it will be considered as a plot breakdown and the challenge will end automatically. Plot synchronization? This is a setting specially prepared by Qi Ji. He wants to ensure that the plot can run according to the normal trajectory to restrain the adventurer's behavior of messing around in linear games. Future open-world games can be more relaxed. And in this kind of linear plot game, once the adventurer lets go of himself and acts recklessly, he will be completely unable to promote the plot, causing the rhythm of the game to be destroyed, so restrictions must be imposed to ensure the experience. Of course, in the future, after the adventurer has completed all the levels and fully experienced the original plot, he can also relax the relevant restrictions and lower the requirements for the plot synchronization value, so that the adventurer has more freedom to mess around. As for now, let's just go through the plot honestly. Qi Ji has done something to the characters in the plot. As long as the plot synchronization is less than 60%, the character will automatically die and end. This setting is a bit similar to Assassin's Creed. Once the synchronization is lost, it is equivalent to a direct failure of the challenge. As for the plot of the first chapter of the Frenzy, this can be regarded as a remake of Miracle City in Resident Evil 0. The story of the Resident Evil series is very classic. In addition to the vivid and charming protagonists from generation to generation, the most famous and popular one is undoubtedly the Umbrella Corporation, also known as the Umbrella Corporation. The relevant plot. It can be explained clearly in a few words. In 1960, two noble bosses discovered a mysterious virus in a plant called Stairs of the Sun. It seems to have the possibility of transforming organisms, stimulating potential, making them have stronger vitality, and even immortality. This is what became the progenitor virus. The two wealthy tycoons then found Dr. James Marcus, a top biotech expert, to study the virus together, and at the same time founded a large multinational pharmaceutical company. This is the origin of the virus and the Umbrella Corporation. The story of Resident Evil 0 revolves around Drive Marcus, one of the three founders. Dr. Marcus was the head of the Cadre Training Institute in the Arklay Mountains at that time, and he was also secretly conducting research on new viruses here. The progenitor virus has great potential, but it is extremely fragile. After research, Dr. Marcus found that when the progenitor virus is combined with leech genes, the virus's adaptability can be greatly enhanced. He then started the Leech Queen project at the Cadre Training Institute, and finally successfully created the first mutant virus, which was later the famous T-virus. Just when Marcus made a major breakthrough in his research. For various reasons, he was betrayed by Spencer, one of the founders. Spencer instigated two of Marcus' students to be his accomplices, and sent special forces to attack the Cadre Training Institute. They not only shot Marcus to death, but also took away the results of the virus. When Marcus died, the Leech Queen he cultivated entered his body. The Leech Queen resurrected Marcus, with the powerful regeneration ability of genes and T-virus. The entire Resident Evil 0 revolves around Marcus' revenge, and he will become the ultimate boss in the first chapter of the frenzy. Of course, these contents the adventurers must not know at present. In the process of exploring the biochemical plot, they will gradually obtain information about the Umbrella Company, gradually uncover the origin of the T-virus, and understand the past of the tragic villain boss Marcus. At this moment, Mingwei Xiaoxue has just learned all the information. She immediately realized the gameplay and difficulty of the plot mode. I see. I am now experiencing the life of Miss Rebecca, and also reproducing the history that has happened in this world. I cannot change her life on my own initiative, just as the history and stories that have already happened cannot be tampered with, so I must follow the trajectory and try not to deviate from the character's personality and the main story. Interesting. So, from now on, I am Rebecca. Chapter 66. Story. It officially begins now. Mingwei Xiaoxue observes the outside through the porthole. A rainstorm is coming, the clouds are low, and the roar of the propeller startles the crows in the forest. She is now Rebecca, a medical soldier of the Bravo team. She is taking a UH-1 helicopter with other members of the team to investigate a number of bizarre dismemberment cases in the suburbs of Raccoon City, and is about to fly to the target mountain area. Too real, too imaginative, Mingwei Xiaoxue screams wildly in her heart. These foreigners are all very unfamiliar, but the moment she sees them, just like touching the props in the secret realm, all kinds of information automatically emerge in her mind. Enrique Marini, Captain/Deputy Commander, Profile, 20 years of experience in the police force, known for his sense of justice and keen insight, and the core decision-maker in the team. Richard Aiken, Technical Support/Communications Expert, Profile. Kenneth J. Sullivan, Scout. Edward Dewey, Tactical Assaulter. Foster Spire, Sniper. Amazing. Each one has a name. If you carefully search the information in your mind, you will find that everyone, including Rebecca, has very detailed background information and growth history. All the details. All impeccable. The authenticity is convincing. Mingwei Xiaoxue felt like she had traveled through time. She integrated into this world as Rebecca. Mingwei Xiaoxue couldn't help wanting to talk to someone, but suddenly a violent jolt hit her. A violent explosion occurred outside, the engine made a metallic friction sound, and the red light on the dashboard of the cab flashed frequently. Engine failure. Engine failure. The joystick in the pilot's hand was out of control. Prepare for emergency landing. Not good. The right engine was smoking, the helicopter tilted 45 degrees, and it spun out of control into the tree canopy. The fuselage rubbed against the pine branches, and the main rotor swept the tree trunk, causing another secondary explosion. Amid the sound of metal tearing and the shouts of teammates, she was blown away by the air wave. She fell into the muddy bushes on the spot. In the secret hall, all the adventurers who watched the live broadcast were all wide-eyed and surprised at this moment, and they felt like they were watching a thrilling movie, of course. There is no concept of movies in this world. That's why it feels more fresh and interesting. Fuck. Just 2 minutes ago. Is it so exciting? The story mode is really unusual. Interesting. So many characters. Can they communicate? The experience is really completely different from the level mode. At this time, the captain brought other team members to find Rebecca. Are you okay? Oh my god, I'm not dead. This is so funny. Mingwei Xiaoxue was thrown out of the cabin, but fortunately, she was not seriously injured. She only had a few scratches. Plot synchronization -1%. Plot synchronization -2%. Mingwei Xiaoxue's face changed when she saw the strange expressions of several teammates. She realized that she had done something that was illogical and inconsistent with her personality. I'm fine. Mingwei Xiaoxue quickly changed her words. She quickly imitated Rebecca's behavior and raised a thumb. The captain nodded and ordered, "Search the surrounding area and look for clues. There must be something wrong around here." Yes. Mingwei Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief. The other adventurers all laughed. Ha ha. True nature exposed. Almost exposed. Time traveler. Fortunately, it didn't cause the plot to collapse, otherwise this challenge would have ended directly. White Crane Monk. It seems that the difficulty of the plot mode is not only in the battle, but adventurers must also play their own roles at all times. This is indeed a very interesting idea. More than. This is simply a genius production. The time traveler, a plot party, had his eyes shining at this moment. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that a secret realm can achieve this level. South Mountain Guest. The Lord's move allows adventurers to completely integrate into the secret world. Pig King. What I am more curious about now is where Lord Chi got so many character materials. The rarity and difficulty of obtaining this kind of material are much higher than various monsters. Don't ask. Ask is a genius. This is Miracle City. Nothing is impossible. When Mingwei Xiaoxue was searching, he found a bright light in his vision. Although it was not abrupt, but it was still eye-catching. Others seemed to be unable to see it. Time traveler. This may be a clue left by the Lord. Indeed, Qi Ji prevented adventurers from getting stuck and affecting the experience, wasting time. When making a plot-based secret realm, some weak instructions that do not affect the sense of immersion will be left. Mingwei Xiaoxue followed the instructions and immediately found an overturned transport vehicle. There were 5 or 6 bodies lying in a miserable state nearby, and there were also many messy documents scattered around. One of the pages was marked by a faint light. Pick it up and take a look. This is a prisoner transfer order. There are information and photos of the death row prisoner Billy Cohen. This car and the dead military police were carrying out the task of escorting death row prisoners. Tactical assaulter Edward was born upright and hated evil, and he immediately said angrily, "These poor people were just doing their duty, but this scum killed them and ran away." From the scene, it was indeed the case. Mingwei Xiaoxue felt that things were not that simple. This is the world where the doomsday frenzy is located. Although it seems that the disaster has not yet completely erupted, there are already abnormal biological activities. But she did not wait for her to express her opinion. Captain Marion immediately ordered, "Okay, everyone, if you find a suspect, search the surroundings immediately. This person is cruel, so be sure to stay alert. If there is a threat, just shoot him directly." Mingwei Xiaoxue obeyed the order and continued to investigate. She soon found that the faint light guided her to a luxury train. This is the train attacked by leeches in the cutscene CG at the beginning. When Mingwei Xiaoxue investigates with curiosity, she finds that all the people on the train have died and turned into zombies. However, it's not a big problem. Zombies here move slowly and are relatively less aggressive, not as crazy as the doomsday zombies. Mingwei Xiaoxue cleans up the zombies and picks up various supply clues. From the scattered documents and diaries left by passengers, a force called Umbrella Company gradually emerges. This organization has set up secret research institutes all over the world. It is studying a mysterious virus codenamed T. T virus? Cat Ming Ming, is this the source of the plague? Time traveler, I think it is very likely, but from the current information, the experiment of this thing is still in progress, and its research may not be completely successful. This must be an important clue. Everyone felt that they had uncovered a corner of the world of the doomsday frenzy. This feeling of unraveling the world made them very interested. This is true for bystanders. What about the witnesses? In terms of battle rhythm and killing pleasure, the plot story is definitely not as good as the level mode. But the sense of substitution and immersion it produces is 10 times stronger than the level mode. Mingwei Xiaoxue was not fully into the play at the beginning, and occasionally showed some adventurous jumping behavior. After dozens of minutes of action, he was acting completely according to Rebecca's personality and instinct. Gradually forgetting himself. Completely integrating into the characters and stories. This feeling has never been experienced before. Mingwei Xiaoxue felt that he was experiencing a real life. Good, it's done very well. It's unheard of. This world is not without dungeons that focus on story-based secrets, nor is it without masters of making stories. But no lord has ever been able to do this. If other story-based lords are telling stories, then Lord Qi Ji is creating the world. The gap is so big. Even bigger, after all, Lord Qi Ji is still very young. The Doomsday Frenzy plot mode is only the first game. No one knows what kind of amazing masterpiece will be produced in the future. Wanchuan Sanren murmured, "This secret realm form and gameplay is extremely rare, with infinite potential. It is a real work of art." He realized at this moment the potential of this dungeon. It may be far beyond imagination. Miracle City may create a new mode of adventure for adventurers. Even the knowledgeable Baihajusher can only admire at this moment. Although he has a high opinion of Miracle City, from the perspective of the Frenzy plot gameplay, he still underestimated this dungeon. Chapter 67. Mingwei Xiaoxue continued to investigate and collect information related to the plot. When checking the body of a flight attendant, a light sound of footsteps came behind her. Who? She immediately turned around alertly. But she saw a black muzzle of a gun. The gunman was a strong man wearing a vest, combing his hair back, and with a military tattoo on his right arm. Mingwei Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat. She instantly recognized the identity of the person in front of her. Isn't this the death row prisoner that the team is looking for? You are Lieutenant Billy Cohen. The man was relieved when he confirmed that the girl was not a zombie, but suddenly heard the other party calling his name. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he raised the gun that he was about to put down again. "Oh! It seems that you know me, and even come for me." Facing the muzzle of the gun, Mingwei Xiaoxue was not afraid at all. Even if you are deeply immersed in the play, it is unlikely to completely forget yourself 100%. Adventurers are not cowards who are afraid of death. She said bluntly, "You are a prisoner who is about to be executed. You have been sentenced to death by the military court for killing 23 innocent people." She said directly, "And you killed the escorting military police in order to escape punishment. I understand, you are from Stars." Billy put down his gun. "Listen, girl, no matter how you look at me, I have no ill towards you. If you want to live, leave here quickly." After that, he turned around and left. Mingwei Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment. "Hey, wait, you can't escape, you have been arrested." "I know." Billy raised the handcuffs hanging on his left hand and shook it, looking nonchalant, not taking the rookie agent seriously. "Stop, or I shoot." "Whatever you want." Mingwei Xiaoxue raised her pistol and pointed it at the other party, but the latter continued to do his own thing, as if he didn't care about his life or death at all. Billy was unscrupulous. He walked out of the field of vision with a swagger. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't pull the trigger. The adventurers outside were a little puzzled when they saw this. "Mao Mingming, Sister Mingwei, why don't you shoot? Isn't this the bad guy you want to catch? There's something fishy about this." Mingwei Xiaoxue whispered, "I always have a hunch that this guy named Billy is not simple. He should be a very important person." The time traveler agreed. Although there are a lot of clues pointing to this person from the beginning, he should not be just a death row prisoner, and he really can't be killed so hastily. Mingwei Xiaoxue stopped communicating with the adventurers outside and began to concentrate on playing Rebecca, further integrating into the plot. Not long after, walk into the dining car. The light bulbs here were damaged. Sweeping the floor with a tactical flashlight, she saw a mess of overturned coffee cups and scattered newspapers. In addition, the air was filled with a fishy smell. She stepped on a pool of mucus and almost slipped. She saw a lot of unknown colloids on the floor, and even the roof. "It's disgusting, what is this?" Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the room, and at the end of the dilapidated and gloomy dining car, there was a white-haired old man in a suit sitting. Mingwei Xiaoxue quickly raised her gun and observed carefully. The old man looked like he had intact skin and was not a zombie. He just sat there expressionlessly, which was a bit weird. "Hello." When Mingwei Xiaoxue approached and asked, the old man's head suddenly rolled off his neck and fell to the ground, instantly turning into a large pool of mucus, which was full of wriggling leeches. "Oh my god!" Such a weird scene. Mingwei Xiaoxue was naturally frightened. Countless leeches burst out from the headless neck of the old man, like a fountain, and his whole body decomposed on the seat, and instantly reorganized into a standing human-shaped old man in the corridor. What a monster! The adventurers were all stunned by the weird scene. When they looked carefully, they found that this was a mimic made of thousands of leeches. The battle started without warning. The leech man waved a leech tentacle. Mingwei Xiaoxue quickly rolled to avoid it, and the dining table next to her was split in half. "Go to hell, you monster!" Mingwei Xiaoxue fired wildly, and the bullets penetrated the mucus body, but had no effect, and she suddenly found that she could not move. Looking down, a large group of leeches came to her feet at some point, like a huge tentacle, firmly fixing her feet. At the same time, from the feet to the body, Mingwei Xiaoxue was about to be swallowed by the leeches. Suddenly, the sound of a shotgun sounded, and dozens of flying bullets fell on the body of the mimic. With a bang, a large number of leeches were broken. The mimic also lost the ability to reshape, and turned into leeches scattered all over the ground. Mingwei Xiaoxue escaped death, but saw Billy holding a shotgun and firing another shot at the leech group that tried to reshape. "Run!" Mingwei Xiaoxue knew that it was difficult to kill these monsters completely with bullets, and she didn't care about so much at this moment, and immediately retreated to the end of the car. Leech group. Not decreasing but increasing. More leeches continued to pour in from the broken windows and the roof. Almost in an instant, they crawled over nearly half of the car like a colony of ants. Their crazy squirming and moving process was like a crazy whirlpool, and like a huge abyss that could swallow everything. Mingwei Xiaoxue's scalp was numb and cold all over. It was too exaggerated. He had intensive phobia. Billy smashed the fire hydrant box beside him with the butt of his gun, and pulled out an axe from it to cut off the hanging cable. Sparks flew everywhere, and all the leeches twitched under the influence of the current. The next moment, they all retreated. Minghui Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, another arc of electricity illuminated the night sky, and the two saw a figure appear outside the car at the same time. This figure was tall and sturdy, with long hair, but his face was extremely handsome, with both masculine fortitude and feminine beauty. It was very strange standing in the dark at this moment. The adventurers could see it with a flash of lightning. A large group of leeches were constantly pouring into his feet, as if they were merging with him. It's the mysterious man at the beginning. It seems to be true. Who is he? The mysterious man smiled coldly. Then he disappeared into the night. Minghui Xiaoxue had not yet reacted to the thrilling experience just now. Suddenly, a bumpy feeling hit her. The train that was originally stationary was suddenly started and accelerated wildly in a short period of time. Damn it! The train brakes are damaged. We must stop this train, otherwise everyone will die. Billy made a judgment after checking the train. His eyes fell on Minghui Xiaoxue. It seems that if we want to survive, we must cooperate. After experiencing everything just now, Minghui Xiaoxue has preliminarily verified her judgment. This Billy should not be a bad guy, but a very important character. Even if he is a bad guy, he saved his life. There is no reason to repay kindness with enmity at this moment. Minghui Xiaoxue gave a thumbs up. Okay, since you saved my life, I will trust you for once. The two began to cooperate, and tried to repair the train's brakes by cooperating with each other. In the process, Minghui Xiaoxue met Edward, a teammate who had turned into a zombie. After suppressing the grief and anger in her heart and killing him, she ushered in the first boss battle in the plot. Bang! Several dull noises. Coming from the roof of the train. Minghui Xiaoxue felt that there was a huge monster moving on the carriage. Before she could think of a countermeasure, the iron sheet of the carriage was torn into pieces by the giant claws, like a piece of paper, and then a giant scorpion of exaggerated size fell from the sky. This is a creature enhanced by the T-virus. Minghui Xiaoxue found a report from the researchers of the umbrella company in the carriage. This report clearly stated that the company had successfully completed the experiment of using viruses to enhance crustaceans, although it had been laid out long ago. But facing this monster at this moment, Minghui Xiaoxue still felt a little outrageous. This supergiant scorpion is currently 3 meters long and covered with a hard shell. It is not only huge but also very flexible. Its pair of giant pincers can easily smash boulders and tear steel. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired in succession. Most of the bullets were deflected by the shell. Mr. Baiha immediately shouted, "Retreat quickly, your current weapons cannot pose a threat to it." Too late. Minghui Xiaoxue was about to escape when a sharp scorpion tail, like a deadly spear, instantly pierced her from behind. She could only lose consciousness in reluctance. You have lost plot synchronization. This challenge failed. Chapter 68. Damn it! Minghui Xiaoxue left the secret realm. How could there be such a big scorpion monster? I thought there were only zombies in the world of frenzy. Now it seems that there are more monsters than imagined. The Black Stone Hammer King comforted. This is a good thing. It means that we still don't know much about this world so far, and there are still many surprises to discover. Feng Zhongyan, yes, this harvest is already very good. After all, we have obtained a lot of plots and information. Time Traveler. The disaster in the world of frenzy should be a man-made disaster. The mastermind behind it is a mysterious evil organization. The time of the plot mode may be the eve of the outbreak of the world-destroying disaster. That is to say, we can not only investigate the cause of the disaster, but also experience the whole process of the disaster in person. Time Traveler was interested. I am very curious now. Where did the T-virus come from, and is it related to the G-virus in the 3rd level? It is possible that there are more viruses in this world. There may be viruses that are more powerful than T and G viruses. It's terrible. I can't imagine how desperate it would be to live in such a world. Grumpy Chicken. What I'm most curious about is the leech monster that appeared in the dining car. Can this guy be defeated? White Deer. The leech monster appeared twice in a short period of time. It is estimated that he is the culprit of this incident, but why did he do this? Rebecca and Billy were targeted by him. Can they escape from death in the end? I'm so anxious. Adventurers talked about the plot content. They were completely attracted. Nancy Leah was no exception. The creation of the world of frenzy is very real. This narrative method is not only visual, but also full of realism. As an adventurer, you can personally participate in it and experience it. No biographical novel or drama performance can compare to this. Huh? Mingwei Xiaoxue was surprised. Why dear, what's wrong with Sister Mingwei? Did the secret realm ship? Mingwei Xiaoxue shook her head. No, nothing exploded this time, but my soul fusion degree increased by nearly 1 percentage point at a time. What? Is it true? So exaggerated? The other adventurers were shocked when they heard it. The core of the adventurer's cultivation system is the fusion of souls. Every time you build a first-level soul, your strength will be improved by 1 level. It is very difficult to improve the fusion of souls. You either have to constantly challenge the secret realm, or refine other spirits, or grind, or krypton. And the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to improve. Although the latter is a way to quickly increase the experience slot, soul refining requires special facilities. Each soul can only be absorbed and refined once. In addition, there is a high probability of failure, so slowly improving by brushing secret realms is still the mainstream. Brushing different secret realms. The cultivation effects are different. Baihajusher is knowledgeable. The 2 most mainstream secret realm schools and dungeons around the world are Maze Flow and Story Flow. The former is usually considered more suitable for brushing supplies, while the latter is usually considered more focused on cultivation. The reason is complicated. He did not explain in detail. But I have never heard of such a large increase at one time. Perhaps the unique plot play of Miracle City has the ability to make adventurers grow faster. The adventurers were all delighted. This matter remains to be verified. If this is true, the value of Miracle City will be further improved. In the future, if you want to get supplies, you can brush more levels, and if you want to practice quickly, you can brush more plots. Wanchuan Sanren was very shocked. If Mingwei Xiaoxue can maintain her practice speed will be more than 10 or 20 times that of Tianyun City, and the number of second-level adventurers in Miracle City will explode in a short time. Can Tianyun City really suppress such an underground city? The adventurers spontaneously gave up the crystal, and Mingwei Xiaoxue was already overwhelmed and eager to solve the mystery. So she did not act pretentiously, and immediately challenged the giant scorpion boss again. This battle is very difficult. Mingwei Xiaoxue paid 2 lives in total. Fortunately, the Doomsday Frenzy plot mode has a special save point, and the adventurer can be resurrected at a designated time and place after death. Conscience. It can avoid repeating the challenge of 2 difficult links. It can also ensure the connection and smoothness of the plot experience. She finally found a double-barreled shotgun, and with the advice and guidance of adventurers such as Baihajusher, she finally defeated the big scorpion in a very dangerous way. The first small boss was successfully hunted. She felt a great sense of accomplishment at this moment, but she had no time to celebrate, because the danger had not been resolved and she had to race against time to stop the train. After the 2 cooperated and worked hard. Finally, the braking system was successfully restored. However, the train still rushed into the Cadre Training Institute by inertia. According to the plot, this Cadre Training Institute was closed after Marcus was killed, and it has been abandoned for many years. The tunnel is full of various debris. Boom boom boom. The train is like a crazy beast. All kinds of obstacles were smashed to pieces, and it continued to move forward with sparks flying, and finally derailed and overturned at the bend. Along the way, sparks and lightning, it can be called a life and death race. Adventurers must make various extreme self-rescue reactions in time, otherwise they may die at any time. This scene is very exciting and comparable to a blockbuster. Mingwei Xiaoxue was unlucky in the first time, and was unfortunately killed. She immediately read the file and tried again, and this time she had experience and good luck. Although she was injured in many places, she was not seriously injured, and she and Billy successfully entered the Cadre Training Institute. What is this place? Why did the train drive into this? Mingwei Xiaoxue was full of questions and curiosity. I only have 1 life left, I must be more cautious. When she carefully scouted the situation nearby with a tactical flashlight, she suddenly saw something terrifying and couldn't help but screamed. Billy asked, "What's wrong?" Mingwei Xiaoxue pointed to the huge portrait hanging in the center of the hall. The adventurers outside also widened their eyes. Why does the old man in this painting look so familiar? Nonsense, isn't this the old man that the leech monster turned into in the dining car? Billy had already walked to the portrait and read out the signature below, the first director of the T-Virus Research Institute. Dr. James Marcus. This is obviously the name of the old man in the painting. From the beginning of the story to now, apart from the time wasted by several deaths and restarts, it has only been about an hour and 50 minutes. Such a short time. First, the plane crashed and landed, Billy's information was discovered, and he encountered the leech monster. Billy's personality reversed and cooperated, and he was attacked by a giant scorpion, and he escaped by chance at the speed of life and death. Finally, he came to this huge oil painting and learned for the first time about the connection and identity of Marcus and the leech monster. The plot is exciting and fast-paced. There are no boring moments throughout the whole process. The two continued to investigate the secret base, and in the process, they made some great discoveries and triggered the second boss battle. It was a mutant centipede with a body length of 20 to 30 meters. Needless to say, another crustacean enhanced by the T-virus. From the monster illustration, it is a first-level 5-star monster. This is 1 star higher than the giant scorpion encountered before, and is at the same level as a tank. No miracle happened. Mingwei Xiaoxue was killed in a few rounds. Her energy was completely exhausted, and she could not continue to explore the subsequent content. However, after the end of this challenge, she got an unexpected trophy. You got T-Virus Giant Scorpion Spirit +1, delivered. It is a first-level 4-star big scorpion, although Mingwei Xiaoxue can't use it at present. But the spirit is worth a lot, so it is a good income. For a while, the adventurers all wailed. Everyone was beating their chests and stamping their feet, feeling very uncomfortable. Wonderful. Too wonderful. I wonder how many secrets this secret base still hides. What is the origin of Marcus? Why is his portrait hanging in the abandoned secret base? And why did that leech monster become like him? Damn it! I really want to know the answer. Nancy Leo was also itching. She was full of curiosity, confusion, and expectations. But it was a pity that I couldn't see the sequel today. Mingwei Xiaoxue had a total of 5 energy points. She first opened the 3rd level to unlock the plot level, then used 2 lives to fight the scorpion, died again in the life and death speed, and was finally killed by the centipede boss. She could no longer continue to fight. It was a very regrettable thing. Despite this, everyone also felt a sense of satisfaction. From the perspective of the gameplay and experience of the story, this gameplay has a completely different charm. Maybe everyone has their own preferences. Some people like to brush and brush, while others prefer immersion in story, but no one can deny that the gameplay of the Frenzy Secret Realm is huge and groundbreaking. In the near future, this will become one of the signs and features of Miracle City. Although Mingwei Xiaoxue's energy has been exhausted, only half of the opening time of today has passed, and there are still many adventurers who are energetic, so today's adventure is not over. The adventurers decided to make another effort. Strive for more breakthroughs. Chapter 69. Lord's Mansion. Qi Ji was tired from work. He swiped the information panel. Adventurer Mingyu Xiaoxue generated 1 mental power. Adventurer Mingyu Xiaoxue generated 2 mental power. Adventurer Mingyu Xiaoxue has died. Soul Crystal +1, mental power +1. Watching adventurers being tortured and dying. Watching the secret realm continuously produce resources. This is very relaxing. Although Qi Ji spent most of the day working overtime and focusing on making 10 kingdoms in the foreign land, he also kept an eye on the progress of adventurers to collect feedback from the plot gameplay. Several adventurers entered the plot chapter. The one with the fastest and smoothest progress at present is Mingyu Xiaoxue. From the data, there is a situation worth noting. That is the mental power output of the plot mode. It is about 50% to 60% higher than that of level brushing. This is still an internal comparison of Miracle City, and the spiritual power generated by each person challenging the Miracle City secret realm is at least 5 times higher than that of most mature secret realms. What does it mean to add another 50% or 60%? The original deep role-playing plot gameplay of Miracle City has extremely high returns. The essence of the spiritual power harvested by the Lord through the secret realm is actually the spiritual energy dissipated when the adventurer has intense positive emotional fluctuations, such as joy, pleasure, touching, and shock. Plot gameplay. Level gameplay. It seems that each has its own merits. The best experience of the plot mode is definitely the first round. The spiritual energy generated at this time is the most, not to mention that it is more than 50% higher than the level. In the future, it is possible to create a more exciting, more imaginative, and better plot secret realm, and this number may be doubled several times. However, as the number of weeks increases, it is normal that the income gradually decreases. The challenge level mode is all about grinding. Although the output efficiency in the first few weeks is lower than that in the plot mode, this kind of excitement can last longer. The former has high income, but declines quickly. The latter has relatively low income, but is more lasting. In order to maximize the benefits of the territory, Qi Ji must continue to launch high-quality plot chapters, while stabilizing the basic plate of levels and other gameplay. The more fun, the more immersive, the more secret realms that can cause mental fluctuations. It is conducive to adventurers to integrate their own spirits more quickly. This is one of the reasons why adventurers are eager to find interesting and fun secret realms. The Miracle City plot flow gameplay can undoubtedly greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Not only can it produce more mental power for the territory, but it can also greatly help adventurers to cultivate. Shiji believes. Created with the 10 kingdoms of the exotic. As other plot chapters of the frenzy are continuously launched, it won't take long for Miracle City to train a large number of second-level adventurers, which will not only make Miracle City's strength advance by leaps and bounds, but also promote the development of the entire Blackstone Town and even other underground cities in Blackstone Town. Back to the plot of the frenzy. It seems that the response is good at present. Any work that can achieve a classic IP will not be bad. The biochemical series has created a large number of distinctive male and female protagonists and villains. If you only look at the plot of Resident Evil 0, it can be regarded as ups and downs, and it has a sense of déjà vu of Hollywood popcorn blockbusters. The level of popular literature in this world is not high, and there is no entertainment such as movies and TV series. Although there are also a group of lords who are good at creation to create story-based secret realms, they are limited by the material and production level, and the sense of substitution is indeed far from that. Besides, computer games are computer games, and the secret realm is closer to the real world. Shiji did not simply copy and paste. The remake he made was naturally optimized to improve the plot compactness, increase efficiency and experience. Early works in the biochemical series. Almost everyone has a large number of decryption links. Shiji deleted all puzzles that are not related to the advancement of the plot. In addition, monsters were appropriately added, and action, combat elements, and scenes that make people's adrenaline soar. There are many original contents. He also made adjustments and redos. For example, the part where Mingwei Xiaoxue encounters the leech mimic Marcus. In the original work, Billy's rescue process was perfunctory. He used a small pistol to shoot 2 shots and drove away the mimic Marcus, which was not convincing enough. After Shiji's optimization, there are shotguns and electric current. Both the performance effect and the sense of reality have been greatly improved, without affecting the main line. There are many changes and optimizations like this to ensure the proper rhythm of the plot and better harvest adventurers. He presents the entire plot chapter in a 5-act structure, and each act will design at least a small boss to increase the difficulty of harvesting players. For example, from the helicopter forced landing, to meeting Billy, experiencing life and death, and breaking into the cadre training center. This is the first act of the whole chapter, and it is also the part of the plot that the adventurer Mingwei Xiaoxue is currently passing through, and the boss of this plot is the mutant scorpion. Although it is the simplest boss battle, but Mingwei Xiaoxue also gave up 3 lives before he beat it. The boss of the second act is the mutant centipede. The boss of the third act is a mutant giant bat. The boss of the fourth act is several first-generation prototype tyrants. The last act will fight against the ultimate boss, the Leech Queen Marcus. With such a gradual progression, the story has a fast pace. Not only is the plot interesting, the monsters are very diverse, and it can also ensure that the speed pass process takes at least 5 or 6 hours. Of course, this can only be achieved after a lot of hard work. It is not realistic to want to complete the first few rounds in one life, and it is even more impossible to play at such a speed. Shiji estimates that if an adventurer wants to complete the first chapter, it will take at least 3 to 5 days. There are currently 2 chapters to challenge, which is enough for the adventurer to explore for a while and harvest enough mental power. He will also have enough time and resources. Make the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter and more frenzy plot chapters. Shiji continues to pay attention to the performance of the adventurers. I saw several adventurers enter the plot mode one after another. However, this group of scumbags was too weak and didn't have enough mental power to make resurrection coins. They died before they even hit the giant centipede. There were several attempts to make fun of the operation. It even crashed and lost synchronization and failed directly. Although these failures did not create value, they also provided a lot of jokes and fun. However, just as Shiji was drinking iced fat house water and enjoying the various adventurers being abused in various ways, suddenly a team of adventurers made significant progress in the process of exploring the secret realm. Shiji was a little surprised. Has an adventurer found the tyrant controller so soon? The adventurer team that caught the attention of Boss Chi. It is the Hammer Pig Chicken Dog combination that is currently famous in Miracle City. With the help of White Crane Monk, Black Stone Hammer King, Pig King, Angry Chicken, and Lone Wolf passed the second level, and then used the rest of their energy on the third level of the Frenzy Secret Realm. The difficulty of this level. Everyone can see it. Yesterday, White Crane Monk's team failed in this level. How could the 4 rookies make it? Even so, they did not give up. They launched 4 challenges in one breath. The first 3 were killed by various accidents or G creatures without suspense, until the 4th time, there was an unexpected turn of events. They found a special prop in the hands of a researcher's corpse. T-03 Tyrant Controller, Secret Realm Prop, Effective Range 50 meters. Introduction. This is a biological weapon controller developed by Umbrella Company, which can edit action instructions to convey commands to the receiver in the ear of T-03 Tyrant in the form of infrasound. The 4 adventurers were confused. Grumpy Chicken, what is this? Pig King, is there any big guy who knows how to use it? The adventurers outside told each other, and soon the news spread throughout the hall. Feng Zhongmian and Lonely Swordsman came to ask immediately. When the 2 saw such a prop, they were all surprised. Tyrant Controller? There is such a prop? The reason why they were so surprised was that in the challenge just now, their team encountered a Tyrant Zombie in the 3rd level. At that time, the team accidentally alarmed this guy. They were almost chased all the way and wiped out. Chapter 70. Without waiting for communication, another group of corpses appeared. There was also AG1 among them. The Pig King. It's over, there is not much ammunition left, this time it is certain to die. The Angry Chicken. These beasts are really endless, fight them. Don't act on impulse. This secret prop may be of great use. The Feng Zhongmian in the hall shouted, I know there is a place where there is a tyrant, why not give it a try? Okay. The Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog squad used up the last ammunition and killed into a secret room. This room is full of complex instruments, and a transparent dormant chamber is located in the center, in which stands a 2.6 meter tall humanoid creature. Its skin is pale with a hint of iron blue, its body is well proportioned and unusually strong, and it wears a loose black military coat. Is this the Tyrant Zombie? It looks a bit like the 2nd level boss Tracker, but it looks much more handsome than the Tracker. Nonsense, didn't the Lord say that the Tracker was originally a Tyrant Zombie, but it was disfigured during the transformation process? So this is the authentic Tyrant? No more words were said. More than a dozen zombies were already chasing. Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog had no choice but to get close to the Tyrant. Illegal invasion. Illegal invasion. A shrill alarm sounded at the scene immediately, and the sleeping Tyrant Zombie suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Bang! A loud noise. Under the Tyrant Zombie's terrifying force of more than 10 tons. The metal dormant warehouse door was directly blown away. Not good. Send the order quickly. The Blackstone Hammer King activated the Tyrant Controller and issued a command to protect himself. The Tyrant Zombie paused for half a second, and then rushed to the 4 people with explosive power comparable to that of a sprint champion. What's going on? Is it ineffective? Not good. I'm going to die. When a super zombie with a height of 2.6 meters and full of oppression came towards them, the oppression generated can be imagined. If the ammunition had not been exhausted at this moment, the 4 people would have definitely opened fire. However, what happened next? Everyone was dumbfounded. When the tyrant passed the 4 adventurers, it rushed directly to the group of zombies without any deceleration. It was seen that it quickly swung its huge fist and hit a zombie in the face. It was like a big iron hammer hitting it in the face. In the sound of bone breaking, broken teeth, and eyeballs flew out. The unlucky zombie's entire face was sunken, and he died on the spot. The other zombies didn't react, and were still rushing forward. The tyrant zombie held down 2 zombies with 1 hand each and slammed them to the ground, causing their skulls to explode and their brains to splatter. This powerful super biological weapon. It killed 3 zombies in one encounter. The other zombies only reacted at this moment and launched a counterattack against the tyrant zombie based on their instincts. But their attacks were no threat to the tyrant. The tyrant beat up a kid like a kid, stopping more than a dozen zombies with his own strength, beating them until blood and flesh flew everywhere and brains splattered everywhere. It was simply a display of violent aesthetics of punching to the flesh. This scene was too exciting and shocking. The situation of the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team was originally doomed to die. Now, not only did they not die, but they were saved from a desperate situation and controlled the tyrant to kill zombies. This monster, which would have posed a huge threat to the adventurer, actually turned around to protect the adventurer. This feeling is so cool. The secret hall was even more excited. What the hell? Can you play it this way? So that's it. Although the difficulty of the 3rd level is high, there are also ways to get around it. The Lord is so nice. He actually arranged a special teammate for us, Brother Bao. Controlling zombies? And a tyrant? Just thinking about this makes me feel excited. I must try it myself. Brother Bao, come on. The adventurer used to kill zombies, and never thought that a monster like zombies could be used for his own benefit. He couldn't help but sigh again that the secret realm of Miracle City did not play by the rules. This was just one of the Easter eggs arranged by Chi Ji. The adventurer seemed very satisfied. The fighting style of the tyrant zombie was quite entertaining. Every punch was to the flesh, cold to the end, bloody and violent, tearing and hammering more than a dozen ordinary zombies in one breath. It was like a pleasing drama. It makes people feel excited. This is a mass-produced biochemical weapon specially built by the Umbrella Company. It not only has a very high combat IQ, but also can use various complex combat skills. It is completely a humanoid killing machine. In the end, the Tyrant versus G1. Every punch has a force of thousands of pounds. When the two powerful monsters started fighting, they smashed many walls and broke several iron bars. In the end, G1 was obviously defeated and was nailed to the wall by the Tyrant with an iron rod. Too cool. It's amazing. I can play this Tyrant zombie for a whole year. The Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team was so excited that they felt they had found the passcode. Although the Tyrant controller randomly appears depending on luck, in general, this special random Easter egg makes the adventure more expectant and uncertain, greatly increasing the fun. Next, the Tyrant is a meat shield in front. Sweeping the zombies along the way greatly reduces consumption. The team quickly replenished a batch of ammunition, and the combat effectiveness quickly recovered, and the situation became better and better. Our Brother Bao is too awesome. His offense and defense are not inferior to tanks, and he also has a high IQ, which is simply a perfect partner. But this confirms everyone's previous guess that this organization called Umbrella must be the mastermind behind the scenes. The Tyrant is a perfect humanoid weapon. Next, in one battle after another, the Tyrant zombie protected the Hammer Pig Chicken Dog team several times at critical moments. The more the adventurers looked at the Tyrant, the more handsome he looked. He was no longer a monster, but a bodyguard full of security, a good partner, brother, and comrade in arms for the adventurers, however. Until now, the Tyrant's good brother has also suffered serious damage. The restraining military coat was already in tatters. At this time, he encountered 3 powerful G creatures at the same time, 2 of which were G1 and 1 was G2. The war was about to start. The Tyrant zombie was a second level 1-star, and the G2 creature was also a second level 1-star. The strength between the two was comparable, although there were still 2 G1s. But there were 4 adventurers behind the Tyrant. Finally, after a bloody and cruel fight, the adventurers successfully defeated the 3 G creatures under the control of the Tyrant. In this process, the Tyrant's restraining coat had been completely destroyed, causing his body to lose control and mutate out of control. It gradually grew to 3 meters, and huge claws appeared on his hands. Lost the straitjacket, although his combat power was temporarily enhanced. But his body was obviously deformed and collapsed. The Blackstone Hammer King discovered this. We must hurry up and evacuate. Although the second stage Tyrant has stronger attack power, it can only last for a short time, and the adventurer has little chance left. At this time, the mutation occurred again. The fallen G2. It suddenly began to absorb other zombies crazily. Damn it! G3 is coming out again. We must retreat quickly. G3 is the peak of the second level 3 stars. Even if the T103 Tyrant zombie opens the second form, it is the peak of the second level 1 star, and G3's recovery ability is very strong, and ordinary bullets are almost ineffective. There is no choice. You can only run away quickly. The question is whether you can escape. G3's mobility is also super strong. Every time G3 appears, it will lock on the adventurer and launch a crazy pursuit. At this moment, the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team hurriedly took the Tyrant away. When they walked to the end of the corridor and passed through a door, the demonic G3 creature had already appeared from the other end of the corridor. This was a critical moment. The Tyrant suddenly stopped in place. Pig King, what's the matter? Why is it not moving? Lone Wolf, is it broken? Angry Chicken shouted, Brother Bao, hurry up. Otherwise it will be too late. The Tyrant zombie made an unexpected move and directly closed the door in front of him, trapping himself and G3 together, creating a chance for several adventurers to escape. This is of course GG's setting. It is also a manifestation of the Tyrant's 100% execution of orders without emotion. It realized through judgment that several people were unable to escape the pursuit of G3, so in order to perform the protection mission, it would inevitably trigger the option of suicide. This scene deeply shocked the adventurer. The cold-blooded tyrant actually sacrificed himself at the critical moment? The adventurers have regarded this tyrant as a reliable teammate all the way here, and what it did at this moment moved them all. However, the result cannot be changed. The tyrant can't last a few minutes against G3. G3 quickly killed the adventurer's tyrant and caught up. Beast, fight it. Even if I can't pass the level today, I will avenge tyrant. Seeing that there was little chance of escape, the adventurers immediately turned their anger into bullets and launched the last round of resistance. In the end, in despair, they were torn to pieces by G again. The challenge failed. It seems that in a short time, the adventurers still can't beat the third level. However, the T-103 mass-produced tyrant zombie will soon become a popular monster loved by adventurers, and even popular outside the circle.